you have anything to say? After Chen Beiwang finished speaking, the two elders of the Chen family and a group of managers looked at each other. Afterwards, Chen Hai, the second elder of the Chen family, looked at Chen Beiwang and said slowly, "Patriarch, if that's the case, then I will just say it directly." After a pause, Chen Hai continued, "During the past half-month, the clan leader has already used up 6 third-grade spiritual herbs on the little brother in the backyard, right?" Chen Beiwang frowned. Chen Hai continued, "We all know that the clan leader is kind-hearted. We all understand that he wants to help others, and we even agree with him. But, clan leader, shouldn't we also help others within our capabilities? 6 third-grade spiritual herbs, the market price is at least 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. What does 2 million low-grade spirit stones mean? After deducting various daily expenses, my Chen family's normal income is only about 300,000 yuan per month. 2 million, that's almost our income for 7 months. That means that guy spent our entire 7 months' earnings in just half a month. That's just the next best thing. If this price can save that kid's life, then we will accept it. But, can I? Patriarch, you said it yourself, that kid only has half his life left. Now all my Chen family can do is to extend his life. Is it really worth it to use this price to extend the life of a kid of unknown origin? This is a bottomless abyss. Do you really want to drag down or even bring down our entire Chen family for an outsider of unknown origin?" At this point, Chen Hai suddenly stood up, then faced Chen Beiwang, clasped his fists and said, "For the Chen family and all the clan members, please think twice." Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the 3 elders of the Chen family and other managers of the Chen family also stood up, facing Chen Beiwang, clasped their fists and said, "For the sake of the Chen family and all the clan leaders, please think twice." Chapter 1944, Tianzhao Chen Moyan, Glutton Chen Tianlong. For the Chen family and all the clan members, please think twice. Faced with the requests from the 2 elders and a group of managers of the Chen family, Chen Beiwang frowned. 6 third-grade spiritual medicines. More than 2 million low-grade spirit stones were spent in half a month. The Chen family really cannot afford this kind of consumption. What the second elder Chen Hai said was not nonsense. If this continues, Ye Bufan will indeed drag down the entire Chen family. But, people cannot go back on their word. Chen Beiwang had already promised Ye Bufan in person that he would do his best to treat him. Are you going to go back on your word now just because the Chen family can't afford it? Chen Beiwang thought that he could never do such a thing, and he was unwilling to do it. However, as the head of the Chen family, he should indeed be responsible for the entire Chen family. Call. After a moment, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath, then glanced at the 2 Chen family elders and the Chen family managers in front of him and said, "What do you mean?" "What do we mean?" The 2 elders and the stewards looked at each other. Then they looked at Chen Beiwang again. The second elder Chen Hai said calmly, "The clan leader is kind-hearted, and we are not unreasonable people who would kick someone when he is down, so that little brother can still stay in our Chen family. We are willing to treat him well and provide him with some medicine every day. However, it is limited to ordinary medicine. We must not waste spiritual medicine on him, especially third-grade spiritual medicine, not even one." "Then let's do it." As soon as the second elder Chen Hai finished speaking, Chen Beiwang suddenly said something. Well, everyone was stunned. Second elder Chen Hai looked at Chen Beiwang with some doubt and said, "Patriarch, you agreed." "Uncle Hai, do you think I, Chen Beiwang, am the kind of arbitrary and tyrannical person?" Chen Beiwang said this, and then added, "And this matter is indeed something I have not considered carefully, so let's do as you say next." But, changing the subject, Chen Beiwang said, "Part of the 7th spiritual medicine has already been used this morning. If it is not used, the medicinal power will be lost and it will be useless. So, there is no need to save this 7th spiritual medicine, right?" "Can." The second elder Chen Hai responded. "That's it, then." Chen Beiwang said, looking at everyone, "Do you have anything else to say?" Everyone shook their heads. Chen Beiwang waved his hand and said, "It's getting late, let's all go." "Yes, Patriarch, I will take my leave." Everyone left in response. After a while, Chen Beiwang was the only one left in the hall. Why? Looking at the empty hall, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but sigh. With his prestige in the Chen family, in the situation just now, even if he rejected the request of the two elders and a group of managers, they would definitely not say anything. But can Chen Beiwang do this? It is true that he is the head of the Chen family, and he does have absolute say in the Chen family. But, after all, the Chen family is not just Chen Beiwang's family. He cannot ignore the interests of the Chen family, and he cannot push the Chen family into the fire pit. Now that things have come to this, what should Ye Bufan do? Just give up. Let him fend for himself. Chen Beiwang would never do such a thing. Since we can't just ignore it, we can only find other ways. Thinking in his mind, Chen Beiwang stood up and walked out of the hall. The backyard of Chen Mansion. Chen Beiwang stood outside a room with flickering candlelight, then pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, a thin boy about 14 or 15 years old was lying next to a huge 1-meter-high wooden barrel. There was half a barrel of white rice in the wooden barrel. The young man used both hands to grab the white rice in the barrel and stuffed it directly into his mouth. That expression and that posture made him look like a starving ghost reincarnated. The young man was none other than Chen Beiwang's second son, Chen Tianlong. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Beiwang has one son and two daughters. The eldest daughter is Chen Moyan. The second son is Chen Tianlong. The third daughter is Chen Yuaner. Among the three, Chen Moyan was undoubtedly the one that made Chen Beiwang most satisfied and most pleased. Chen Moyan is not only smart and well-behaved since childhood, but also has a strong talent in martial arts. Today, at the age of 17, she is already a warrior at the 9th level of the spiritual realm. One step further is Shanwu. It can be said that in terms of talent, Chen Moyan is definitely the undisputed number one in Qingshan town. Moreover, considering Chen Moyan's age, it is inevitable for her to become an immortal warrior. She may even advance to Tai, achieve Tiangong, or even Yuanfu during her lifetime. If this is true, the Chen family will definitely rise completely because of Chen Moyan. For this reason, the entire Chen family has high hopes for Chen Moyan. The Chen family has always spared no effort to support Chen Moyan's cultivation. But it happened that such a proud girl had an accident. It was a day half a year ago when Chen Moyan proposed to Chen Beiwang that she hoped to break through the bottleneck and become an immortal warrior by tempering herself on the brink of life and death. Naturally, Chen Beiwang would not refuse this. So, after Chen Beiwang discussed with the three elders of the Chen family, they unanimously decided that Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, who is also the number one master of the Chen family, would lead the team personally, and the second elder Chen Hai would accompany him. At the same time, 10 Chen family members in the Divine Soul Realm would accompany Chen Moyan to the Star Moon Forest. In addition, the eldest elder of the Shui family also went with the Chen family. 3 powerful immortal warriors escorted them. 10 warriors at the Spiritual Soul Realm accompanied him. In addition, Chen Moyan himself is a warrior at the 9th level of the Spiritual Realm. It can be said that such a team will hardly face any danger outside the Star Moon Forest. But I don't want to. That day, for some unknown reason, the monsters outside the Star Moon Forest suddenly rioted collectively. At that time, the eldest elder of the Shui family and everyone in the Chen family immediately covered Chen Moyan's evacuation. But in the end, the team was dispersed by the rioting group of monsters. Afterwards, although the Chen family only lost 3 warriors in the Shenpo realm, Chen Moyan disappeared. Be it the Chen family or the Shui family, they naturally can't just let it go like this. Afterwards, all the warriors in the Shenpo realm and Shanwu realm from the Chen and Shui families went out in full force, and hired 5 mercenary groups to enter the Xingyu forest to look for Chen Moyan. The search lasted 2 whole months. But in the end, they still failed to find Chen Moyan, the gifted girl. Since then, Chen Moyan, this gifted girl, has not been seen or found. This matter has become the biggest pain in Chen Beiwang's heart. It is also the biggest pain in the hearts of everyone in the Chen family. Especially Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, who often blames himself and feels guilty about this matter. Apart from Chen Moyan, Chen Beiwang only had a son and a daughter left. There is no need to talk about the third daughter, Chen Yuaner, she is just a lawless little loli. And the man in front of him is Chen Beiwang's second son, Chen Tianlong. Speaking of which, this son of Chen Beiwang is actually also a legend in Qingshan town. 15 years ago, when Chen Tianlong was born, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky of Qingshan town. The sky above the entire Chen mansion changed color, thunder rumbled, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into a diamond beast that roared to the sky. That scene at that time scared everyone in Qingshan town. Even the immortal martial realm warriors in Qingshan town were overwhelmed by the fierce power of the Vajra. In addition, even the Taiyi powerhouses in Kangyan City were all alarmed. When the Taiyi strongmen from Kangyan City rushed to Qingshan town and saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the Chen mansion, they all agreed that an extraordinary figure had emerged in the Chen family. For this reason, all the Taiyi strongmen in Kangyan City wanted to directly make a marriage contract with the Chen family. Unfortunately, there is only one Chen Tianlong. Who to get engaged to? No matter which family you get engaged to, the other families will definitely not agree. Therefore, these Taiyi strongmen in Kangyan City unanimously agreed that the marriage should not be arranged for the time being. When the time comes, it will be up to Chen Tianlong himself to decide who to get engaged to. To put it bluntly, if you want to have a close relationship with this talented person, you can only rely on your own abilities. As for the Chen family, faced with a group of Taiyi powerful men, the Chen family had no chance or qualifications to refuse. After that, these Taiyi powerhouses from Kangyan City simply settled down in the Chen family. Of course, in addition to themselves, there are also descendants of their clan, and all of these descendants they brought are female without exception. The younger one is 1 or 2 years old, and the older one is 7 or 8 years old. They did this simply to let their children develop feelings with Chen Tianlong, this talented person, from an early age, which is what people often call childhood sweethearts. For this reason, Chen Tianlong's childhood was definitely happier than that of ordinary people. At that time, in the Chen family, he was the sky, the ancestor, and everything. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When Chen Tianlong was 3 years old, the Taiyi powerhouses of Kangyan City suddenly discovered that the Chen family had indeed produced an extraordinary figure, but he was not an extraordinary martial arts genius but an extraordinary foodie. That's right, a foodie. Now, the fact that Ye Bufan consumed more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones of the Chen family in just half a month has become something the Chen family cannot accept and cannot afford. But what about Chen Tianlong? When Chen Tianlong was 3 years old, he could eat food worth 2 million low-grade spirit stones in just one meal, and that was only when he was 7/10 full. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Chen Tianlong is simply unable to practice. Why do I say so? Because, as long as Chen Tianlong starts practicing, his appetite will increase tenfold. Normally, Chen Tianlong could be full after eating blood food worth 3 million low-grade spirit stones in one meal, but after practicing, he still couldn't be full even if he ate food worth 30 million low-grade spirit stones in one meal, and he had to eat 30 million for one meal. 90 million a day. Who can afford this kind of consumption? So, the Taiyi strongman of Kangyan City directly took the younger generations of their clan away from the Chen family, because in their opinion, Chen Tianlong was already useless. This is also true. Nowadays, the 15-year-old Chen Tianlong is not only skinny, but also an ordinary person. He has not even reached the lowest level of destiny. Chen Beiwang felt helpless about his son, but more of it was guilt. Why? Because since Chen Tianlong was 3 years old, after those Taiyi strongmen left, he, his biological father, has not been able to let Chen Tianlong have a full meal. Is it that Chen Beiwang doesn't want to? No. It was Chen Beiwang and even the entire Chen family who simply did not have the ability to feed Chen Tianlong. Just like now, if Chen Tianlong wasn't so hungry, would he still be lying next to the food bucket in the middle of the night? Not at all. He did it simply because he was hungry. At the end of the day, the only thing Chen Tianlong did was eat. And in most cases, Chen Tianlong only eats white rice. But even so, Chen Tianlong's monthly food expenses have reached half of the Chen family's total expenses. You know, this half of the expenses also includes the expenses of training for all the warriors in the Cheng family. It is conceivable how amazing and terrifying Chen Tianlong's appetite is. Chapter 1945 Chen Beiwang goes to Xingyu. Dad, Dad. Seeing Chen Beiwang suddenly coming, Chen Tianlong was stunned at first, then put down the white rice in his hand, lowered his head, and stood up timidly. The reason for this is not because Chen Tianlong is afraid of Chen Beiwang, but because his huge appetite and inability to practice make him autistic and even inferior. Why? Looking at Chen Tianlong like this, Chen Beiwang sighed helplessly in his heart. Many times, he almost couldn't help but take Chen Tianlong's life. It's not because Chen Beiwang doesn't like Chen Tianlong, nor is it because he hates Chen Tianlong so much. Really, Chen Beiwang really doesn't want to see his son suffer like this anymore. But every time he tried to do it, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After sighing in his heart, Chen Beiwang forced a smile on his face. Then he came to Chen Tianlong, half squatted down, touched his head, and said, "Dad has to go out for a while, and may not be back for a few days. You take good care of yourself at home, okay?" Chen Tianlong responded. Chen Beiwang took out a purple Ganoderma lucidum with 1/4 of its body missing from his body. When Chen Tianlong saw the purple Ganoderma lucidum in Chen Beiwang's hand, his eyes immediately lit up. Chen Beiwang had no idea what his precious son was thinking, but he could only disappoint him and said, "Tianlong, this is not for you to eat." "Oh." Chen Tianlong responded weakly. Chen Beiwang was helpless and could only smile and say, "Don't worry, Daddy is going to the Star Moon Forest this time, and will bring you a whole monster beast. They are all yours, and you can eat as much as you want." "Really?" Chen Tianlong immediately looked up at Chen Beiwang with surprise. But soon, he lowered his head again and stammered, "Dad, I can eat enough every day now, and I don't need to eat meat anymore." Although he said this, was Chen Tianlong really full? Obviously not. The reason he said this was because he knew that the Star Moon Forest was very dangerous. To put it bluntly, he didn't want Chen Beiwang to take the risk of going to the Star Moon Forest for him. After all, he just has an amazing appetite, but he is not a fool. Looking at Chen Tianlong, Chen Beiwang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Daddy is a strong man in the immortal martial realm. There will be no danger outside the Xingyu Forest. Besides, Daddy went to the Xingyu Forest this time for something to do. Helping our Tianlong hunt a few monsters is just a side job." In the past, every 1 or 2 months, Chen Beiwang would go to the Star Moon Forest to help Chen Tianlong hunt a few monsters for various reasons. However, this time, Chen Beiwang did not make up a story. He really had something to do in the Star Moon Forest. What's the matter? Naturally, it was to help Ye Bufan find the 3rd grade elixir. After all, he had promised the 2 elders and managers of the Chen family that he would not waste the Chen family's resources on Ye Bufan. Since the Chen family's resources are no longer being used, he can only find another way. The Star Moon Forest naturally became Chen Beiwang's only choice at the moment. After saying that, Chen Beiwang handed the purple Ganoderma to Chen Tianlong and told him, "This is for the little brother next to you to heal his injuries. Tomorrow morning, you should give it to your sister Chu Shuang and tell her to divide the elixir into 3 portions and give 1 portion to the little brother to make into a decoction every day. Got it?" Chen Tianlong nodded and said, "Dad, Tianlong knows. It would be great if your sister Yuaner could be half as obedient as you." Chen Beiwang said with a smile, and then reminded again, "Remember, this elixir is used to save lives, so you must not eat it secretly, understand?" "Okay, got it," Chen Tianlong responded. Chen Beiwang handed the elixir in his hand to Chen Tianlong, then touched his head, looked at the 1-meter-high rice bucket in front of him and the half bucket of rice left in it, and said, "Okay, it's getting late, Daddy should leave, you should go to bed early after you finish eating." Chen Tianlong responded. Chen Beiwang did not stay any longer. He stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he glanced at Chen Tianlong in the room again and closed the door directly. Chen Beiwang had no choice but to give the 3rd grade elixir to Chen Tianlong. After all, if the spiritual medicine was handed over to someone else, Chen Beiwang's intention to leave the Chen family at night would inevitably be exposed. And for such a big thing, no matter whether others knew where Chen Beiwang was going or what he was going to do, they would definitely report it to the elders of the Chen family immediately. At that time, several elders of the Chen family will definitely come forward to inquire. Once they knew that Chen Beiwang was going to the Xingyu Forest to find the life-saving elixir for Ye Bufan, they would definitely not agree and would definitely try to stop it. This is not the situation that Chen Beiwang wants to see. That was why he could only hand the 3rd grade elixir to Chen Tianlong. After saying goodbye to Chen Tianlong, Chen Beiwang no longer hesitated. He took advantage of the night, left the Chen family directly, and went to the Star Moon Forest alone. A night in silence. The next day. As soon as the day broke, Chen Tianlong handed the 3rd grade elixir in his hand to the maid Chu Shuang, and repeated to Chu Shuang what Chen Beiwang had instructed him to do. After hearing this, Chu Shuang did not dare to hide it at all and directly reported the fact that Chen Beiwang went to the Star Moon Forest alone to her superior, a manager of the Chen family. The manager's name is Chen Tianyu. He is the eldest son of the second elder Chen Hai and also the cousin of Chen Beiwang. When Chen Tianyu heard that Chen Beiwang went to the Star Moon Forest alone last night, he was furious. Why did Chen Beiwang go to the Star Moon Forest at night? He knew with just a little thought that Chen Beiwang must have gone to find elixir for Ye Bufan. Last night, Chen Beiwang just promised them that he would no longer use Chen family resources to treat Ye Bufan. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he actually ran to the Star Moon Forest alone. What does he want to do? Although the elixir that Chen Beiwang obtained should belong to him personally. But Chen Beiwang is a member of the Chen family after all, and the head of the Chen family. Could it be that his spiritual medicine is not a resource of the Chen family? The most abominable thing is that Chen Beiwang actually went to the Star Moon Forest alone to take risks for a half-dead person of unknown origin. In Chen Tianyu's opinion, Chen Beiwang was simply crazy. But now that things have come to this, what else can Chen Tianyu do? He can only tell this to his father, Chen Hai, the second elder of the Chen family. Nonsense, nonsense, Beiwang is just making a fuss. Chen Hai was also furious after hearing the news. He is the second elder of the Chen family, but he is also Chen Beiwang's third uncle. How could he not be angry when Chen Beiwang was so impulsive and reckless? Dad, what should we do now? Looking at Chen Hai who looked furious, Chen Tianyu asked, and then whispered, how about I take people to find the clan leader? Try to find. Chen Hai glared at Chen Tianyu and said, the Xingyu forest is so big, how can we find it? Where can we find it? This. Chen Tianyu was speechless. Why? Chen Hai sighed helplessly and said, forget it, let him go. After all, Beiwang is also a warrior of the third level of Shanwu, and it's not the first time he has gone to Xingyu forest alone. I believe he should be fine. But Beiwang's character will sooner or later harm himself and our entire Chen family. Dad, are you talking about the boy in our backyard who has unknown origins? Chen Hai asked, how about my son finds a chance to kill him? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai angrily shouted, who do you think you are? Bandits. Or a bandit. Remember, our Chen family never does anything like taking human life lightly. Since we have already communicated with the clan leader, let's do as we agreed. Except for not using elixirs, everything he eats and uses is the best. As for the clan leader, when he comes back, I will let my second brother, the eldest elder, talk to him in person. I believe he will listen to my second brother. Chapter 1946, Luck Breaks 100, Healing Begins. The backyard of Chen Mansion. Where is Patriarch Chen? Inside the room, Ye Bufan asked instinctively as he looked at Chu Shuang who was bringing in the medicine. For the past half-month, Chen Beiwang had always personally brought medicine to Ye Bufan. Now that Chen Beiwang suddenly didn't come, Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling curious. The clan leader has gone away for something. Chu Shuang replied indifferently. Have you been away for a long time? Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, as the head of the Chen family, it was natural for Chen Beiwang to go out and do business. Everything is as usual. One day later. That was the second night when the 55 Taikang dragon snakes and Chen Beiwang rushed to the Xingyu forest. After dinner. Buzz. The Hongmeng heaven seal in Ye Bufan's body shook slightly, and then plus 0.0004, plus 0.0002, plus 0.0007, plus 0.0016. Within the Hongmeng Tianyan, the amount of luck began to increase rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is obvious that within one day, 55 Taikang dragon snakes have entered the Star Moon Forest and started a crazy massacre in the Star Moon Forest. It's finally started. Seeing the luck within the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal constantly increasing, Ye Bufan smiled knowingly. These days, due to the ambush and encirclement by the warriors from Qingshan town, the Taikang dragon snake has not taken any action, and Ye Bufan has not gained even a little bit of luck as a result. Now, 55 Taikang dragon snakes have entered the Star Moon Forest without any scruples. From now on, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly and the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap. This is also true. In the outermost part of the Star Moon Forest, the strongest creatures are just some wild beasts and ferocious beasts. The venom of the Taikang dragon snake has an effect on warriors at the first level of the destiny, let alone these ordinary wild beasts and fierce beasts that have not even reached the level of demon beasts. In front of the Taikang dragon snake, they were no match at all and could only be poisoned to death. Plus 0.0003. Plus 0.0008. Plus 0.0017. The increase of luck within the Hongmeng Tianyan has never been interrupted since the beginning. Ye Bufan believed that it wouldn't take long for all his injuries to recover completely. A night in silence. The next day, Ye Bufan had just woken up from his sleep, and he couldn't wait to lock onto the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal in his body, thinking about what he had gained that night. However, when Ye Bufan saw the amount of luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan, he was shocked and confused. I saw an extremely dazzling 509.24165 appearing on the Hongmeng Sky Seal. 509. In one night, the luck exceeded 500. You know, when he was in Qingshan town before, a Taikang dragon snake could only earn Ye Bufan about 3 or 4 points of luck in one night. By this calculation, 55 Taikang dragon snakes can only earn Ye Bufan more than 200 points of luck in one night. But now, it has doubled, or even more than doubled. How could Ye Bufan not be shocked and confused? But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. After all, Xingyu Forest is not Qingshan town. Be it snakes, insects, rats, ants, or wild beasts in the Star Moon Forest, their numbers are simply not comparable to that of a mere Qingshan town. Let's not talk about wild beasts, let's just talk about snakes, insects, rats and ants. In the Star Moon Forest, snakes, insects, rats and ants are absolutely everywhere. Under such circumstances, it is natural that the harvest of Taikang dragon snake has been greatly improved. But that's a good thing. For Ye Bufan, the more luck the better. 509 points of luck. With so much luck, should I continue to summon the Taikang dragon snake, or start healing? Looking at the luck points on the Hongmeng Sky Seal, Ye Bufan couldn't help but think in his heart. If you continue to summon Taikang dragon snakes, there will be 509 Taikang dragon snakes. What does it mean to have 509 Taikang dragon snakes? 55 Taikang dragon snakes can earn you 500 points of luck in one night. If there are more than 500 Taikang dragon snakes, that would be 5,000 points of luck in one night. 5,000 luck. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt excited and thrilled. But in my current situation, lying in bed all the time is not a solution. Squeak. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Chu Shuang and Dong Shui had already pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, take your medicine. Looking at Ye Bufan lying on the bed, Chu Shuang said something in a neither light nor light tone. Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He instinctively looked at Chu Shuang and asked, "What's wrong?" During the half-month of getting along, Chu Shuang and Dong Shui had always been very enthusiastic towards him, but now, at this moment, Ye Bufan actually felt a hint of resentment from Chu Shuang's words and actions, which made Ye Bufan very strange. What's wrong? Facing Ye Bufan's question, Chu Shuang avoided his gaze slightly. There must be something wrong. Ye Bufan became more and more certain in his heart, and asked, "Did something happen?" Without. Chu Shuang had just finished speaking when Dong Shui, who was standing beside her, interrupted her sarcastically, "You'd better drink the medicine quickly. This is a third-grade spiritual medicine. Don't waste it." Dissatisfied. Complain. Angry. This is the emotion Ye Bufan felt from Dong Shui's words. Don't be rude, Winter Snow. At this time, Chu Shuang on the side glared at Dong Shui and said something sternly. Snort. Dong Shui snorted coldly and said nothing more. Chu Shuang looked at Ye Bufan and said apologetically, "Sir, we were distracted by a trivial matter today, so anyway, I hope you won't blame me and don't take it to heart." Is that really true? Ye Bufan glanced at Chu Shuang with suspicion. To be honest, Ye Bufan didn't believe Chu Shuang's words at all. This is also true. Chu Shuang and Dong Shui, especially Dong Shui, had a drastic change in their attitudes, all because the news that Chen Beiwang had risked his life alone to go to the Xingyu forest to look for medicine for Ye Bufan early this morning had spread throughout the Chen family mansion. Nowadays, everyone in the Chen family is talking about this matter. But there was more dissatisfaction and complaints towards Ye Bufan. After all, everyone knows what the Star Moon Forest is. The eldest daughter of their Chen family, Chen Moyan, disappeared in the Star Moon Forest. Although Chen Beiwang is a powerful warrior at the third level of the immortal martial realm, it is not absolutely safe for him to enter the Star Moon Forest alone. If he can come out safe and sound, that would be fine. But what if something happens? You know, Chen Beiwang is the head of the Chen family and half of the pillar of the Chen family. If Chen Beiwang encounters an accident, it will be a loss for the entire Chen family. And all of this was thanks to Ye Bufan, an outsider. In this way, the Chen family members would naturally vent their anger on Ye Bufan and feel resentment and dissatisfaction towards Ye Bufan. But Ye Bufan didn't know all this. Since Chu Shuang didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. Looking at Chu Shuang, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "They are just two little girls. Why should I bother with you?" "Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Chu Shuang bowed and said something. Although she also had resentment towards Ye Bufan, she always remembered her identity and knew what her responsibilities were. However, while the autumn frost is like this, the winter snow next to it is different. Snort. As soon as Chu Shuang finished speaking, Dong Shui snorted coldly. Chu Shuang chose to ignore this. She sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, "Sir, I'll feed you the medicine first." Ye Bufan responded. But at this moment, Dong Shui on the side said sarcastically, "You are such a grown-up, but you still need others to feed you medicine. You are really shameless." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Winter snow." Chu Shuang shouted angrily, then glared at Dong Shui and said, "Get out." Snort. Dong Shui snorted and said, "Just get out. I don't want to serve you anymore." After saying that, Dong Shui ran out directly. "Sir, I'm sorry to have made you laugh." Looking at Ye Bufan, Chu Shuang said something apologetically. "No problem." Ye Bufan said lightly. "Sir, drink the medicine first." Chu Shuang directly scooped a spoonful of medicine and handed it to Ye Bufan's mouth. Ye Bufan took the medicine orally. After a while, a bowl of medicine went into his stomach. Chu Shuang stood up and said, "Sir, I'll go out first. If you need anything, just call me." Ye Bufan responded. Chu Shuang turned and left. Looking at Chu Shuang's back and the door that she closed, Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "Is this what you call nothing? It would be strange if nothing happened." Originally, Ye Bufan wanted to use the 500 points of luck in his hand to summon the Taikang dragon snake again. But now it seems that he has no choice but to heal his wounds. Chapter 1947 Chen Beiwang returns seriously injured. Having made up his mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He put aside all distracting thoughts, adjusted his state, and then directly practiced the Tianyuan Yushan Ju. The skills and martial arts of the Hongmeng world are, from low to high, respectively, mortal level, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, god level, and the highest level, saint level. Each level is divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper and extreme. The Chen family's Thunder Fist is a mid-level yellow grade martial arts boxing technique. Of course, even if it is only a mid-level yellow grade, it is already considered top-notch in Qingshan town. The Tianyuan Yushen Ju that Ye Bufan is currently practicing is a top-grade saint-level technique. That's right, it's the best holy grade. The most advanced martial arts in the Hongmeng world. From this point alone, it is not difficult to see that the former Tian Yuanzi must have been a dominant figure standing at the top of the world of Hongmeng, overlooking all living beings. Ye Bufan really couldn't understand why such a powerful person would fall. But now is not the time to think about this. Besides, it has been 600 years since Tian Yuanzi's death, so there is no point in thinking about these things anymore. As the Tianyuan Yushan Ju was put into operation, the Hongmeng Tianyan in Ye Bufan's body instantly resonated. Then, the luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan turned into a golden warm current, flowing throughout Ye Bufan's body along the operation path of the Tianyuan Yushan Ju. Wherever the golden warm current was, Ye Bufan's damaged internal organs, flesh, tendons, and all other injuries began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Literature can heal wounds. Martial arts training. It has to be said that the Tianyuan Yushen Ju is indeed powerful, even a little bit against the will of heaven. If it comes to other martial arts, even if it is a saint-level martial arts of the same level, Ye Bufan believes that there are definitely not many, or even none, that can achieve both cultivation and healing like the Tianyuan Yushan Ju. For this reason, Ye Bufan had some doubts as to whether the Tian Yuan Yu Shen Ju was really just a top-grade saint-level skill, or whether it had already surpassed the top-grade saint-level skill. Of course, although the Tian Yuan Yu Shen Ju is powerful, it is also very fucked up. This is because the cultivation of Tianyuan Yushan Ju requires relying on the luck within the Hongmeng Tianian. With luck, it is a true holy level top-grade skill. But if there is no luck, then it will not even be as good as the lower-grade ordinary skills. After all, the lower-grade mortal skills can at least be practiced, but the Tianyuan Yushan Ju, without the support of luck, cannot even move, and is no different from a decoration. This is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that Ye Bufan can only practice Tianyuan Yushan Ju now. In addition, even if Ye Bufan obtained a holy level top-grade martial art like Tianyuan Yushan Ju, in the future, he could only watch but not practice it. Is it a scam, domineering or not? This was clearly forcing Ye Bufan to kill. However, Ye Bufan obviously didn't care too much about these things. It was just killing. What was the big deal? You know, he doesn't belong to the Hongmeng world, but comes from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. To the Hongmeng world, he is an outsider and an invader. When the invaders from the Hongmeng world entered the Tianyuan small thousand world, they killed people and wiped out families, doing whatever they wanted. So now that he has entered the Hongmeng world, shouldn't he treat them in their own way? Call. Half an hour later, the Tianyuan Yu Shen Ju had circulated a cycle in Ye Bufan's body, which was equivalent to completing a practice. At this time, the luck in the Hongmeng Tianian had been consumed by 150 points, and Ye Bufan's injuries had almost recovered by 1/60th. In other words, every 150 points of luck can restore 1/60th of Ye Bufan's injuries. If Ye Bufan wants to recover completely, he must consume 9,000 points of luck. Nowadays, 55 Taikang dragon snakes can provide him with about 500 points of luck in one night. That's about 1,000 a day. 9,000 points of luck is 9 days. After 9 days, Ye Bufan will be able to fully recover. Of course, this is just an estimate. In fact, it is not comprehensive. After all, the effect of Tianyuan Yushan Ju depends on Ye Bufan himself. It can be said that Ye Bufan's current physical condition has affected the performance of the Tianyuan Yushen Ju. As Ye Bufan's injuries gradually recover, the speed of Tianyuan Yushen Ju will become faster and faster, and the luck consumed each time will gradually increase. That is why, as time goes by, Ye Bufan's healing speed will become faster and faster. In addition, Ye Bufan's own cultivation also has a great influence on the Tianyuan Yushen Ju. As Ye Bufan's cultivation level increases, the speed of Tianyuan Yushen Ju will become faster and faster, and the luck consumed by each practice will gradually increase. Of course, this is a later story. Right now, the most important thing for Ye Bufan is to heal his wounds. Call. 2 hours later, Ye Bufan stopped healing his wounds. At this time, Ye Bufan had already practiced the Tianyuan Yushen Ju for 4 cycles, consuming 600 points of luck, and his own injuries had recovered by 1/15. The reason for stopping was not because Ye Bufan didn't want to continue, but because he didn't have enough luck. 600 points of luck, of which less than 100 points were plundered by the 55 Taikang dragon snakes during the 2 hours when Ye Bufan was recuperating. Otherwise, with only Ye Bufan's previous 509 points of luck, he could only support the Tianyuan Yushen Ju to operate for 3 cycles at most. Now, after consuming 600 points of luck, there are still more than 30 points of luck in the Hongmeng Sky Seal, and it is still increasing every minute and every second. I have to say that the 55 Taikang dragon snakes are really hardworking and diligent. But Ye Bufan was still not satisfied. Too slow. Too slow. In this situation, if there is enough luck to support him, perhaps Ye Bufan's injuries can be completely healed within a day. But there is no way, luck is limited. The speed at which the 55 Taikang dragon snakes plundered luck could not keep up with Ye Bufan's consumption. What to do? Keep calling. Although more than 30 points of luck were enough for Ye Bufan to summon a helper at the first level of destiny, Ye Bufan did not do so. After all, the luck that a helper at the first level of destiny can earn for Ye Bufan may not be equal to the sum of more than 30 Taikang dragons and snakes. For this reason, Ye Bufan once again summoned 36 Taikang dragon snakes and ordered them to go directly to the Star Moon Forest 120 miles away. In the following time, Ye Bufan summoned 9 Taikang dragon snakes one after another. At this point, the number of Taikang dragon snakes has reached 100. Ye Bufan did not continue to summon. 100 Taikang dragon snakes can provide him with about 2,000 points of luck a day. Although it's not much, it's almost enough. Most importantly, the change in attitude of the two maids, Chu Shuang and Dong Shui, made Ye Bufan feel a little uneasy. He felt that it was very necessary for him to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be too passive. In the following time, every time the luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan accumulated to 150 points, Ye Bufan would practice the Tianyuan Yushan Ju to heal himself. When night fell, Ye Bufan practiced the Tianyuan Yushan Ju for another 2 cycles. At this point, Ye Bufan's injuries had recovered by 1/10. After waking up the next day, more than 500 points of luck had accumulated in the Hongmeng Tianyan. Ye Bufan practiced directly to heal his wounds. 2 hours later, Ye Bufan's injuries had recovered by 1/6. By noon, the speed at which Hongmeng Tianyan absorbed luck suddenly increased. Obviously, the Taikang dragons and snakes summoned by Ye Bufan yesterday had already entered the Star Moon Forest and had begun to poison and kill crazily. 100 Taikang dragons and snakes are exerting their full strength. Luck points increase rapidly. On this day, Ye Bufan recovered 1/5 of his injuries. On the 3rd day, Ye Bufan's injuries had recovered by about 2/5. It was also at this time that all the damaged tendons and veins in Ye Bufan's body had healed. Although the damaged internal organs and flesh have not yet fully recovered, at least Ye Bufan can get out of bed, and his movements are no longer greatly affected. Day 4, dawn. Long Street in Qingshan Town. A team of more than 20 people hurried towards the Chen family mansion. In the middle of the team, 2 middle-aged men were carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher, Chen Beiwang had his eyes closed, his face was pale, and his breath was weak. Obviously, Chen Beiwang was seriously injured and unconscious at this time. Chapter 1948, Taking Out Anger. In front of Chen's house. A team of more than 20 people came hurriedly with the seriously injured and unconscious Chen Beiwang. Seeing this scene, the 2 guards in front of Chen's house immediately came forward. Captain Wang, what are you doing? Looking at the middle-aged man at the front of the team, one of the Chen family guards couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged man is named Wang Chang. He is the leader of the Tinlong mercenary group, one of the 7 major mercenary groups in Qingshan Town. He is also a martial arts expert who is at the level of both immortal and martial arts. In addition, the Serious Mercenary Group and the Chen family also have cooperative dealings. Therefore, the Chen family members are no strangers to Wang Chang or other people from the Serious Mercenary Group. Go and call the elders of your Chen family. Your clan leader is seriously injured. As soon as the Chen family guard finished speaking, Wang Chang spoke urgently. What? Hearing this, the 2 guards of the Chen family were shocked, and they instinctively looked behind Wang Chang. At this time, behind Wang Chang, on the stretcher carried by 2 members of the Serious Mercenary Group, the man with closed eyes and pale face was who else but the head of their Chen family. In an instant, the expressions of the 2 Chen family guards changed drastically. One of them shouted hurriedly, "Quick, go and inform the elders." The other person did not hesitate any longer and turned around and ran into the Chen family mansion. Wang Chang did not stop and directly called the members of the Serious Mercenary Group to carry the seriously injured and unconscious Chen Beiwang into the Chen family mansion. A moment later, the 3 elders of the Chen family hurried over with their men. The leader was none other than the Chen family's great elder, also the family's top master, Chen Tai, who was at the 5th level of the immortal martial arts realm. Behind Chen Tai are the 2nd elder Chen Hai and the 3rd elder Chen Nan. In addition, there are several managers of the Chen family, who are also Chen Beiwang's cousins. Captain Wang. Looking at the serious mercenaries, Chen Tai clasped his fists towards Wang Chang. Then, when he saw Chen Beiwang on the stretcher on the ground, he was stunned for a moment. Chen Nan was like this, and the other people in the Chen family were no exception. The next second, Chen Tai came back to his senses, looked at Wang Chang again, and said in astonishment, "Captain Wang, what is going on? We don't know exactly what the situation is." Wang Chang said, "When we met Brother Chen in the Star Moon Forest, he was already like this. After that, we simply treated his injuries and brought him back immediately." Hearing this, Chen Tai frowned. Then he looked at Chen Beiwang on the ground again. At this moment, the third elder of the Chen family was squatting on the ground, checking Chen Beiwang's injuries. Looking at him, Chen Tai asked directly in a deep voice, "Third brother, how is it?" Chen Nan raised his head, looked at Chen Tai and said, "The external injuries are not light, but not fatal. As for the internal injuries, they can be recovered after recuperation for a period of time, but..." "But what?" Chen Tai asked in a deep voice. "See for yourself." Chen Nan frowned and pointed at Chen Beiwang's left wrist. Chen Beiwang's left wrist was stained with blood, but his left hand had disappeared, leaving only a bloody mess of flesh and white bones. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Chen Tai was shocked and couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. At this moment, he clearly understood what the third elder Chen Nan meant. Chen Beiwang's injuries were not serious, but he lost his left hand. For a warrior, losing a left hand is not fatal, but it will definitely affect combat effectiveness. Especially Chen Beiwang. He is not only the head of the Chen family, but also one of the few immortal warriors in the Chen family. If Chen Beiwang's combat effectiveness is damaged, it will inevitably affect the entire Chen family. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and everyone in the Chen family felt inexplicably heartbroken. That's right. At this time, the leader of the serious mercenary group suddenly said something, and then handed a bundle to Chen Tai, the elder of the Chen family, and said, "This is the bundle that Brother Chen was carrying when we found him. I saw that it contained 2 third-grade spiritual herbs. I think they were obtained by Brother Chen in the Star Moon Forest. Now they are returned to their original owner." As soon as Wang Cheng finished speaking, Chen Tai's clenched fists tightened another 3 points. The others were also shocked. Burden. 2 third-grade spiritual medicines. What was obtained from the Star Moon Forest? After inexplicable anger, Chen Tianyu, the son of Chen Hai, the second elder of the Chen family, shouted angrily, "It's all that kid's fault. I'm going to kill him now." If Chen Beiwang wasn't looking for a third-grade elixir for Ye Bufan, would he go to the Star Moon Forest? If Chen Beiwang hadn't gone to the Star Moon Forest, would he have ended up in this situation? Everything was caused by that kid of unknown origin. Damn him. After saying that, Chen Tianyu turned around and walked towards the backyard where Ye Bufan was. Stop. But at this moment, Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, shouted loudly. Chen Tianyu paused. Chen Tai looked at him and shouted in a deep voice, "Where are you going?" "Great elder, second uncle, look, Beiwang has been harmed like this by that kid, are we just going to let it go?" Chen Tianyu pointed at Chen Beiwang and roared angrily. "Is it the Star Moon Forest that he asked Bei to look at?" Chen Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then he continued, "Although he was not the one who asked my second brother to go to the Xingyu Forest, all of this was caused by him, so he cannot escape the blame. So you're going to kill him? Shouldn't he die?" Snort. Chen Tai snorted coldly and said, "Now that things have come to this, what's the point of killing him? Will Bei Wang's hand grow back if you kill him? Also, if you kill him now, what will you say to Bei Wang when he wakes up?" Chen Tianyu was stunned and speechless. Chen Tai ignored him and shouted, "Come here, carry Bei Wang back to the room and have someone take good care of him. Also, no one is allowed to embarrass the little brother in the backyard. If you don't, you will be punished by the family rules." After saying this, Chen Tai just waved his sleeves and left. Is he angry? Of course. Is he angry? Of course I am angry. But he was not angry at Ye Bufan, nor was he furious at Ye Bufan, but at Chen Beiwang. In Chen Tai's opinion, Chen Beiwang, as the head of the clan, was too rash, too irrational, and too inconsiderate of the overall situation. Would today's situation not have happened if Ye Bufan hadn't happened? Not necessarily. After Chen Tai left, everyone in the Chen family fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely weird. Half an hour later, the news that Chen Beiwang was seriously injured in the Star Moon Forest and lost his left hand spread throughout the Chen family and the entire Qingshan town. After Shui Lanshan, the head of the Shui family, learned about it, he immediately rushed to the Chen family with several elders. The backyard of Chen Mansion. Ye Bufan was lying in bed, unaware of what had happened to Chen Beiwang. At this moment, he was using the luck he gained last night to heal himself. 2 hours later. The luck is exhausted. Ye Bufan finished work. Most of his injuries have been recovered. Call. Ye Bufan let out a long sigh and said, "In 2 days, or at most 3 days, I will be able to fully recover. It's really not easy." As he spoke, Ye Bufan frowned again and said, normally at this time, Chu Shuang and Dong Shui should have come over. Why today? Never mind. I've been lying in bed for almost a month. It's time to get up and move around. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan sat up directly. Nowadays, most of his injuries have recovered. As long as he doesn't fight with others and just walks around in daily life, it is obviously not a problem. After getting up from the bed, Ye Bufan went straight to the door. However, bang! Just when Ye Bufan was about to reach the door, the tightly closed door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 boys and girls appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. Looking at Ye Bufan, the 7 or 8 boys and girls outside the door were all stunned. The next second, a 16 or 17-year-old boy in the lead suddenly spoke up and said in a startled voice, "Are you okay? Didn't your second uncle say you were dying?" Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, the young man in front of him started cursing. "Okay, so you were just pretending. Son of AB*TCH. Do you know that you have caused great harm to your second uncle? In order to go to the Star Moon Forest to find a third-grade elixir for you, your second uncle's left hand was lost by a monster." Buzz. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be shocked. Second uncle, Chen Beiwang. In order to find a third-grade elixir for himself, he had his left hand bitten off by a monster in the Star Moon Forest. Ye Bufan was shocked and confused. The young man did not stop and continued angrily, "How could you be so calm? Damn it, brothers, beat him up." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the young man rushed forward and pushed Ye Bufan to the ground. Soon after, other boys and girls rushed into the room and swarmed over. Hit him. Chapter 1949. Chen Yuaner was arrested. 5 teenagers. 3 girls. The 8 of them rushed forward and pounced on Ye Bufan, who was lying on the ground. Ye Bufan subconsciously wanted to fight back, but in an instant, he chose to give up. "Why? I didn't mean to hurt anyone, but fate played tricks on me." Ye Bufan originally just wanted to leave the Chen family after his injuries healed, but who would have thought that Chen Beiwang would actually cripple one of his hands in order to help him find a third-grade elixir. Although the medicine provided by Chen Beiwang these days was of little help to him. Although it was not him who begged or forced Chen Beiwang to find the elixir for him. But after all this was caused by myself. Ye Bufan felt grateful, but also guilty. In this case, facing these young men from the Chen family who came to help Chen Beiwang, Ye Bufan had no nerve to fight back, let alone counterattack. But the boys and girls of the Chen family don't think so. In their opinion, Ye Bufan harmed their clan leader, so he deserved to be beaten. Although the Chen family's eldest elder had already issued an order, no one in the Chen family was allowed to make things difficult for Ye Bufan. But so what? The law does not hold everyone responsible. What's more, they are still young. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. With this thought in mind, the 8 boys and girls started punching and kicking Ye Bufan. Stop! But at this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded outside the door. The 8 boys and girls were all stunned. They stopped punching and kicking Ye Bufan, and then looked out the door. Outside the door, Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, walked in with a gloomy face. Originally, he just wanted to come and see Ye Bufan, to see what this young man who caused the head of their Chen family to lose his left hand looked like. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived, he saw 8 younger generations of his Chen family punching and kicking Ye Bufan, while Chenin and Chen Tai outside the door did not stop them, and looked as if they were completely ignoring it. How could Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, not be angry and furious? You know, he had already emphasized before that no one was allowed to make things difficult for Ye Bufan. But what about now? Second grandfather. After seeing Chen Tai's angry face, the 8 boys and girls of the Chen family all trembled, then called out softly and lowered their heads. Chen Tai swept away the 8 people and then shouted angrily, "Chen Family Rule 13, what happens to those who openly disobey the orders of the elders?" Buzz. The 8 boys and girls trembled. Chen Tai looked directly at the oldest boy among the 8 people and said, "Chen Fei, you go ahead." I. Chen Fei lowered his head, but couldn't explain it at all. Explain. Seeing this scene, Chen Tai shouted loudly. Buzz. Chen Fei was frightened and trembled, then hurriedly said, "Chen Family Rules Article 13, those who openly disobey the orders of the elders, those over the age of 16, will be punished with 50 to 500 canes depending on the severity of the case, and those under the age of 16 will be fasted for 2 days and confined for 3 months. In that case, have you forgotten what this elder told you before? Chen Tai scolded him harshly, why are you still standing there? Go and accept your punishment. At this time, Ye Bufan slowly stood up, then looked at Chen Tai and said, Old sir, how about just forget it? Chen Tai frowned. He glanced at Ye Bufan, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. But it didn't last long. After looking at Ye Bufan, Chen Tai looked at the 8 boys and girls again and said sternly, why don't you go now? Do you want me to do it myself? Yes, second grandpa. The 8 boys and girls said this and ran out of the room. Before leaving, the young man named Chen Fei did not forget to turn around and glare at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan gave a bitter smile. After the 8 boys and girls left, Chen Tai looked directly at Ye Bufan and frowned, are you the boy Beiwang saved? Exactly. Didn't Beiwang say that your injury is incurable? Why now? This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure about the details, but I think it should be the credit of Patriarch Chen's medicine. Yeah. Chen Tai narrowed his eyes and asked, can I take a look at your injuries? Of course. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Without any further ado, Chen Tai came directly to Ye Bufan, pinched his left wrist, and used his spiritual power to check Ye Bufan's physical condition. After a moment, Chen Tai withdrew his hand and looked at Ye Bufan, frowning with a thoughtful look on his face. The reason for this is that Chen Tai had previously heard Chen Beiwang talk about Ye Bufan's injuries. According to Chen Beiwang, almost all of Ye Bufan's internal organs were shattered, and even his flesh, blood, and tendons were no longer intact. That is why Chen Beiwang said that Ye Bufan was beyond saving. But what about now? After checking, Chen Tai found that Ye Bufan's actual situation was much more optimistic than what Chen Beiwang had said before, and he was not even in danger of his life. Could it be that Chen Beiwang lied? Impossible. There was no need for Chen Beiwang to lie to him about this kind of thing. In this case, there is only one last possibility left. The young man had indeed been seriously injured before, but in less than a month, his injuries had almost healed. But, how is that possible? Can such a serious injury be cured by a few third-grade spiritual medicines? Stop kidding. The third-grade elixir simply doesn't have such a powerful effect. If it's not because of the third-grade elixir, then what is the reason? Chen Tai looked Ye Bufan up and down with his deep eyes, as if he wanted to see through Ye Bufan. However, no matter how he looked at it, Chen Tai couldn't figure it out. Even in his eyes, Ye Bufan was just an ordinary boy with no cultivation. The reason for this is that Ye Bufan's way of cultivation is completely different from that of the Hongmeng world. With the particularity of the Tianyuan Yushan Ju, as long as Ye Bufan does not take the initiative to show his own cultivation, then in the eyes of others, Ye Bufan is just an ordinary teenager with no cultivation. But the more this happened, the more Chen Tai didn't believe it. After all, how can an ordinary person be seriously injured but not die? Can an ordinary person heal injuries that even powerful immortal warriors are unable to heal? Stop kidding. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Chen Tai suddenly felt that they seemed to have underestimated the young man in front of him. However, Chen Tai did not delve further into the matter or ask any more questions. After looking at Ye Bufan, he said calmly, the younger generation in my family is ignorant, so please don't take it to heart. You are too kind, old man. Ye Bufan said this, and then said with some guilt, speaking of which, it is me who has caused you trouble. If it weren't for me, Patriarch Chen wouldn't have. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a member of the Chen family came running over in a hurry. Oh no, great elder, something has happened. Why are you so flustered? Looking at the Chen family member who suddenly ran over, Chen Tai scolded him harshly, and then asked in a deep voice, tell me slowly, what happened? Huff, huff, huff. The Chen family member took a few deep breaths and then said hurriedly, great elder, the third miss was captured by the kid from Zhang Tingyun's family. Chapter 1950 Young City Lord, Wu Linfang. Great elder, the third miss was captured by the kid from Zhang Tingyun's family. Third miss. Chen Yuaner. That little loli was caught. Ye Bufan was stunned. Chen Tai was also a little confused. But only for a moment. The next second, Chen Tai glared at the Chen family member and scolded, nonsense, wasn't Yuaner put in solitary confinement by Beiwang? How could she be arrested at home? No. The Chen family members said with a sad face. The third young lady was indeed put in solitary confinement by the clan leader, but, she sneaked out by herself last night. Did you sneak out last night? Chen Tai was stunned at first, then he became furious. What are you doing? After the little girl sneaked out last night, why didn't anyone tell me? The Chen family members were speechless. Are they hiding it? Of course not. They had just discovered recently that Chen Yuaner had sneaked out alone last night. How did you find out? Of course, it was Chen Yuaner's personal maid Xiao Kuier who told them. As for why Xiao Kuier said it now. Haha, to be honest, Xiao Kuier has no choice. Last night, Chen Yuaner found some drugs from somewhere and knocked Xiao Kuier unconscious. It was only more than 10 minutes ago that Xiao Kuier woke up. It was only then that the Chen family members found out that Chen Yuaner had sneaked out last night. Before they had the chance to report, the mayor Zhang Tingyun's son Zhang Tianyao had already brought Chen Yuaner to their doorstep. Snort. Looking at the Chen family members in front of him who seemed a little at a loss, Chen Tai snorted coldly. Then he didn't ask any more questions and just walked out. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment, then followed. The front yard of Chen Mansion. The second elder of the Chen family, Chen Hai, the third elder, Chen Nan, and dozens of members of the Chen family gathered together. In front of them was Zhang Tianyao, the son of Zhang Tingyun, the mayor of Qingshan town. At this moment, Zhang Tianyao was grabbing the clothes on Chen Yuaner's back and lifting her in the air. In addition, there was a young man in brocade clothes who was about the same age as Zhang Tianyao standing next to him. The boy was a little thin, with a black mole on the left corner of his mouth and a rather wretched face. Behind the young man in brocade clothes were two middle-aged men with stern expressions. The two sides confronted each other. Chen Yuaner was held in Zhang Tianyao's hand, but she still refused to behave. She struggled and cursed, "Zhang Tianyao, you little B*****, you coward, you can't snatch the beauty from me, so you just attack me, right? You wait. When Chen Beiwang comes, I'll see if he doesn't smash your dog paws." Shut up. As Chen Yuaner was talking, Zhang Tianyao shouted angrily, "You little girl, it's okay for you to go to brothels at such a young age, but who was the first to start the fight at Zui Shanglu just now?" Snort. Chen Yuaner snorted coldly and said, "Why did I do that? It's because you two have bad mouths. What right do you have to say that my bid is invalid? I hit you with a cup, and that was considered light. If you do it again, I will let Xiaobei bite you to death. You B*****, you still think you're right. You asked for 30 million low-grade spirit stones right away. Are you trying to steal the beauty? You're clearly just making trouble." "Bullshit, how did I cause any trouble? It's just 30 million, isn't it? Chen Beiwang has plenty of money. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Humph, do you think I want to bullshit you? Chen Beiwang, you better come out here and beat Zhang Tianyao, that coward, to death, you little B*****. Call." Zhang Tianyao took a deep breath and ignored Chen Yuaner. Instead, he looked at the second and third elders of the Chen family in front of him and said, "You all heard it, right? I'm sure you all know what happened. We don't care if your third young lady visits brothels and snatches the most beautiful woman, but you must give an explanation for the fact that she threw a teacup at us." After Zhang Tianyao finished speaking, everyone in the Chen family couldn't help but twitch their lips. Chen Yuaner sneaked out in the middle of the night to visit brothels and even snatched the Oran. What the hell, it's fucked up. Is this what an 11-year-old girl should do? Dozens of people from the Chen family were like this. Chen Tai and Ye Bufan, who had just arrived from a distance, also looked confused and crazy after listening to the conversation between Chen Yuaner and Zhang Tianyao. Especially Ye Bufan. Thinking back to the scene when Chen Yuaner forced herself to sleep with him, and comparing it with the current situation, Ye Bufan realized that he had still underestimated Chen Yuaner. This little Lolita is really tough. An 11-year-old girl actually sneaked out to visit a brothel in the middle of the night. What the hell is this person thinking? Fortunately, this is Qingshan town, and the Chen family has some prestige in Qingshan town. Otherwise, Chen Yuaner wouldn't have gone to brothels to snatch the most beautiful courtesan. There is a 100% chance that she will be mistaken for an Oran. After all, in that kind of place, people don't care whether you are an adult or not. Maybe there are people who just like this and prefer younger ones. Zhang family boy, tell me, what do you want? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Chen Tai had already arrived in front of everyone in the Chen family, and with narrowed eyes, he looked at Zhang Tianyao and asked in a deep voice. No, no, no. Zhang Tianyao shook his head and said with a smile, Elder Chen, you are wrong. You shouldn't ask me what I want. You should ask our young city lord what he wants. Young city lord. The great elder Chen Tai was stunned. That's right. Zhang Tianyao pointed to the young man in brocade clothes beside him and said, this is the young city lord of Canyon City, Wu Linfeng. After a pause, Zhang Tianyao continued, the young city lord originally came to our Qingshan town for the city lord to inspect, but he didn't expect that he would be ambushed by the little girl from your Chen family, and even had his face scratched. This matter if your Chen family doesn't give an explanation, I'm sure the city lord will be the first to disagree. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone in the Chen family present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They never imagined that the young man in brocade clothes beside Zhang Tianyao was actually the young lord of Canyon City. Looking at Wu Linfeng, everyone in the Chen family had heavy expressions on their faces and were extremely nervous in their hearts. Canyon City, young city lord. Although it was just 6 simple words, it made everyone in the Chen family feel a little breathless. After all, these 6 words represent not only identity, but also strength. The Chen family is one of the 3 major families in Qingshan town, but if placed in Canyon City, the Chen family is nothing. Compared with the city lord's mansion, the difference is like heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, the city lord's mansion is not something that the Chen family can afford to provoke. Snort. Without waiting for the Chen family to think about it, Chen Yuaner snorted coldly and said, what a bullshit young city lord. He is just a poor, cowardly fellow like Zhang Tianyao. Shut up. As soon as Chen Yuaner finished speaking, Chen Tai shouted angrily. He glared at Chen Yuaner, then looked at Wu Linfeng, clasped his fists, and said cautiously, so it's the young city lord who's here in person. I'm so sorry for the disrespect. After a pause, Chen Tai continued, the younger generation in my family is ignorant, I hope the young city lord will not blame me. I also hope the young city lord will forgive me for any offense I have caused. In addition, my Chen family is willing to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones to the young city lord to make amends. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Wu Linfeng sneered, then looked at Chen Tai with a playful expression. Does it mean to you that the reputation of my Canyon City lord's mansion is only worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones? Chen Tai's heart tightened. He looked at Wu Linfeng and asked softly, so what does the young city lord mean? I mean, Wu Linfeng touched his chin and said with a smile, it's very simple, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Also, let the beautiful girl named Chen Shui from your Chen family serve me for 3 more days. As long as she serves me well, I can pretend that this incident never happened. If not, humph, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chapter 1951 You Dare to Hurt Me. When Wu Linfeng finished speaking, the threat in his words was already evident. The faces of everyone in the Chen family changed suddenly. 10 million low-grade spirit stones, plus 3 days of service from the clan girl Chen Shui. You know, although the Chen family is one of the 3 major families in Qingshan town, the Chen family's net income per month is actually only about 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10 million low-grade spirit stones are almost the entire income of the Chen family in 3 years. It doesn't seem like much, only 3 years. But what is the reality? That's not how the accounts are calculated. It is true that the Chen family can earn a net income of about 300,000 yuan every month, but can they really accumulate 300,000 yuan every month and 3.6 million yuan every year? Of course not. There are thousands of members in the Chen family. Apart from some daily expenses, there are bound to be other expenses. Sometimes, there may even be a situation where income is not enough to cover expenses in a certain month or several months. In this situation, even though the Chen family has been established in Qingshan town for more than 300 years, in fact, the wealth accumulated by the Chen family over the years is not very much. The Chen family can definitely come up with 10 million low-grade spirit stones. However, these 10 million low-grade spirit stones will definitely cause great damage to the Chen family. After all, withdrawing so many spirit stones at once will inevitably affect the Chen family's various industries. It can be said that Wu Linfeng's condition is completely forcing the Chen family into a desperate situation. That's just the beginning. If Wu Linfeng's first condition was too much to ask, then his second condition was simply difficult to accept and could not be accepted. Let Chen Shui serve him for 3 days. What does it mean to serve? Even a fool would know what Wu Linfeng meant and what he wanted to do. What does he think of Chen Shui? A plaything. If the Chen family had not been afraid of the Kenyan city lord's mansion behind Wu Linfeng, they would have probably beaten him up, or even killed him directly. But he happened to be the young city lord of Kenyan City, and he had the support of the Kenyan city lord's mansion behind him. Therefore, although the Chen family members were angry, they did not dare to act rashly. It was also at this time. Chen Zian, the only son of Chen Nan, the third elder of the Chen family, suddenly whispered something in Chen Nan's ear. Chen Nan's face changed. He glanced at Zhang Tianyao and Wu Linfeng, then came to Chen Tai. Brother. Chen Nan whispered something in Chen Tai's ear. Chen Tai's expression also changed. Because Chen Nan told him that 2 days ago, Wu Linfeng had molested Chen Shui on the streets of Qingshan town. In this case, how could Chen Tai not understand that Wu Linfeng was clearly coming for Chen Shui? Even the so-called Chen Yuaners' actions might have been due to their deliberate guidance. To put it bluntly, they need to create a reason for themselves to attack the Chen family. This is also true. Wu Linfeng is a playboy. After seeing Chen Shui for the first time on the streets of Qingshan town 2 days ago, he had been thinking about possessing Chen Shui. It's a pity that the Chen family is one of the 3 major families in Qingshan town. If he really took Chen Shui by force, the Chen family would definitely not let it go. Once the matter gets out of hand, his father, Wu Qianchuan, the city lord of Kenyan City, will definitely know about it. By then, he will be in big trouble. That is why, even though he could not forget Chen Shui, Wu Linfeng could only suppress the desire in his heart. However, just last night, he and Zhang Tianyao actually met Chen Yuaner in Zui Shanglu. So, after the two of them discussed it, the current scene happened. They can't take Chen Shui by force. But Chen Yuaner took the initiative to provoke them, so it shouldn't be right for them to ask the Chen family for an explanation, right? After a brief silence, Wu Linfeng spoke again, with a playful look on his face. How about it? Have you thought about it? Do you agree or not? After Wu Linfeng finished speaking, Chen Tai clenched his hands into fists. His face was gloomy and his expression was cold. Then Chen Tai took a deep breath, looked at Wu Linfeng and said in a deep voice, "Young city lord, 10 million spirit stones, even if my Chen family sells everything we have, we will definitely get it for you, but I'm sorry that my Chen family cannot agree to your second request." Wu Linfeng's face darkened, and he stared at Chen Tai and asked, "Are you bargaining with me?" "I'm telling you, no way. 10 million, plus Chen Shui serving me for 3 days. Neither of these two conditions can be less." "You." Chen Tai was furious. "You what?" Wu Linfeng cursed angrily. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Either you agree to my terms, or I'll cut off this damn girl's arm." After he finished speaking, Wu Linfeng directly grabbed one of Chen Yuaner's arms. "You dare!" Seeing this scene, Chen Tai shouted angrily. Everyone in the Chen family was also furious. Chen Yuaner struggled and yelled, "Ah, you coward, poor B****, if you have the guts, let me go. I want to fight you in a duel." Unfortunately, Wu Linfeng simply chose to ignore Chen Yuaner's shouting. Looking at Chen Tai, Wu Linfeng chuckled and said, "Do you think I dare?" After saying that, Wu Linfeng started counting down. 10. Chen Tai's eyes were bloodshot and he was extremely angry. 9. After counting to 2, Wu Linfeng said impatiently, "Forget it, seeing your behavior, I know you won't agree. In this case, I won't force you. I will just cut off one of the arms of this damn girl as her apology to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Linfeng was about to take action. "Stop." Seeing this scene, Chen Tai became very anxious. He exclaimed and then rushed directly towards Wu Linfeng, trying to stop him from removing one of Chen Yuaner's arms. But at this moment, something strange happened. Just when Chen Tai approached Wu Linfeng suddenly withdrew his right hand that was holding Chen Yuaner, and then slapped himself directly on the chest. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Puff! Wu Linfeng took 3 steps back and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Something unexpected happened in a flash. Chen Tai froze, looking at Wu Linfeng who was vomiting blood. He was stunned and stupid. The same was true for everyone in the Chen family. For a moment, they couldn't understand what Wu Linfeng was doing. He actually beat himself to the point of vomiting blood. But they soon understood. "You dare to hurt me." Wu Linfeng covered his chest with his left hand, pointed at Chen Tai with his right hand and shouted angrily. Chen Tai still looked confused. What do you mean I hurt you? It was obviously you who hurt yourself. The next second, before Chen Tai and the Chen family could think about it, Zhang Tianyao, who was holding Chen Yuaner, spoke directly and shouted, "Okay, you Chen family are so brave that you even want to kill the young city lord." After he finished speaking, Zhang Tianyao shouted again, "Dad, help me, the Chen family wants to kill the young city lord." Buzz. Hearing this, everyone in the Chen family couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several figures rushed in from outside the Chen mansion. The people who came were the town mayor Zhang Tingyun and several powerful immortal warriors from the Zhang family. Immediately afterwards, dozens of warriors at the Shinpo realm rushed in from outside. After these warriors at the Shinpo realm came in, they directly surrounded the Chen family. They reacted quickly and moved in one go, and it was obvious that they were well prepared. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Chen family felt a shock in their hearts. A game within a game, a series of traps. They seemed to have fallen into a trap. Chapter 1952, Fight. Before the Chen family could think about it, Zhang Tingyun looked at them and said righteously, "Chen Tai, you Chen family are so bold. In broad daylight, you actually dare to openly murder the young city lord of Kenyan City. Come on, take them all down. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot." Zhang Tingyun waved his hand. Dozens of warriors at the spiritual realm from the town mayor's mansion and the Zhang family were ready to take action immediately. Let's see who dares. Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, instantly let out an angry roar. Immediately afterwards, the martial arts pressure of his 5th level of immortal martial arts exploded. Dozens of Shinpo realm warriors on Zhang Tingyun's side froze in their tracks. Seeing this, Zhang Tingyun looked at Chen Tai and said angrily, "Chen Tai, do you want to rebel?" "Rebel." Chen Tai snorted coldly, looked directly at Zhang Tingyun and said, "If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext." "Zhang Tingyun, don't go too far." "Am I going too far?" Zhang Tingyun sneered. "I think it's you, Chen Tai, and your Chen family who are stubborn and recalcitrant." After a pause, Zhang Tingyun continued, "You openly plotted to murder the young city lord. It would have been fine if you didn't surrender and wait for the city lord's punishment, but you actually dared to resist. Since your Chen family is seeking death, then this mayor will grant your wish. Come on, kill him for me." "Wait a minute." But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded outside the gate of Chen Mansion. Immediately afterwards, Shui Lanshan, the head of the Shui family, rushed in with dozens of people from the Shui family. "Oh." Seeing this scene, Zhang Tingyun sneered, then looked at Shui Lanshan and said, "Brother Lanshan, the Chen family openly plotted to murder the young city lord, and is suspected of collaborating with the enemy and treason against the country, so I advise you, your Shui family should not get involved in this matter." The Chen family plotted to murder the young city lord. And treason against the country. Shui Lanshan was stunned. The same is true for everyone in the Shui family. But they soon understood. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. Zhang Tingyun is 100% framing infinite. Thinking of this, Shui Lanshan looked at Zhang Tingyun and said, "Mayor Zhang, you are too polite. We are all in Qingshan town and we know each other very well. How could the Chen family be colluding with the enemy and betraying the country? I think there must be some misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk?" Snort. After Shui Lanshan finished speaking, Zhang Tingyun snorted coldly and said, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I witnessed with my own eyes the Chen family openly murdering the young city lord. Now, this mayor wants to capture them and send them to Kenyan City to be dealt with by the city lord, but they openly resist. Let me ask, if this is not a guilty conscience, what else can it be? I think the Chen family is plotting a rebellion." Shui Lanshan frowned and said, "In that case, Shui can only accompany Mayor Zhang on this trip." Zhang Tingyun's face darkened and he asked, "Brother Lanshan, what do you mean?" Shui Lanshan said with a smile, "Isn't Mayor Zhang going to take everyone from the Chen family to Kenyan City for questioning? Although my Shui family has little influence, I still want to say a few words in defense of the Chen family. So, Shui can only take the elders of the Shui family and Mayor Zhang with him on this trip. Let the Chen family surrender. Or let Zhang Tingyun's men escort them to Kenyan City alone." Stop kidding. If this were true, by then, before they even reached Kenyan City, the Chen family would have already died, accidentally, on the way to Canyon City. As soon as Shui Lanshan finished speaking, Wu Linfang on the side immediately became anxious. Send everyone in the Shui family to Canyon City. And punish them for treason. Stop kidding. If they really did that, it would definitely alarm other families in Canyon City. In Canyon City, his city lord's mansion is not the only one in power. In order to prevent other families from taking advantage of the situation, even if his father wanted to show favoritism, he was powerless to do so and could only handle the matter impartially. In this case, how can he deal with the Chen family and take advantage of the opportunity to possess Chen Shui? Therefore, the best way to deal with this matter is to kill the witnesses and leave no evidence. Of course, he could also choose to give up and leave. But seeing that success was just around the corner, how could Wu Linfeng be willing to give up so easily? He immediately looked directly at Shui Lanshan, pointed at him, and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask about the affairs of the city lord's mansion? You are the young city lord of Canyon City, right?" After Wu Linfeng finished speaking, Shui Lanshan glanced at him and said, "Of course, my Shui family has no right to interfere in the affairs of the city lord's mansion. However, Shui still wants to remind the young city lord that although we are country folk, we are not easy to mess with. As for you, you are the young city lord of a city. Your status is so precious. Don't let others use you as a pawn in this rural area." As the head of the Shui family, Shui Lanshan is naturally not a fool. Shui Lanshan would never believe that the Zhang family was not behind this matter. To put it bluntly, Zhang Tingyun and the Zhang family wanted to use the young city lord to completely eradicate their Chen and Shui families so that they could dominate the entire Qingshan town from then on. It's a pity that Wu Linfeng didn't appreciate Shui Lanshan's kind reminder. At this moment, the young city lord's mind was full of Chen Shui's beautiful face and graceful figure, so how could he care about these things? "I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here right now, or I'll take care of you too." Pointing at Shuilin Mountain, Wu Linfeng shouted angrily. Shui Lanshan frowned. Zhang Tingyun no longer hesitated. He looked at Wu Linfeng and said, "Young city lord, you may not know this yet, but the Shui family and the Chen family have a close relationship and are even related by marriage for generations. So, I would say that in order to prevent future troubles, it would be better to get rid of them all at once." Shameless B****, a treacherous villain. Shui Lanshan cursed in his heart, then looked at the two middle-aged men behind Wu Linfeng and said, "You two, are you just going to watch your young city lord being bewitched and do nothing? It's a pity that these two people seemed to have heard nothing and didn't react at all." Shui Lanshan had no idea that these two people had actually been bribed by Zhang Tingyun a long time ago. In this case, how could they possibly care about Zhang Tingyun's instigation of Wu Linfeng? To put it bluntly, it's just the Chen family. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. They won't care at all. You. Faced with the silence of the two, Shui Lanshan suddenly became furious. Snort. At this time, Wu Linfeng snorted coldly and said, "Since they are from the same nest, let's destroy them together. Kill." As soon as Wu Linfeng finished speaking, Zhang Tingyun no longer hesitated and shouted directly. "Call out." In an instant, he rushed out. As soon as Zhang Tingyun made a move, other Zhang family warriors in the immortal martial realm also rushed out instantly. War. The immortal martial arts realm warriors from the Chen and Shui families saw that a battle was inevitable, so they no longer hesitated and rushed out to fight with the immortal martial arts realm warriors from the Zhang family. A sudden change. As soon as the immortal martial realm warriors started fighting, the spiritual soul realm warriors from the three families present no longer hesitated. They retreated one after another, and then fought each other again. In an instant, the entire front yard of the Chen family turned into a battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and heavy sounds continued to ring out. Qingshan Town, the three major families, Zhang, Shui, and Chen. There are 9 people in the Zhang family who are at the immortal martial realm. There are 5 members of the Chen family who are at the immortal martial realm, plus a red flame-spotted tiger, Xiao Bei, at the immortal martial realm. There are 5 people in the immortal martial realm from the Shui family. In terms of immortal martial arts combat power, the Chen and Shui families can only compete with the Zhang family if they join forces. This is also the main reason why the Shui family would rather fight to the death than stay out of the matter. Because the Chen and Shui families are not only allies and in-laws, they also rely on each other. When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. If the Chen family is destroyed, the Shui family will sooner or later fall into the hands of the Zhang family. So they had no choice but to unite and fight to the death. At this moment, Chen Beiwang was seriously injured in bed, and there were only 4 immortal warriors left in the Chen family to participate in the battle. Together with the 5 people from the Shui family, there were exactly 9 immortal warriors, and they were in a one-on-one situation with the Zhang family. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Immortals and warriors fought each other, and spirits and souls fought each other. Zhang Tingyun carried Chen Yuan'er and retreated to the side with Wu Linfang. The 2 middle men from the city lord's mansion were guarding Wu Linfang closely. 1 minute later, Wu Linfang said impatiently, "Too slow, Wu Da, go help them and end the battle quickly. I'm still waiting to make out with the beautiful Chen Shui." "Yes, young master." After Wu Linfang finished speaking, one of the middle-aged men beside him responded. Afterwards, the middle-aged man rushed directly towards Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, on the battlefield. His martial arts skills also exploded instantly. Shanwu, 6th heaven. The sudden change shocked the minds of the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families. They had already noticed that the 2 middle-aged men beside Wu Linfang were both warriors in the immortal martial realm. But I didn't expect that one of them would be at the 6th level of Shanwu. You know, among their 2 families, the 2 elders with the highest cultivation level are only at the 5th level of immortal martial arts. The 5th level of Shanwu. The 6th level of Shanwu. Although there is only a gap of 1 level, there is a world of difference between them. At this time, Chen Tai, the elder of the Chen family, did not hesitate any longer and shouted. "Xiao Bei, roar!" In the backyard of the Chen family, a deafening tiger roar suddenly sounded. A moment later, the heat wave hit. In the heat wave, a fiery red figure attacked the middle-aged man who was at the 6th level of the immortal martial realm in the city lord's mansion. This fiery red figure is exactly the Xiao Bei mentioned by Chen Yuan'er, that is, the fairy martial arts realm monster raised by Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, the red flame-spotted tiger. Chapter 1953. If you touch her, I will destroy your entire clan. The 2-meter-tall, several meter long, fiery red tiger rushed straight to Wu Da, the middle-aged man in the 6th level of the immortal martial arts, in the city lord's mansion as soon as it appeared. Seeing the scarlet flame tiger attacking, Wu Da, who was originally rushing towards Chen Tai, froze, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "A demon beast from the immortal martial realm. Call!" The red flame tiger did not stop, but raised its claws and slapped Wu Da fiercely. "You evil beast, you're looking for death." Wu Da shouted angrily, and then slapped out with his palm. Bang! In an instant, the human palm and the tiger palm collided. Wu Da was directly knocked back, and he took 7 steps back with, "Da da da." The red flame tiger pounced again. Wu Da's mouth twitched. Then he glared fiercely at Zhang Tingyun, who was fighting with the 2nd elder of the Chen family not far away. It was not for any other reason, but because Zhang Tingyun had concealed this demon beast from the immortal martial realm from them. Although it was only a demon beast in the immortal martial realm, it directly increased the difficulty of wiping out the Chen and Shui families by several times. However, Wu Da also understood that it was meaningless to worry about these things at this point. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Kill him. In an instant, Wu Dabian and the red flame tiger started fighting each other. The moment she saw the scarlet flame tiger, Chen Yuan'er, who had been held in Zhang Tianyao hand, burst into laughter, and waved her fists and kicked her feet, saying, "Xiao Bei is here, you are dead." "Ha ha ha ha, Xiao Bei, bite him hard, yes, just like that, bite him to death." Chen Yuan'er was so busy cheering and rejoicing that she had no idea that the Chen family was in a life-and-death situation. Bang! At this time, Zhang Tianyao slapped Chen Yuan'er on the head and shouted, "You damn girl, shut up. Zhang Tianyao, you coward, how dare you hit me?" Chen Yuan'er was furious. Zhang Tianyao's mouth twitched. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Yuan'er anymore. As long as the Chen family is destroyed, Chen Yuan'er will be at his mercy. Beside Zhang Tianyao, Wu Linfang couldn't help but feel excited the moment he saw the scarlet flame tiger. "Wu hurry up, help Wu Da capture this scarlet flame tiger. From now on, he will be my exclusive mount." Ha ha ha. A demon beast mount from the immortal martial realm. This is the appearance that my young city lord deserves. As Wu Linfang was speaking, the middle-aged man next to him twitched his mouth. Mount. Still waiting for the meeting. You idiot, are you out of your mind? Do you think the monster can be subdued so easily? Wu despised him and cursed inwardly. But he said, young master, now that Wu Da has joined the war, if I take action again, then won't there be no one around you to protect you? If anything happens to the young master, I won't be able to explain to the city lord, so in my opinion, the young master should wait a little longer. Anyway, the monster can't run away. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Linfang responded repeatedly, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Compared to the monster mount, he obviously values his own life more. However, after just a moment, Wu Linfang began to get impatient again. Why isn't this over yet? Young city lord, I have an idea to end the battle as soon as possible. Zhang Tianyao said with a lewd look on his face. What's the idea? Wu Linfang looked directly at Zhang Tianyao. Hey hey. Zhang Tianyao smiled, and then whispered a few words into Wu Linfang's ear. Wu Linfang's eyes lit up, and then he glanced at Chen Yuan'er in Zhang Tianyao's hands. Zhang Tianyao said at the right time, young city lord, although Chen Shui is beautiful, the little lowly Chen Yuan'er is not bad either. Otherwise why don't we use this little girl to entertain ourselves first? Zhang Tianyao deliberately raised his voice, obviously speaking to everyone in the Chen family. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Tianyao finished speaking, Chen Tai shouted angrily, you dare, beast. Everyone from the Chen and Shui families was also filled with anger and frustration. It's a pity that Zhang Tianyao didn't pay any attention at all. In fact, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Old man, do you think I dare? Zhang Tianyao glared at Chen Tai, then looked at Chen Yuan'er, and said with a playful and teasing look, little girl, don't you like to go shopping in brothels? Today, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as Zhang Tianyao finished speaking, Wu Linfang immediately said, why waste so much time talking? Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Okay. Zhang Tianyao responded and was about to take action. Stop. Seeing this scene, Chen Tai became very anxious and exclaimed. However, his distraction immediately gave the Zhang family's eldest elder an opportunity to seize. In a flash, bang, the eldest elder of the Zhang family struck Chen Tai directly on the chest. Puff, Chen Tai spat out a mouthful of blood and took 7 steps back. Grand elder, second uncle, brother Chen. Seeing this scene, the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families all exclaimed in surprise. Shui Lanshan gnashed his teeth and said, Elder Chen Tai, that guy is deliberately distracting you. Don't fall for his tricks. That's what I said. Doesn't Chen Tai know that Zhang Tianyao is deliberately provoking him to distract him? He knows. But he still couldn't control his emotions. Among the 3 elders of the Chen family, he is the only one who has not married and has no children. All along, Chen Tai has treated Chen Yuan'er as his own granddaughter. Now, seeing that Zhang Tingyun and Wu Linfang were trying to do beastly things to Chen Yuan'er, how could Chen Tai endure it and how could he control his emotions? The next second, the Zhang family's eldest elder took advantage of the victory and rushed forward again. While accepting the challenge, Chen Tai shouted angrily, Zhang family boy, if you dare to hurt Yuan'er, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Tianyao burst into laughter. Old man, do you think I dare? You wouldn't dare. But at this moment, a cold and determined voice suddenly sounded not far away. Well, everyone was stunned. Who? Zhang Tianyao shouted angrily, who dares to say I don't dare? I. Outside the battle circle, Ye Bufan said calmly. He spoke twice in succession, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, everyone present was stunned instinctively. Who is this guy? Except for Chen Tai, Chen En, and Chen Tai, everyone else was a little confused. Although Chen Tai and the other 2 knew who Ye Bufan was, they were still a little surprised. To be honest, they never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly appear here. Also, what did he mean by that? What did he want to do? Before Chen Tai and the other 2 could think about it, Zhang Tianyao had already looked at Ye Bufan and cursed, fuck, where did you come from, you little B******? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Ye Bufan said calmly, you only need to know one thing. What? Zhang Tianyao asked instinctively. Ye Bufan's expression turned cold, and he said, Chen Yuan'er saved my life, so if you touch her, I will wipe out your entire clan. Chapter 1954, Get out of here in 10 seconds, or else die. Chen Yuan'er saved my life, so if you touch her, I will destroy your entire clan. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the whole place fell into dead silence. Zhang Tianyao also stood there in a daze. But it didn't last long. 2 seconds later. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianyao laughed loudly, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "What did you say just now? You said that this little girl saved your life. So, if I touch her, you will destroy my entire clan." "That's right," Ye Bufan responded. "I'm not wrong, sir." Zhang Tianyao yelled angrily, "Where did you come from, you little B*****? Who are you trying to scare? Chen Yuan'er saved your life, right? If I touch Chen Yuan'er, you will destroy my entire clan, right?" Numbness. Bang. Zhang Tianyao slapped Chen Yuan'er on the head and looked at Ye Bufan provocatively and said, "I just touched her, what can you do? Call out." As soon as Zhang Tianyao finished speaking, Ye Bufan moved and turned into a residual shadow. In just a moment, he had passed through the 3 battle circles and came in front of Zhang Tianyao. Zhang Tianyao was stunned when he saw Ye Bufan suddenly appearing in front of him. Ye Bufan didn't pause for a moment and slapped him directly. Bang! A palm as fast as lightning hit Zhang Tianyao's left cheek directly. Zhang Tianyao was confused and dumbfounded. "You're numb." Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tianyao became furious and started cursing. However, Ye Bufan didn't give him the chance to say more. Bang! One palm followed another. Snap! 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 In a flash, Ye Bufan struck Zhang Tianyao 28 times in a row. Zhang Tianyao's head instantly swelled up like a pig's head. He was angry, furious. "I kill you." Zhang Tianyao roared incoherently, then let go of Chen Yuan'er and used both hands to pounce on Ye Bufan with his fangs and claws. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan kicked out without hesitation. This kick was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. Bang! Before Zhang Tianyao could get close, Ye Bufan had already kicked him in the waist and abdomen. A powerful impact. Puff! Zhang Tianyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body flew backwards like a cannonball. Ye Bufan ignored him and moved his body to pick up Chen Yuan'er, who was about to fall to the ground. It was also at this time. Boom! There was a loud bang. Zhang Tianyao's body hit the wall of Chen's front yard directly. In an instant, the wall collapsed. Countless stones buried Zhang Tianyao, leaving only his head and feet exposed. You. Staring at Ye Bufan, Zhang Tianyao wanted to say something, but suddenly he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he fainted. This all seems long, but in fact, from Ye Bufan beating Zhang Tianyao to Zhang Tianyao being kicked and falling unconscious, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. Changes between breaths. The whole place was dead silent. Half a meter away from Ye Bufan, Wu Linfang and Wu both looked confused. Although the others were still fighting, all their attention was focused on Ye Bufan. At this time, Chen Yuan'er suddenly cheered. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, you fought well, you fought brilliantly, you beat Zhang Tianyao, that coward, that scumbag, to death." Buzz! Chen Yuan'er's sudden cheer brought everyone in the audience back to their senses instantly. Son of AB***TCH. Beside Ye Bufan, Wu Linfang cursed angrily, then retreated behind Wu and said, "Wu, kill him." "Yes, young master." Wu responded and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. As for Ye Bufan's strength, it was not even within Wu's consideration. After all, Zhang Tianyao is just a dandy young man in the heavenly fate realm. Although Ye Bufan was able to defeat him instantly, this didn't mean anything. In Wu's eyes, at Ye Bufan's age, at best he would be at the spiritual soul realm. How could a mere Shenpo realm be a match for a powerful warrior of the 5th level of Shanwu? Stop kidding. Wu was confident that he could kill Ye Bufan in a matter of minutes. It has to be said that empiricism is deadly. Ye Bufan is indeed not very old, but he is a genuine Tai strongman. Although I'm injured now, but a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Wu's underestimation of the enemy at this moment is destined to become his greatest tragedy. Die. In front of Ye Bufan, Wu slapped out with his palm, attacking Ye Bufan's forehead directly. However, Ye Bufan just stood there, turned his head, and easily avoided Wu's seemingly fatal palm. The palm strike missed and Wu was slightly distracted. Ye Bufan said 2 words lightly. Court death. Wu was instantly furious. Just as he was about to attack, Ye Bufan's left knee suddenly lifted up. Not good. Wu Er was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he had already lost the initiative and had no time to dodge. Bang! Ye Bufan's left knee slammed into Wu Er's waist and abdomen. Ah! Wu Er howled in pain, then his body bent instinctively. At this time, Ye Bufan moved lightly and came directly to the right side of Wu Er's body. Then, Ye Bufan slapped Wu Er's back with his right hand. Wu Er's heart was trembling and his scalp was numb. At this moment, he clearly realized that the young man in front of him was not a warrior in the Shinpo realm at all. He was also in the Shanwu realm like himself. In fact, he is at the peak of the 8th or even 9th heaven's immortal martial realm. Unfortunately, it's too late. Bang! Ye Bufan slapped Wu Er on the back. There are no fancy martial arts or moves, only simple and brutal force to crush. Puff! Wu Er spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that under this palm, all his internal organs had been shattered. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Wu Er's body crashed head-on and hit the ground. Ka ka ka! The ground cracked instantly. Puff! Wu Er spat out another mouthful of blood, and then fainted, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. In a flash, Wu Er, who was at the 5th level of immortal martial arts, was crushed by Ye Bufan's palm and was defeated instantly. The whole place was dead silent. If Ye Bufan's complete defeat of Zhang Tianyao just now only shocked everyone, then at this moment, everyone was filled with overwhelming shock. You know, Wu Er is a powerful warrior at the 5th level of the immortal martial arts realm. But such an existence was actually crushed by this young man with just one palm. How strong is this boy? The 8th level of Shanwu. 9 levels of immortal martial arts. Or has he surpassed the Shanwu realm and reached the Tai realm? Gurgle. Thinking of this in their hearts, everyone couldn't help but swallow. The original melee between the 3 major families also came to a halt instantly. Everyone's strange eyes were fixed on Ye Bufan. In front of Ye Bufan, Wu Linfang also widened his eyes, looking at Ye Bufan in shock, horror, and fear, and said tremblingly, You, who are you? Roll. Ye Bufan glanced at Wu Linfeng and roared at him angrily. Bang! Wu Linfeng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Ye Bufan ignored it. He turned around, and swept a cold gaze over everyone present, then said without question, Everyone, get out within 10 seconds, otherwise die. Chapter 1955, Repel the Enemy. Everyone, get out of here within 10 seconds. Otherwise die. Ye Bufan's stern voice resounded throughout the venue, causing everyone present to tremble involuntarily. Especially the Zhang family. Originally, they thought that this time they would be able to completely resolve the issue with the Chen and Shui families. After all, this time in addition to their Zhang family, there are also 2 powerful helpers, Wu Da and Wu Er, who are beside Wu Linfeng, the young city lord of Kangyan City. But who would have thought? Not long after the battle between the 2 sides began, a young man of unknown origin suddenly appeared from the Chen family's side. This young man instantly defeated Wu Er, who was at the 5th level of the immortal martial arts realm. Nowadays, Wu Er's life and death is unknown. The young man yelled at them again and told them all to get out within 10 seconds. It can be said that in the eyes of everyone in the Zhang family, Ye Bufan has become too crazy. They were angry and even more furious. What to do? If it had been in the past, everyone in the Zhang family would have killed Ye Bufan outright. But the current situation is, they witnessed with their own eyes the scene where Ye Bufan instantly defeated Wu Er. Can people like them contend with such strength? Stop kidding. In their opinion, if Ye Bufan wanted to take their lives, it would be like crushing an ant to death. It is also for this reason that everyone in the Zhang family has begun to consider withdrawing. But if they just retreated like this, they would feel unwilling. After all, they have waited for this opportunity for too long. Immediately, Zhang Tingyun secretly winked at an elder of the Zhang family who was at the 2nd level of immortal and martial arts. The elder understood and looked directly at Ye Bufan, saying, Young brother, you are not from the Chen family, or even from Qingshan town, right? Ye Bufan ignored it. The Zhang family elder continued, Little brother, you have also seen that this time the Chen family offended the young city lord, which is equivalent to offending the entire Kangyan city lord's mansion. Little brother, you have no relationship with the Chen family, so there is no need to become an enemy of the city lord's mansion just for the Chen family, right? The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. The elders of the Zhang family obviously wanted to use the power of the city lord's mansion to scare Ye Bufan away. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at him with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Zhang family elder's heart trembled. He was nervous, anxious, and even a little scared. But even so, he gritted his teeth and said, "Little brother, you don't know that the Lord of Kangyan City is a Tai sixth heaven supreme power, and there are more than one Tai powerhouse in the Lord's mansion. Are you blackmailing me?" Ye Bufan sneered and said, "A mere Tai is worthy of being called the strongest." Buzz. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was shocked. Is Tai worthy of being called the strongest? What's the meaning? Could it be that this young man's cultivation has surpassed the Tai realm? Die. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly said in a cold voice. After saying this, Ye Bufan put Chen Yuaner down, then moved and rushed straight towards the elders of the Zhang family. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan had arrived in front of the Zhang family elder who was at the second level of immortality and martial arts. Afterwards, Ye Bufan did not hesitate, and directly slapped out with his palm. Something happened in a flash. Everyone in the Zhang family was shocked. Zhang Tingyun even shouted urgently, "Little brother, please show mercy." "It's a pity, will Ye Bufan listen?" Of course not. Ye Bufan's palm was fast, fierce and powerful. The Zhang family elder's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time. He could only cross his hands over his head to block Ye Bufan's sudden and swift palm. In an instant, Ye Bufan's palm fell. Simple, yet brutal. Bang! Ye Bufan's palm collided with the arms of the Zhang family elder, and a dull and heavy sound was heard. Crack, crack. The bones in both arms of the Zhang family elder were shattered instantly. Ye Bufan's palm remained as powerful as ever. Bang! A palm slapped down on the forehead of the Zhang family's elder who was at the second level of immortal martial arts. Bang! Bang! Under the powerful impact, the Zhang family elder fell down, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, and his two calves were completely embedded in the ground. At the same time, blood flowed out of the mouth, nose, ears, and eyes of the Zhang family elder. Bleeding was coming out of all his orifices, and he was completely lifeless. Ye Bufan used an extremely violent method to kill the Zhang family elder who was at the second level of immortality and martial arts. Shocking, dead silence. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow. Zhang Tingyun glared at Ye Bufan, gritting his teeth, and was extremely angry. He had clearly asked Ye Bufan to show mercy, but unexpectedly, Ye Bufan still killed the other person. This is a warrior in the immortal martial realm. There are only 9 immortal warriors in the entire Zhang family. Now, the Chen and Shui families are fine, but his Zhang family has lost a fairy warrior. Zhang Tingyun felt as if his heart was stabbed and the blood was flowing unstoppably. Ye Bufan ignored him. He glanced at all the Zhang family members present and said, "You have the last 5 seconds, 5-4. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone in the Zhang family couldn't help but be shocked. Even Zhang Tingyun is no exception. After 10 seconds, no one will be left. They have already witnessed Ye Bufan's strength. It can be said that if he kills someone, no one present will survive. Goodbye." Immediately, Wu Da said something and flashed to the side of Wu Linfeng, who was already frightened to death. Then he grabbed Wu Linfeng with one hand and lifted up Wu whose life or death was unknown, with the other hand and left the Chen family directly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Zhang family no longer hesitated. Withdraw. They all fled out of the Chen mansion as fast as they could. He was afraid that if he was a step late, Ye Bufan would kill him on the spot. Of course, even if he escaped, Zhang Tingyun would not forget his son Zhang Tianyao. As for the Zhang family's elder who was in the immortal martial realm, he was ignored by everyone in the Zhang family. Seeing the Zhang family fleeing, Chen Yuaner immediately became anxious. Don't leave, Xiao Yi, hurry up, catch Zhang Tianyao, the coward." After hearing this, the Zhang family members not only did not stop, but ran faster and faster. Everyone in the Chen and Shui families was confused and speechless. Ye Bufan turned his back to the Zhang family and ignored Chen Yuaner. 2 seconds later, everyone in the Zhang family has fled the Chen family mansion. Chen Yuaner was furious. She came directly in front of Ye Bufan. Bang! Then Chen Yuaner kicked Ye Bufan on the calf, raised her head, looked at him, put her hands on her hips and said, "Little Yi, didn't you hear what I just said? Why did you let Zhang Tianyao, that coward, go?" Seeing this scene, everyone from the Chen and Shui families twitched their lips and felt inexplicably nervous. What does it mean that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? What does it mean that only the ignorant are fearless? Chen Yuan'er is now. Ye Bufan could kill a Zhang family elder who was at the second level of immortal martial arts with just one palm strike. This shows how unfathomable he is. Can a strong person of this level be blasphemed and provoked at will? Besides, he just saved everyone from both our families. How could you treat him like this? Yuan'er, don't be rude. Immediately, Chen Tai, the eldest elder of the Chen family, harshly rebuked Chen Yuan'er. Then he immediately looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his hands together and said, "Little brother." Puff. As soon as Chen Tai opened his mouth, Ye Bufan suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1956, Pretend to be bluffing, no choice. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Especially Chen Yuan'er. She was standing in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed all over her body. Little brother Ye. The next second, Chen Tai came to his senses and stepped forward to support Ye Bufan. Only then did he remember that Ye Bufan was still seriously injured. Chen Tai said this, but others didn't know Ye Bufan's true situation. Looking at Ye Bufan, they were all stunned and bewildered. Fine. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "It's just a minor injury." Just a minor injury. Chen Tai's mouth twitched. Although Ye Bufan's injuries have recovered more than before, many of his internal organs and flesh are still in a broken state. Can this be called a minor injury? However, this also made Chen Tai more deeply aware of Ye Bufan's unfathomable nature. Even with such serious injuries, he could still kill warriors at the second level of immortality and martial arts in seconds. What if he wasn't injured? Chen Tai simply didn't dare to imagine it. The next second, Chen Tai spoke again, with a look of concern on his face. "Little brother, let me help you to rest first." Need not. Ye Bufan smiled and refused. "You probably still have something to discuss, so just go about your business. Besides, my injury is not serious anymore, so I can leave on my own." This. Chen Tai hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, if you need anything, just let me know." Ye Bufan nodded and walked straight to the backyard. But at this moment, Chen Yuan'er suddenly shouted angrily, "Xiao Yi Zi, you sprayed blood all over my face again. Stop right there." After saying that, Chen Yuan'er chased after him. Unfortunately, she had just taken 2 steps when she was pulled back by Chen Tai. "Second grandfather, what are you doing? Let me go. This time, I will teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of not listening." Chen Yuan'er said angrily. Everyone's mouth twitched. Lesson? Who is teaching whom a lesson? Chen Tai's face darkened and he said, "Yuan'er, is your confinement time up?" Well, Chen Yuan'er was stunned and pretended to be confused. "Confinement? What confinement?" Snort. Chen Tai snorted coldly and said, "Do you know how much trouble you have caused this time?" Although this incident was not entirely Chen Yuan'er's fault, it was caused by her after all. If Chen Yuan'er stayed at home obediently. If Chen Yuan'er hadn't gone to Zui Shanglu. So, whether it is the Zhang family or Wulin Feng, will they have the opportunity to attack the Chen family? They didn't. Their names are not right and their words are not in order, so at least they dare not act rashly. But now, Chen Yuan'er was actually helping the Zhang family in disguise. If it weren't for Ye Bufan, the Chen and Shui families might really be finished this time. And this matter is not over yet, at least the Zhang family and Wulin Feng may not give up. Of course, what Chen Tai could not accept the most was that Chen Yuan'er, an 11-year-old kid, actually sneaked into a brothel in the middle of the night to compete with others for the title of most beautiful woman. Damn, how old are you? And you are still a girl. Visit Qinglu. Stealing the Oran. Is this what you should do? Someone come. Thinking about this, Chen Tai shouted angrily, "Take this little girl back to her room and lock her up. Send someone to watch her 24 hours a day. She is not allowed to step out of the room without my permission." Chen Yuan'er was stunned. This was the first time that Chen Tai got angry with her since she could remember. That was why Chen Yuan'er stopped making a fuss and didn't say anything more. Afterwards, 2 maids took Chen Yuan'er directly away from the front yard. Call. After Chen Yuan'er left, Chen Tai let out a long sigh. At this time, other people also gathered around. The elder of the Shui family said, "Brother Chen, Yuan'er is still young after all, and this time it's not all her fault. Even if she wasn't there, the Zhang family would find other excuses to attack us, so don't take it to heart." Am I angry about this? Chen Tai said, I was angry that she went to Qinglu to compete with others for the most beautiful woman. She's 11 years old and still a girl. Is this what she should do? When Chen Tai said this, the eldest elder of the Shui family couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So did everyone else. It had only been a few days since the last time she slept with a man, and Chen Yuener was even in solitary confinement, but she suddenly went around visiting brothels and snatching the most beautiful woman. This Nima. No one would not be angry. Forget it, let's not talk about her. After a moment, Chen Tai shook his head and frowned. Let's talk about the current situation first. I'm afraid the Zhang family won't just let it go. Why? Hearing this, everyone sighed and fell silent again. If it was just the Zhang family, it would be nothing, but it happens that a young city lord is involved. There's nothing wrong with being a young city lord. But after all, this young city lord has the support of the city lord's mansion of Kenyan City. With the strength of the Chen and Shui families, how can they compete with the city lord's mansion? Thinking in his heart, Shui Lanshan suddenly looked at Chen Tai and said, Uncle Tai, who was that young man just now? As soon as Shui Lanshan said this, everyone else present looked at Chen Tai. Ye Bufan's strength is unquestionable. But unfortunately, none of them knew Ye Bufan. Chen Tai did not hide anything about this and directly told everyone about Ye Bufan's story. Everyone in the Shui family is fine. But after hearing this, everyone in the Chen family was stunned and dumbfounded. Is this young man the living dead in the backyard who caused Chen Beiwang to lose his left hand? How is that possible? It doesn't mean that he is about to die. Chen's backyard. After Ye Bufan left the front yard, he went straight back to his room. He had no choice but to take action just now, which aggravated his injuries a little, but Ye Bufan did not regret it. After all, the Chen family saved his life. What's more, although his injuries worsened, Ye Bufan also gained a lot of benefits. Yes, that's the benefit. This benefit is nothing but luck. Defeating Wu Er and instantly killing the Zhang family's immortal martial realm elder brought Ye Bufan a lot of luck. When Ye Bufan went out before, he had consumed all the luck in the Hongmeng Tianian, but now, the luck of the Hongmeng Tianian has exceeded 1000 and reached 1085. It is impossible for only 100 Taikang dragons and snakes to obtain so much luck in such a short period of time. Most of this good fortune came from Wu Er and the Zhang family's elder who was in the immortal martial realm. When defeating Wu Er, Ye Bufan gained more than 300 points of luck. When killing the Zhang family's immortal martial arts realm elder, Ye Bufan gained more than 400 points of luck. These two people together provided Ye Bufan with more than 800 luck. Of course, there is also Zhang Tianyao. It's just that Zhang Tianyao didn't bring much luck to Ye Bufan, so it can be ignored. More than 800 luck points are enough to support Ye Bufan's 5 healing sessions. So, although Ye Bufan's injuries were a little more serious, he actually gained something. Looking at the more than 1000 lucks in the Hongmeng Tianian, Ye Bufan did not hesitate any longer and started to heal his wounds directly. More than 2 hours later, more than 1000 points of luck have been consumed, and Ye Bufan's injuries have recovered by about 60%. Compared to the previous half, Ye Bufan recovered almost 10% this time. That was why Ye Bufan couldn't help but sigh. If I had killed all those people from the Zhang family just now, I would have been completely healed from all my injuries, right? I might even have had some extra luck. What a pity. It's really a pity. It's not that Ye Bufan doesn't want to kill, but he can't and shouldn't kill. First, his physical condition does not allow it. Killing the Zhang family elder who was at the second level of immortality and martial arts was the limit of what Ye Bufan could do. If Ye Bufan were asked to kill another person instantly, he would not be able to do it at all, and would instead expose the fact that he was seriously injured. Second, the city lord's mansion. If the Zhang family was destroyed, or if the young city lord Wu Linfeng was killed or injured, then the city lord of Kenyan City would inevitably be alarmed. With Ye Bufan's current physical condition, he is simply unable to fight against a warrior in the Tai realm. Once the city lord is angered, both he and the Chen and Shui families will be defeated and destroyed. So under the circumstances at that time, Ye Bufan could only try his best to scare the Zhang family away. He had no other choice. It's a pity that no one in the Zhang family is aware of Ye Bufan's condition and thoughts. Otherwise, they would have fought to the death and would not have retreated as easily as they are now. Ye Bufan was thinking, when suddenly the voice of Chen Tai, the elder of the Chen family, came from outside the door. Brother Yi, can we come in? Chapter 1957. Just destroy it. Brother Ye, can we come in? Hearing the question from the Chen family elder, Ye Bufan walked down from the and said, come in. The next second, the door was pushed open and the eldest elder of the Chen family walked in first. Soon after, the second elder and the third elder of the Chen family, as well as Shui Lanshan and the first elder of the Shui family also followed in. Looking at Ye Bufan, they couldn't help feeling a little reserved and a little emotional. Who could have thought that Ye Bufan could have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age? Especially the second and third elders of the Chen family. It was they who had previously stopped Chen Beiwang from using the third-grade elixir to treat Ye Bufan. After all, in their opinion, there was no need to continue wasting the Chen family's resources for a dying person. But they didn't expect that in the end it was this dying man who saved their lives. That is why they felt deeply moved but also a little embarrassed and ashamed. At this time, the elder of the Chen family looked at Ye Bufan and asked, little brother, this injury, is it not serious? Thank you for your concern, great elder. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, my injuries are no longer serious. This is also true. In 2 days at most, Ye Bufan's injuries will be completely healed. That's good, that's good. The Chen family's eldest elder responded, and then looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan could only say, Grand Elder, if you have something to say, just speak up. This. Chen Tai hesitated for a moment. Bang! The next second, he knelt down on one knee in front of Ye Bufan. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, the other 4 also knelt on one knee in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was stunned. Grand Elder, and everyone else, what are you doing? Please stand up quickly. Looking at the 5 people, Ye Bufan said hurriedly. It's a pity that Chen Tai and others simply ignored it. Facing Ye Bufan, Chen Tai clasped his fists and said, little brother Ye, no, Master Ye, from today on, our Chen and Shui families voluntarily submit to Master Ye and become his vassals. Although this is beyond our reach, I hope Master Ye will grant my wish. After Chen Tai finished speaking, the other 4 people said in unison, please help us, Master Ye. Surrender to Ye Bufan. This is the result of discussion and careful consideration between the Chen and Shui families. In their opinion, if they offended Wulin Feng, it would be equivalent to offending the city lord's mansion of Kangyan City. With the strength of the Chen and Shui families, they are simply unable to compete with the Kangyan City lord's mansion. So their only way out was to seek refuge from Ye Bufan. But Ye Bufan couldn't stay in Qingshan town forever. What to do? They had no choice but to rely on Ye Bufan, or become vassals of the forces behind Ye Bufan. After all, in their eyes, Ye Bufan has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age, so he must be from a big family or a big force. Quote. What are you doing? Looking at the sudden actions of the 5 people in front of him, Ye Bufan was stunned again. But he soon understood. The Chen and Shui families obviously wanted to seek shelter in this way. Ye Bufan immediately shook his head and said, everyone, you don't have to do this. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, the Chen family has done me a favor. I will definitely not sit idly by and watch the Chen family's affairs, so you should get up first. This. Chen Tai and others were slightly stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Ye Bufan. Chen Tai said, so Master Ye agreed. Promise what? Promise our 2 families to submit. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said, Great Elder, you misunderstood. I said that I would not sit idly by and watch the affairs of the Chen family, but I did not say that I would accept your surrender. After all, I am alone at the moment, and I am used to being an idle cloud and wild crane. I have no idea or plan to recruit other people. Are you alone? Upon hearing this, Chen Tai and others were all stunned. Any questions? Ye Bufan asked. This. The 5 people hesitated. Chen Tai said, young Master Ye has no family or sect behind him. Family. Sect. Ye Bufan knew that Chen Tai and the others had mistaken him for a member of a large family, so he shook his head and said, Great Elder, you misunderstood. I am just a lone man with no family or sect behind me. How is that possible? Chen Tai and others looked surprised and suspicious. That's the truth. Ye Bufan smiled and said, okay, you guys should get up first. I said I will not sit idly by and watch the Chen family's affairs, so I will definitely take care of it to the end. But, Chen Tai hesitated for a moment, then said, in this case, I have an unwelcome request, and I hope young Master Yi will agree to it. Just say it directly, Great Elder. I would like to ask Major General Yi to take all the women and children of my Chen and Shui families away from Qingshan town and find a new place to settle them. If possible, I hope that Major General Yi can take care of them in the future. Why is that? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Chen Tai sighed and said, Young Master Yi, you don't know that the young city lord of Kangyan City is a well-known playboy in the jurisdiction of Kangyan City. He will not let it go after suffering a loss in our Chen family this time, and he will definitely come back again. By then, we will no longer be facing just the Zhang family, but maybe facing the entire City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, there are hundreds of immortal warriors alone, and there is more than one Tai. We originally thought that young Master Yi had a big family or a big sect backing him up. If this is true, then the City Lord's mansion will not dare to act rashly. But now, Chen Tai did not continue speaking, but his meaning was very clear, that is, Ye Bufan alone would never be able to compete with the entire Kangyan City Lord's mansion. Just because of this, after Chen Tai finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled and said, Great Elder, you worry too much. What's the meaning? Chen Tai was stunned and puzzled. Great Elder, do you know why I didn't kill the young City Lord and all the people from the Zhang family before? Why? That's because. Ye Bufan dragged out his voice, with a playful look on his face. First, I was injured. Under the circumstances at that time, killing one of them was already the limit. If I went any further, the situation would be out of control, so I could only scare them off temporarily in this way. Secondly, and most importantly, my injuries now put me in a very passive position, so I need some time to recover from them. If we had killed the young City Lord directly at that time, it would have definitely angered the City Lord of Kangyan City. In his rage, the City Lord might have come to our door right now. But now, after the previous incident, although you have completely offended the young City Lord, at least he will not dare to act rashly again in the short term. Let's take a step back and say that even if this young City Lord is eager to take revenge, what about the City Lord's mansion? Are all the people in the City Lord's mansion, including the City Lord, fools? The unknown is always the most terrifying. Before they know the true situation of this young master, even if they want to vent their anger for the young City Lord, they will definitely not dare to act rashly. After all, this is just a minor conflict, not an unbearable feud. And this buys me some time. In 2 days, or even less than 2 days, my injuries will be completely healed. At that time, it would be fine if they didn't come, but if they dared to come again. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and said, who cares if he's the young City Lord or the City Lord's mansion? Just destroy them. Chapter 1958 Zhang Tingyun's plan. No matter if he is the young City Lord or the City Lord's mansion, just destroy him. When Ye Bufan said this, Chen Tai and others were all shocked. There was even a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan. Who cares if he is the young City Lord or the City Lord's mansion, just destroy it. This tone and this confidence had a significant impact on Chen Tai and the other 4. After a moment, the 5 people came back to their senses. Chen Tai was a little bit unbelievable and said, Master Yi, could it be that you are a strong man in the Tiangong realm? Tiangang realm. Ye Bufan shook his head, no. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, however, they are just a few Tai's. I can still deal with them. It is not difficult to kill them. This is the truth. Ye Bufan was not shooting in vain. Although he himself was only at the Taiyi level, when he achieved the status of God Lord in the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds, Ye Bufan used the Hongmeng Emperor scripture as a medium, and combined with the 9 elements and 5 laws to forge the Hunyuan Dao body, which is what God Slayer said was the supreme Dao foundation and perfect flesh body. Possessing the Hunyuan Daoist body, Ye Bufan can definitely crush warriors of the same level with ease. In addition, the martial arts he mastered are all earth level or even heaven level in the Hongmeng world. A combination of both. Even if Ye Bufan is only at the 11th level of Tai heaven, he can definitely compete with warriors at the 6th or 7th level of Tai heaven, and even defeat them. That's just the beginning. Due to the special nature of Tianyuan Yushin Ju, although Ye Bufan cannot practice it without luck, if he has enough luck, Ye Bufan can even make breakthroughs and improve continuously within a day. In this case, if Wulan Feng, the young City Lord, failed to ask his father, the City Lord of Kangyan City, to take direct action, then all the helpers he invited would become nutrients for Ye Bufan's improvement. To put it bluntly, he is directly aiding the enemy. As time goes by the time the city lord of Kangyan City takes action personally, Ye Bufan's cultivation level will probably have far surpassed him. At that time, if Ye Bufan wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Therefore, in Ye Bufan's view, the so-called city lord's mansion is nothing at all. As long as Tian Gang does not come out, he will not be afraid of anyone. Of course, the prerequisite is that Ye Bufan's injuries can be completely healed. Otherwise, with Ye Bufan's current situation, he can only bully the Shanwu realm. As for the Tai warriors, he can only run away. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Tai and others were still a little dazed. Although Ye Bufan personally admitted that the fact that he was not a Tiangong warrior made Chen Tai and others feel a little disappointed, it didn't matter. Even if he was not a Tiangong warrior, Ye Bufan could still be the 9th level of Tai, or the 8th level of Tai. For them, the calmness and confidence shown by Ye Bufan alone was enough. Of course, they didn't know that Ye Bufan's real cultivation level was only the Tai level. If they knew, they would definitely not be as relaxed as they are now. Ye Bufan certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to tell them that he was only at the Tai level. After all, realm is not important, and realm cannot fully represent combat effectiveness. After a moment, Chen Tai looked at Ye Bufan and said, "In that case, my Chen and Shui families would like to thank young Master Yi first. If you need our families in the future, please just ask. Even if it means risking our lives, we will do our best to help you." "Great Elder, you are too kind," Ye Bufan said. "As I said before, the Chen family has done me a favor. I will do my best to help the Chen family. So, please don't mention these polite words anymore, Great Elder. Also, please stand up quickly. You are really embarrassing me." "Ha ha ha." Chen Tai laughed loudly. "Then I won't be polite to you, little brother." After he finished speaking, Chen Tai stood up directly, and the other 3 people from Shui Lanshan were no exception. "Is that right?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Chen Tai changed the subject and said, "By the way, little brother, your injury, I wonder if we can help you. If you need anything, just let me know." "My injury? Of course you can help me with my injury. As long as you bring back some warriors or monsters for me to kill, and I have accumulated enough luck, I will be completely healed today." But can Ye Bufan say that? If he really said and did this, he would probably scare Chen Tai and others to death. That was why Ye Bufan could only say calmly, "No need. My injury is not serious. I will recover naturally in 2 days." "Will it heal naturally after 2 days of rest?" Chen Tai was the first one who did not believe this. After all, he knew very well the severity of Ye Bufan's injury. However, since Ye Bufan didn't want to say it, Chen Tai naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. After a brief silence, Chen Tai spoke again, "Little brother, you seem to be getting old, can you get married?" "What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan looked at Chen Tai with strange eyes. "Ahem." Chen Tai pretended to cough lightly and said, "To be honest, there are several children from my Chen and Shui families who are already of marriageable age, but they have never found a suitable partner. If you are unmarried and you like someone, I can help you find a partner. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you are married. After all, you are such an outstanding person, it is normal for you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Messy. Even more embarrassing. "Great Elder, what do you want to do?" "Mayor's mansion." Zhang family. At this moment, in the hall, Wu Da stood in the depths of the hall, pointing at Zhang Tingyun and the elders and stewards of the Zhang family in front of him and angrily shouted, "Zhang Tingyun, didn't you say that there was no risk in destroying the Chen and Shui families? But what is the result? Let's not talk about the monsters in the Shanwu realm for now, what's going on with that young man? Fuck. To kill a martial immortal level 2 warrior with 1 palm strike, he must be at least a martial immortal level 8 or 9 warrior, or even a king of the Tai realm. If you, the Zhang family, don't give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." After Wu Da finished speaking, everyone in the Zhang family was silent. They had indeed deliberately concealed the matter of the demon beast in the Shanwu realm. But Ye Bufan, to be honest, they didn't know that the Chen family actually had such a great god hidden. If they knew, they would not easily take action against the Chen and Shui families. What now? The hatred has been formed. Even if they stop causing trouble for the Chen and Shui families, can the Chen and Shui families just let it go? If it were the Zhang family, they would definitely not let it go like this. Although the young man did not keep them when they were at Chen's house before, the young man himself said that Chen Yuaner saved his life. What if the Chen family uses their favor to force this young man to take action? If this is true, then the Zhang family will surely be defeated and destroyed. So, instead of waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Thinking in his heart, Zhang Tingyun looked at Wu Da and said, Brother Wu, we were indeed not thoughtful enough about the matter of the immortal martial realm monster, but as for that young man, to be honest, we didn't expect it. This was really just an accident. Accident. Wu Da shouted angrily, my second brother Wu is seriously injured and unconscious, and our young city lord is frightened and unconscious. Do you think you can get away with it just by your accident? So what do you want? Zhang Tingyun said, don't forget, you two brothers took advantage of our Zhang family to do this. If the city lord investigates, you two brothers will also be blamed. What do you mean? Wu Da was furious and asked, are you blackmailing me? Aren't you threatening us too? Zhang Tingyun snorted coldly. Wu Da was very anxious. Stop being so you and me. Zhang Tingyun said, I'm telling you this just to tell you that we are now on the same side. The most urgent thing is not to fight among ourselves, but to find a way to calm this matter down. Oh, Wu Da sneered and said, calm down the matter. What matter? Changing the subject, Wu Da said, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you afraid that the Chen and Shui families will come after your Zhang family to settle accounts? That's your Zhang family's business. It has nothing to do with us. After the young city lord wakes up, we will immediately return to Kangyan City. I don't believe that kid will dare to chase him to Kangyan City by then. Why, after something happened, you just want to walk away? Zhang Tingyun sneered and said, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. You're all going to die anyway. If you dare to leave, my Zhang family will immediately report you to the city lord's mansion. If Wu Qianchuan finds out what you did, do you think he will spare you two brothers? Wu Da was very anxious. Zhang Tingyun, don't go too far. I just want us to get through this difficult time together. Zhang Tingyun said calmly. Wu Da gritted his teeth. Call. Then he took a deep breath and said, Zhang Tingyun, it's useless for you to threaten me. My brother Wu was beaten so badly, do you think I don't want revenge? But that guy is at least at the 8th or 9th level of the immortal martial realm, and he might even be at the Tai realm. I'm only at the 6th level of the immortal martial realm. What can I do? Zhang Tingyun smiled and said meaningfully, you can't do anything to him, but in such a huge city lord's mansion, is there no one who can deal with that kid? Chapter 1959 The young city lord is calling for help. Zhang Tingyun smiled and said, you can't do anything to him, but in such a big city lord's mansion, is there no one who can deal with that kid? Wu Da was stunned. He looked at Zhang Tingyun with a strange look and said, there are indeed people in the city lord's mansion who can deal with that kid, but do you think I can ask them to help? In other words, what reason do I have to ask them to help? Isn't there still our young city lord? Zhang Tingyun said with a playful look, if you can't do it, we can ask our young city lord to invite him. Wu Da's mouth twitched. You've already betrayed the young city lord once. Do you want to cheat again now? You are so cruel to use a playboy. Aren't you afraid that once the city lord finds out, he will destroy you and your Zhang family together? Why, brother Wu Da doesn't want to. Looking at Wu Da with a messy face, Zhang Tingyun said with a smile. I don't want to. Is it okay if I don't want to? Wu Da snorted and said, you can do whatever you want, and I will cooperate. Ha ha. Zhang Tingyun smiled and said, that's a happy decision. Let's go find the young city lord now and ask him to go back to the city lord's mansion to find someone. Zhang's backyard. One of the side rooms. After returning from the Chen family, Wu Linfeng was settled here. At this moment, the previously arrogant young city lord was now in a state of disarray. Come to think of it, Wu Linfeng's father is the lord of Kangyan City. In Kangyan City, who dares not give the city lord some face? Naturally, no one dared to provoke Wu Linfeng, the young city lord. For this reason, Wu Linfeng in Kangyan City is like Chen Yuaner in Qingshan town, a completely lawless and unscrupulous person. To put it bluntly, he is a flower in a greenhouse and cannot withstand the wind and rain. In this case, how could he bear being frightened by Ye Bufan like this? Not being scared to death or getting stupid is a blessing in disguise, a miracle among miracles. A moment later, Zhang Tingyun and Wu Da walked in from outside. Looking at Wu Linfeng who was sitting there, dazed and distraught, the two of them looked at each other, with a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. In their eyes, Wu Linfeng is a waste among wastes. Without the identity of young city lord, he would be nothing. Of course, there is nothing we can do if someone is reborn into a good family. The disdain in the two men's eyes disappeared instantly, and then they walked towards Wu Linfeng. Looking at Wu Linfeng, Zhang Tingyun asked with concern, "Young city lord, are you okay? Are you okay? Is it okay?" Wu Linfeng ignored Zhang Tingyun and didn't make any response. Seeing this, Zhang Tingyun didn't care at all, but his face changed and he said angrily, "That kid and the Chen family are really too hateful. They knew the identity of the young city lord, but they dared to be so presumptuous. I think they simply don't take the young city lord or the city lord seriously." After a pause, Zhang Tingyun continued, "That's fine. If this matter gets out, the young city lord will become a laughing stock of the entire Canyon city in the future." Upon hearing this, Wu Linfeng, who was originally distraught, suddenly changed his expression. Zhang Tingyun smiled knowingly and glanced at Wu Da next to him. Snort. Wu Da agreed, snorted coldly, and said, "Let's see who dares to laugh at our young city lord." "Brother Wu, that's not what I meant." Zhang Tingyun said, "Even if those people don't laugh at our young city lord openly, they will definitely gossip about him behind his back. People's words are scary. How can our young city lord face people in the future? Why?" As he spoke, Zhang Tingyun sighed and said, "It's a pity that my Zhang family is not strong enough. Otherwise, my Zhang family would definitely avenge the young city lord. The Chen family, the young man who is suspected to be in the Tai realm, all deserve to die, and all must die." Snort. After Zhang Tingyun finished speaking, Wu Da snorted coldly, "What is the Chen family? What is the Tai realm? Compared with my city lord's mansion, it is nothing." City lord's mansion. Zhang Tingyun shook his head. "The city lord's mansion is strong, but do you dare to alarm the city lord?" "Why?" Wu Da sighed and said, "This matter really cannot alarm the city lord, but what? In my opinion, there is no need to alert the city lord about this matter. The commander of the city guards of our city lord's mansion, Lord Lei Longali, is a strong man of the Tai and second heavens. If he takes action, wouldn't it be more than enough to deal with that kid?" Hearing this, Wu Linfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Tingyun saw it. Although he was happy in his heart, he shook his head and said, "Master Lei Longali. He can indeed deal with that kid, but do you have the ability to ask him to help?" "Why?" Wu Da sighed and said, forget it. I can only accept that I am not as skilled as others. It will be hard for our young city lord and brother Wu. Bang. After Wu Da finished speaking, Wu Linfeng slammed his palm on the table in front of him, then stood up suddenly and said angrily, "What do you mean by count? This matter is not over yet." Zhang Tingyun and Wu Da smiled at each other. Then they looked at Wu Linfeng. Wu Da was surprised and excited and asked, "Young city lord, are you okay? What can happen to you, young master?" Wu Linfeng shouted angrily, "Let's go back to Canyon City." Hearing this, Wu Da pretended to be stunned and said, Young city lord, what are you going back to Canyon City for? You are so fucking." Wu Linfeng cursed and said, "Why are you going back to Canyon City? Of course I'm going to call for help. That brat dared to attack me, can I let him off easily? I will go get Uncle Lei now and let him take care of him." Snort. "When the time comes, I will pull out his tendons and peel off his skin. And the Chen family, I want to wipe out their entire clan." After saying that, Wu Linfeng walked straight out. "No, young city lord." Wu Da grabbed Wu Linfeng and said, "If the city lord knew about this, the young city lord would be punished again. Do you take me for an idiot?" Wu Linfeng broke free from Wu Da's hand, glared at him, and said, "I'm going to find Uncle Lei, not directly to that old guy. When the time comes, I'll ask Uncle Lei to keep it a secret for me. The old guy won't know a thing. Hurry up, let's go." Wu Linfeng said this and ran out of the room. Zhang Tingyun and Wu Da did not stop him, but smiled at each other. Zhang Tingyun said, "Brother Wu, I'll leave the rest to you." "Rest assured." Wu Da said, "Just don't forget your promise." "Of course I dare not forget. Goodbye." Wu Da left 2 words and chased after Wu Linfeng. Hee. Looking at Wu Da who was leaving, Zhang Tingyun sneered and said, "Chen Beiwang, this time I want to see who else can save your Chen family." Chapter 1960. Your son is not a simple person. Killing with a borrowed knife. Zhang Tingyun, the mayor of Qingshan town, has tried every possible means to deal with the Chen and Shui families. It's a pity that the young city lord Wu Linfeng had no idea that he had become a knife in the hands of the Zhang family, a stupid but extremely sharp knife. After leaving Zhang's house, Wu Linfeng took Wu Da and rushed to Kangyan City without stopping. He wanted to go back to the city to call for help. He wants to avenge his previous humiliation. He wants to destroy the Chen family. Chen family residence. As soon as Wu Linfeng left Qingshan town, the Chen family members reported the matter to several elders. Several elders of the Chen family had already guessed that Wu Linfeng would not give up. So they were not surprised that Wu Linfeng suddenly left Qingshan town. In their opinion, Wu Linfeng must have gone back to Kangyan City to call people. If it had happened before, the elders of the Chen family would have been very uneasy about it. But now, with Ye Bufan's guarantee, they didn't care about these things at all. It takes at least 2 days to go from Qingshan town to Kangyan City and back. 2 days later, Ye Bufan's injuries had completely healed. At that time, in Ye Bufan's words, it would be fine if they didn't come, but if they dared to come, they would be destroyed directly. In this case, what does the Chen family have to fear? The backyard of Chen Mansion. The room where clan leader Chen Beiwang is. At this time, Chen Beiwang had woken up and was lying on the bed with a pale face. Ye Bufan sat aside, looking at Chen Beiwang with some guilt and said, "Patriarch Chen, you and I are just casual acquaintances, why are you like this?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Don't worry, this matter is all caused by me. I will definitely find a way to return you a complete arm." Ye Bufan never imagined that Chen Beiwang would actually go to the Star Moon Forest alone and take risks just for a stranger like him. Ye Bufan never expected that Chen Beiwang would lose his left hand because of this. If he had known this, Ye Bufan would never have concealed his situation from Chen Beiwang. At least he would definitely tell Chen Beiwang that his injuries could be completely healed even without any elixir. Unfortunately, it's too late. Now, all Ye Bufan can do is to find a way to make up for it. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang just smiled bitterly. Before Ye Bufan arrived, Chen Beiwang had already heard about Ye Bufan's situation, and he also knew everything about Wu Linfeng. To put it bluntly, the great favor Ye Bufan claimed he had done to him was nothing more than a waste of effort on his part. Instead it was Ye Bufan. If it weren't for him, the Chen family would have ceased to exist long ago. Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang looked at Ye Bufan and said bitterly, "Young Master Yi, your words are too kind. In fact, it should be Mr. Chen and the Chen family who should thank young Master Yi. Good deeds will bring good results. If it weren't for Patriarch Chen's kindness in taking me in, I would have died tragically on the streets. How could he help me?" Ye Bufan said this, and then said, "So, in the final analysis, it was Patriarch Chen who helped me. If we want to express our gratitude, it should be me who thanks Patriarch Chen." This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment. "All right." Ye Bufan said calmly, "Patriarch Chen should just rest and recover from his injuries. As for the matters at the city lord's mansion, leave them to me. I will ensure that your Chen family will be safe." "Thank you very much," Chen Beiwang said in 2 words. Squeak. But at this moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Then, a thin young man came in from outside carrying a bowl of medicine. This young man was none other than Chen Beiwang's second son, Chen Tianlong. Although Chen Tianlong is a useless man, he is also a filial son. When he heard that Chen Beiwang was injured and had a broken hand, he was extremely worried. Later, with the help of the Chen family, he personally prepared medicine for Chen Beiwang, while hungry. At this moment, Chen Tianlong ran directly to Chen Beiwang with the medicine he had just prepared and said, "Dad, it's time to take the medicine." While speaking, Chen Tianlong's stomach was still rumbling. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang felt relieved. Then he looked at Ye Bufan again and found that Ye Bufan was staring at his son's belly with a weird look on his face. Chen Beiwang smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This is my son Tianlong." After a pause, Chen Beiwang continued, "It's embarrassing to say that since Tianlong was born, I, as a father, have not been able to let him have a full meal. Chen Beiwang had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Chen Tianlong. Chen Beiwang was stunned. His voice stopped abruptly. "Master Yi." Then, He looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of puzzled inquiry in his eyes. Ye Bufan ignored him and directly grabbed Chen Tianlong's right wrist. "You, what do you want to do?" After being frightened, Chen Tianlong trembled and spoke in a low voice. "Don't move," Ye Bufan said in 2 words. Chen Tianlong was stunned. "Tianlong, listen to Master Yi." Although Chen Beiwang didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do, he still reminded Chen Tianlong. "Oh." Chen Tianlong responded weakly, and then stopped moving. 2 seconds later, Ye Bufan withdrew his hand, but still looked at Chen Tianlong strangely. "Master Yi, what's wrong?" Chen Beiwang looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look and asked. Ye Bufan looked at Chen Beiwang and said, "Patriarch Chen, your son is not a simple person." Well, Chen Beiwang was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. He naturally knew that his son was not simple, or unusual. After all, when Chen Tianlong was born, there was a King Kong beast roaring in the sky. The scene and the strange phenomenon at that time alarmed all the Tai warriors in Canyon City. Everyone agreed that Chen Tianlong was a unicorn and a peerless evildoer. For this reason, all the Tai powerhouses in Canyon City tried their best to please Chen Tianlong in various ways, and some even wanted to arrange a marriage with Chen Tianlong directly. Unfortunately, after the age of 3, Chen Tianlong not only showed an amazing, even terrifying appetite, but was unable to perform even the most basic training. For this reason, all the Tai strongmen in Canyon City at that time unanimously believed that the strange phenomenon when Chen Tianlong was born was just an accident. He was not a genius, but a useless person. From then on, these Tai strongmen left the Chen family, and Chen Tianlong really became a useless man, a glutton who was never full. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and the strange phenomenon in the world when Chen Tianlong was born has long been completely forgotten by everyone. In the eyes of the people in Qingshan town, Chen Tianlong is a waste and a monster who is never full. But, as a parent, every one of us hopes that his son will become a successful person and his daughter will become a phoenix. As a father, Chen Beiwang is no exception. Now, after Ye Bufan said this, Chen Beiwang immediately became very excited. He forced himself to stand up, looked at Ye Bufan, his eyes full of excitement and desire, and said, "Yi, Master Yi, did you see something?" Chen Beiwang saw this, and Chen Tianlong also looked at Ye Bufan with longing. Ye Bufan said, "Patriarch Chen, let's talk about this matter after your injury has healed." This. Chen Beiwang was stunned. Master Yi. Just as he was about to say something, Ye Bufan had already stood up and helped him lie down again, saying, "Recover well. As for your son, his situation is a bit special. It will be useless even if I tell you now. However, there is one thing I can assure you of. What I am about to tell you is definitely a good thing. It is even a great joyous event for him, you, and your entire Chen family. But remember, words can lead to disaster. Sometimes good things can turn into bad things. So what I am telling you now must be kept secret. Apart from the 3 of us, you must not mention it to anyone else, not even a word." Chapter 1961 Thunder Dragon. But remember, words can lead to disaster. Sometimes good things can turn into bad things. So what I am telling you now must be kept secret. Apart from the 3 of us, you must not mention it to anyone else, not even a word. Buzz. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but be shocked. Although Ye Bufan did not clearly state Chen Tianlong's specific situation, Chen Beiwang was not stupid. He could tell that his son's situation seemed to be somewhat serious. That was why he immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your reminder. I'll take note of it." Ye Bufan responded. Chen Beiwang looked at Chen Tianlong who was standing aside and said, "Tianlong, from today on, you will stay here and take care of daddy." Chen Beiwang's intention in doing this was very clear, which was he himself could remain silent about the matter, but what about Chen Tianlong? After all, Chen Tianlong is still young, and he can't guarantee that Chen Tianlong will not let the cat out of the bag due to carelessness. Therefore, keeping Chen Tianlong by his side and watching him by himself was undoubtedly the best choice. "Oh." Chen Tianlong responded weakly, and then looked at Ye Bufan expectantly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, looked at Chen Beiwang and said, "Okay, I'll take my leave now. Patriarch Chen, please have a good rest." Chen Beiwang responded and said, "Tianlong, send young Master Yi off for daddy." "Oh." Chen Tianlong responded. Ye Bufan didn't say much. At the door, Ye Bufan looked at Chen Tianlong calmly and left. But in fact, Ye Bufan was not calm in his heart, he was even a little shocked and horrified. Just now, the moment Ye Bufan saw Chen Tianlong, the Hongmeng Tianian in his body suddenly vibrated violently. Moreover, Ye Bufan also found that the closer he was to Chen Tianlong, the stronger the vibration became. Ye Bufan then directly grasped Chen Tianlong's right wrist. What did he find? He discovered that the moment he held Chen Tianlong, the Hongmeng Tianian in his body actually showed 10 words, and then transmitted a large amount of information to him. All this information is related to Chen Tianlong. From this information, Ye Bufan not only knew the reason why Chen Tianlong was not full, but also clearly realized Chen Tianlong's almost monstrous talent in martial arts. What is a demon? The catastrophe of the Tao has begun, and there is hope for the Holy Spirit. In the Hongmeng world, martial arts are divided into 9 realms. Destiny, Soul, Immortal Martial Arts, Tai, Tiangong, Yuanfu, Wuji, Daoji, and Holy Spirit. Daoji realm is the 8th realm of martial arts. For ordinary people to cultivate to the Daoji realm is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. But Chen Tianlong, as long as he chooses the right method, he can even achieve Daoji Tianzun within a day. That's right, it takes 1 day to achieve enlightenment. It's so perverted, so cruel. That's just the beginning. Never mind. Ye Bufan felt embarrassed and even too ashamed to think about Chen Tianlong's situation anymore. It's so freaking discouraging. After returning from Chen Beiwang's place, Ye Bufan returned to his room. He really wanted to start practicing right away. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Without a monstrous physique like Chen Tianlong, you can only practice hard. However, the Tian Yuan Yu Shen Ju is too precious. Not only can it only be practiced by relying on luck, but also when the body is injured, the Tian Yuan Yu Shen Ju can only recover all injuries before continuing to practice and improve cultivation. This is a crappy saint-level technique. If it could be changed, Ye Bufan really wanted to change it immediately. Unfortunately, from the moment he started practicing the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, everything was doomed. In this life, Ye Bufan could only practice the Tianyuan Yushan Ju. There's no other way, let's heal our wounds first. Thinking of healing, Ye Bufan couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, the dragons and snakes in Taikang were quite diligent, and earned me more than 200 points of luck. Otherwise, it would be a luxury for me to heal my wounds now. Look at Chen Tianlong again. Damn it. It is really believed that if you compare goods, you will be thrown away. Forget it. I can't think about Chen Tianlong anymore. If I continue to think about him, I'm afraid I'll be angry to death. On top of the green hills. The main city is Kangyan. Kangyan City is one of the 12 main cities of the Star Moon Kingdom, with a permanent population of more than 21 million. The city lord is Wu Qianchuan, a powerful Tai 6th level warrior. In the Hongmeng world, in order to prevent sneak attacks by the demons, most human cities will close all city gates after nightfall and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. As one of the human cities, Kangyan City is naturally no exception. At this moment, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. At the west gate of Kangyan City, above the tightly closed gate, on the more than 50-meter-high city wall, there were still several teams of city guards patrolling back and forth. At this time, not far from the city gate, 2 figures rode their horses galloping towards them. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them were already several meters away from the city gate. These 2 people were none other than Wu Linfang and Wu Da, who came from Qingshan town. Open the door. After arriving outside the city gate, Wu Linfeng shouted directly at the city guards on the city wall. What are you opening? On the city wall, a member of the city guard shouted angrily, don't you know that the city gates are not allowed to be opened after nightfall? If you want to enter the city, wait until the city gates are opened tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you, Mabi. Wu Linfang cursed loudly, open your dog eyes and see clearly who I am. I don't care who you are. The city guard member responded instinctively, then looked down at the city. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it, but once they did, the city guards were immediately scared to death. Because, with the help of the moonlight, the members of the city guard could clearly see Wu Linfang's face. Who is that? That is their young city lord. Oh my god. Immediately, the city guards exclaimed, and then apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, young city lord, I didn't know you were back. Now you know, don't you? I know. I know. Now that you know, why don't you open the door for me? You want to die, don't you? No, 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 I dare not. I will open the city gate for you right now. HMPH, hurry up. Yes, yes, yes. Squeak. After a moment, the city gate opened. Young city lord. The city guard came out from the city with a nervous look on his face. Roll. Wu Linfeng scolded angrily. Drive. The next second, he drove his horse directly into the city without paying any attention to the city guards in front of him. Bang! The city guards dodged in panic and fell to the ground with a thud. Wu Linfeng rode his horse past him. 2 seconds later, Wu Linfeng and Wu Da had already entered the city and left. Call. The city guards breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the direction where Wu Linfeng was going, and said angrily with a gloomy face, "Bah, what a bullshit, young city lord, sooner or later I will throw you to death." Wu Linfeng was completely unaware of the curse from the city guard members. After entering the city, he and Wu Da went straight to the military camp. Kangyan City, military camp. Wu Linfeng and Wu Da rode over on horseback and woke everyone up immediately. But Wu Linfeng obviously doesn't care about these. After entering the military camp, he dismounted and ran directly to one of the independent courtyards. The owner of this courtyard is none other than the commander of the city guards, Lei Long of Tai Realm. Of course, there is also Lei Long's own mansion in Kangyan City, but as the commander of the city guards, Lei Long lives in the barracks most of the time. After rushing into the courtyard, Wu Linfeng ran to the door of one of the rooms with ease. Bang! He didn't say anything and just pushed the door open. At this moment, inside the room, on the bed, a naked, plump woman in her 20s was sitting astride a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The middle-aged man was none other than Lei Long, the commander of the city guards. Ah! The moment the woman saw Wu Linfeng break in, she screamed. The next second, she immediately rolled over from the middle-aged man and got into the bed. Gurgle. Wu Linfeng stood at the door, thinking back to the scene he had just seen, he couldn't help swallowing. At this time, Lei Long had already sat up and looked at Wu Linfeng and said, "Xiao Feng, didn't you go to Qingshan town? Why did you come back so suddenly? And so late? Uncle Lei, let's not talk about this for now." Wu Linfeng said this, and then stared at the woman on the bed, who was hiding under the quilt with only her head sticking out, and asked, "Who is this?" She. Lei Long glanced at the woman and said, "Your Uncle Lei has captured her man, and she wanted to ask you, Uncle Lei, to release him, and now she has come to you on her own initiative." After a pause, Lei Long said, "Why, are you interested? If you like her, let's go together. Isn't this not good?" Wu Linfeng scratched his head and said somewhat unwillingly. "Okay, stop pretending." Lei Long smiled and said, "It's not the first time. Why should we be polite to each other? Come on." Ha ha. Wu Linfeng laughed. "Uncle Lei still understands me. Beauty is in sight." Wu Linfeng completely forgot about taking revenge on Ye Bufan. Chapter 1962. See through. Thunder Dragon is furious. The next morning, "You should step down first." Looking at the woman lying beside him, Lei Long said calmly. "Yes." The woman responded. Then she sat up, covered her chest with the quilt, looked at Lei Long hesitantly and said, "Sir, then my husband." "What's the hurry?" Before Lei Long could speak, Wu Linfeng on the side spoke first. He gently stroked the woman's back with his left hand, and said with a playful and teasing look on his face, "Stay with me for a few more days, and I will naturally let her go for you." The woman's body shook. Lei Long laughed and said, "Why, Xiao Feng, you are not attracted to her, are you?" "Uncle Lei is joking." Wu Linfeng smiled and said, "How could this kind of stuff possibly catch my eye? However, since it's delivered to my door, I'd better take it. So, let's keep it for a few days." Ha ha ha. Lei Long laughed loudly, then looked at the woman beside him and said, "Did you hear everything? Stay with the young city lord for a few more days, and I will release the person for you." Grown-ups. The woman wanted to say something else. Lei Long's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "What are you standing there for? Get out of here quickly." The woman was stunned. "Yes," she responded helplessly, then got up and got out of bed. After that, the woman put on her clothes and left the room. But in the moment before she left, a hint of resentment and hatred flashed in her eyes. Neither Lei Long nor Wu Linfeng were aware of this. Of course, even if they found out, they wouldn't care too much. Just an ordinary woman. Even if she is unwilling, even if she is angry, even if she doesn't want to, what can she do? Xiao Feng, tell me, why did you come back here in the middle of the night last night? After the woman left, Lei Long put his head on his hands and looked at Wu Linfeng and said, "Beauty is in sight." After a night of tiring work, Wu Linfeng almost forgot about what happened in Qingshan town. At this moment, when Lei Long asked this, Wu Linfeng finally remembered. Immediately, he sat up and looked at Lei Long with anger and resentment, saying, "Uncle Lei, my nephew was beaten yesterday. You must avenge him." Oh. Lei Long raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "In the territory of Kangyun City, there are still people who dare to hit you. Don't they know that you are the young city lord of our Kangyun City?" "Uncle Lei, please stop mentioning it," Wu Linfeng said with some resentment. "It would have been better if my nephew hadn't said that he was the young city lord. After he said that, he was almost killed by that guy." Lei Long frowned. Wu Linfeng continued, "Uncle Lei, you don't know, if it weren't for the Zhang family's desperate protection, my nephew might not have been able to come back this time. Uncle Lei, you must avenge your nephew." While speaking, Wu Linfeng did not forget to push Lei Long with a begging look on his face. "Yeah," Lei Long chuckled and said, "Tell me, who dares to be so presumptuous? It's the Chen family and the Shui family from Qingshan town, and a little b** starred whose origins are unknown." Wu Linfeng said with a look of resentment. "The Chen family and the Shui family in Qingshan town." Lei Long groaned, then looked at Wu Linfeng and frowned. "Xiao Feng, is it really as you said? Do the Chen and Shui families really want to take your life?" How could Lei Long not know what kind of person Wu Linfeng is? According to his understanding of Wu Linfeng, if the Chen and Shui families really wanted to take Wu Linfeng's life, and Wu Linfeng had escaped back from Qingshan town, then Wu Linfeng would definitely not have behaved like that last night. This is also true. On the way back last night, Wu Da had already deliberately guided Wu Linfeng. He told Wu Linfeng that after he met Li Long, he should tell Li Long directly that someone wanted to kill him. But who would have thought that after Wu Linfeng met Lei Long, he actually saw that scene? Besides, Wu Linfengbin's life was not threatened at all, so he simply forgot about the matter. Now, Lei Long has discovered the flaw. Faced with Lei Long's questioning, Wu Linfeng was speechless and his eyes dodged slightly. Snort. Seeing this scene, Lei Long sat up and snorted coldly, "Tell the truth." Wu Linfeng's heart trembled. Faced with Lei Long's dissatisfaction, he dared not hide anything anymore and directly told Lei Long everything that happened in Qingshan town. "You're an idiot." After listening to this, Lei Long shouted angrily, "Do you know that you are being used as a gun?" Wu Linfeng was confused and said, Uncle Lei, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Lei Long was furious. "The Zhang family is obviously using you, and you are still thanking them." "How is that possible?" Wu Linfeng said in disbelief. "If the Zhang family is using me, then why didn't Wu Da and Wu warn me?" Call. Lei Long took a deep breath. He had seen many stupid people, but he had never seen anyone as stupid as Wu Linfeng. Snort. Lei Long snorted coldly and said, "Don't you understand such an obvious problem? When you went to cause trouble for the Chen family, Wu Da and Wu had already been bribed by the Zhang family. Although you can leave the Chen family safely, Wu Da and Wu can no longer escape. In other words, they are threatened by the Zhang family, so they can only go all the way and use a fool like you to ask me to help them destroy the Chen and Shui families." Son of AB*TCH. Although Wu Linfeng only understood the general idea, he still cursed angrily, "How dare Wu Da team up with outsiders to use me? I will kill him right now." After saying that, Wu Linfeng ran off the bed. "What are you in such a hurry for?" But at this moment, Lei Long shouted angrily, "Uncle Lei." Wu Linfeng looked at Lei Long with a puzzled look. Lei Long got off the bed and said, "Wu Da and Wu really deserve to die, but the Zhang family of Qingshan town must not let them off easily. How dare you use my nephew Lei Long as a gun? They are seeking death. There is also the Chen family, the Shui family, and the young man of unknown origin that you mentioned. Although they were only passively fighting back, it's not okay to touch my nephew. Come on, get dressed, Uncle Lei will accompany you to Qingshan town now. Don't they want to play? Then Uncle Lei will play with them." Very good. As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, Wu Linfeng was instantly overjoyed. With Uncle Lei's help, that kid is dead for sure. "Who said you, Lei, said you would take action yourself?" Lei Long said with a smile. Ah. Wu Linfang was stunned and asked in confusion, Uncle Lei, if you don't take action, how can your nephew take revenge? Idiot. Lei Long shouted, don't the Zhang family in Qingshan town want to use you as a gun? Then Uncle Lei will let them become the knives in your hands, and let them fight the Chen and Shui families to the bitter end. Uncle Lei, they won't agree, right? No. Lei Long sneered, if they dare not agree, Uncle Lei will kill them personally. Wu Linfang was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said, Uncle Lei, what you mean is let them fight each other, and then we just watch the show. Interesting, isn't it? Lei Long said with a smile. Interesting, very interesting. Wu Linfang laughed, but, Uncle Lei, what about that kid whose origins are unknown? That kid. Lei Long frowned and said, he didn't do anything ruthless to you before, which means he was worried. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of angering our city lord's mansion. In this case, his strength must be limited. In addition, given his age, even if he is a Tai realm warrior, he will definitely not exceed the Tai 3rd level. Although your Uncle Lei only has the cultivation of the 1st and 2nd levels of the Tai heaven, he has gained this level of cultivation by fighting his way up. To put it bluntly, your Uncle Lei has been through hundreds of battles, so it should be easy for him to deal with a young boy like that. Ha ha. Wu Linfang laughed loudly and said, if that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Let's go, Uncle Lei. I can't wait any longer. Your revenge is fake, but your real thought is about your little beauty, right? Hee, Uncle Lei really understands me. I'm not praising her, but that little beauty, tisk tisk, is really prettier than the top girl in Piaoshangyuan in Canyon City. Now that you mention it, Uncle Lei can't wait any longer. Uncle Lei, rest assured, I will keep it to your satisfaction when the time comes. Ha ha. Lei Long laughed loudly, but Wu Linfang changed the subject and said, by the way, Uncle Lei, you will leave Canyon City soon. Will the old man find out? If he finds out, then our business will be in trouble. What are you talking about? What old guy or not? That's your father. Lei Long scolded him and said, but you can rest assured about the city lord. He has already started his retreat yesterday to break through to the 7th level of Tai. He will not be able to come out in a short time, so no one will come to take care of you during this period of time. The old man is in seclusion. Wu Linfang was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. That's great. After saying that, Wu Linfang said again, Uncle Lei, let's set off now without further delay. Chapter 1963, Dragon and Snake Mutation, Destiny Realm Monster. Qingshan Town, Zhang Family. In the hall, Zhang Tianyao looked at Zhang Tingyun with a bruised face and asked, Dad, do you think that a loser like Wu Linfang can persuade the city guard commander? Rest assured. Zhang Tingyun smiled and said, Brother Wu said that the city guard commander loves Wu Linfang very much. There are even rumors in the city lord's mansion that Wu Linfang is the child of the city guard commander and the city lord's wife. So, as long as Wu Linfang asks him, he will definitely help. That would be great. Zhang Tianyao responded instinctively. Etc. Suddenly, he was stunned again and said, Dad, what are you talking about? This loser Wu Linfang was born from the incest between the city guard commander and the city lord's wife. Is that true or false? You ask me, who should I ask? This. Okay, don't ask about this anymore. Whether it's true or not, it has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, if Wu Linfang or other people in the city lord's mansion hear us talking about this, it will be bad. Yes. Zhang Tianyao responded and said, Dad, don't worry, I'm not that idiot Wu Linfang. After a pause, Zhang Tianyao changed the subject and said, I just don't know when this loser Wu Linfang will be able to invite the city guard commander here. What's the hurry? Zhang Tingyun smiled and said, it takes about 2 days to go from Qingshan town to Canyon City and back, and only 1 day has passed. Dad, do you think I can be calm? Zhang Tianyao said eagerly, I couldn't help but feel excited and agitated when I thought that we would soon destroy the Chen and Shui families, and that our Zhang family would soon monopolize the entire Qingshan town. For this reason, I couldn't even sleep the whole night yesterday. Hee. Zhang Tingyun smiled and said, if you really have nothing to do, you can think about how our Zhang family should manage Qingshan town after destroying the Chen and Shui families. Dad, do you need to tell me this? I've already thought about it. Oh, tell me about it. Dad, this is what I think. Zhang Tingyun and his son Zhang Tianyao are imagining a bright future after destroying the Chen and Shui families, but they don't know that they are already on Lei Long's death list. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. After Lei Long entered Qingshan town, the first group he wanted to deal with was the Zhang family. Zhang Jil didn't miss his homeland. Everything remained the same for the Chen and Shui families. For them, it would be best if Wu Linfeng never came back. But what if Wu Linfeng came back and brought people back for revenge? Then they have nothing to be afraid of. With the great god Ye Bufan in charge, if the city lord's mansion wants to fight, they will fight to the end. This is the case for the Chen and Shui families, and Ye Bufan is no exception. It was just a Kangyan city lord's mansion. Ye Bufan didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, Ye Bufan hoped that Wu Linfeng would bring people back for revenge. Why? Because Ye Bufan is poor. This crappy martial art, Tian Yuan Yu Shen Ju, is a top-level holy martial art, but if it is supported by luck, it is nothing. Today, Ye Bufan's injuries are almost healed, and the next step is to practice and improve his cultivation. But how can one cultivate without luck? And how can one improve his cultivation? You know, the luck required for cultivation is much greater than that required for healing. Now even healing an injury requires a lot of effort. If you start practicing in the future, you will starve to death. Luck, luck, luck. For Ye Bufan, the most urgent task is to plunder the fortune of the Hongmeng world as soon as possible. How to plunder? Killing and taking life. This is definitely the fastest way to gain luck right now. But Ye Bufan is not a murderous devil, and he is not as cold-blooded and bloodthirsty as a god killer. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan would never kill people for the sake of luck. But it's different when dealing with enemies. As for enemies, of course we should kill them if we can. There is no need to be polite. For this reason, Ye Bufan really wanted Wu Linfeng to bring people to take revenge. If Wu Linfeng knew Ye Bufan's thoughts, I wonder what he would think. Maybe he will just give in. No, it's not maybe, but definitely, he will choose to give in. After all, even a fool can see that Ye Bufan's mentality and thoughts are clearly waiting for them to come and die. In this case, if Wu Linfeng still comes, wouldn't he be a real fool? It's a pity that Wu Linfeng knew nothing about Ye Bufan's mentality and thoughts. Time passes by inadvertently. After nightfall, Chen's backyard. Why? Looking at the big zero in the Hongmeng heaven seal, Ye Bufan sighed and said, 100 Taikang dragon snakes are still too few and too weak. After solving the Chen family's troubles this time, I must accumulate more luck and summon some powerful helpers. If I can summon the god killer guards, it will be perfect. With the nature of the god-killing guard, my luck gains will exceed 10,000 every minute. Never mind. Thinking of the 6-digit luck required to summon the god-killing guards, Ye Bufan immediately gave up this absurd and unrealistic idea. Let's first save some luck and summon a few Destiny Realm monsters. Hey! Buzz! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Hongmeng sky seal in front of him suddenly shook slightly. Then, +100, an extremely glaring number appeared directly. %1 is 100. Then 100% would be 10,000. Among the 100 Taikang dragons and snakes, one just obtained 10,000 lux. Damn, stop kidding. Ye Bufan had only gained a few hundred points of luck when he killed the Zhang family's elder who was at the second level of immortality and martial arts. In other words, killing a Shanwu realm cultivator could earn you 3-digit luck. By analogy, killing a Tai realm cultivator can obtain 4-digit luck, and killing a Tiangong realm cultivator can obtain 5-digit luck. 10,000 luck. Even though it's only a 5-digit number, it's still a 5-digit number after all. One of the Taikang dragon snakes killed a strong man in the Tiangong realm. Crazy. Ye Bufan thought that this was impossible and unrealistic. If that's the case, then what's the matter with this sudden 100 points of luck? As if sensing Ye Bufan's puzzlement, a piece of information from the Hongmeng heavenly seal instantly fed back into Ye Bufan's mind. The content of this information directly explained to Ye Bufan the origin of these 100 points of luck. To put it simply, any living being in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds will return a share of luck to Ye Bufan after advancing and breaking through in the Hongmeng world, and this luck is undiscounted, that is, 100%. Just now, among the 100 Taikang dragon snakes that Ye Bufan had summoned, one mutated and advanced to become a demon beast in the Destiny realm, so 100 points of luck were directly added to the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. Ye Bufan understood the origin of these 100 points of luck, but he was also confused and dumbfounded by it. Can the Taikang dragon snake mutate? Can it advance? How did it mutate? Why does it mutate? Before Ye Bufan could think more, the amount of luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan changed again. +100, +100, +100. Chapter 1964 Lei Long enters Zhang family. In less than half an hour, another 18 Taikang dragon snakes mutated and evolved. Including the previous one, a total of 19 Taikang dragon snakes have advanced to become demon beasts at the Destiny realm. Faced with this sudden change, Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. If it was just a Taikang dragon snake that mutated and evolved, it could have just been an accident. However, could it be an accident that 19 Taikang dragon snakes all mutated and evolved in succession? There must be a reason for everything being unusual. But why? As the world master of the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, although Ye Bufan can communicate with the creatures he summoned through the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal, there is a distance limit. If the 100 Taikang dragon snakes were still in Qingshan town, Ye Bufan could directly ask the reason. But now, the 100 Taikang dragon snakes are in the Star Moon Forest, which is obviously beyond this distance. Ye Bufan cannot ask them directly at all. Never mind. Unable to figure it out, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it. After all, this change has only benefits and no harm for Ye Bufan. Not only did the evolution of the 19 Taikang dragon snakes directly bring Ye Bufan 1,900 points of luck, but after they advanced into the Destiny realm monsters, the luck they could earn for Ye Bufan in the future would inevitably increase sharply. The most important thing is that these 1,900 points of luck are like timely help to Ye Bufan now. With these 1,900 points of luck, Ye Bufan doesn't even need to wait until tomorrow. He can completely recover from his injuries tonight. In that case, what are you waiting for? Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and began to use these 1,900 points of luck to heal himself. At the same time, at the gate of Qingshan town, a group of people came galloping on horseback under the cover of night. Gee, wherever the horses' hooves passed, dust flew. In just a moment, the group arrived outside the city gate of Qingshan town. The leader was none other than Lei Long, the commander of the Kenyan city guard. At this moment, Lei Long was riding a dark night wolf from the immortal martial realm and was at the head of the team. Next to him was Wu Linfeng, who was riding a horse with a gloomy yet excited look on his face. Behind Lei Long and Wu Linfeng were 30 middle-aged men wearing black scale armor. Without exception, these men are all members of the city guards, and are also warriors in the immortal martial realm. Taiyi leads the team. 30 people from the immortal martial realm traveled together. This is the appearance of Lei Long, the commander of the Kenyan city guard. As soon as the group arrived, a member of the city guards in the immortal martial realm shouted at the guards on the city wall, "Lord Lei Longali, the commander of the city guards, has come to Qingshan town in person. Why don't you open the city gate quickly?" Buzz. On the city wall, the guards of Qingshan town were all shocked when they heard that Lei Long was coming in person. Afterwards, they did not dare to hesitate at all and ran down from the city wall directly, opening the gate of Qingshan town for Lei Long and his party. Drive. As soon as the city gate opened, Wu Linfeng rode into the city, followed closely by Lei Long and others. As for the guards of Qingshan town, they didn't even look at them. After entering Qingshan town, Lei Long and his party, led by Wu Linfeng, headed straight to the Zhang family. At the same time, in a restaurant not far from the inner side of the city gate, a man who had been watching the city gate's every move retreated directly after seeing Lei Long and his party enter Qingshan town. He woke up another man who had fallen asleep in the room and said anxiously, "Quick, go back and report immediately. Wu Linfeng is back, and he has brought a lot of people with him." Buzz. Hearing this, the man who was still half asleep suddenly woke up. "Walk." As soon as he finished the word, he rushed out of the room. The other person did not stay either. These two people were none other than spies from the Chen and Shui families. They are here to monitor the city gate to prevent Wu Linfeng from leaving and recovering. Sure enough, Wu Linfeng came back. They did not hesitate any longer and went straight to their respective families after leaving the restaurant. Qingshan Town, Zhang family. It was already late at night and the door of Zhang's house was closed. After Wu Linfeng and his party arrived, a member of the city guard army jumped off his horse. He came to the gate of Zhang's house. Then, bang! The members of the city guards kicked directly on the door of the Zhang family mansion. Powerful force impact. A dull and heavy voice sounded. Call. The door of the Zhang family mansion was kicked directly inside. Bang! A second later, the thick door of the mansion fell several meters away. The city guards didn't care about this. After he kicked the door open, he stepped aside. Lei Long, riding on the immortal martial realm Dark Night Wolf, was the first to enter the Zhang family mansion. The others followed Lei Long and rode into the Zhang family mansion on horseback. Inside Zhang's house, the huge roar before had obviously alarmed the Zhang family. At this moment, many members of the Zhang family have rushed to the gate. Who are you? After seeing Lei Long and his group, a member of the Zhang family instinctively shouted. The other members of the Zhang family also looked angry and alert. They are not fools and can see that Lei Long and his group have ill intentions. Stop talking nonsense and call that old B*****starred Zhang Tingyun out to me. As soon as the Zhang family member finished speaking, Wu Linfeng shouted angrily. Thinking that Zhang Tingyun and Zhang Tianyao, father and son, had fooled and used him like a fool, Wu Linfeng couldn't help but feel angry and hateful. As soon as Wu Linfeng said this, he immediately attracted the attention of all the Zhang family members present. Young city lord. The moment they saw Wu Linfeng, everyone in the Zhang family was stunned and even a little confused. Wu Linfeng had been to the Zhang family before, so most of the people present knew the young city lord. But isn't this young city lord a good friend of Zhang Tianyao, the young master of the Zhang family? Why is he now looking like he is going to charge someone with an offense? Before the Zhang family could think about it, Wu Linfeng roared angrily, "Damn it, didn't you hear what I said? Call out that old B*****starred Zhang Tingyun for me. Oh, and that little B*****starred Zhang Tianyao." This. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. At this time, Zhang Tingyun ran out hurriedly from the backyard. Seeing Wu Linfeng and his group, he was stunned at first, then ran up to them, looked at Wu Linfeng with some confusion and said, young city lord, what are you doing? You mobby. Wu Linfeng jumped off his horse, then came in front of Zhang Tingyun and kicked him directly. Zhang Tingyun was shocked. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Wu Linfeng, he didn't dare to dodge or resist, because he had already discovered the Thunder Dragon beside Wu Linfeng. He was the commander of the Kenyan City's city guards, and also a powerful person in the Tai realm. With the Thunder Dragon here, if I resist, it would be tantamount to seeking death. For this reason, Wu Linfeng kicked Zhang Tingyun directly between the waist and abdomen. Bang! After a muffled sound, Zhang Tingyun took 2 steps back. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Zhang family present were furious. They were about to take action but were stopped by Zhang Tingyun. Looking at Wu Linfeng, Zhang Tingyun said with a look of trepidation, young city lord, I don't know what I did wrong to make the young city lord so angry. How dare you ask? Wu Linfeng shouted angrily. Bang! Then, he took 2 steps forward and slapped Zhang Tingyun in the face, saying, dare to use me? Are you really that brave? Buzz. Hearing this, Zhang Tingyun's heart trembled and he was shocked. Exposed. Bang! The next second, without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and cried to Wu Linfeng, young city lord, this is a misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. How dare I use you? Even if you give me 100 or 1,000 courages, I will never dare to do it. Chapter 1965. Who else has an opinion? Young city lord, this is a misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. How dare I use you? Even if you give me 100 or 1,000 courages, I will never dare to do it. As soon as Zhang Tingyun finished speaking, Lei Long on the side suddenly spoke up and said in a cold voice, 100. 1,000. I think you have more than 10,000 courages. Buzz. Hearing this, Zhang Tingyun's body shook, and his mind couldn't help but tremble. Snort. At this time, Lei Long snorted coldly and said, how dare a mere mayor use the young city lord as a pawn? The inferiors do not distinguish between the superior and the inferiors offend the superiors. Tell me, how should I deal with you? And how should I deal with your Zhang family? Zhang Tingyun was shocked and said anxiously, Master Lei, I am innocent. Although he didn't know how the matter was exposed, Jiang Tingyun knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not admit it, even if he was beaten to death. Snort. Facing Jiang Tingyun's denial, Lei Long snorted coldly and said, unjust. Do you think that I, the commander, can be fooled by your injustice? Jiang Tingyun was about to speak when Lei Long interrupted him. All right, stop quibbling. There is no point in quibbling in front of this commander. You know whether you have or not. Don't you, the Zhang family, want to destroy the Chen and Shui families? Okay, this commander will give you a chance. The mayor of Qingshan Town reported that the Chen and Shui families in Qingshan Town have colluded with the demon tribe and are trying to seize Qingshan Town. In order to maintain peace in the area, the mayor of Qingshan Town volunteered to go and suppress the rebellion of the Chen and Shui families. Either they die or the Zhang family will perish. Chief Zhang, this is the arrangement made by the commander. Do you have any objection? As he spoke, Lei Long looked at Jiang Tingyun, who was kneeling on the ground, with an amused and mocking expression. Jiang Tingyun's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The mayor reported it. The Chen and Shui families in Qingshan Town colluded with the demon clan and intended to seize Qingshan Town. Also the Zhang family volunteered to go and wipe out the Chen and Shui families. Nima. If the Zhang family had this strength, would they still need to use Wulin Feng, a waste? Lei Long made this arrangement, clearly intending to make the Zhang family, Chen family, and Shui family fight to the death. Even if the Zhang family wins, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties in the end, or even be completely wiped out. If the Zhang family is defeated, Lei Long will take advantage of the situation and directly destroy the Chen and Shui families. Lei Long was taking revenge on the Zhang family for taking advantage of Wulin Feng. That's not all. Lei Long's arrangement directly turned himself into an outsider. Even if someone wanted to use this incident to target Lei Long or the city lord's mansion in the future, it would be impossible. After all, it was he, the mayor, who reported the collusion between the Chen and Shui families and the demon clan, and it was his Zhang family who took action against the Chen and Shui families. To put it bluntly, all the responsibility lies with the Zhang family and has nothing to do with Lei Long. Too cruel and too vicious. Not only did he destroy the Chen and Shui families, he also took the opportunity to retaliate and teach the Zhang family a lesson. He completely shirked his own responsibility, leaving no room for fault. It definitely kills three birds with one stone. As expected of a man who can be the commander of the city guards, he does everything perfectly. But what can Jiang Tingyun do? Even if he knew Lei Long's intention very well, could he refuse? He simply couldn't refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. A higher-ranking official can crush people to death. If he dared to refuse, Lei Long would now have a way to directly destroy their Zhang family. At this moment, Jiang Tingyun was filled with regret and hatred. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. If he had known this would happen, he would never have set his sights on Wulin Feng. But it was too late. There is no if in this world, and what has happened cannot be repeated. Without waiting for Jiang Tingyun to think more, Lei Long asked again, why, Mayor Zhang, do you have doubts about my arrangement? Or did you not understand it? Buzz. Jiang Tingyun came back to his senses instantly, and then said in a trembling voice, subordinate, I understand. Oh, really? Lei Long chuckled and said, then I wonder what Mayor Zhang thinks. I. Jiang Tingyun hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, I think it's great. In that case, when can this commander see Mayor Zhang's report? Your subordinate, I will write it now. Very good. Lei Long said with a smile, Mayor Zhang is so cooperative, and I am not an unkind person. When the time comes, your Zhang family only needs to deal with the Chen and Shui families. As for the young man from the Chen family, leave it to me. Thank you, Master Lei. Jiang Tingyun smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he didn't have to face Ye Bufan, he wasn't happy at all. A moment later, Jiang Tingyun handed over the document in which he reported that the Chen and Shui families were colluding with the demon clan and intending to seize Qingshan Town to Lei Long. After taking a look, Lei Long said with satisfaction, very good. Now, I would like to trouble Mayor Zhang to gather all the members of your Zhang family. Remember, everyone, no one can be left behind. Everyone. Jiang Tingyun was stunned and said cautiously, Master Lei, the elderly, the weak, women and children are not needed, right? Lei Long frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Are you questioning this, Commander?" "No, I don't dare," Zhang Tingyun said in a trembling voice. "Since you don't dare, why don't you go quickly?" Lei Long shouted angrily. "Yes," Zhang Tingyun responded, not daring to have any more doubts or rejections. Half an hour later, more than 2,000 members of the Zhang family, regardless of gender, age or status, all gathered in the front yard. "Not bad, not bad." Looking at the people in front of him, Lei Long said with satisfaction. "Master Lei, shall we set off now?" Zhang Tingyun asked helplessly. "Set off?" Lei Long glanced at Zhang Tingyun and said, "What are you going to do?" "Well," Zhang Tingyun was stunned and asked in confusion, "aren't we going to encircle and suppress the Chen and Shui families?" "Mayor Zhang is anxious," Lei Long asked. Zhang Tingyun was speechless. Lei Long ignored him and looked at Wu Linfang, who was standing aside. He said, "Xiao Feng, why are you still standing there? Choose for yourself. Choose by yourself." What to choose? Zhang Tingyun was puzzled. "The same is true for all members of the Zhang family." "Okay." Wu Linfang responded with a smile, then walked into the Zhang family. This, and this. "I'll take these three." Wu Linfeng directly picked out 3 young girls from the crowd. This. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. Zhang Tingyun even had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Lei Long and said anxiously, Master Lei, what are you doing?" "Hee." Lei Long smiled and said, "This commander and his party came here from Kenyan City. We are exhausted from the journey, so naturally we need to rest for a night at your Zhang's house. Since it's a break, it's inevitable that someone will be needed to serve you. Shouldn't it be right to select a few women from your Zhang family now?" What? Lei Long's words were shocking, and all the members of the Zhang family were shocked. They are not fools, so they naturally know what Lei Long wants to do. Immediately, Zhang Tingyun said in a trembling voice, Master Lei, this is not good, right?" As he spoke, cold sweat streamed down Zhang Tingyun's forehead. "Not good," Lei Long said with a playful look on his face. "What's wrong with it?" "I think it's great." Zhang Tingyun was speechless. He really wanted to ask Lei Long, "What do you think of my Zhang family and the women of my Zhang family?" But he didn't dare to say that. Before Zhang Tingyun could think about it, Lei Long spoke again. "Brothers, why are you still standing there? Choose for yourselves, and take away anything you like." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the 30 city guards behind Lei Long jumped off their horses with a smile, and then walked towards the Zhang family step by step, choosing their favorite targets. Seeing this scene, all the women in the Zhang family were immediately frightened. All the men were furious. In front of Lei Long, a middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Base. As soon as the man finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon riding on the back of the Dark Night Wolf suddenly drew his sword. Puff. The blade flashed. Blood splattered. Bang. The man's head fell directly to the ground, and blood spurted out from his neck. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Lei Long glanced at everyone and asked in a cold voice, "Who else has any opinions?" Chapter 1966 The Zhang family attacks. Who else has any comments? Lei Long's cold rebuke, along with the pressure from his Tai realm, caused the hearts of all the Zhang family members present to tremble, and their bodies could not help but shake and shiver. Did they have any objections? They definitely have opinions. After all, as for women, they naturally don't want to be humiliated like women. For men, they are their wives, their daughters, and at the very least, their tribesmen. How could they be willing to do so? But what can I do if I don't want to? Putting aside his identity as the commander of the Thunder Dragon City Guard, let's just talk about his martial arts skills at the Tai realm. If Lei Long takes action, who in the Zhang family can compete with him? To resist is to die. It was obvious that the Zhang family members did not want to die, so they could only remain silent and swallow their anger. Snort. Looking at the Zhang family members who were all terrified, Lei Long snorted coldly, then sheathed his sword. He then pointed at 2 women in their 20s from the Zhang family and said, "You, and you two will serve me tonight." Hearing this, the 2 women trembled, but they didn't dare to say even one more word, no. Lei Long ignored them and looked at Zhang Tingyun, saying, "Zhangtown Mayor, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and arrange accommodation for us?" Zhang Tingyun was terrified. He bent over and said repeatedly, yes, I will arrange it right away." Even though she was extremely unwilling and reluctant, Jiang Tingyun did not dare to resist, and had no intention of resisting. A moment later, under Jiang Tingyun's arrangement, Lei Long and his party temporarily settled in the Jiang family. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The sound of cicadas. Despite such a beautiful scene, everyone in the Jiang family had dark clouds in their hearts. The women in the tribe were humiliated. A life and death battle is imminent. For everyone in the Jiang family, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, and it is also destined to be inevitable. Qingshan Town, Chen family. The Chen and Shui families knew nothing about what happened to the Jiang family. At this moment, less than 20 minutes after Lei Long and his party entered Qingshan Town, Shui Lanshan, the head of the Shui family, had already brought all the members of the Shui family to the Chen family. That's right, all of them. No one in the Shui family was left out, regardless of gender, age or status. The Shui family did this not only to unite their forces and fight against Lei Long and his group together with the Chen family, but also to prevent Lei Long and his group from defeating them one by one. Chen Family Hall. The clan leaders, elders, and managers of the Chen and Shui families gathered together. Looking at everyone, Chen Beiwang said with an injury, "I believe you all already know what happened. Just now, the young city lord Wu Linfeng returned and brought back a lot of people. He did this obviously to seek revenge, so there is nothing to say. Let's prepare for battle. Brother Chen, should we go and inform young Master Yi?" As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, Shui Lanshan immediately asked a question. Others also looked at Chen Beiwang. They knew very well that the strength of the Chen and Shui families alone was not enough to compete with Lei Long and others. The only one they could rely on was Ye Bufan. Not for now. Unexpectedly, Chen Beiwang simply waved his hand and refused. Why? Shui Lanshan was puzzled. Chen Beiwang, Brother Shui, and everyone else, have you all forgotten what happened last time? Well, everyone was stunned. Chen Beiwang continued, last time, although young Master Yi helped us repel Wu Linfeng and his group, his own injuries were aggravated after he attacked. This time, Master Yi will definitely need to take action, but before Master Yi takes action, we should buy him some more time. After all, the longer we delay, the more time young Master Yi will have to heal his injuries. The more time you have to heal, the lighter your injuries will be, and the greater your chances of winning. What's more, this is originally a matter between our two families. Young Master Yi has done us a great favor by helping us. How can we have the nerve to let him lead the charge for us with his injuries? After Chen Beiwang finished speaking, everyone present from the Chen and Shui families fell silent. Just as Chen Beiwang said, Ye Bufan had already done them a great favor by helping them, so how could they have the nerve to let Ye Bufan, injured, charge into battle for their two families? Shui Lanshan immediately said, just as Brother Chen said, don't alarm young Master Yi for now. Let's meet the Kangyan city guards first. But, after a pause, Shui Lanshan continued, with the strength of our two families, if we want to confront them head-on, it will definitely not work. I've already thought about this. Chen Beiwang said, when the time comes, we can. The Chen and Shui families were busy discussing how to deal with Lei Long and the city guards he brought. Ye Bufan was not idle either. According to the speed at which the 100 Taikang dragon snakes were plundering his luck, Ye Bufan would have to wait until tomorrow noon to have enough luck to recover from all his injuries. But now, with the windfall brought by the mutation and advancement of the 19 Taikang dragon snakes, Ye Bufan's injuries will be completely healed by tomorrow morning at the latest. In other words, Ye Bufan didn't need the Chen and Shui families to buy time for him. By the time Lei Long and his party arrived, his injuries had already healed and he would be able to exert 100% of his combat power. It's a pity that Lei Long knew nothing about this. If he knew, he would definitely not indulge in romance at Zhang's house, but would attack Chen's house overnight. Of course, even if the Thunder Dragon attacked at night, it would be meaningless. With Ye Bufan's current condition, even if his injuries have not yet healed, he is confident enough to defeat or even kill Lei Long, a warrior of the Taiyi and second levels. To put it bluntly, Lei Long came to Qingshan Town this time purely to seek death. The night is getting quieter. Time flies by. The next day. Early in the morning, the street outside the Chen family mansion was already crowded with people. These people include men and women, young and old. The reason for this is that last night, Jiang Tingyun thought about it and posted a notice in various places in Qingshan Town in the name of the mayor overnight. The content of the notice is simple. The Chen and Shui families colluded with the Demon Clan and intended to seize Qingshan town. As the head of the town, Zhang Tingyun will lead the Zhang family to wipe out the Chen and Shui families early this morning. These people gathered here just because they saw this notice. At this moment, they were looking at the Chen family mansion not far in front of them and pointing. I never thought that the Chen and Shui families were so despicable. As human beings, they dared to openly collude with the demons to seize our Qingshan town. Who says it's not true? It really proves the saying that you can know a person's face but not his heart. You are a bunch of fools. What do you know? This is clearly a blatant false accusation. False accusation. Young man, do you mean that the Chen and Shui families did not collude with the Demon Clan? Of course. No way, the notice has been posted. Notice. Notice is nothing. Zhang Tingyun can write whatever he wants. He said that the Chen and Shui families colluded with the Demon Clan. Where is the evidence? This. You don't know yet, right? A few days ago, the Chen family offended the young city lord of Kangyan City. I think they are clearly framing them and retaliating. No, right. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The young city lord will definitely come. Alas, if this is true, it is such a pity. Patriarch Chen is such a good person. Get out of the way, get out of the way. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. The crowd dispersed instantly. Behind them, Zhang Tingyun and the Zhang family came aggressively. In addition to the Zhang family members, Zhang Tingyun was also surrounded by a group of people. These people are filled with murderous aura, and it is obvious that they are not good men and women. This is also true. They were the foreign aid Zhang Tingyun invited last night, and they were also 3 of the 7 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town: Wolf Fang, Bloody, and War Mercenary Group. Chapter 1967. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? The 3 major mercenary groups, Wolf Fang, Bloody, and War, have a total of over 1,000 people, including 7 immortal warriors. Plus the Zhang family itself. Zhang Tingyun's side already has 16 warriors in the immortal martial realm. It can be said that Zhang Tingyun has made sufficient preparations to deal with the Chen and Shui families. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, it is extremely difficult for the Zhang family alone to defeat the Chen and Shui families. Even if the Zhang family can win in the end, there will definitely be heavy casualties. In this situation, whether it is Zhang Tingyun or the Zhang family, they can only seek external help. In Qingshan town, apart from the 7 major mercenary groups, the threat that others can pose to the Chen and Shui families is extremely limited, or even non-existent. Therefore, Zhang Tingyun could only look for the 7 major mercenary groups in Qingshan town. Of course, the Zhang family also paid a heavy price for this. After all, the Chen and Shui families were quite powerful. If Zhang Tingyun wanted to completely destroy the 2 families, he would have to pay a heavy price. Since there are risks, and the risks are not small, the price will naturally be higher. This is because the Zhang family has borrowed the power of the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, even if they offer a higher price, the 3 major mercenary groups may not agree. Led by Zhang Tingyun, the group soon arrived outside the Chen mansion. The onlookers on the street had also retreated to both sides of the street. The atmosphere was dead silent. A chilling and murderous aura spread invisibly throughout the entire space. At this time, on the wall of the Chen mansion, members of the Chen and Shui families showed their heads one after another, each of them holding a silver-white crossbow in their hands. This is the killing crossbow, a hand crossbow that is simple to operate but extremely powerful. Even ordinary people can threaten warriors below the 5th level of the spiritual soul with the killing crossbow. Of course, the price of the killing crossbow is also very expensive. The price of a killing crossbow is between 500,000 and 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. It is equivalent to the Chen family's net income for 2 months. That is why a killing weapon like the killing crossbow is simply not something that ordinary people can possess. At this moment, each of the 100 clansmen from the Chen and Shui families had a killing crossbow. 100 killing crossbows fired at the same time are enough to threaten warriors in the immortal martial realm. Seeing this sudden change, the faces of everyone in Zhang Tingyun's group changed. Especially Zhang Tingyun. The moment he saw the 100 killing crossbows, his face turned ashen. How long has it been since Wu Linfeng broke into the Chen family? Just 2 days. In just 2 days, the Chen and Shui families did not have enough time to purchase 100 crossbows. But now, 100 killing crossbows appeared before him. What does this mean? This shows that the Chen and Shui families had been planning this for a long time, and they had also prepared these 100 killing crossbows long ago. Damn it. Thinking of this, Zhang Tingyun cursed in his heart, then looked at the gate of the Chen mansion in front of him and shouted sternly, Chen Beiwang, and Shui Lanshan, you Chen and Shui families openly colluded with the demon clan to seize our Qingshan town. Now that your deeds have been exposed, why don't you come out and die quickly? Ha ha ha. As soon as Zhang Tingyun finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the Chen family mansion. Immediately afterwards, Chen Beiwang, Shui Lanshan and others walked out of the Chen family mansion. In front of the Chen mansion, Chen Beiwang and others stood proudly, looking directly at Zhang Tingyun and his party not far away. Looking at Zhang Tingyun, Chen Beiwang said coldly, Zhang Tingyun, you said that my Chen and Shui families colluded with the demon clan, intent on seizing Qingshan town. If so, where is the evidence? Snort. Zhang Tingyun snorted coldly and said, evidence. These killing crossbows are the best evidence. If your Chen and Shui families have not colluded with the demon clan and do not want to seize Qingshan town, then why did you hide so many killing crossbows? Ha ha ha. After Zhang Tingyun finished speaking, Chen Beiwang laughed, secreting the killing crossbow means colluding with the demon clan. Is it to seize Qingshan town? Zhang Tingyun, you are the mayor of a town, don't you think your so-called evidence is a little ridiculous and even absurd? Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Tingyun shouted, Chen Beiwang, I want to ask you one question. Now that your evil deeds have been exposed, will you and your family, Chen and Shui, surrender or not? If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. Chen Beiwang gave a cold rebuke and said, it's impossible for me, the Chen and Shui families, to surrender without a fight. Don't you want to destroy our two families and dominate Qingshan town alone? Come on. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, all the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families behind him looked at Zhang Tingyun, with an attitude of being ready to die. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tingyun clenched his fists. Seeing that the Chen and Shui families were no longer able to surrender, he no longer hesitated and shouted coldly, kill them. Kill. All members of the Zhang family rushed out together. Kill. The members of the three major mercenary groups, Wolf Fang, Bloody, and War, looked at each other, and under the orders of the three leaders, they all rushed out. Of course, those rushing towards the Chen family mansion right now are only warriors at the Tianming and Shenpo realms. But even so, the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups have about 4,000 people. Less than 300 meters away. Nearly 4,000 people charged. In front of the Chen residence, Chen Beiwang's expression turned fierce, and he shouted directly, shoot. As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, the 100 people from the two families on the wall of the Chen family mansion activated the killing crossbows in their hands without any hesitation. 100 killing crossbows fired at the same time. In an instant, a sky full of arrows carrying cold murderous intent rushed towards the nearly 4,000 people in front. Seeing this scene, members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups all drew their weapons, and while moving forward, they used the weapons in their hands to block the arrows that were attacking from the front. Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, a series of metal collision sounds rang out. Countless arrows were instantly shot down by members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. However, they could only shoot down most of the arrows, not all of them. That's why. Puff, puff, puff. Many arrows directly hit members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. Not only that, the icy arrows pierced through their bodies. For a moment, blood splattered and screams were heard. In just one encounter, more than 20 people from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups fell. However, it's not over yet. As soon as the first round of arrow rain was over, the second round of arrow rain came again. What's more, on the wall of the Chen family mansion, the third round of rain of arrows was ready. However, members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups had advanced less than 30 meters. According to this trend, by the time the Zhang family members and the three major mercenary groups rushed to the Chen family mansion, they would probably have been wiped out. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. Immediately, whether it was the Zhang family or the members of the three major mercenary groups, they stopped moving forward but retreated while blocking the arrows. Jiang Tingyun saw this scene without any distance. After all, doing something knowing it is impossible is not cruel but stupid. Jiang Tingyun couldn't just watch his Jiang family members sacrifice in vain. A moment later, members of the Jiang family and the three major mercenary groups successfully retreated to Jiang Tingyun after leaving behind more than 30 corpses. At this time, the Chen family's 100 killing crossbows stopped attacking. Looking at Chen Beiwang, who was 300 meters away, Jiang Tingyun asked with a gloomy face, "Chen Beiwang, Shui Lanshan, do you two families really want to fight to the end?" Snort. Chen Beiwang snorted coldly. However, before he could open his mouth, a scornful and disdainful voice rang out from inside the Chen mansion. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Chapter 1968 Kill. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? The sudden sound, although not loud, startled everyone outside the Chen mansion. Especially Jiang Tingyun. 2 days ago, they instigated the young city lord Wu Linfang to attack the Chen family. Just when they were about to succeed, they were forcefully repelled by a young man of unknown origin. And now this voice. Although he had only heard it a few times, Jiang Tingyun would never forget it for the rest of his life. He was sure that the owner of this voice was the young man who kicked them out of the Chen family 2 days ago. It was precisely because of this young man that Lei Long, the commander of the city guards of the city lord's mansion, took his anger out on the Jiang family. Thinking about what Lei Long and others did at Jiang's house last night. Thinking of the humiliations the Jiang family suffered last night. At this moment, Jiang Tingyun couldn't help but feel endless anger rising in his heart. It's all because of this boy. If it weren't for him, the Chen and Shui families would have been completely destroyed long ago. If it weren't for him, the Jiang family wouldn't have suffered the humiliation without dignity last night. Damn him! With full of anger. With endless murderous intent. Jiang Tingyun looked suddenly in the direction of the sound inside the Chen mansion. Jiang Tingyun was like this, and the others around him were no exception. However, the mood of the Chen and Shui families was completely different from that of Jiang Tingyun and his party. At this moment, they all turned around with excitement on their faces. Inside the Chen family mansion, Ye Bufan walked slowly with his hands behind his back. When he reached the gate of Chen's house, everyone from the Chen and Shui families said in unison, "Master Ye." Ye Bufan responded. Chen Beiwang looked at him and said hesitantly, "Master Ye, your injury." "I'm fully recovered," Ye Bufan said lightly. Although they were just 3 simple words, they lifted the spirits of Chen Beiwang and others. Why did they face the Jiang family alone before without notifying Ye Bufan at the first time? It's because they want to buy Ye Bufan more time to heal his injuries. But unexpectedly Ye Bufan's injuries have been completely healed. So, what are they afraid of? Without paying attention to the thoughts of Chen Beiwang and others, Ye Bufan looked directly at Jiang Tingyun not far away. At this time, Jiang Tingyun was also looking at Ye Bufan. In an instant, their eyes met. Jiang Tingyun clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered and said, "I spared your life 2 days ago. Why are you seeking death today? Isn't it better to be alive?" "You." Hearing this, Jiang Tingyun became furious. "What does it mean to be unhappy with life? You think I want to die? No, you think you can kill me." Snort. Then he snorted coldly and said, "Boy, don't be so complacent. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die today." "Yeah." Ye Bufan chuckled, then glanced meaningfully at the crowd 100 meters behind Jiang Tingyun and his group, then looked at Jiang Tingyun again and said, "You seem very confident, don't you? If so, what are you waiting for? Let's get started." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the young city lord Wu Linfang was stunned at the place he had just glanced at in the distance, then turned his head to look at Lei Long beside him and said, "Uncle Lei, could it be that he has discovered us?" Lei Long responded. "This." Wu Linfang hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle Lei, will you take action?" "Let's see first." Lei Long frowned. At this moment, he was already somewhat confused and astonished, because he, a martial artist at the first and second levels of the Tai Heaven, could not see through Ye Bufan's cultivation level. There are only 2 possibilities when this happens. First, this young man used some method to hide his own cultivation. Second, this young man's cultivation far surpassed his own. Of these 2 possibilities, if it's the first one, it's easy to say, but if it's the second one. Lei Long didn't even dare to think about it. That is why he did not take direct action, but chose to wait and see. However, Wu Linfeng did not know Lei Long's true inner thoughts. In his opinion, the reason why Lei Long did not take direct action was that he just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. No, it should be said that Lei Long was playing the cat playing with the mouse. With this thought in mind, Wu Linfeng didn't say anything more, but looked at Ye Bufan not far away with a teasing and amusing expression, waiting for the show to begin. Not far away. You. Hearing Ye Bufan's extremely provocative words, Zhang Tingyun became furious. He wanted to take action, but he didn't dare to. After all, he had already witnessed Ye Bufan's strength 2 days ago. If Lei Long didn't take action, no one could stop Ye Bufan. Of course, if they all attacked together, that would be a different story. But will the Chen and Shui families give them the opportunity to attack them together? Obviously not, so we can only wait for Lei Long to take action. It's a pity that Zhang Tingyun didn't know that Lei Long had chosen to wait and see and would not take any action for the time being, and Ye Bufan would not give him the chance to wait any longer. Why don't you do it? Looking at Zhang Tingyun, Ye Bufan chuckled, then said with a cold expression, since you don't want to make a move, let me meet you for a while. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward and rushed straight towards Zhang Tingyun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tingyun became very anxious. He really wanted to shout, Commander Lei, why doesn't he take action yet? It's a pity that Zhang Tingyun doesn't have the courage or qualifications to do so. If Lei Long wants to take action, he will naturally do so. If Lei Long didn't want to take action, it would be useless even if he kowtowed and kneeled. Before Zhang Tingyun could think about it, Ye Bufan had already arrived 30 meters away from them. At this time, the leader of the blood mercenary group, Shui Rufeng, beside Zhang Tingyun saw that Zhang Tingyun had not responded yet, so he shouted directly, arrogant boy, let Shui come to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Rufeng flashed out and killed him. Don't want. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tingyun exclaimed and spoke out to stop it. Zhang Tingyun still remembers vividly the scene 2 days ago at the Chen family when Ye Bufan killed the Zhang family elder who was at the second level of immortal martial arts with one palm. Although Shui Rufeng is a warrior at the 4th level of immortal martial arts, the 4th level of immortal martial arts and the 2nd level of immortal martial arts are only 2 small realms apart. Since Ye Bufan could kill an elder of the Zhang family who was at the 2nd level of the immortal martial realm with just one palm strike, how could he possibly be contended with by Shui Rufeng, a warrior at the 4th level of the immortal martial realm? Unfortunately, although Zhang Tingyun wanted to stop it, it was too late. A distance of 30 meters. In just a moment, Shui Rufeng and Ye Bufan met. Die. Facing Ye Bufan who was right in front of him, Shui Rufeng punched him directly. Oh! Ye Bufan sneered and also threw a punch. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Then, crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Ah! Shui Rufeng let out a scream, and his right arm twisted and shattered. Ye Bufan's punch continued with undiminished power and landed directly on the left side of Shui Rufeng's chest. Bang! A heavy voice sounded. Puff! Shui Rufeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards. Bang! 10 meters away, Shui Rufeng fell heavily to the ground. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then lost all reaction, completely dead. In a flash, Ye Bufan killed Shui Rufeng with one strike. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 1969 Lord Lei, save me. Gurgle. After a brief silence, everyone present swallowed uncontrollably. Especially the citizens of Qingshan town who were watching on both sides of the street, couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment. That man just now seemed to be Shui Rufeng, the leader of the Scarlet Mercenary Group, right? What do you mean by as if? It's not good at all. Fuck, isn't Shui Rufeng a strong man at the 4th level of Shanwu? How could he be killed in an instant like that? By the way, does anyone know that boy? No. He shouldn't be from Qingshan town. No matter who he is, I know that this is going to be a good show. Who says it's not? Looking at the situation, that young man must be the Tai King. The Zhang family has hit a wall. The sounds came one after another. Everyone was talking about it. It can be said that Ye Bufan's sudden appearance and the fact that he killed Shui Rufeng head-on instantly shocked everyone present. Of course, there are exceptions. This person is Lei Long. Call. The moment he saw Ye Bufan take action, Lei Long instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. The first heaven. This is the level of cultivation displayed by Ye Bufan. The reason why Lei Long didn't take direct action before was because he couldn't see through Ye Bufan's strength. Now it seems that Ye Bufan just used some means to hide his own cultivation. Since it was only the Tai Heaven realm, there was nothing to be afraid of the Thunder Dragon. Of course, even though he was sure of victory, Lei Long did not attack directly. This time, his target was not only the Chen and Shui families but also the Zhang family. Right now, he could use Ye Bufan to teach the Zhang family a lesson. This is what Thunder Dragon does. Zhang Tingyun's face had already turned ashen, and his expression was even somewhat ferocious. He knew that Shui Rufeng was no match for Ye Bufan, but he didn't expect that Shui Rufeng, a warrior at the 4th level of the immortal martial arts realm, could be killed instantly by Ye Bufan in one move. What the hell, it's fucked. However, Ye Bufan did not give Zhang Tingyun a chance to think. After killing Shui Rufeng instantly with one blow, he flashed and rushed straight towards Zhang Tingyun and others. In Ye Bufan's eyes, whether it is Zhang Tingyun or other people in the Zhang family, they are not opponents or enemies. They are simply luck and fat sheep. Kill. Ye Bufan rushed over to kill him. Zhang Tingyun and others came back to their senses instantly. Patriarch Zhang, what should we do now? Looking at Ye Bufan who was charging towards him, Wang Lang, the leader of the Wolf Fang mercenary group, asked with a serious expression. As a mercenary and even more so the leader of a mercenary group, Wang Lang has long been accustomed to the days of living on the edge of a knife, but that doesn't mean he is not afraid of death. The strength Ye Bufan has shown at this moment has obviously exceeded his expectations and bottom line. Because of this, Wang Lang couldn't help but feel a little worried, even a little frightened and scared. The Wolf King is like this, and so are the others. Especially the Scarlet Mercenaries. The leader was killed instantly in public, how could these ordinary members not be afraid? Facing Wang Lang's question, Zhang Tingyun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What to do? I'd like to know what to do. Call out. In a flash, Ye Bufan was already 3 meters away from Zhang Tingyun and his group. Kill. Zhang Tingyun no longer hesitated or thought about it, and shouted directly. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At this point, he has no other choice. In that case, let's fight. After he finished speaking, Zhang Tingyun took a step forward and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. All the Zhang family's immortal martial arts realm warriors also rushed out. Kill. After the immortal martial realm warriors from the 3 major mercenary groups, Bloody, Wolf Fang, and War, looked at each other, they no longer hesitated and rushed out one after another. In an instant, 15 immortal warriors from the Zhang family rushed out together. Seeing this scene, Chen Beiwang shouted loudly in front of the Chen residence, "Kill!" The Zhang family wanted to gang up on Ye Bufan alone, but Chen Beiwang naturally would not give them this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Beiwang rushed out first. Other immortal martial arts realm warriors from the Chen and Shui families also followed Chen Beiwang. A sudden change. The battle between immortals and warriors is about to break out. It's also at this time. The moment the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families rushed out, Ye Bufan had already encountered 15 immortal warriors from the Zhang family. Oh. Seeing the 15 immortal warriors from the Zhang family attacking, Ye Bufan just sneered. It's just a mere immortal weapon. Ye Bufan didn't even defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. He struck out 3 times in succession. Puff, puff, puff. After each of the 3 immortal martial realm warriors was hit by Ye Bufan's palm, they spat out blood and then their bodies flew backwards. At the same time, the attacks of Zhang Tingyun and other 12 immortal martial realm warriors also fell on Ye Bufan. But who is Ye Bufan? Not only does he have the cultivation level of the Tai realm, he also has a body of the Tai realm. When the two are combined, it is simply impossible for a warrior at the immortal martial realm to break through the defense. That's why. Bang, bang, bang. Although he was attacked by 15 warriors from the immortal martial realm, Ye Bufan was unharmed. What? Seeing this scene, Zhang Tingyun and others widened their eyes, each of them looking incredulous. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered and then attacked again. Bang bang. Ye Bufan struck out with 2 palms, and 2 more warriors in the immortal martial realm vomited blood and flew backwards. At this time, Zhang Tingyun and others finally came back to their senses. Ye Bufan had already taken action again. Bang, Bang, bang. In a flash, Ye Bufan launched 9 consecutive palm strikes. For a moment, figures were flying around. Zhang Tingyun was the only one left in front of Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan, Zhang Tingyun was stunned and dumbfounded. He was actually a little at a loss. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled at him, then kicked him hard. Run. Zhang Tingyun just had a thought. Ye Bufan had already kicked him between the waist and abdomen. Puff. Zhang Tingyun spat out a mouthful of blood and then flew backwards. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Even in the eyes of everyone around, what they saw was just Ye Bufan and 15 immortal martial realm warriors from the Zhang family encountering each other, and then Ye Bufan displayed his extraordinary power and directly knocked all 15 immortal martial realm warriors away. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Even the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families who rushed over were stunned where they were. They had long known that Ye Bufan was not weak, but they never expected that Ye Bufan could actually repel all 15 immortal martial realm warriors in one breath. This fighting power not only moved them, but also shocked them. Ye Bufan did not stop. The moment Zhang Tingyun flew backwards, he flashed and chased after Zhang Tingyun. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhang Tingyun fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Ye Bufan had also arrived in front of Zhang Tingyun. Looking at Ye Bufan, Zhang Tingyun instinctively wanted to say something. Bang! Ye Bufan stepped directly on Zhang Tingyun's chest, then leaned down and looked at Zhang Tingyun with a teasing and playful expression. Mayor Zhang, right? Didn't you say that it's still uncertain who will win today? So, what do you think of this situation? Zhang Tingyun was furious and said angrily, boy, don't be so proud. Bang! Hearing this, Ye Bufan slapped Zhang Tingyun on the face and said, I am already very proud of myself. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? If you are dissatisfied, then bite me. Son of AB*TCH. Zhang Tingyun cursed in his heart, then shouted loudly, Master Lei, save me. Chapter 1970. Let's go together. Master Lei, save me. 15 warriors in the immortal martial realm were defeated instantly. Zhang Tingyun knew that they alone were no longer able to turn the situation around. If Lei Long doesn't take action, they will surely die at the hands of Ye Bufan. He didn't want to die, so he had to ask Lei Long for help. After Zhang Tingyun's exclamation, everyone present came back to their senses instantly. Fuck, who can tell me what happened just now? Defeat 15 immortal realm warriors with one strike. Nima, who on earth is this young man? Is he trying to defy the will of heaven? The sounds came one after another. The citizens of Qingshan town who were watching were all shocked, horrified, and incredulous. Everyone from the Chen and Shui families felt as if they were in a dream, which was extremely unreal. It's also at this time. Snort. In the crowd, Lei Long snorted coldly and said, in broad daylight, in front of everyone, you openly challenged the laws of the kingdom and severely injured the head of Qingshan town. Boy, do you really think that no one can deal with you? After he finished speaking, Lei Long walked out from the crowd. Behind him, Wu Linfeng and 30 city guards from the immortal martial realm followed closely. As soon as Lei Long and others appeared, the original discussions died down instantly. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lei Long and others. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. Anyone with a discerning eye could sense a hint of ill intention from Lei Long and his group. But no one spoke, and no one said anything about it. After all, trouble comes from the mouth. The Qingshan town residents present were just there to watch the fun, they didn't want to get themselves into trouble. Only the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families frowned. Chen Beiwang even came to Ye Bufan and reminded him, young Master Yi, he is Lei Long, the commander of the Kangyan City Guards, a Tai level 2 warrior. Thunder Dragon, commander of the City Guards. A Tai second heaven warrior. So what? Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. He stepped on Zhang Tingyun, turned his head, looked at Lei Long, and raised a playful and teasing smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, finally you are willing to come out. Lei Long was stunned. Ye Bufan ignored him. He turned to look at Wu Linfeng beside Lei Long and said coldly, boy, I spared your life last time, but you came to me again this time. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Hearing this, Wu Linfeng's heart trembled, and he instinctively hid behind Lei Long. Oh. Seeing this, Ye Bufan sneered with disdain. At this time, Lei Long came to his senses and shouted at Ye Bufan, young man, stop being so arrogant. Furious, Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a smile, I am more than just arrogant. I am clearly arrogant and domineering. What do you think? Snort. Lei Long snorted coldly and said, you are only at the first level of the Tai heaven. Do you really think you are invincible? Let me tell you, you are nothing in front of my city lord's mansion. You dare to seriously injure the head of a town under the jurisdiction of my Kenyan city. Today, no matter who you are dead. When Lei Long said this, all the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families were shocked. The first level of heaven. They originally thought that Ye Bufan was a powerful person at the 7th, 8th and 9th level of Tai realm, and might even be the king of Tiangong realm, but they didn't expect that Ye Bufan was only at the 11th level of Tai realm. What should I do? Can Ye Bufan of the first level of Tai compete with Lei Long of the second level of Tai? What's more, behind Lei Long is the lord of Kenyan city, who is at the 6th level of Tai. For a moment, people from the Chen and Shui families all looked at Ye Bufan with worry. Ye Bufan didn't care about these. Yeah, looking at Lei Long, he groaned with a playful expression, then chuckled and said, seriously injuring the mayor is already a capital crime, so what if we kill him? Lei Long frowned. Ye Bufan didn't say any more words. He stepped hard on Zhang Tingyun's right foot. Bang! A dull voice sounded. Ka ka ka. In an instant, Zhang Tingyun's chest caved in and his sternum was completely shattered. Puff! Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. After he looked at Ye Bufan with hatred, his neck tilted and he died. Until his death, Zhang Tingyun never figured out why Ye Bufan dared to be so unscrupulous. Isn't he afraid of angering the Thunder Dragon? Isn't he afraid of offending the city lord's mansion? A sudden change. The whole place was dead silent. Zhang Tingyun didn't understand it, and the same was true for everyone else present. Especially the Thunder Dragon. After taking a look at Zhang Tingyun who was lying lifeless on the ground, Lei Long gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and cast his fiery eyes directly at Ye Bufan. He never thought that Ye Bufan would dare to kill Zhang Tingyun directly. Although Lei Long didn't care whether Zhang Tingyun was alive or dead, and even Lei Long himself would deal with Zhang Tingyun sooner or later, this did not mean that anyone could take Zhang Tingyun's life, especially in front of him, Lei Long. This is a provocation. It was a provocation to Lei Long, the commander of his city guards, and even more so to the entire Kenyan city lord's mansion. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Boom. In an instant, endless coldness and murderous intent surged out of the Thunder Dragon's body. Boy, you deserve to die. Staring at Ye Bufan, Lei Long let out an angry roar. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled, his expression teasing and amusing. Seriously injuring the mayor means death, killing the mayor also means death. I say, can you come up with some new tricks? Shaking his head, Ye Bufan continued. Forget it. We're all going to die anyway, so I might as well kill you too. Just you. Lei Long laughed in anger. How dare a mere Tai level 1 heaven threaten to take Lei Long's life? It's ridiculous. It's simply a fantasy. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder Dragon rushed out. The same thing, I'll give it to you too. Ye Bufan said this in a cold voice, and then his figure also shot out. In an instant, the two met. Die. Lei Long threw a punch. Call. Ye Bufan met the punch with his fist. In a flash. Bang. The two men collided with their fists. A thunderous sonic boom sounded, causing the ears of everyone around to buzz. Next second. Da da da. Lei Long's body retreated 4 steps uncontrollably. Ye Bufan didn't move at all. How is that possible? Looking at Ye Bufan, Lei Long's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, since you are here, then stay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out again. Damn it. Seeing Ye Bufan coming to attack again, Lei Long couldn't help but yell angrily. At this moment, Lei Long has clearly realized that although Ye Bufan has only reached the first level of Tai heaven, his combat power has far exceeded his level and has even reached the 4th or 5th level of Tai heaven. If he fights head-on, he will definitely be defeated. What to do? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Things have developed to this point, even if he is willing to give up, Ye Bufan will never agree. To put it bluntly, there is no room for easing tensions between the two sides. Today, either he dies or Ye Bufan dies. In that case, let's fight. Let's go together. Lei Long roared angrily, then rushed out directly. 1 against 1 is no match. Then, 30 city guards from the immortal martial realm will attack together. Chapter 1971 Lei Long kneeled. Kill. At Lei Long's command, the 30 Shanwu realm city guards he brought with him no longer hesitated. They all drew the long swords at their waists and rushed towards Ye Bufan together with Lei Long. 1 is Tai. 30 immortal warriors. Lei Long and 31 others rushed out together, their killing momentum was as fierce as wolves and tigers. Seeing this, Chen Beiwang no longer hesitated and shouted directly, "Kill!" In an instant, 11 warriors in the immortal martial realm from the Chen and Shui families also rushed out instantly. Back off! But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. This. Upon hearing this, Chen Beiwang and others were stunned and their movements stopped immediately. Then, they all looked at Ye Bufan with puzzled eyes. Ye Bufan ignored it. Bang! He stomped his foot on the ground and stepped back suddenly. Snort. Seeing this, Lei Long thought Ye Bu was scared, so he snorted coldly and said, "Want to run? Do you think you can still run? Today, you are dead." While speaking, Lei Long still rushed towards Ye Bufan with great momentum. The 30 city guards under his command did not stop for the moment. Ha ha ha. At this time, Wu Linfeng, who was watching from the side, burst into laughter. Then he said excitedly, "You little brat, are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. If you dare to offend me, I'll show you how I'll kill you." But is Ye Bufan really scared? Of course not. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Ye Bufan is doing this now just to end the battle quickly. Boom. After his body retreated 30 meters, Ye Bufan's aura changed completely. Then, thunder. Bang. Ye Bufan took a step forward, and rumbling thunder exploded out of nowhere. This is the 3 methods of killing gods. According to the martial arts level classification of the Hongmeng world, the magical powers of the Tianyuan small thousand world, even the lowest level, are at least earth-level martial arts. The 3 god-killing styles are the top-level magical powers. Therefore, if we classify martial arts according to the level of the Hongmeng world, the 3 god-slaying styles are at least god-level martial arts, and may even be saint-level martial arts. Whether it is god-level or saint-level, its power can be imagined. At this moment, thunder came out and the divine power in Ye Bufan's body surged out wildly. That's right, it's divine power. The warriors in the Hongmeng world specialize in cultivating spiritual power. In theory, when Ye Bufan entered the Hongmeng world and integrated into it, the divine power in his body should have automatically converted into spiritual power. In fact, Ye Bufan himself also thinks so. It's just that he had been in a serious injured state before, and the divine power in his body had been completely exhausted due to the serious injuries, so this kind of transformation had not occurred for a long time. But just now, after Ye Bufan's injuries were completely healed, he discovered that because of the practice of Tianyuan Yushin Ju, the divine power in his body was not converted into spiritual power at all, or even could not be converted into spiritual power. Spiritual power, divine power. 2 completely different power systems. This is also the main reason why the warriors of the Hongmeng world cannot see through Ye Bufan's strengths and weaknesses. Of course, whether it is spiritual power or divine power, it doesn't matter as long as it does not affect one's own combat effectiveness. Violent divine power emerged. After the thunder comes the heavenly sword. Boom. In an instant, murderous intent surged. Ye Bufan directly transformed into a 3-meter-long sword. The sudden change stunned everyone present. Even Lei Long, the commander of the city guards at the Taiyi and 2nd level, was no exception. His body froze, and he stared blankly at the 3-meter-long sword in front of him. I was confused and stupid. What is this? Transformed into a knife? Or is it the unity of man and sword? It can be said that Ye Bufan's heavenly sword has surpassed the cognition of Lei Long, a warrior in the Taiyi realm. If even the Thunder Dragon is like this, others will be no exception. However, Ye Bufan would not stop for this reason. After the heavenly sword comes the god killer. Call. The 3-meter-long heavenly sword turned into a cold light and slashed straight at Lei Long and others. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Lei Long's pupils shrank and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Run. As soon as he heard the word, his body instinctively retreated to the side. Call. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan transformed into a heavenly sword and flew past him. Lei Long narrowly avoided the fatal blow. But the 30 Shanwu realm city guards under his command were not so lucky. Or maybe Ye Bufan's knife was too fast, so fast that they had no time to dodge. As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, the 30 Shanwu Realm city guards had just come to their senses and wanted to dodge, but Ye Bufan's heavenly sword, which was full of murderous intent, had already come in front of them. Then, the heavenly sword swept past. After 0.0001 seconds, Ye Bufan had arrived behind the 30 city guards. At this time, the heavenly sword dissipated, and Ye Bufan returned to his original appearance, with his back to the 30 city guards. 30 city guards stood with swords in hand. Their bodies seemed to be frozen in time, unable to move at all. The next second, puff, puff, puff. Bright red liquid spurted out from the waists of the 30 Shanwu Realm city guards. Immediately afterwards, the upper bodies of the 30 city guards separated from their lower bodies and slid down. Bang, bang, bang. After a muffled sound, the 30 city guards split into 60 and fell directly to the ground. Suddenly, the blood dyed the earth red. The viscera were scattered all over the floor. The scene was bloody and even more hideous. Ye Bufan cut all 30 Shanwu Realm city guards in half with one strike of his sword. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have solidified. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was silent. But this situation did not last long. Vomit. After a while, countless people began to vomit uncontrollably. Although the remaining people did not vomit directly, they were also terrified and their scalps were tingling. The scene before my eyes was simply too bloody, too hideous, too violent, and too disgusting. Looking at Ye Bufan's back, Lei Long's face turned pale and his body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. In an instant, he killed 30 city guards in the immortal martial realm with one sword. Not to mention him, even the mayor of their Kenyan city may not have this ability. Are they too weak? No. The young man in front of me is too strong. Thinking back to that knife just now. At this moment, Lei Long clearly realized that this time, they might have provoked a terrifying existence that they could not afford to offend. Before Lei Long could think about it, Ye Bufan had already slowly turned around and looked at Lei Long. He smiled and said, "Commander Lei, your helpers are too weak, aren't they? They can't even take my sword. Damn it. Are they too weak? You are too perverted, okay." Thunder Dragon went crazy. He felt like there were millions of alpacas running wildly in his heart. That's not all. In Lei Long's opinion, Ye Bufan's smile at this moment was more like the devil's summons and the coming of the god of death. That feeling made him afraid, terrified, and even tremble. Bang! The next second, Lei Long, the Tai Realm City Guard commander, knelt down in front of Ye Bufan and said tremblingly, "Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." Chapter 1972, Teammates Who Are Like Pigs. "Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." The sudden scene made everyone present stunned for a moment. No one expected that the commander of the city guards at the Tai realm would actually kneel down and beg for mercy. But think about it. In the face of life and death, take everything lightly. In the face of death, face and dignity are no longer important. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. It is only natural for Lei Long to kneel down and beg for mercy. Hee. Looking at Lei Long begging for mercy, Ye Bufan smiled and then walked towards him step by step. Every time Ye Bufan took a step, Lei Long's heart couldn't help but be shocked. The distance of just tens of meters seemed like tens of millions of years to the Thunder Dragon. By the time Ye Bufan walked in front of Lei Long's clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. At this time, Ye Bufan looked down at Lei Long and said calmly, "It's not impossible to spare your life, but you have to give me a reason not to kill you." Lei Long was stunned. He looked up at Ye Bufan. I. Why, even you think that I have no reason not to kill you?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. Yes, I have." Lei Long said hurriedly, "I am willing to submit to you, senior. From now on, I will follow your lead and obey you. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, I will not refuse." Yeah. A playful and mocking smile appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded not far away, "Uncle Lei." Afterwards, the young city lord Wulin Feng ran out from the crowd. He stood in front of the crowd, pointed at Lei Long and said angrily, "Uncle Lei, you are a strong man in the Tai realm, what are you afraid of him doing? Get up, fight him." I just don't believe that a peasant like him can be your opponent. As soon as Wu Linfang finished speaking, everyone present looked at him with contempt. Fight your ass. Can't you see that Lei Long chose to kneel down and beg for mercy because he was defeated? But you are so good. Still missing a city lord. What a blind idiot. Everyone was thinking secretly, even Lei Long couldn't help but curse in his heart. The next second, Ye Bufan turned around and glanced at Wu Linfang in front of the crowd. Wu Linfang's heart trembled. You, what do you want to do? He took a few steps back and looked at Ye Bufan in panic. Call out. Ye Bufan did not answer, but his body shot out instantly. Seeing this, Wu Linfeng was shocked and immediately turned around and ran. It's a pity that Wu Linfeng is only a warrior at the Destiny Realm, how could he possibly escape? As soon as he turned around, Ye Bufan was already standing in front of him. Where is the young city lord going? Looking at Wu Linfeng in front of him, Ye Bufan asked with a smile. What do you want to do? Wu Linfeng's body trembled and he said tremblingly. What do I want to do? Ye Bufan smiled and said, hasn't the young city lord ever heard of this saying? What? He who kills will be killed. Buzz. Wu Linfeng's heart trembled. Ye Bufan took a step forward and said, you want to take my life, so I will not let you go. Bang. Wu Linfeng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Then, looking at Ye Bufan, he howled urgently, no, you can't kill me. I am the young city lord, and my father is the city lord, and he is also a strong man in the Tai realm. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, a fishy smelly liquid flowed out from between Wu Linfeng's legs. He was once again scared to death by Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, the people watching around were all filled with contempt and ridicule. Ye Bufan patted his chest and said, City Lord. Still in the Tai realm. I'm so scared. After saying this, Ye Bufan's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, he is just a city lord of Tai realm. Do you really think I am afraid of him? Buzz. Wu Linfeng was startled. Ye Bufan lifted him up with one hand. No. Wu Linfeng howled, don't kill me, don't kill me. Ye Bufan ignored him. He carried Wu Linfeng and walked towards Lei Long step by step. After a while, Ye Bufan came in front of Lei Long. Bang! He threw Wu Linfeng in front of Lei Long and said, don't you want to submit to me and let me spare your life? Can. Break his limbs, and I will spare your life and accept your surrender. Buzz. Hearing this, Wu Linfeng's heart trembled, and he shouted urgently, no, you can't do this. After saying that, he looked at Lei Long again and begged desperately, Uncle Lei, save me, save me. I'll save your sister. Lei Long's mouth twitched, and he cursed Wu Linfeng's ancestors in his heart. He even wanted to kill Wu Linfeng. It's true that I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Why didn't he surrender without a fight? Why did he kneel down and beg for mercy? It's because he knows how to judge the situation and understands the truth that a real man can bend and stretch. Originally, Lei Long thought about compromising for the time being, and after escaping this disaster and saving his own and Wu Linfeng's lives, he would find a chance to take revenge on Ye Bufan. But I didn't expect that the idiot Wu Linfeng would jump out at such a critical moment. That's all. He actually dared to provoke Ye Bufan under such circumstances. Isn't this courting death? Now it's okay. Break Wu Linfeng's limbs. Not to mention whether Ye Bufan would spare his life after doing this. Even if Ye Bufan spared his life, Wu Linfeng's father, Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Kangyan City who was at the 7th level of Tai, would never let him go. What to do? With no other options, Lei Long could only grit his teeth and looked at Ye Bufan's kind persuasion and said, Senior, this guy is also the young city lord of Kangyan City. It's not a good idea to do this, right? Changing the subject, Lei Long continued, of course, I said this not because I think you are afraid of Wu Qianchuan. It's just that Wu Qianchuan is the lord of a city after all, and the entire Star Moon Kingdom stands behind him. I'm afraid if things get too awkward between you and him, it won't end well. If something happens to Wu Qianchuan again, then. Although Lei Long did not continue speaking, his meaning was already very clear, that is even if Ye Bufan did not take Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Kangyan City, seriously, he could never ignore the Xingyu kingdom behind Wu Qianchuan. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, Wu Linfeng responded several times and said, my grandfather. Just shut up. Unexpectedly, Lei Long interrupted Wu Linfang's words with a scolding. At this moment, Lei Long was really worried that Wu Linfang would cause some trouble again. Wu Linfang was stunned. Lei Long looked at Ye Bufan again and said, "Senior, how about just teach this kid a lesson and let him go? After all, you won't suffer any loss, and it will be good for everyone if this matter ends here." Hee. Looking at the uncle and nephew in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "What if I don't let you go?" Well, Lei Long was stunned. Ye Bufan said, "You have 3 seconds to think about it. Either you break his limbs and make him submit to me, or I will kill you too." Senior. Lei Long wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan ignored him and started counting down. 3. Hearing this, Lei Long frowned. Wu Linfeng was very anxious. "Uncle Lei." He looked directly at the Thunder Dragon with a look of fear, and his body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. 2. Ye Bufan continued to count down. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lei Long's eyes. Boom. The next second, before Ye Bufan could utter the word 1, Lei Long Taiyi's second-level cultivation had already fully erupted, and he pounced directly at Ye Bufan. "Since I can't accept the injustice and can't seek perfection, then I will fight." Chapter 1973. Let Wu Qianchuan redeem the people. With the force of thunder. The state of mountain torrents and tsunamis. Lei Long used all his strength when he attacked. It seemed as if with this blow, he was going to tear Ye Bufan into pieces completely. This sudden change shocked everyone present, and Chen Beiwang and others couldn't help but exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, be careful." However, Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. Snort. Seeing Lei Long suddenly launch a sneak attack, Ye Bufan snorted coldly. Then he instantly struck out with a palm. The bearer of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Monument. Triple strength, 6 times increase. Call. Ye Bufan's palm strike was extremely fast, causing a sound of breaking through the air. That's not all. Lei Long took the first step, but Ye Bufan arrived later. Before Lei Long's fatal blow touched Ye Bufan had already placed his palm on Lei Long's left cheek. Suddenly, Lei Long was shocked. His hair stood on end and his mind couldn't help but tremble and shiver. He wanted to hide, but there was no time and nowhere to hide. Bang! In an instant, a dull and heavy sound exploded in Lei Long's ears. Puff! The Thunder Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. The heart-wrenching pain made Lei Long dizzy. Not only that, under the inertial impact of Ye Bufan's palm, Lei Long's body fell sideways. Bang! A loud thunderous sound was heard. In an instant, the ground sank, and with the Thunder Dragon as the center, spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground and spread rapidly in all directions. Puff! At this time, Lei Long spurted out another mouthful of blood. He saw stars and his consciousness fell into a brief period of daze and confusion. From the time Lei Long launched a sneak attack to the time Ye Bufan knocked him to the ground with one palm, it all seemed long, but in fact it took less than a second. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared at it in a daze, their faces filled with shock and confusion. It was simply that Lei Long and Ye Bufan were too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't catch it, and so fast that they didn't even know what was happening. Ahem. After a while, Lei Long coughed lightly and his consciousness gradually returned to normal. Then, Lei Long supported himself on the ground with his hands and tried to stand up. But at this moment, bang! Ye Bufan stepped directly on the back of the Thunder Dragon. Under the impact of the powerful force, the Thunder Dragon's body made a bang, and came into close contact with the ground again. Puff! The next second, another mouthful of blood spurted out of the Thunder Dragon's mouth. But Lei Long didn't care about that. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to break free from Ye Bufan's grip, but found that Ye Bufan's kick was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. No matter how hard he tried or how much he struggled, he could not get rid of it, and was even unable to move. Helpless, Lei Long gave up struggling and collapsed to the ground. But he did not compromise directly because of this. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Ye Bufan sneered, looking down at Lei Long and said, "You attacked me first, and now you have the nerve to ask me what I want." Lei Long was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Do you really think that I will believe that you are willing to surrender?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked Lei Long's waist and abdomen with his other foot. Puff! The Thunder Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Bufan said again, "Do you really think you are so smart that you have successfully deceived me?" Bang! Do you really think I will spare your life? Bang. Who do you think you are? Bang. To tell you the truth, don't say you are just pretending to surrender. Even if you surrender sincerely, I will not accept it, let alone spare your life. Bang. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. Don't you understand this truth? Bang. Ye Bufan spoke one sentence after another and kicked the Thunder Dragon one by one. Every kick he gave would cause the Thunder Dragon to spit out blood, adding insult to injury. After more than a dozen kicks, the Thunder Dragon was already dying. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Anything else you want to say? Looking at the Thunder Dragon under his feet, Ye Bufan asked lightly. Lei Long wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Since you have nothing to say, let me send you on your way. Ye Bufan rebuked harshly. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, Lei Long choked up and his body kept shaking. It was obvious that he had something to say, but he just couldn't utter it out loud. Ye Bufan was naturally clear about this. But so what? Got something to say. If you have anything to say, save it and tell it to the King of Hell. Call. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan kicked out directly. Bang. He kicked the Thunder Dragon on the head, instantly bursting it. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The commander of the city guards at the Tai realm was kicked to death by Ye Bufan. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but swallow. Among them, many people shuddered all over, trembling with fear and terror. Especially Wu Linfeng. He sat slumped 1 meter away from Lei Long. After seeing Lei Long's head being kicked to pieces, his face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. The fishy smell on the ground instantly increased. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan withdrew his foot from the back of the Thunder Dragon, and then looked at Wu Linfeng. Wu Linfeng's heart trembled. You, what do you want to do? Looking at Ye Bufan, he said tremblingly. What do you think? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Boom. Wu Linfeng's heart trembled. He did not dare to hesitate any longer, and got up directly, then knelt down in front of Ye Bufan and begged bitterly. Master Yi, I know I was wrong, please let me go, this is all caused by that old B***starred Zhang Tingyun. He wanted to use me to deal with the Chen and Shui families, and he also wanted to take revenge on you, Master Yi. Son of a B***tch. Hearing this, everyone in the Zhang family couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Oh, really? Ye Bufan looked at Wu Linfeng and asked with a chuckle. Yes, it is. Wu Linfeng said repeatedly. As long as Master Yi spares my life, I am willing to compensate. Is 10 million enough? If it's not enough, 20 million or 30 million will do. How much do you want? Master Yi, just tell me the number. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled, then stroked his chin and said, this is a good idea, but for the life of a young city lord like you, isn't 20 or 30 million low-grade spirit stones a little too little? Wu Linfeng was stunned at first, then he asked happily, how much do you want? How about 50 million? Can. Wu Linfeng agreed without even thinking, I'll have someone go back and get the money now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Linfeng was stunned again, and then he was dumbfounded. Now, Lei Long is dead, and all 30 city guards have been killed. There is no one around. Who should go back to Canyon City to collect the 50 million ransom? Himself. Stop kidding. Wu Linfeng is stupid, but not to the point of being hopelessly stupid. If he went back to get the money, Ye Bufan would definitely not agree. As if seeing Wu Linfeng's dilemma, Ye Bufan looked directly at the members of the Zhang family camp who were below the immortal martial realm, and then pointed at one of the warriors of the 9th heaven of spiritual soul, and said, You, go to Canyon City now and tell the mayor of Canyon City that his son has been kidnapped by me, and ask him to quickly pay 50 million to redeem him. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was confused and dumbfounded. You just killed the commander of the Canyon City Guard, and now you are kidnapping the young city lord of Canyon City and openly extorting 50 million from the city lord of Canyon City. Are you crazy? Do you know that Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Canyon City, is the strongest person in the 6th level of Tai? The most important thing is that in addition to Wu Qianchuan, Canyon City also has a city guard force of thousands of people. You are so reckless in targeting the city lord's mansion, aren't you afraid that Wu Qianchuan will directly send troops to encircle and suppress you? Chapter 1974 Great Harvest. Is Ye Bufan afraid? Of course not. If he was afraid, he would not have directly killed Lei Long, the commander of the Canyon City Guard. After all, killing Lei Long would mean creating a mortal enemy with the city lord's mansion. Just like now, even if Ye Bufan didn't blackmail Wu Qianchuan, would Wu Qianchuan let it go? Absolutely not. The death of a Tai Realm City Guard commander is enough to make the city lord Wu Qianchuan furious. He will definitely take revenge on Ye Bufan, or even kill him. Therefore, it actually doesn't make much difference whether Ye Bufan blackmails Wu Qianchuan or not. What he is doing now is nothing more than adding fuel to the fire and asking Wu Qianchuan to come as soon as possible. After all, Ye Bufan couldn't stay in Qingshan town or the Chen family forever. He must solve a series of troubles caused by Wu Linfang for the Chen family before leaving. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan wanted to end the battle quickly and eradicate the root of the problem. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Zhang family's Shenpo realm warrior was stunned at first, then he looked at Zhang Tingyun who was lying on the ground in the distance with hesitant and questioning eyes. However, before Zhang Tingyun could speak, Ye Bufan took the lead and said, "If you don't want your Zhang family to be wiped out, you'd better leave immediately." Buzz. Hearing this, the Zhang family's Shenpo realm warrior couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Zhang Tingyun was shocked and immediately shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Go quickly." "Yes, yes, yes." The Zhang family warriors responded several times and then ran out of the crowd. Hee. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at Chen Beiwang who was not far away, and said, "Patriarch Chen, please send someone to invite our young city lord down and serve him well. After all, this is a big fat sheep worth 50 million. If something happens, it would be a pity and a waste." Okay. Chen Beiwang didn't waste any time and directly ordered someone to bring Wu Linfang into the Chen family. Wu Linfeng naturally didn't dare to resist. After Wu Linfeng left, Ye Bufan glanced at Zhang Tingyun and others. Facing Ye Bufan's eyes, Zhang Tingyun and others couldn't help but tremble. Although they are still alive now, Ye Bufan has just severely injured them, causing them to fall to the ground and unable to get up. In this situation, if Ye Bufan wanted to take their lives, it would be a piece of cake. That is why Zhang Tingyun immediately said, "Young Master Yi, my Zhang family can also buy lives with money. So do we. We are also willing to spend money to buy a way to survive." After Zhang Tingyun finished speaking, the immortal warriors from the three major mercenary groups also spoke up. Spend money to buy life. Ye Bufan sneered. The reason why he accepted Wu Linfang's proposal to buy his life was that he hoped that the city lord Wu Qianchuan would come to Qingshan town as soon as possible so that he could solve the Chen family's troubles as soon as possible. But Zhang Tingyun and others are different. It's just a bunch of fish on the chopping board. Does Ye Bufan need to make so much trouble? As for spending money to buy life, that's even more nonsense. Kill them, and all their wealth will be yours. For this reason, Ye Bufan ignored Zhang Tingyun and others, but looked at the members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups below the immortal martial realm. He who kills others will be killed. Since they want to destroy the Chen and Shui families, they must be prepared to be slaughtered. What's more, for Ye Bufan, these warriors in the Destiny realm and the Spiritual Soul realm are all his luck and the cornerstone of his own strength. How could he let them go easily? Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan dodged and rushed towards the warriors of the Destiny realm and the Spiritual Soul realm from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the immortal warriors from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups were all trembling in their hearts. They didn't understand what Ye Bufan wanted to do. Kill them all. Ye Bufan doesn't want to give them a chance to live. After seeing Ye Bufan's strength, they no longer had any desire to resist. Run. In just a moment, the members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups had made up their minds. If thousands of people fled separately, Ye Bufan would really not be able to keep them all. But will Ye Bufan really let them escape so easily? Of course not. Now that you are here, let's all stay. Seeing that they were about to run, Ye Bufan shouted, "No matter who they are, as long as you stop them, the property on them will be yours." Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the citizens of Qingshan town who were watching nearby were all cheered up. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for death. Faced with such a huge explosion, how could the citizens of Qingshan town who were watching the scene resist? In an instant, tens of thousands of Qingshan town residents surrounded them, blocking the way for the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. Son of AB*TCH. Seeing this scene, the Zhang family members and members of the three major mercenary groups were all furious. They certainly won't sit idly by. As a result, members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups all took action, trying to fight their way out of the Qingshan town residents. It's a pity that the Qingshan town residents who were watching the scene were not made of clay. If it was a warrior of the immortal martial realm like Zhang Tingyun and others, perhaps they would not be able to compete with them at all, but these warriors of the heavenly fate and divine soul realm. Among those who came to watch, who is not destined, who is not a spirit? What's more, their number is 10 times that of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups, or even more than 10 times. In this situation, how can the Zhang family members and the three major mercenary groups fight their way out? Not only did they fail, they were also beaten back by the onlookers from Qingshan town. In a brief moment, Ye Bufan had already arrived behind the Zhang family members and the three major mercenary groups. Bang! Without any hesitation, he punched a warrior in the Shenpo realm. Puff! The warrior in the Shenpo realm spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly killed by Ye Bufan's punch. Ye Bufan did not stop, he snatched the long sword from the hand of the Shenpo realm warrior. Then the long sword was raised. Puff, puff, puff. The knife fell with a sudden movement. Ye Bufan was harvesting the lives of these warriors in the destiny realm and the spiritual soul realm as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. With Ye Bufan's strength at the Tai realm, even if he didn't use any martial arts, just an ordinary strike of the sword would be enough to kill these warriors at the Tianming and Shenpo realms. In the space of a breath, Ye Bufan killed dozens of people. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the Zhang family members and the members of the three major mercenary groups no longer hesitated. They turned around and surrounded and killed Ye Bufan. After all, the townspeople of Qingshan town only surrounded them and would not kill them. But Ye Bufan is different. Whenever Ye Bufan draws his sword, blood will be drawn, and if blood is seen, there will be death. That was a complete massacre. In this situation, the Zhang family members and the three major mercenary groups naturally knew what to choose. Kill. Thousands of people rushed towards Ye Bufan. They were aggressive. They were filled with murderous intent. But, is it useful? It's totally useless. Not to mention the thousands of them, the ones who could actually attack Ye Bufan were actually only the dozens of people at the forefront. Even these dozen people, their attacks were easily blocked by Ye Bufan. They couldn't get close to Ye Bufan at all, let alone hurt Ye Bufan at all. It can be said that this was definitely a one-sided massacre committed by Ye Bufan alone. The knife fell with a sudden movement. Kill, kill, kill. 6 minutes later, thousands of warriors at the Destiny and Spirit realm from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups were no longer standing. They were all lying on the ground, all life force gone. Ye Bufan killed thousands of people, his body covered in blood, like a peerless killing god. Looking at him, everyone present, without exception, was terrified and their hair stood on end. Ye Bufan, however, held up the long sword with the blade already curled up and smiled slightly. It was not for any other reason, but because the thousands of warriors in the Destiny realm and the Spirit realm from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups directly brought him more than 50,000 luck gains. Plus the previous 30 Shanwu realm city guards and Tai realm thunder dragon. Ye Bufan's luck at this time has reached more than 77,000 points. More than 77,000 luck. This is definitely the biggest fortune gain Ye Bufan has obtained since he came to the Hongmeng world, and it took him less than 6 minutes to obtain this fortune. There is no doubt that this is an unprecedented harvest. In this case, how could Ye Bufan not be happy, excited and thrilled? It's a pity that other people don't know. In their opinion, Ye Bufan's smile was entirely caused by the joy after killing. Take pleasure in killing. Happy because of bloodlust. This guy is a lunatic, a cold-blooded murderer. Weird atmosphere. Everyone was terrified. Ye Bufan ignored him. He held up the long sword with the blade curling and looked directly at Zhang Tingyun and others not far away, that is, the dozen or so immortal martial realm warriors who had collapsed to the ground and lost the ability to move. Buzz. In an instant, the warriors in the immortal martial realm were startled. Da da da. Ye Bufan walked towards Zhang Tingyun step by step. You. Looking up at Ye Bufan, Zhang Tingyun was terrified and said tremblingly, "Didn't you say that as long as we send a message to the city lord's mansion for you, you will spare our lives?" "When did I say such a thing?" Zhang Tingyun was furious. Ye Bufan said, You are the mayor of a town, how come your comprehension is so poor? I have said before that if that member of your Zhang family doesn't go to the city lord's mansion to deliver the message, I will completely wipe out your Zhang family. Now that he has gone, I will naturally not go and destroy your entire Zhang family. But that only means not wiping out your entire Zhang family. When did I ever say I would let you go? The only ones I left behind were the women and children of your Zhang family who did not come to join the battle. As for you, he who kills will be killed. Since you're here, then stay. You. Zhang Tingyun was stunned. I was confused and stupid. Ye Bufan ignored him and just waved the long sword in his hand. Puff. The knife passed and blood splattered. Zhang Tingyun, the head of the Zhang family and the mayor of Qingshan town, was killed instantly. Chapter 1975 Tai 3 Heavens. Zhang Tingyun died, and the Hongmeng Sky Seal directly plundered more than 500 points of luck. Ye Bufan was filled with joy, but the other immortal martial realm warriors around him were terrified. Senior, spare my life. Senior, we know we are wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare our lives. Senior, I have an 80-year-old mother and a baby who is less than a month old at home. If you kill me, they will really have no way to survive. Please show mercy. Senior. Facing Ye Bufan, whether it was the immortal martial realm of the Zhang family or the immortal martial realm of the three major mercenary groups, they did not hesitate at all, begging for mercy at the top of their lungs. There is no way out. I am the fish on the chopping board. In the current situation, they don't even have the ability to resist. They have no choice but to beg for mercy. Oh. Looking at the immortal martial realm warriors from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups begging for mercy, Ye Bufan just sneered. He never thought of himself as a bad person, but he was definitely not a goody-goody either. Beg for mercy. If begging for mercy were useful, there wouldn't be so many swords and sabers and grudges and hatreds in the world. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan dodged and came directly to the side of a warrior in the immortal martial realm, then raised the bloody long sword in his hand fiercely. No. Seeing this scene, the warrior in the immortal martial realm was terrified and let out a wail. He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. Puff. In a flash, Ye Bufan chopped off his head with a single blow. Blood spurted. All the other warriors in the immortal martial realm around were shocked and their souls trembled. Ye Bufan ignored it. He always remembered that being kind to his enemies was the greatest cruelty to himself. So, kill. Puff, puff, puff. Within tens of seconds, Ye Bufan killed all the remaining warriors in the immortal martial realm. Another few thousand points of luck were obtained. At this point, all the members of the city lord's mansion, the Zhang family, and the three major mercenary groups that came to deal with the Chen and Shui families today were wiped out. Of course, there was also a member of the Zhang family who went to the city lord's mansion to report the news. But, can he survive? Ye Bufan doesn't think so. If he can walk out of the city lord's mansion alive, he will be lucky. The troops from the three major forces were completely wiped out. The luck in Ye Bufan's, Hongmeng Tianyan, has exceeded 80,000 and reached more than 84,000 points. It is true, if you kill people and set fires, you will get a golden belt. If you build bridges and repair roads, there will be no corpses. Think about it before, and think about it now. Ye Bufan even had the idea of massacring Qingshan town and washing Kangyan city with blood. Of course, Ye Bufan was just thinking about it. If he really had to do it, he would definitely not be able to do it. After all, Ye Bufan is not a deicide, and he cannot be as cold-blooded and cruel as a deicide. Ye Bufan thought so, but the people in Qingshan town did not think so. After Ye Bufan slaughtered thousands of members of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups, they had already regarded Ye Bufan as a bloodthirsty madman and butcher. But so what? Will Ye Bu care about what they think? Of course not. When, after eliminating all the immortal martial realm warriors from the three major forces, Ye Bufan threw the long sword with blood dripping in his hand and the blade already curled up to the ground, and then walked step by step towards the Chen family mansion not far away. Ye Bufan turned a blind eye to everything around him, as if he had done something insignificant. When he passed by Chen Beiwang and his group, he said lightly, "Deal with these bodies. As for their belongings, do as I said before." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Beiwang responded repeatedly. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more and walked directly into the Chen family mansion. Call. After Ye Bufan left, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even Chen Beiwang and others were no exception. There was no way. Ye Bufan's aura was simply too strong, and the bloody scene just now had caused too much of a shock to everyone. After killing thousands of people, he actually laughed at it. How crazy this is. How cold-blooded this is. After today, Ye Bufan's notoriety will spread throughout Qingshan town and shake Canyon City. The backyard of Chen Mansion. Ye Bufan was unaware of the inner thoughts of Chen Beiwang and others. If he knew, Ye Bufan would definitely shout, unfair. After all, Ye Bufan has never been a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty person. The reason why he laughed was entirely because of the rich luck he had gained, and not because of the happiness and joy he felt from killing as Chen Beiwang and others thought. I have to say, this is a very unpleasant misunderstanding. After returning to the backyard, Ye Bufan went straight into his room. Afterwards, take a shower and change clothes. After washing off the blood on his body, Ye Bufan focused his attention on the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal. 84,808, 32,197. Looking at this extremely dazzling number in the Hongmeng Tianyan, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. More than 84,000 points of luck. It can be said that this is the greatest fortune Ye Bufan has ever obtained. Even before this, Ye Bufan didn't have so much luck. For this reason, Zhang Tingyun and others' revenge against the Chen and Shui families was like pie in the sky for Ye Bufan, an absolute huge harvest. Of course, Ye Bufan was not overwhelmed by this sudden gain. He knew very well that no matter how much luck he had, if he did not transform it into his own strength, then all this luck would ultimately be just a number. Therefore, what we should do now is to use this good fortune to improve our own cultivation. Do it when you think of it. Practice. Ye Bufan sat cross-legged and started practicing the Tianyuan Yushan Ju directly. In the path of martial arts, whether in the Tianyuan Small Thousand World or in the Hongmeng Great World, the practice methods of most of the martial arts, or even all the martial arts, are the same, which is to practice from the outside to the inside. To put it simply, warriors draw power from heaven and earth from the outside world, and then strengthen themselves from within. But the Tianyuan Yushan Ju is different. Although the luck required for practicing Tianyuan Yushan Ju also comes from the outside world, these lucks were plundered by the Hongmeng Tianyan. After transformation, they are actually no longer considered external forces. It is not an exaggeration to say that they belong to Ye Bufan's own power. At least, after the transformation of the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal, these fortunes no longer have much connection with the Hongmeng world, or even have nothing to do with it. In other words, Ye Bufan's current practice is completely a self-sufficient practice. Boom! As soon as the Tianyuan Yushen Ju was activated, streams of luck began to emanate from the Hongmeng Tianyin. These energies followed the operation path of the Tianyuan Yushen Ju, and directly transformed into golden divine power in Ye Bufan's tendons and veins. This is because Ye Bufan has no injuries now. Otherwise, Tianyuan Yushen Ju would first use his luck to repair Ye Bufan's injuries. At this moment, although Ye Bufan was not injured, he had consumed most of his divine power when he performed the 3 god-killing styles. So now, as soon as Ye Bufan started practicing, the first thing that Tianyuan Yushen Ju restored was the divine power that Ye Bufan had consumed before. Injuries, divine power, and cultivation. The practice of Tianyuan Yushen Ju must be prioritized and is irreversible. Time passes by every second. After the Tianyuan Yushen Ju circulated for one cycle, it directly consumed 1,000 points of luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan, and Ye Bufan's divine power was fully restored. At this time, Ye Bufan continued to practice the Tianyuan Yushen Ju. Those strands of luck directly followed the operation path of the Tianyuan Yushen Ju, and merged into the divine power in Ye Bufan's body. While they increased the divine power in Ye Bufan's body, they were also constantly improving Ye Bufan's cultivation. With Ye Bufan's cultivation level at the Taiyi level, every time the Tianyuan Yushen Ju runs through a cycle, it will consume 1,000 points of luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan. Time passes by every second. The Tianyuan Yushen Ju circulated one cycle after another. After 20 weeks, 20,000 points of luck consumption. Boom! Ye Bufan's cultivation level broke through and directly reached the second level of Tai. At this moment, in the palm of his right hand, his soul had already merged perfectly with his body. Ye Bufan did not stop, but continued to practice and operate the Tianyuan Yushan Ju. 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 30 weeks. Boom. After consuming another 30,000 points of luck, Ye Bufan made another breakthrough and his cultivation reached the third level of Tai. His soul and body in his entire right arm had also been perfectly integrated. Call. At this time, Ye Bufan exhaled and opened his eyes. He stopped practicing. But it's not because I don't want to, but because I don't have enough luck. Chapter 1976 Patriarch Chen, are you afraid of me? From the first level of Tai Heaven to the second level of Tai Heaven, Ye Bufan consumed 20,000 points of luck. From the second level of Tai to the third level of Tai, Ye Bufan consumed 30,000 points of luck. And so on. From the third level of Tai to the fourth level of Tai, Ye Bufan will inevitably have to consume 40,000 points of luck. Before this, Ye Bufan had only obtained a total of more than 84,000 points of luck. From the first level of Tai Heaven to the third level of Tai Heaven, Ye Bufan has consumed 50,000 points of luck. There are only more than 34,000 points of luck left, which is obviously not enough to support Ye Bufan to break through the fourth level of Tai. Since it is impossible to break through the fourth level of Tai, why bother practicing anymore? What's more, after the painful lesson of being seriously injured before, Ye Bufan had already reminded himself that he must not exhaust all the luck in the Hongmeng Tianian, unless it was absolutely necessary. He had to retain a part of his luck at all times in case of emergency. At the very least, the situation like before, where one is injured but has no luck to heal, must not happen again. After stopping his training, Ye Bufan touched his chin and pondered to himself. It takes 20,000 luck to go from Tai First Heaven to Tai Second Heaven, and 30,000 luck to go from Tai Second Heaven to Tai Third Heaven. So, the luck I need for each breakthrough is almost 10 times the luck possessed by warriors of the same realm. Ye Bufan clearly remembered that when he killed Lei Long before, he gained almost 2,000 points of luck, and Lei Long was a warrior of the Tai and second levels. Isn't this exactly 1/10 of the luck needed to break through the second level of Tai? Killing 10 people at the same level will lead to a breakthrough. Isn't this too fast? Ye Bufan couldn't help being a little shocked, but he was more excited and thrilled. After all, as a warrior, who doesn't want to improve as quickly as possible? Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. In addition, according to previous gains, Ye Bufan made a preliminary calculation and found that the luck range of a warrior in the Destiny realm is roughly between 1 and 9. Spiritual realm, 10 to 90. Shanwu realm, 100 to 999. And so on. Tai realm, 1000-9999. Tiangong realm, 10000-99999. Yuanfu territory, 10000-99999. As he was calculating, Ye Bufan suddenly didn't dare to continue calculating. To be honest, considering his current level, the amount of luck is really scary. Millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling. Of course, all of this is just Ye Bufan's preliminary calculations. What the facts are remains to be verified. After all, Ye Bufan has never even met a Tiangong realm warrior, so how can he know how much luck a Tiangong realm warrior can bring to him? However, the amount of luck possessed by warriors at the 4 levels of Tianming, Shenpo, Shanwu, and Tai will generally not deviate too much. Thinking about this, Ye Bufan stroked his chin and said, according to Chen Beiwang, the city guards of Kangyan City have at least several thousand warriors in the spirit realm and hundreds of warriors in the immortal realm. If we wipe them all out, wouldn't that be hundreds of thousands of points of luck? I need 40,000 luck to go from the 3rd level to the 4th level, 50,000 for the 5th level, 60,000 for the 6th level, 70,000 for the 7th level, 80,000 for the 8th level, and 90,000 for the 9th level. All added up, it's only 390,000. So, doesn't that mean that as long as I destroy the City Lord's mansion, I can almost cultivate to the Tiangong realm? Nima, Wu Qianchuan, hurry up and bring your city guards to avenge me. My sword is already a little hungry. Ga ga ga. If you don't come, I really feel embarrassed to kill you directly, but if you dare to come, don't blame me for being merciless. Thousands of people in the Divine Soul realm plus hundreds of people in the Immortal Martial realm. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes me excited and impatient. Outside the gate, Chen Beiwang had just walked to the door when he heard Ye Bufan's last words. Suddenly, Chen Beiwang's heart trembled, and his whole body couldn't help shaking and shivering. Bang! The small wooden box in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Now, more than a day has passed since Zhang Tingyun and others were killed. In other words, Ye Bufan had been practicing for a whole day and night. During this day and night, Ye Bufan's notoriety had already spread throughout Qingshan town. In everyone's eyes, Ye Bufan is a cold-blooded, murderous demon. Chen Beiwang naturally thought so too. After all, he had witnessed the scene with his own eyes a day ago. After hearing what Ye Bufan said at this moment, Chen Beiwang became even more certain of this. Even in Chen Beiwang's opinion, they obviously underestimated Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan is not cold-blooded or bloodthirsty at all. He is clearly a lunatic and pervert with an extremely twisted mind. Otherwise, why would he say those extremely abnormal words just now? Also, Ye Bufan's previous performance must have been fake, because he was seriously injured and needed to hide himself to ensure that he would not be threatened. But now, he has recovered from his injuries, so there is no need to hide or cover up anything anymore. He is now the real him. A madman and pervert who is powerful but mentally extremely twisted. That's why. A day ago, Chen Beiwang was still feeling complacent about having Ye Bufan as his helper. But now, Chen Beiwang was left with only fear and anxiety in his heart. There is no way. Facing such a mentally abnormal madman and pervert, who would not be afraid? And who can guarantee that he will not suddenly go crazy and destroy the entire Chen family? Who? Before Chen Beiwang could think about it, Ye Bufan heard the noise coming from outside the room and instinctively shouted. Buzz! Chen Beiwang was frightened. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest, and said tremblingly, It's me, Master Yi. Patriarch Chen. Ye Bufan groaned and said, come in. After saying this, Ye Bufan stood up and walked down from the bed. Call. Outside the door, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath, then picked up the small wooden box on the ground, and mustered up his courage to push open the door. Yi, Master Yi. Chen Beiwang held the small wooden box and said something to Ye Bufan with evasive eyes. The Ye Bufan in front of him could not be described as handsome, but he could be considered a graceful young man. But who would have thought that beneath this extremely friendly appearance, there was actually a twisted heart? It is true that you can know a person's face but not his heart. Looking at Chen Beiwang, Ye Bufan frowned. Although Chen Beiwang tried his best to hide his fear, Ye Bufan still noticed something strange. Chief Chen, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Chen Beiwang exclaimed, his body trembled and he said, no, nothing happened. Nothing. Ye Bufan naturally didn't believe it. Whether it was the look in Chen Beiwang's eyes or his body's reaction, everything told Ye Bufan that at this moment he was very flustered, very scared, and even terrified. Why? Ye Bufan didn't know. But Ye Bufan could feel that all this was because of himself. I feel confused. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and said, Patriarch Chen, are you afraid of me? Chapter 1977 The Luck from the Spiritual Stone. Patriarch Chen, are you afraid of me? Buzz. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang's heart was shocked, and even his body trembled violently. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan became more certain of his guess and asked, why? Why? Chen Beiwang was even more mad because of the mess. Why do you say that? It's because I'm afraid that if you get excited, you might destroy my Chen family as well. Although he thought so, Chen Beiwang didn't dare to say it at all. Master Yi, Chen Beiwang hesitated for a long time but still couldn't make out the reason. Seeing this, Ye Bufan became more curious and puzzled, so his face darkened and he said, Patriarch Chen, although your Chen family has done me a favor first, I have also helped your Chen family a lot. If I hadn't helped, your Chen family would have been destroyed by the Zhang family long ago. Now, if you still treat me as an outsider and try to hide the affairs of your Chen family, then I can only say goodbye. As for the trouble at the city lord's mansion, just regard it as my own wishful thinking. After saying this, Ye Bufan made a move to leave. Chen Beiwang was stunned. Yes, if it weren't for Ye Bufan, his Chen and Shui families would have been destroyed by the Zhang family long ago. In that case, what is he afraid of? The worst that could happen is genocide. What is the difference between Ye Bufan's action and the Zhang family's action? Call. With this thought in mind, Chen Beiwang took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Yi, wait a minute." Ye Bufan paused, looked at Chen Beiwang and asked, "Patriarch Chen, is there anything else?" This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, to be honest, the reason why I am like this is because." Chen Beiwang told Ye Bufan exactly what he was thinking and what everyone in Qingshan town thought of Ye Bufan. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ye Bufan with a nervous and anxious expression, as if he was waiting for Ye Bufan's verdict after his rage. Ye Bufan was dumbfounded and confused. Am I cold-blooded and ruthless? Am I a bloodthirsty person? Is this young master still a lunatic and pervert with an extremely twisted mind? Nima, what the hell is going on? Is this the kind of person I am? You are making false accusations and slandering others. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chen Beiwang in a mess and said, "Patriarch Chen, although the time we have spent together is not long, it is not short, right? Could it be that in your mind, this young master is such a person?" This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment. In his eyes, Ye Bufan is naturally not such a person, but seeing is believing. No matter when the Zhang family was killed earlier, or when Ye Bufan was muttering to himself just now, everything showed that Ye Bufan was a madman and pervert with an extremely twisted mind. Looking at Chen Beiwang's face full of disbelief, Ye Bufan suddenly had the urge to run into a wall and die. Extremely mentally distorted, crazy and perverted. I can't take the blame for this no matter what. Of course, Ye Bufan understood that it was natural for Chen Beiwang to think so. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely have the same idea as Chen Beiwang. After all, Chen Beiwang had no idea about the existence of Hongmeng Heavenly Seal and luck. In this case, one's previous words and actions naturally become unreasonable. Since it is unreasonable, it is reasonable for outsiders to think that he has mental problems. Faced with this situation, Ye Bufan really wanted to explain and had to explain. But how to explain it? Should he tell Chen Beiwang that he came from the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds and was the master of a world within the Tianyuan Small Thousand Worlds, and that the reason for his previous abnormal behavior was entirely because the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal could plunder the luck that a warrior had during his lifetime, and he could use the luck to quickly improve his cultivation? No, absolutely not. Be it the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal or the Lord of the World, these are Ye Bufan's biggest secrets. He cannot tell Chen Beiwang, or even anyone else. Helpless, Ye Bufan could only smile bitterly and said, "Patriarch Chen, I really don't know what to say. I can only say that you misunderstood." Misunderstanding. Chen Beiwang was stunned. "That's right." Ye Bufan responded, "The reason why I behaved like that is because, well, it's hard to explain in a few words. You just need to know that I am not a cold-blooded murderer, and I am certainly not the mentally twisted lunatic or pervert that you think I am." "Real?" Chen Beiwang said with some disbelief. Ye Bufan was confused. "Patriarch Chen, if I am really that kind of person, do you think is it necessary for me to explain so much to you?" "That's not necessarily true. Who can understand the thoughts of a psychopath?" Chen Beiwang said this subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he covered his mouth. Ye Bufan went crazy. "Chen Beiwang, do you know that I really want to slap you to death with just one slap?" "Still crazy? You are crazy, your whole family is crazy. Master Yi." At this time, Chen Beiwang spoke directly and wanted to explain something. Forget it, forget it." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "I have said everything I need to say. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, after solving the problem of the city lord's mansion, I will leave." "You're leaving?" Chen Beiwang was stunned. Ye Bufan nodded. "I don't belong to Qingshan town. I was injured before. Now that I have recovered from my injuries, I will naturally leave. So, how you view me is actually not important at all. Of course, I will help you solve the problem of the city lord's mansion before I leave." This. Chen Beiwang was distracted for a moment. "Okay, let's not talk about this." Ye Bufan changed the subject and asked, "Why is Patriarch Chen here this time?" Chen Beiwang was stunned for a moment, then immediately came back to his senses. He no longer thought about whether Ye Bufan was crazy or not, but placed the small wooden box in his hand on the table in front of Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Yi, Chen has taken the initiative to block all the properties of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. Here are the land deeds and house deeds corresponding to those properties. Young Master Yi can receive them at any time. In addition, the total number of spirit stones seized from the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups is 5,673,836, and they are all in here. After he finished speaking, Chen Beiwang directly opened the small wooden box in his hand. Inside were the land deeds and house deeds of all the properties of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups, as well as 6 storage bags containing more than 5 million spirit stones. Ye Bufan just took a look and then said, "No need, you can keep these things for yourselves. Just consider it as my reward to you." "That won't do." Chen Beiwang immediately refused. "Master Yi helped us resolve the crisis of extinction, and we have nothing to repay you for, so how can we accept Master Yi's spoils of war?" After saying this, Chen Beiwang suddenly thought of Ye Bufan's impending departure from Qingshan town, so he patted his forehead and said, "Young Master Yi, look at my brain. Since young Master Yi has already planned to leave Qingshan town, let Chen sell all of their properties for spirit stones on behalf of young Master Yi." "That's not necessary." Ye Bufan said, "I have accepted the spirit stones. As for the industries under their control, you should keep them for yourselves. After all, it would be a pity to sell them." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Patriarch Chen, don't be embarrassed. It's just a little money. It's nothing. What's more, I'm not short of money." Chen Beiwang was speechless. After taking a look at Ye Bufan, he didn't feel that Ye Bufan was being polite to him. It was also at this time that Chen Beiwang remembered Ye Bufan's identity. Although Chen Beiwang still doesn't know who Ye Bufan is or where he comes from, Chen Beiwang is sure that Ye Bufan must have a powerful background. As such, Ye Bufan naturally looked down upon the wealth of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups. He accepted the more than 5 million spirit stones, perhaps just as a symbolic gesture. If I continue to make excuses, it would be a bit pretentious. So Chen Beiwang said with a grateful look, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yi." "That's right." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly picked up one of the storage bags in the small wooden box. Buzz. The moment Ye Bufan picked up the storage bag, the Hongmeng heavenly seal in his body vibrated slightly. The next second, 1,000 points of luck were directly added to the Hongmeng Tianyan. This sudden change shocked Ye Bufan and caught him off guard. Harvesting spirit stones can actually increase your luck. Although 1 million spirit stones only brought him 1,000 points of luck, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. What's more, the thing that this world lacks the least is spirit stones. Just like now, if all the assets of the Zhang family and the three major mercenary groups were sold, they could at least fetch tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. If so many spirit stones were converted into luck, it would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of luck. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of luck. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt extremely heartbroken. He even felt as if his heart had been stabbed and was bleeding continuously. Because Chen Beiwang did not notice anything unusual about Ye Bufan, at this moment, he had already collected the land deeds and house deeds in front of Ye Bufan. Nima. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Patriarch Chen, is it okay for me to go back on my word?" Chapter 1978. Innate soul devouring body, Vajra indestructible body. If Ye Bufan had known that obtaining spirit stones could also increase his luck, he would never have given these assets to Chen Beiwang for free. Now, words have been spoken and water has been spilled. Even if I know that obtaining spirit stones can increase my luck, what difference does it make? Is it possible to take these house deeds and land deeds back? Ye Bufan doesn't have the face to do that. I have to keep pretending to be cool even with tears in my eyes. Forget it, it's just tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. If you lose money here, you can just make it back somewhere else. Let's start with Wu Qianchuan, the mayor of Kangyan City. Not only do you want to make back the money, you also want to make back the principal with interest. It was decided happily that he would make 200 million first. As he thought about it, Ye Bufan felt relieved. However, Chen Beiwang did not know what Ye Bufan was thinking. At this moment, he had put away all the house deeds and land deeds, and looked at Ye Bufan, saying solemnly, "Young Master Yi, I will not say much to express my gratitude. In the future, if you need any help from our Chen and Shui families, please feel free to ask. Our Chen and Shui families will never refuse." Ye Bufan groaned softly. Chen Beiwang hesitated and said, "If there is nothing else, I will not bother Master Yi." Patriarch Chen, wait a minute. Seeing that Chen Beiwang was about to leave, Ye Bufan immediately spoke something. Master Yi. Chen Beiwang looked at Ye Bufan with an inquiring look. Patriarch Chen, do you still remember what I said to you last time? Ye Bufan said lightly. Well, Chen Beiwang was puzzled. What does Yi Xiao mean? It's about your son Chen Tianlong. Boom. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang was shocked. What about Chen Tianlong? Chen Beiwang naturally remembered what happened to Chen Tianlong, so how could he dare to forget it? The last time Ye Bufan told him that Chen Tianlong was not a waste. That's not all. Although Ye Bufan did not say it explicitly at the time, Chen Beiwang could clearly feel from his words that his son was hiding a huge secret, and this secret might even bring disaster to the Chen family. That was why Ye Bufan didn't say much and Chen Beiwang didn't ask any more questions. Now, Ye Bufan brought up the old matter again. How could Chen Beiwang not be excited and thrilled? Master Yi. Looking at Ye Bufan, Chen Beiwang's face was full of urgency and desire. Over the years, Chen Beiwang has never felt good because of Chen Tianlong's affairs. He hated himself for being incompetent and for not being able to change Chen Tianlong's tragic fate. Poor parents in the world. If possible, Chen Beiwang would rather bear all the illness instead of Chen Tianlong. It's a pity that all this is just wishful thinking. Even the warriors in the Taiyi realm were helpless, let alone Chen Beiwang, who was only in the Shanwu realm. But now it's different. Ye Bufan's appearance and words gave Chen Beiwang unprecedented hope. In this case, how could Chen Beiwang easily miss this long-awaited opportunity? Don't be impatient, Patriarch Chen. Sit down first and let's talk slowly. Ye Bufan said this lightly, and then sat down directly. Okay. Chen Beiwang responded and sat down opposite Ye Bufan. Seeing Chen Beiwang's eager expression, Ye Bufan did not hesitate any longer and said directly, Patriarch Chen, your son's problem is actually very simple. It is not as complicated as you think. In the final analysis, it is because of his special physique. Constitution. Chen Beiwang was stunned and puzzled. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, Chen Tianlong possesses one, or rather two, very powerful, even somewhat terrifying special physiques. These two physiques are called the innate soul-devouring body and the Vajra indestructible body. Innate soul-devouring body. Vajra indestructible body. Chen Beiwang exclaimed, but suddenly asked, what do you mean? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? You know nothing and understand nothing, so what's the point of your yelling? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Chen Beiwang, but still explained to him, the so-called innate soul-devouring body is actually a special physique that can automatically devour and refine the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and his devouring and refining speed is 10, 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000 times faster than that of an ordinary person. For example, it may take an ordinary warrior an hour, 2 hours, or even longer to refine a certain elixir at the current level, but with the innate soul-devouring body, it only takes a moment to completely refine it. That's why people with this kind of physique can cultivate 10, 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000 times faster than ordinary people. The other is the Vajra indestructible body. The Vajra indestructible body is actually very simple. As long as a person with this body continuously absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world, the body will continue to become stronger and break through. Moreover, before the body reaches the doubt tribulation realm, there is no such thing as a bottleneck. And your son Chen Tianlong possesses both the innate soul-devouring body and the diamond indestructible body, two powerful and almost heaven-defying special physiques. Innate soul-devouring body plus Vajra indestructible body. Patriarch Chen, do you know what this means? What does it mean? Chen Beiwang was confused and dumbfounded. There was only a blank in his mind. Innate soul-devouring body. The indestructible body of Vajra. Either of the two special physiques that Ye Bufan mentioned made Chen Beiwang feel almost suffocated, but now, his son, who was regarded as a waste by everyone, actually possessed both of these physiques at the same time. Is this true? Chen Beiwang even seemed a little unconvinced. Ye Bufan continued, this means that your son, Chen Tianlong, is not only not a waste but also a genius. No, it should be said that he is a monster, a peerless monster. For him, Kung Fu, unnecessary. Practice. It doesn't exist. His martial arts is very simple and pure. Just one word, eat. The Tao calamity has begun, and there is hope for the Holy Spirit. That is to say, before his physical body reaches Tao tribulation, Chen Tianlong will not encounter any bottlenecks at all. He will be able to eat all the so-called geniuses and evildoers who doubt their lives. Not only that, as long as conditions permit, he can even reach the Tao tribulation realm within a day. Ye Bufan's words were not groundless, but the real fact. One day, the calamity of enlightenment comes. For others, it is absolutely impossible. But for Chen Tianlong, this is definitely not a luxury. Amplification of the innate soul-devouring body. The indestructible body of Vajra is added to the body. Chen Tianlong's life is so tough and beyond the reach of others. In fact, Chen Tianlong's situation is somewhat similar to when Ye Bufan was practicing the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. Chen Tianlong has an innate soul-devouring body, but Ye Bufan has the heaven-swallowing seal to refine all things. Chen Tianlong has an indestructible body of Vajra, while Ye Bufan has a body condensed by the Hongmeng seal. But the similarities are just similarities. If we really compare them, the current Chen Tianlong is far better than Ye Bufan back then. After all, although the heaven-swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal are powerful, they still require Ye Bufan to practice his skills. But Chen Tianlong is different. This guy doesn't need to practice or operate any techniques, everything for him is completely automatic. To put it bluntly, Chen Tianlong's body is a bug within a bug. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan couldn't help but complain after knowing the cause of Chen Tianlong's illness. It's really fucking true, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang's breathing stagnated and his whole body trembled violently. His mind was completely occupied by these 8 words. The catastrophe of the Tao has begun, and there is hope for the Holy Spirit. What is Tao Ji? That is the 8th realm among the 9 realms of martial arts. A strong person of this level is always high above everyone else, looking down on all living beings. Now, Ye Bufan actually told him that his son had a 100% chance of becoming a Daoji Tianzun, and that the Daoji realm was just the beginning. This is so. Chen Beiwang felt as if his world had completely collapsed at this moment. Now he finally understood why Ye Bufan had asked him to keep it a secret before. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Once word of Chen Tianlong's terrifying bug-like talent spreads, it will definitely attract martial arts masters from the 6th, 7th, or even 8th and 9th realms. By then, what awaits Chen Tianlong is bound to be the destruction of his soul and being forcibly possessed by someone else. Chapter 1979 Ignorance Kills People. Wait, possession. When he thought of this, Chen Beiwang was shocked and couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. His eyes were filled with tension, fear, and a strong sense of vigilance. Someone else will take over Chen Tianlong's body. Doesn't Ye Bufan know how to do it? You know, his son has the supreme talent to become the heavenly lord of tribulation. Let me ask, how many people in this world can resist the huge temptation of the Daojia realm? Seeing Chen Beiwang's fearful and wary look, Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, Patriarch Chen, do you think I will take over Chen Tianlong's body? Well, Chen Beiwang was stunned. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, this young master really doesn't think highly of his talent at the Daojia realm. Moreover, if this young master really wanted to possess Chen Tianlong, would he be so stupid as to tell clan leader Chen about his situation? Chen Beiwang was stunned again. Yes, if Ye Bufan really had this idea, did he need to tell himself this? It is obvious that I am judging others by my own standards. Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang looked at Ye Bufan with an apologetic look on his face and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, Patriarch Chen, you don't have to do this. Ye Bufan interrupted Chen Beiwang and said with a smile, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. It is natural for Patriarch Chen to have such thoughts and concerns. However, I still say what I said just now. I really don't think highly of talents at the Daoji realm, so Patriarch Chen can rest assured. Does Ye Bufan really look down on it? Of course not. No one in the world can resist Chen Tianlong's 2 special physiques. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. However, Ye Bufan's situation is special. After practicing the Tianyuan Yushin Ju, his martial arts path has already been determined and cannot be changed at all. What's more, even if Ye Bufan wanted to take over another's body, he wouldn't be able to do so. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang felt ashamed and grateful, so he stood up and clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Mr. Yi. Okay. As soon as Chen Beiwang opened his mouth, Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, Patriarch Chen, how many times have you said thank you in this meeting? Aren't you tired? Even if you say you're not tired, I feel a little tired just listening to you. What's more, cause and effect are cyclical. Your Chen family saving my life was the cause, and what is happening now is the result. Everything has its own cause. So you really don't need to thank me, because there is no need. Chen Beiwang gave a bitter smile. The Chen family saved Ye Bufan's life. Stop kidding. The most the Chen family did was take Ye Bufan in when he was injured. The one who actually saved Ye Bufan was himself. In other words, Ye Bufan did not owe the Chen family anything, but rather it was the Chen family that owed Ye Bufan a great favor. However, Chen Beiwang is not a stubborn person. Since Ye Bufan has already said this, Chen Beiwang naturally would not say anything more, but would keep this favor in his heart. After a moment, Chen Beiwang spoke again and shifted the topic to Chen Tianlong. Young Master Yi, as you said, my child has an innate soul-devouring body and a diamond indestructible body, so his cultivation should have advanced rapidly. But why today? My child is over 15, but he hasn't even reached the entry level of martial arts. It's simple, because his Vajra indestructible body has not yet awakened. The Vajra indestructible body has not awakened yet. Chen Beiwang was stunned and said, in this case, may I ask Master Yi, how can I awaken this Vajra indestructible body? That's even easier. With the bug of the innate soul-devouring body, if Chen Tianlong wants to awaken the Vajra indestructible body, he just needs to keep eating. Non-stop eating. Ye Bufan responded and said, the innate soul-devouring body can devour everything and refine it into souls, and the Vajra indestructible body can absorb the spiritual power in the body on its own. So, as long as you keep eating, when the blood and qi in the body reach the initial saturation, the Vajra indestructible body will naturally awaken. Is it that simple? It's that simple. That's not right. Chen Beiwang said, young Master Yi, you don't know that when the child was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, so it directly attracted the Tai masters of Kenyan City. In order to win over the child, those Tai masters have already started to train the child with all their strength since he was born. Chen still remembers that they had already started to instruct my child in cultivation when he was 3 years old, and at that time he had to eat blood food worth millions of spirit stones every day. If you add it all up, my son has consumed at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spiritual stones worth of blood food during that period. But even so, my son still hasn't awakened the Vajra indestructible body that Master Yi mentioned. That's blood food worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Isn't that enough? No. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, I don't know if it's enough. The only thing I can be sure of is that you are opening it in the wrong way. To put it bluntly, you are completely misleading our students. Wrong way to open it. Are you still misleading the students? Chen Beiwang was stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan said, what is the cultivation of the heavenly fate realm? To put it simply, it is to use martial arts to mobilize one's own qi and blood to temper the body, thereby laying the foundation for martial arts. In other words, cultivation in the heavenly fate realm actually requires the continuous consumption of one's own qi and blood. In addition, because of the special characteristics of the Vajra indestructible body, your son consumes energy and blood 10 or even 100 times faster than an ordinary person when practicing martial arts. What does it mean to have 10 or 100 times the average person? To put it bluntly, all the blood food your son ate was consumed while he was practicing martial arts and tempering his body. It might not even be enough. And what does the awakening of the Vajra indestructible body rely on? It relies on qi and blood. But all of your son's energy and blood have been wasted on tempering his body. Without sufficient energy and blood, how can he awaken the Vajra indestructible body? If you can't awaken the Vajra indestructible body, how can you improve your cultivation? In this case, he will just become a useless person who cannot practice cultivation in your eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that with your method, let alone spending tens of millions of spirit stones on blood food, even if you let him eat all the monsters in the entire Xingyu forest, he would still be an ordinary person. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Chen Beiwang's mouth twitched. He was messy and even mad. After all this time, it turns out it's not because his son is too useless, but because they used the wrong method in the first place. Damn it. If those Tai masters had not been too hasty and made Chen Tianlong start martial arts training at the age of 3, Chen Tianlong would have awakened his Vajra indestructible body long ago. After awakening the Vajra indestructible body, relying on the innate soul-devouring body, Chen Tianlong's physical training will definitely be able to make rapid progress, even by leaps and bounds. More than 10 years. Maybe Chen Tianlong has already reached the Tai realm, or even the Tiangong realm, or a warrior above the Tiangong realm. But what about now? In 15 years, Chen Tianlong, the once incomparable evildoer, was actually harmed and turned into a hungry glutton and a waste. What does it feel like? What kind of experience is this? You, numb, paralyzed. What a screwed dog. Chen Beiwang was angry, hateful, anxious and furious. But who can be blamed? Should we blame those powerful people in Tai realm back then? No. Although they all have selfish motives, they are all well-intentioned and have no malice. I can only say that fate plays tricks on us, and ignorance can be fatal. Fortunately, I met Ye Bufan. Fortunately, my son is still young. Otherwise, his son's life would be ruined. The innate soul-devouring body. The indestructible body of Vajra. The catastrophe of the Tao has begun, and there is hope for the Holy Spirit. The more he thought about it, the crazier Chen Beiwang became. The more Chen Beiwang thought about it, the more sad and angry he became. The more Chen Beiwang thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sitting on a mountain of treasure but not knowing it, this feeling is so fucking fucked up. Chapter 1980 Chen Tianlong becomes a disciple. Seeing Chen Beiwang spitting blood, Ye Bufan could only shake his head helplessly. He knew very well why Chen Beiwang was like this, it was simply because of Chen Tianlong's matter. A peerless evildoer who should have been the center of everyone's attention was treated as a good-for-nothing waste because of his ignorance. The most important thing is that this monster is his own biological son. As a father, how could I accept this after suddenly knowing all this? Not to mention Chen Beiwang, even Ye Bufan would definitely not be able to accept it. I can only say that it is fate. Why? After sighing, Ye Bufan said calmly, Patriarch Chen, don't worry too much about this. After all, your son is still young, and everything is still in time. I'm fine. Chen Beiwang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Young Master Yi, I wonder, under normal circumstances, how much blood food does a child need to consume to awaken the Vajra indestructible body? I have already said this just now. Even I cannot be sure. Is that so? Chen Beiwang groaned for a moment and said, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Over the past 10 years, Chen Tianlong has wasted too much time. As a father and the head of the Chen family, Chen Beiwang would never let Chen Tianlong, the originally unparalleled evildoer, continue to waste his life. Isn't it just resources? Isn't it just money? As long as Chen Tianlong can awaken his Vajra indestructible body, Chen Beiwang will not hesitate to sell everything he has. After all, Chen Tianlong is always Chen Tianlong of the Chen family. Chen Beiwang understood the principle that if one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. Once Chen Tianlong grows up, the entire Chen family will inevitably rise as well. 10 minutes later, Chen Beiwang bid farewell to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also began to think about his next path. After solving the trouble in the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan will definitely leave Qingshan town. After all, Qingshan town is too small and not conducive to Ye Bufan's development. As for where to go, Ye Bufan had already decided that after leaving Qingshan town, his first stop would definitely be the Star Moon Forest. Not to mention that the monsters in the Star Moon Forest are a huge fortune for Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also has to figure out the mutation and evolution of the Taikang dragon snake. Then there is the Tai Shang Xian sect. The supreme immortal sect invaded the Tianyuan small thousand world, hijacked the holy prison, and led the God Slayer to chase after them. Under such circumstances, Ye Bufan will sooner or later clash with the Tai Shang Xian sect. That is why he must know where the supreme immortal sect is located. Of course, we also need to have a certain understanding of the strength of the Tai Shang Xian sect. For this purpose, Ye Bufan also specifically asked Chen Beiwang. It's a pity that Chen Beiwang was unable to provide Ye Bufan with any information about the Tai Shang immortal sect. Even before this, Chen Beiwang had never heard of the 4 words, Taishang Shanzong. In Chen Beiwang's understanding, there is only one sect in the Star Moon Kingdom, the Qingyuan sect. What does this mean? This means that the Tai Shang Xian sect is either very far away from the Star Moon Kingdom, or it is one of those sects that is secluded from the world and isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Beiwang, a warrior in the immortal martial realm, to have never even heard of it. Therefore, the investigation into the Tai Shang Xian sect must continue. Of course, while tracking down the supreme immortal sect, one's own strength must also be improved as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if he found the supreme immortal sect, he might not be able to compete with it. Besides this, I need some help. And the candidates for help are undoubtedly the creatures of the Tianyuan small thousand world. This brings us back to the most fundamental issue, which is also my biggest problem at the moment: luck. It can be said that now, without luck, I can do nothing. Ye Bufan constantly thinks and plans for his future. 20 minutes later. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Then, Chen Beiwang's voice rang out from outside the door, "Young Master Yi. Come in." Ye Bufan withdrew his thoughts and said lightly. Squeak. As the door opened, Chen Beiwang and Chen Tianlong walked in from outside. Patriarch Chen, is there something wrong? Ye Bufan glanced at Chen Tianlong, then looked at Chen Beiwang. This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Tianlong and said, "Tianlong." Bang. As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, Chen Tianlong knelt down in front of Ye Bufan. Bang. Immediately afterwards, Chen Beiwang also knelt down in front of Ye Bufan. Patriarch Chen, what are you doing? Ye Bufan stood up in shock. Chen Beiwang ignored him and just clasped his fists towards Ye Bufan and said, "Please accept me as your disciple, Master Yi. Master, please accept me as your apprentice." As soon as Chen Beiwang finished speaking, Chen Tianlong also said something. Accept a disciple." Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said, "Patriarch Chen, you already know your son's situation very well. Do you think he needs a master?" Chen Beiwang did not refute, but just said, "If you can't accept a disciple, Master Yi can accept my son as a slave." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He was messy, mad, and even a little confused. Chen Beiwang, Chen Beiwang, what on earth are you trying to do? It would be fine if you asked me to accept Chen Tianlong as your disciple, but you actually asked me to accept him as my slave. That's your son. Aren't you humiliating him? But soon, Ye Bufan felt relieved, or rather, he understood Chen Beiwang's intention. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Chen Tianlong's innate soul-devouring body and Vajra indestructible body are too powerful and too against the will of heaven. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is a genius or a monster. However, whether he is a genius or a monster, he is nothing before he grows up. The most important thing is that with the strength of the Chen family, they cannot protect Chen Tianlong at all. Once Chen Tianlong's secret is leaked, it will be a disaster for the entire Chen family. So Chen Beiwang thought of himself. What he is doing now is just to find support and protection for Chen Tianlong. Patriarch Chen, why? Ye Bufan wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh. Please, Master Yi, accept my son as your slave. Seeing Ye Bufan sigh, Chen Beiwang said something again. Ye Bufan had no choice but to look at Chen Beiwang and said, Patriarch Chen, you have to think carefully. Once the trouble in the city lord's mansion is resolved, I will leave Qingshan town. At that time, if Chen Tianlong follows me, he will also have to leave Qingshan town. In this way, you and your son will definitely not be able to meet for a short period of time, and even this separation may very likely be a farewell between you and your son forever. Forever. Chen Beiwang couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan said solemnly, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, the winner survives and the loser dies. Even I cannot guarantee that I will always win, so how can I guarantee that your son Chen Tianlong will not die if he stays with me? This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Tianlong again, and then looked at Ye Bufan again, and said with a determined look, please ask young Master Yi to accept my son as a slave. Have you thought about it? I've thought about it. And you? Ye Bufan looked directly at Chen Tianlong and said, if you follow me, you will not only have to leave your father, your family, and everything you are familiar with, but you may even die with me at any time. In this case, do you still want to follow me? It is better to die than to live. If I can change my fate, Tianlong will never regret it. Chen Tianlong said this with a determined look, then knocked his head to the ground with a bang, and said, "Please accept me as your slave, Master Yi." Chen Tianlong's words made Ye Bufan frown, because he had heard from Chen Beiwang before that Chen Tianlong was introverted and a little timid. But now, is this Chen Tianlong in front of me really the same person that Chen Beiwang was talking about? Chen Beiwang was even more shocked when he saw Ye Bufan's behavior. He glanced at Chen Tianlong, shocked, horrified, and even a little bit unbelievable. Is this his son, that introverted Chen Tianlong who always obeys orders? Chen Beiwang was in a trance. Good. But at this moment, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I will grant your wish. However, you don't have to be my slave. You can take me as your master." Buzz. Hearing this, Chen Beiwang came back to his senses instantly, and Chen Tianlong also raised his head sharply. The next second, Chen Beiwang said in a stern voice, "Tianlong, why are you still standing there? Become my disciple." "Oh." Chen Tianlong responded several times in a trance, then kowtowed and said, "Disciple greets master." Chapter 1981 Wu Qianchuan breaks through, Tai 7th heaven. Disciple greets master. Ye Bufan nodded and said, "Everyone, get up. I don't need to go through so much formalities here." Hearing this, Chen Tianlong turned his head and looked at Chen Beiwang beside him. It was obvious that he was seeking Chen Beiwang's opinion. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Chen Beiwang said this and stood up. Seeing this, Chen Tianlong no longer hesitated. "Thank you, master." After he said this, he also stood up. Looking at the two father and son in front of him, Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "Although I have accepted you as my disciple, for now, I have nothing to teach you, so everything will be discussed after you awaken the Vajra indestructible body. Don't worry, Master Yi. Chen will make sure that the child awakens his Vajra indestructible body as soon as possible." Chen Beiwang spoke immediately. "No." Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan rejected it with one word. Patriarch Chen does not need to worry about Tianlong's awakening of the Vajra indestructible body. Just leave it to me. This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Has Patriarch Chen forgotten what I told you before?" Chen Beiwang was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "When the Vajra indestructible body awakens, there will be a strange phenomenon. If Tianlong is in the Chen family and awakens the Vajra indestructible body in Qingshan town, it will definitely alarm the Tai warriors around Qingshan town. Although Tai realm warriors are nothing, too many of them would still be a problem. I still have my own things to deal with, so it's better to keep a low profile." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Beiwang responded repeatedly. "It is Chen who has not considered it carefully, so let's do as Master Yi said." Ye Bufan responded and said, "By the way, is there any news from the city lord's mansion?" "It shouldn't be that fast." Chen Beiwang said calmly, "It takes at least a day to get from Qingshan town to Kangyan city. At this time, the city lord's mansion should have received the news not long ago." This is also true. Kangyan city, city lord's mansion. At this moment, in the hall, a middle-aged man with elegant clothes and handsome appearance stared at the Zhang family member who was kneeling on the ground in the middle of the hall and shouted angrily. "What did you say? The Chen and Shui families of Qingshan town killed the commander of our Kangyan city's city guards, kidnapped our young city lord, and extorted 50 million low-grade spirit stones from the city lord." The middle-aged man was none other than the deputy city lord of Kangyan city, Li Yuanao, who was at the 4th level of Tai. "Yes, it is." Faced with Li Yuanao's anger, the Zhang family members spoke tremblingly. "Asshole!" Li Yuanao shouted angrily, "How dare they dare to deal with the Chen and Shui families?" etc. Suddenly, Li Yuanao was stunned, and looked at the Zhang family and said, "As far as I know, the strongest of the Chen and Shui families in Qingshan town are only at the 5th or 6th level of the immortal martial realm. How could they possibly kill the Thunder Dragon at the 1st or 2nd level of the Tai heaven? No, that's not it. Lord Lei Long was not killed by the Chen and Shui families." Sir, what I said is true. Lord Lei Long was killed by a young boy." "Boy? What boy? Where did the boy come from?" This I am not very clear about. I only know that the young man is very strong. Not only did he kill Lord Lei Long in seconds, he also killed 30 city guards with one sword. Killed the Thunder Dragon instantly. And killed 30 city guards with one strike. "Yes, it is." The Zhang family members responded. Li Yuanao frowned. Kill the Thunder Dragon instantly. And he killed 30 city guards with one sword. I'm afraid even a warrior of the 4th level of Tai like me can't achieve such skills, right? Could it be that the young man is a master above the 5th level of Tai? If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Thinking about this, Li Yuanao's face darkened. He looked at the Zhang family and said sternly, "Tell me the whole story. If you conceal anything or exaggerate, I will execute you without mercy." Yes, yes, yes. The Zhang family members responded one after another. How could he dare to hide anything? He immediately told Li Yuanao the whole story in full. Son of AB*TCH. After hearing this, Li Yuanao was furious and was about to go berserk. The Zhang family father and son in Qingshan town actually used the young city lord of their Kangyan city to eliminate dissidents. That's all. Because of their evil intentions, the city lord's mansion lost a Tai realm city guard commander, and even the young city lord was kidnapped. The most important thing is the young man. The 1st level of heaven. Can a warrior of the 1st level of Tai heaven kill Lei Long, the commander of the city guards of the 2nd level of Tai heaven, in seconds? Stop kidding. That young man was clearly hiding his strength. Originally, the city lord's mansion had no connection with him, but now, with the Zhang family making such a fuss, this young man has obviously become a big trouble for the city lord's mansion. How could this be possible? This is simply outrageous. Looking at the Zhang family members in front of him, Li Yuanao's eyes were blazing with murderous intent. At this moment, he wished he could skin and rip off all the members of the Zhang family and kill them all. Someone come. Thinking in his heart, Li Yuanao shouted angrily. Grown-ups. 2 city guards immediately ran in from outside and clasped their fists towards Li Yuanao. Li Yuanao pointed at the Zhang family member and said, "Take this man away, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, and chop him into pieces." Buzz. Hearing this, the 2 city guards were all stunned, and the Zhang family members were even more terrified. Yes. The next second, 2 city guards responded and walked towards the Zhang family. No. The Zhang family members woke up in shock and shouted, "Sir, spare my life, spare my life." Unfortunately, Li Yuanao ignored it. 2 city guards had also come to the Zhang family member and captured him. No. The Zhang family members wailed and struggled. But all this was destined to be in vain. How could he, a mere warrior in the Shenpo realm, be a match for 2 city guards in the Shanwu realm? A moment later, 2 city guards escorted the Zhang family members out of the hall. Snort. Looking at the Zhang family members being taken away, Li Yuanao snorted coldly and said, "Zhang family of Qingshan town, you don't deserve to die." Although he hated the Zhang family, Li Yuanao also understood that this was not the time to consider these things. The most urgent task was to find a way to rescue Wu Linfeng. But, after the city lord's mansion pays a ransom of 50 million, will the other party really release the person? Li Yuanao always felt that things were not that simple. The most important thing is, if they just give in like this, where will the face of their city lord's mansion be? But what can I do if I don't pay? Robbery. We haven't figured out the young man's true situation yet. If we act rashly, it will definitely be harmful to our side. The most important thing is that the young city lord Wu Linfeng is still in the hands of the other party. Once action is taken, the life of the young city lord Wu Linfeng may be in danger. What to do? Li Yuanao was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Boom. But at this moment, a violent aura suddenly swept in from the backyard of the city lord's mansion. This aura not only swept across the entire city lord's mansion, but also swept across 1/5 of Kangyan city. Faced with this sudden change, the deputy city lord Li Yuanao was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. The next second, the violent aura receded like the tide. Ha ha ha. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, a hearty laugh rang out. "Situ Boyu, this city lord has made another breakthrough. Come and fight with this city lord." Chapter 1982 Wu Qianchuan's identity. Situ Boyu, this city lord has made another breakthrough. Come and fight with this city lord. Wu Qianchuan's shout caused quite a noise and alarmed many people, but few people actually paid attention to it, or even no one paid any attention at all. It's not for any other reason, it's because everyone in Kangyan City knows that their city lord is a complete martial arts fanatic. Things like this, where he actively challenges others to fight, would happen several times a month, and they are no longer surprised. As for Situ Boyu, he is the previous patriarch of the Situ family in Kangyan City and a warrior at the 6th level of Tai. Of course, he also has another identity, that is, one of Wu Qianchuan's sparring partners. It's just that this kind of sparring was forced by Wu Qianchuan, not voluntary on Situ Boyu's part. Snort. As soon as Wu Qianchuan finished speaking, in Kangyan City, where the Situ family was located, Situ Boyu snorted coldly and said, "I'm injured and I won't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 months, so you should find someone else." Are you kidding? He was already at a disadvantage when Wu Qianchuan was at the 6th level of Tai. Now that he has broken through to the 7th level of Tai, if he accepts the challenge, wouldn't that be tantamount to asking for trouble? It's a pity that Situ Boyu wanted to avoid fighting, but Wu Qianchuan didn't give him any chance at all. Old Ghost Situ, do you think this city lord is a 3-year-old child? Who in Kangyan City can hurt you? How could you possibly get hurt? Come on, fight with this city lord quickly, don't force this city lord to ask you to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan jumped up directly from the backyard of the city lord's mansion. After a few jumps, he arrived at the front yard of the city lord's mansion without stopping at all. His intention was very clear. Since Situ Boyu didn't want to fight, he would just go to him himself. But at this moment, in the front yard of the city lord's mansion, Li Yuanao directly blocked Wu Qianchuan's way. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Wu Qianchuan paused, and frowned as he looked at Li Yuanao in front of him. "What are you doing? What did you say? The commander of the city guards in our city lord's mansion has been killed, and even your son has been kidnapped. Even with this, you still have the mood to challenge others." Li Yuanao complained in his heart and said, "Brother, something happened. It's a big deal." Something happened. Wu Qianchuan was stunned and asked, "What happened?" "Call." Li Yuanao took a deep breath and said, "Did Lei Long get killed?" "What?" Wu Qianchuan was shocked. "Who did it?" "It's the Chen and Shui families in Qingshan town." "No, to be exact, it should be a young man of unknown origin in the Chen family mansion." Li Yuanao said with a heavy face. "The Chen family in Qingshan town. A young man with unknown origins." Wu Qianchuan frowned. "Yes." Li Yuanao responded. Snort. Wu Qianchuan snorted coldly. "No matter who he is, if he dares to touch someone from my city lord's mansion, then that's not allowed. Since they killed Lei Long, let them pay for his life. Let's go to Qingshan town." After saying that, Wu Qianchuan walked straight out. "Brother, I haven't finished yet." Seeing this scene, Li Yuanao hurriedly stopped Wu Qianchuan. Hearing this, Wu Qianchuan turned around and looked at Li Yuanao, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "This." Li Yuanao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, that young man not only killed Lei Long, but also kidnapped Xiaofeng and demanded a ransom of 50 million from you, brother." "What the hell?" Wu Qianchuan was completely stunned. He has seen many brave people, but he has never met someone so brave. What is this place? This is Kangyan City, Wu Qianchuan's territory. Here, it was already good enough that Wu Qianchuan did not kidnap or blackmail others, but now someone even dared to kidnap his son and blackmail him. It's really fucked up. What's this? This is like digging the dirt on Tai Sui's head or plucking the hair from a tiger's head. It's simply courting death. It's outrageous. Wu Qianchuan shouted angrily, "Let's go to Qingshan town. I want to see who is so blind and so bold as to do this." "Brother, can you listen to me finish my words?" Li Yuanao had a sad face and held Wu Qianchuan speechlessly. "He's already knocked on my door, what else is there to say? Screw him." Wu Qianchuan's face was filled with anger and irritation. Li Yuanao's mouth twitched, and he said, "Brother, that guy killed 30 of our Shanwu realm city guards with one sword." "What the hell?" Wu Qianchuan was stunned. Li Yuanao continued, "Not only that, he also killed the Thunder Dragon with one palm." Hearing this, Wu Qianchuan was stunned and dumbfounded. "Second brother, are you kidding me? Kill 30 immortal warriors with one sword. Killing Tai of the second heaven with one palm strike." Wu Qianchuan thought that even if he was at the 7th level of Tai, he might not be able to do so. "Brother, do I look like I'm joking with you?" Li Yuanao said this with a bitter look on his face, and then added, "Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. That boy is not easy to mess with." Upon hearing this, Wu Qianchuan frowned. As the lord of a city, he is certainly not a fool, and he understands the meaning of Li Yuanao's words very well. After a moment's thought, Wu Qianchuan looked at Li Yuanao and said, "So what you mean is pay the ransom and let it go." "Brother, the problem now is not what we think, but even if we want to shake hands and make peace, that young man may not give up. Li Yuanao said with a bitter look on his face. Wu Qianchuan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Brother, think about it. With this young man's strength, would he care about a mere 50 million low-grade spirit stones? Also, who is this young man? Where is he from? How could a Tai realm warrior like him appear in Qingshan town?" "You mean? What I mean is that this is most likely a trap targeting you, big brother, or even the old man. The 50 million is just a clue. The other party's real intention is to lure big brother to Qingshan town. He wants to kill me." Wu Qianchuan was shocked. "It's not impossible," Li Yuanao said in a deep voice, "although this is just my guess, we have to be on guard. After all, it's always better to be careful." Wu Qianchuan narrowed his eyes and said, "What about Xiaofeng? We can't just ignore her like this, right?" "Brother, Xiaofeng naturally cannot just ignore him, but the other party only asked for a ransom of 50 million, and didn't ask you to go there in person, right?" After a pause, Li Yuanao continued, "So, we can send someone else to Qingshan town with the 50 million to redeem the person. This way, we can not only ensure your safety, but also test the young man. If he took the money and released the person directly, it means we were worrying too much. But if he took the money but still detained Xiaofeng, it means our guess is correct. In this case, we have to be on our guard against him. Of course, this is just a response, not a solution. This time, that kid killed Lei Long and kidnapped Xiaofeng, which has completely disgraced Big Brother. With Big Brother's personality, whether he did it intentionally or not, I'm sure he won't just let it go, right? So, what I mean is that while we redeem the person, we should also send someone to the royal city to inform the old man and ask him to send someone to deal with the kid. Only in this way can we be the safest and most reliable. Others may not know, but Li Yuanao knows it very well. Wu Qianchuan is not only the lord of Kangyan City, but also the second son of Wu Yuanying, the current prime minister of Xingyu Kingdom. Just do as you say. After Li Yuanao finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan agreed directly. This city lord will write a letter to the old man right now, asking him to send someone to Kangyan City. I want to see who is so blind as to dare to tamper with the emperor. Chapter 1983. I will personally go to the city lord's mansion. It has to be said that Li Yuanao's suspicion and caution indirectly saved Wu Qianchuan's life. Otherwise, once Wu Qianchuan rushed to Qingshan town, Ye Bufan would definitely take his life. But can Wu Qianchuan really survive? No one knows the answer. After agreeing on a countermeasure, Wu Qianchuan began to write a letter to his father, Wu Yuanying, the prime minister who was far away in Xingyu royal city. As for Li Yuanao, he began to arrange people to go to Qingshan town to redeem the person. 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Even for the city lord's mansion, it is not a small amount. It took Li Yuanao a full 2 hours to raise these 50 million low-grade spirit stones from the various properties of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Wu Qianchuan had already ordered someone to send his letter to the Xingyu royal city. It takes about half a month to go from Kangyan City to Xingyu royal city and back. Although the time is not short, Wu Qianchuan can wait. Afterwards, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao selected 10 city guards from the Shanwu realm, gave them some instructions, and then ordered them to take 50 million low-grade spirit stones to Qingshan town to redeem the people. After the 10 Shanwu realm city guards left Kangyan City, Wu Qianchuan, at the suggestion of Li Yuanao, began to order people to investigate Ye Bufan's origins. As for how to investigate, it's very simple. Start by checking the several towns around Qingshan town. After all, it is impossible for a living person to appear in Qingshan town out of thin air. Whether it is Wu Qianchuan or Li Yuanao, they believe that they will be able to find some clues or Ye Bufan's whereabouts in several towns around Qingshan town. With these, they can follow the clues and figure out Ye Bufan's origins step by step. It's a pity that they didn't know that Ye Bufan didn't belong to the Hongmeng world, and he really appeared out of nowhere in the Chen family of Qingshan town. Therefore, no matter how they investigated, it was impossible to find out Ye Bufan's identity and origin, and everything they did now was in vain. Of course, this is a later story. In the city lord's mansion, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao were extremely busy. Outside the city lord's mansion, the 3 major families of Lu, Shen and Situ in Kangyan City were also not idle. Why? Just because of Wu Qianchuan's abnormal behavior. Just now, Wu Qianchuan, the martial arts fanatic city lord, took the initiative to challenge Situ Boyu, a Tai 6th level warrior, to a duel, but suddenly, he stopped. Is this normal? This is definitely not normal. Based on their understanding of Wu Qianchuan over the years, this is definitely not Wu Qianchuan's style. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. That is why they paid close attention to everything in the city lord's mansion. After the city guards who delivered the letter to the royal city left, they immediately sent people to follow them. Afterwards, when the 10 city guards went to Qingshan town, they also sent people to follow them. In other words, it was not just the city lord's mansion that went to Qingshan town this time, but also the 3 major families of Lu, Shen, and Situ from Kangyan City. The 4 major forces went to Qingshan town together. A storm is about to come to Qingshan town. However, as the instigator of all this, Ye Bufan knew nothing about it. Of course, even if he knew, Ye Bufan wouldn't care. How about the city lord's mansion? So what about the 3 major families? It's fine if you don't provoke me, but if you provoke me, I will kill you directly. One day later, Qingshan town, the backyard of Chen mansion. Ye Bufan lay in the recliner, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun leisurely. Beside him, Chu Shuang massaged his shoulders and Dong Shui tapped his calves. He looked just like a small landlord, and his life was as comfortable as he could wish. The Chen family had no objection to this, and they even felt that it was not enough. After all, it was Ye Bufan who saved their lives. Without Ye Bufan, they would have been left dead in the wilderness, and the Chen family would have ceased to exist long ago. Never forget the kindness you have received. This is what they should do. What's more, Ye Bufan himself is a strong man in the Tai realm. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, the strong should naturally receive the treatment of the strong. Of course, this is all because Chen Yuaner was put in solitary confinement. Otherwise the appearance of the little witch of the Chen family would definitely be enough to give Ye Bufan a hard time. In the sunshine, Dong Shui held Ye Bufan's calves while looking at him curiously and asked, "Young Master Yi, do you think the city lord's mansion will come to redeem him? If your son was kidnapped, would you redeem him?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. "But that's 50 million, that's a lot of money." Dongshe said, "What if they don't agree?" "Don't agree?" Ye Bufan chuckled. "They have to agree even if they don't agree. I'm going to take the 50 million. Ye Bufan's confidence and composure made Dongshe and the other girl obsessed with him. The next second, Dongshe said again, "But Master Yi, I heard that the city lord is a powerful person at the 6th level of Tai heaven, and there are hundreds of city guards at the immortal martial realm in the city lord's mansion. Why, are you afraid that I am not their match?" "Of course not." "What is that?" "Yes, yes, yes. Tisk tisk, little girl, are you interested in me and worried about me?" Ye Bufan looked at Dongshe with a teasing expression. "No." Dongshe blushed and avoided Ye Bufan's gaze. "Really?" Ye Bufan said in disbelief, "How about you reconsider it?" "Don't consider it. If there is no, there is no. I already have someone I like." "No way, how old are you and you already have someone you like?" "I'm already 17. 17? That's not young at all. She's already an old girl." Ye Bufan said seriously. Dongshe was speechless and rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan. "It's like saying, you are an old maid, and your whole family are old maids." Ye Bufan laughed loudly. "By the way, who does our Dongshe like?" "Tell me." "I won't tell you." "Sure, I won't tell you." "Okay, let me guess, it's Patriarch Chen, right?" "That's not right. Could it be the Great Elder?" "That's not right. Could it be Manager Chen Tianyu?" "Dongshe, Manager Chen has a family, you must not mess around." The winter snow was speechless. What the hell is going on? Whether it is Chen Beiwang, the Great Elder or Chen Tianyu, they are all elders of the clan. But Dongshe also knew that Ye Bufan was teasing her, so she didn't care at all, and just said viciously, "You can't guess." "I just don't believe it." Ye Bufan rebuked harshly. But at this moment, Chen Beiwang ran in hurriedly from outside. "Young Master Yi, someone is coming from the city lord's mansion." Looking at Ye Bufan, Chen Beiwang said something hurriedly. "Oh." Ye Bufan stood up and said, "You are finally here. If you don't come sooner, I will come to your house." "Master Yi." Seeing this scene, Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment and said, "The people who came are not Wu Qianchuan, but only 10 city guards from the city lord's mansion." Ye Bufan frowned. In front of Chen's house. When Chen Beiwang and Ye Bufan arrived, all the core members of the Chen family had already arrived. In front of them, 10 city guards from the city lord's mansion gathered on the street outside the gate. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, the 10 city guards' eyes were instantly fixed on Ye Bufan. Are you Ye Bufan? Looking at Ye Bufan, one of the city guards said sternly, then raised the storage bag in his hand and said, 50 million spirit stones have been brought, where is the young city lord? Ye Bufan ignored him and just asked back, why didn't your city lord come? Joke. The city guards shouted, the city lord is very busy, so why would he need to come in person for such a small matter? Hurry up, the money has been brought, release the young city lord. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. Base. The next second, he grabbed the hilt of the long sword in Chen Tianyu's hand and drew the sword out of its sheath. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, the 10 city guards were all shocked. Everyone in the Chen family was also stunned. Ye Bufan ignored them and rushed towards the 10 city guards with his sword in hand. Damn it! The leading city guard shouted, run! They already knew Ye Bufan's strength, so naturally they would not fight him head-on. Unfortunately, when they wanted to run, Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance. As soon as the leader of the city guards finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of him and slashed him with a sword. Puff! In a flash, the opponent didn't even have the chance to react before Ye Bufan cut him in half, killing him instantly. After killing one person instantly, Ye Bufan attacked another person. At this time, the other 9 people finally came to their senses and wanted to escape immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. The opportunity has been lost. With their speed, how could they possibly escape Ye Bufan's pursuit? Puff, puff, puff. 3 seconds later, the remaining 9 city guards were all killed. Everyone in the Chen family came back to their senses and was stunned. Chen Beiwang also looked puzzled and asked, Master Yi, what are you doing? Don't you understand the truth that if you don't remove the roots, there will be endless troubles? Ye Bufan said, it doesn't matter to me, but what about your Chen family? If it was the city lord who came today, and he was willing to shake hands and make peace with your Chen family, then everything might have a chance to ease. But unfortunately, he didn't come. Chen Beiwang's heart trembled. Ye Bufan said, since you didn't come, there's nothing to say. No matter what he is thinking or planning, I have no interest in guessing. In order to ensure that your Chen family will have no worries in the future, I can only kill them all. So, Ye Bufan changed the subject and said, prepare the horses. I will go to the city lord's mansion in person. Chapter 1984, Appearance. Is there something wrong with your brain? Prepare the horses. I will go to the city lord's mansion in person. When Ye Bufan said this, Chen Beiwang and others were all shocked. Ye Bufan went to the city lord's mansion in person. What is he going to do? It's easy to tell with your toes that he is going to wipe out the entire city lord's mansion. Just thinking about it, Chen Beiwang and others felt a little chilly. That's the city lord's mansion. Let's not talk about Wu Qianchuan, a powerful warrior at the 6th level of Tai, just talk about the city guards of the city lord's mansion. They are definitely a big trouble, and even a deadly threat. Hundreds of immortal martial realm warriors and thousands of spiritual soul realm warriors attacked together. Could Ye Bufan withstand it? Thinking of this, Chen Beiwang couldn't help but said, Master Yi, would you like to reconsider it? No matter what, Ye Bufan attacked the city lord's mansion because of the Chen family. Chen Beiwang felt that he needed to consider Ye Bufan's safety. No. Faced with Chen Beiwang's proposal, Ye Bufan simply waved his hand to refuse. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment and said, in that case, let's go with Master Yi. Although we are not strong, we can at least resist some of the city guards and reduce some of the pressure on Master Yi. Patriarch Chen, this is really unnecessary. Ye Bufan said, I will go alone, I can kill if I want and retreat if I want. To put it bluntly, I can attack or defend. But if you go together, if I am defeated, should I retreat or not? What I mean is, if you go with me, not only will you not be of any help to me, but you may even become a hindrance or even a burden to me. Chen Beiwang was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, okay, it's settled. It's just a city lord's mansion. It's nothing. Prepare a horse for me. Oh, and bring the young city lord Wu Linfang out as well. Seeing that Ye Bufan had made up his mind and he couldn't influence or change it at all, Chen Beiwang responded helplessly, okay. Roar. At this moment, a tiger roar suddenly sounded in the Chen mansion. Immediately afterwards, a giant tiger with a fiery red body rushed in front of everyone. This tiger was none other than the fairy martial arts realm monster raised by the great elder of the Chen family, the red flame leopard tiger, which was also called Xiaobei by Chen Yuaner. As soon as the scarlet flame tiger arrived, the elder of the Chen family looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Since young Master Yi has made up his mind, we won't say much. However, young Master Yi is here for our Chen family after all, so let Xiaobei send young Master Yi off. With Xiaobei's strength in the immortal martial realm, he should be able to help a lot if young Master Yi needs to evacuate." Evacuate? Impossible things. It's just a city lord's mansion. If Tian Gang doesn't come out, Ye Bufan will be absolutely invincible. However, the Chen family had good intentions after all. In order not to make them worry too much, Ye Bufan agreed directly and said, "Thank you very much, Great Elder." The Great Elder laughed bitterly. If anyone should thank someone, it should be the Chen family that should thank Ye Bufan. At this time, 2 members of the Chen family escorted Wu Linfang out of the Chen mansion. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, Wu Linfang shouted angrily, "You be ****, you'd better let me go right away. Otherwise, once Wu Qianchuan knows that you kidnapped me, he will definitely not let you go." After hearing this, everyone present was speechless. Who won't let go of whom? Young Master Yi is already preparing to attack the city lord's mansion, and you are actually using your father to threaten him. You are a complete scumbag. Everyone was thinking about it, but they ignored Wu Linfang. Instead it was Ye Bufan. As soon as Wu Linfang finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already walked in front of him. You, what do you want to do?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Wu Linfang said tremblingly. "What do I want to do? I want to take you back to the city lord's mansion." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Ah, Wu Linfang was completely confused. Brush. Ye Bufan directly struck out with a knife. Wu Linfang was shocked. Bang. Before he could say anything more, Ye Bufan had already hit him on the back of the neck with a knife. Wu Linfang fainted instantly. Ye Bufan grabbed him and said, "Xiaobei, let's go." Roar. The red-flamed tiger let out a long roar. Ye Bufan jumped up and landed directly on the back of the red-flamed tiger. At the same time, he also placed the unconscious Wu Linfang in his arms on the tiger's back. Walk. Ye Bufan's words rang out. The red-flamed tiger received the signal from the Great Elder and rushed out directly. In just a moment, the red-flamed tiger and Ye Bufan disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as Ye Bufan left, Chen Beiwang immediately said, "Notify the Shui family. All the immortal warriors from our 2 families should rush to Kangyan City to pick up young Master Yi." Chen Beiwang didn't want to be a burden to Ye Bufan, but at the same time he didn't want to just stay out of it. Although their strength is limited, at least they can lurk outside Kangyan City. Once Ye Bufan is defeated, they can also go to support him at the first opportunity. No one in the Chen family had any objection to this and they all agreed. Not only the Chen family, but also the Shui family is no exception. For this reason, not long after Ye Bufan left Qingshan town, the immortal warriors from the Chen and Shui families followed him and headed for Kangyan City together. However, neither Ye Bufan nor the Chen and Shui families knew that those who came to Qingshan town this time were not just the 10 city guards from the city lord's mansion. In addition to these 10 city guards, there were also spies from the Shen, Lu and Situ families in Kangyan City. Originally, these spies were ordered to monitor the 10 city guards, but unexpectedly, they saw Ye Bufan killing 10 city guards. At that moment, the spies from the 3 families were frightened. You have to know that these are the city guards of the city lord's mansion, and they are also the city guards of the immortal martial realm. Killed 10 people in a row. Isn't that tantamount to a blatant challenge to the authority of the city lord's mansion? Even their respective families do not dare to be so rampant and unscrupulous. But in this small town of Qingshan, there are people who dare to do this. That's all. They actually heard with their own ears from the people watching around them that not long ago, Ye Bufan had just killed Lei Long and kidnapped Wu Linfang. At that moment, the first reaction of the spies from the 3 major families was disbelief. After all, Lei Long is a warrior at the Tai realm, so he can be killed just like that. What's more, he is the commander of the city guards of the city lord's mansion. Who dares to kill him in Kangyan City? That is why, when they heard Ye Bufan say that he would personally go to the city lord's mansion to eradicate the evil, they were still somewhat unconvinced and had some doubts. But when they saw Wu Linfeng, their minds were completely blank. Wu Linfeng has appeared, how could this be fake? In other words, the young man surnamed Ye did kill Lei Long and kidnapped Wu Linfeng. No wonder Wu Qianchuan, this martial arts fanatic, suddenly gave up challenging Situ Boyu. No wonder the 10 immortal martial realm city guards from the city lord's mansion suddenly came to this small Qingshan town. It turned out that this was all because the young city lord Wu Linfeng was kidnapped. Damn, isn't this too bloody? Also, how could such a small town like Qingshan have such a fierce and powerful man? Etc. Shit, that young man named Ye actually took Wu Linfeng away. What does he want to do? Even a fool would know that he was clearly going to Canyon City to cause trouble for the city lord's mansion. As a result, the spies from the 3 major families dared not stay any longer and they immediately left Qingshan town. What are you doing? Of course, I have to go back to Canyon City to report the news. Some people were causing trouble for the city lord's mansion and even threatened to destroy it. This is simply a huge storm, even a matter of the sky falling and the earth collapsing. How dare they hide anything? They must report it immediately. Unfortunately, by the time the spies reacted, the spies from the Chen and Shui families had already left Qingshan town before them. In other words, although Ye Bufan, Chen Shui's 2 families, and the spies of the 3 major families rushed to Canyon City at the same time, the spies of the 3 major families fell behind last. Half a day later, 300 meters away from Canyon City. Under the setting sun, Ye Bufan rode on a scarlet tiger and walked leisurely towards Canyon City. After half a day of speeding, Canyon City was now right in front of them, so there was naturally no need to speed up any further. Not only that, Ye Bufan was holding a rope as thick as a thumb in his hand, and at the other end of the rope several meters away was Wu Linfeng with his hands tied. This was specially arranged by Ye Bufan when they were 500 meters away from Canyon City. After all, Wu Linfeng is now a prisoner in his hands. Since he is a prisoner, he should naturally act like a prisoner. However, for Wu Linfeng, this was absolutely a humiliation that he could not accept. It was unbelievable that he, the young city lord, was brought back to Canyon City in this way. How can he save face? How will he face people in the future? But what can he do? Protest? Or is it stagnant? Stop kidding. It's not like Wu Linfeng hasn't tried before. But what is the result? Ye Bufan ignored him and just dragged him forward. That scene almost made Wu Linfeng so angry that he vomited blood. He could only follow Ye Bufan obediently and approach Canyon City step by step. As they got closer to Canyon City, Wu Linfeng felt more and more depressed. Just enter Canyon City like this? No, absolutely not. Not in any way. Thinking in his heart, Wu Linfeng looked at Ye Bufan, then gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart and said, Ye Shao, can I discuss something with you? What's up? Can you let me go first? No. Why? You said we are both Tai realm warriors, are you afraid that I will run away? Run. Can you run? That's right. I am the young master of Canyon City after all. If I enter the city like this, I will not be able to stay in Canyon City in the future. After a pause, Wu Linfeng continued, don't you just want money? How about this, if you let me go, I'll give you an extra 10 million, and then let me ride this tiger monster into the city, and I'll give you another 10 million, a total of 20 million, how about that? Ye Bufan was stunned. I untied you and let you ride Xiaobei into the city. That's right. Wu Linfeng responded. Don't you think it's very impressive to ride a monster beast into the city? The appearance. Ye Bufan was in a mess, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked, do you know why I came to Canyon City this time? Yes. Wu Linfeng responded. Isn't it just kidnapping me and blackmailing Wu Qianchuan? Idiot. Ye Bufan shouted angrily, this time I am here to kill your entire family and wipe out your entire clan. Still lining up. Is there something wrong with your brain? Chapter 1985, Blood at the City Gate, charge in. Kill my whole family, wipe out my entire clan. Are you crazy? Wu Linfeng looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief. Do you know who my father is? My father is the mayor of Canyon City, and Wu Linfeng originally wanted to say that his grandfather was the prime minister of the dynasty, but unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ye Bufan, city lord. Is the city lord so awesome? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, don't say that your father is just a small city lord. Even if your father is the emperor, I can't kill him even if I want to. Wu Linfang was stunned. Even the emperor was killed. Then there is no need to mention his grandfather, the prime minister of the time. But, are you so cowardly? No, definitely not. Snort. Immediately, Wu Linfang snorted coldly and said, how shameless. My father is a powerful person of the 7th level of Tai. Although you can kill Uncle Lei, you are definitely not my father's opponent. So I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my father finds out, you will not be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Did you hear me? Let me go quickly. Ye Bufan shook his head helplessly. Wu Linfeng, young city lord. This is not a matter of brains, this is clearly a matter of having no brains. Even now, he is still threatening me. Couldn't he see that he was not afraid of Tai's 7th heaven, nor was he afraid of his city lord's mansion? Never mind. Ye Bufan didn't say anything else. He was even too lazy to continue paying attention to Wu Linfeng. Seeing this, Wu Linfeng was furious. I asked you to let me go, didn't you hear me? What on earth do you want, you B*****? Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Fuck, stop it now. You B*****, just wait for me. When we get to Canyon City, I will make you suffer. Wu Linfeng kept yelling and cursing. Ye Bufan simply ignored it. The distance of 300 meters is neither short nor long. A moment later, Ye Bufan rode on the Scarlet Flame Tiger and pulled Wu Linfeng to the city gate. As soon as Ye Bufan arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the city gate. Especially the dozen or so city guards. Young city lord. After seeing Wu Linfeng tied up with ropes, they were all stunned. Son of AB****TCH. Wu Linfeng cursed inwardly. For him, this time was a complete disgrace. Fortunately, we haven't entered the city yet. If he entered the city, he would be too ashamed to stay in Canyon City anymore. Immediately, Wu Linfeng shouted angrily. You bunch of idiots, what are you still standing there for? Come and save me. Hearing this, more than a dozen city guards present came back to their senses instantly. They looked at each other, and then looked at Ye Bufan and Wu Linfeng. Kill. The Shanwu Realm city guards, who were leading the group, shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, more than a dozen city guards drew their swords. Kill. Under the leadership of the Shanwu Realm city guards, they immediately rushed towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, people entering and leaving the city immediately retreated to both sides. Roar. At this moment, the red flame tiger under Ye Bufan let out an angry roar. Ye Bufan shook his head, touched its head, and said with a smile, little guy, why bother with a bunch of dead people? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly struck out with a palm. In front of him, a huge golden tripod several meters high appeared out of thin air. This giant cauldron is none other than the Tongtian furnace. Although the Tongtian furnace no longer has the ability to refine all things in heaven and earth after losing the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, this does not mean that it is completely useless. At this moment, under the infusion of Ye Bufan's majestic divine power, the originally almost transparent Tongtian furnace instantly became extremely solid, as if it was not a martial art, but a real giant tripod. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen city guards who were rushing over were all stunned. Ye Bufan ignored it. Driven by his Tai realm palm power, the Tongtian furnace was pushed directly towards the city guards. More than a dozen city guards came back to their senses instantly. Get out of the way. The Shanwu Realm city guards, who were leading the group, couldn't help but let out a long roar. Unfortunately, it's too late. The attack speed of Tai Realm warriors is simply not something that warriors of their level can avoid. That is why, as soon as the Shanwu Realm city guard finished speaking, before he could make any reaction, the several-meter-high Tongtian furnace had already hit him head-on. Bang! A dull and heavy voice sounded. Puff! The Shanwu Realm city guard spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. However, the Tongtian furnace remained as ferocious as ever and continued to push forward. Bang! 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 The heavy tripod several meters high hit more than a dozen city guards. A dull and heavy impact sounded, and more than a dozen city guards in the Shenpo realm, like the city guard in the Shanwu realm, vomited blood and flew backwards. An instant collision. A lightning-fast confrontation. Bang! 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 Without exception, more than a dozen city guards all fell onto the open ground several meters away. Not only that, at this moment, they are already completely lifeless. Kill instantly with one strike. The whole place was dead silent. No one expected that the battle would be over just as it began. Gurgle. Looking at the corpses of the dozen or so city guards, and then looking at Ye Bufan riding on the scarlet flame tiger, everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They even felt a chill. What is this place? This is Canyon City. Now, someone is actually slaughtering the city guards of Canyon City at the city gate. Are you crazy? Who is this boy? What does he want to do? Ye Bufan didn't care at all. After killing more than a dozen city guards in one strike, he clenched his outstretched right hand violently. In an instant, the Tongtian furnace transformed into divine power and returned to Ye Bufan's body. Not bad, not bad. Feeling that only about 1% of his own divine power had been consumed, Ye Bufan smiled and pondered for a few seconds. This was the first time that Ye Bufan performed and used the Tongtian furnace in this way, but the effect was surprisingly good, and he was very satisfied. From now on, he had another powerful means of attack. Ye Bufan said this, and Wu Linfeng, who was not far behind him, was furious. Wu Linfeng originally wanted to ask these city guards to rescue him, or at least have someone come to help untie him, but he didn't expect that these city guards were killed by Ye Bufan before they could even get close to him. What a bunch of trash. You can die if you want, but what should I do? Do you really want me to follow him into the city? Grass. Wu Linfeng was sad and angry. Da. But at this moment, a burst of dense footsteps suddenly sounded from inside the city gate. Immediately afterwards, a team of hundreds of city guards ran out of the city. The moment he saw these city guards, the grief and anger on Wu Linfeng's face instantly disappeared. He glanced at Ye Bufan with a teasing and amusing look. It was as if he was saying, "Boy, you see, this is Canyon City, it's my territory, so what if you killed a dozen city guards? There are thousands of city guards in Canyon City. Can you kill them all? Can you kill them all?" Before Wu Linfeng could think more, the more than 100 city guards who had just arrived in front had already seen the bodies of more than a dozen companions lying in front of them. Suddenly, the more than 100 members of the city guards were all furious. The leading Shanwu 8th Heaven city guards glanced at Ye Bufan and said angrily, "Boy, did you kill all these people?" The other city guards also looked at Ye Bufan with anger. "That's right," Ye Bufan said with a smile. "You are looking for death." The Shanwu 8th Heaven city guard gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Captain, it's the young city lord." But at this moment, another city guard beside the Shanwu 8th Heaven city guard pointed behind Ye Bufan and whispered in his ear. The Shanwu 8th Heaven city guard frowned and looked behind Ye Bufan. Buzz. The moment they saw Wu Linfeng, the city guards of the 8th level of Shanwu were shocked. "You." The next second, he looked at Ye Bufan with some fear and disbelief, and said, "Who are you? In Canyon City, anyone who dares to openly kidnap the young city lord can only be an ordinary person. Who is this young master?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. It was obvious that Wu Qianchuan and others concealed the fact that they had kidnapped Wu Linfeng. Otherwise, these city guards in front of them would not have been unaware of who they were. In that case, let me tell them myself. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan said, "I am here to kill people." Chapter 1986 Wu Qianchuan, come out and die. I am here to kill people. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the temperature in the entire space suddenly became 3 degrees colder. More than 100 city guards couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If it were any other time, the city guards would not have such a reaction. They might even regard Ye Bufan's words as a joke. But it's different now. The young city lord was captured and more than a dozen city guards were killed. It was obvious that the other party was not joking. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. The Shanwu 8th Heaven city guards glared at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." "Too much nonsense," Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the red flame tiger. Immediately afterwards, Ye Bufan turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards the more than 100 city guards in front of the city gate. "Kill." Seeing this scene, the Shanwu 8th Heaven city guards shouted loudly. In an instant, more than 100 city guards rushed out at the same time. Among them, in addition to the leader of the 8th Heaven of Immortal Martial Arts, there are 4 city guards in the Immortal Martial Realm. The 5 great immortal warriors, more than 100 divine spirits, and the city guards are coming with great momentum. At this time, just as the city guards rushed out, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of the corpses of the more than 10 city guards. He stretched out his right hand and divine power emerged. Suddenly, a long sword on the ground flew into the air and fell into Ye Bufan's hand. Ye Bufan did not hesitate, but rushed forward with his sword in hand towards the more than 100 city guards in front of him. In a flash, the two sides met outside the city gate. Kill. The warrior at the 8th level of the immortal martial realm rushed forward and slashed Ye Bufan with one sword. At this time, Ye Bufan also slashed out with a sword. However, Ye Bufan's sword strike was faster and more powerful than that of a warrior at the 8th level of the immortal martial realm. He came later. The sword of the Shanwu 8th Heaven City Guard was still in the air, but Ye Bufan's sword had already landed first. The cold blade swept across the chest of the Shanwu 8th Heaven City Guard. The long sword was retracted. Ye Bufan moved and attacked another Shanwu Realm City Guard. At this time, a half-foot-long knife mark appeared on the chest of the Shanwu 8th Heaven City Guard on the silver-white armor, running from left to right and from top to bottom, and bright red liquid spurted out from the knife mark. The figure of the 8th level immortal martial artist froze. He raised the long sword and instinctively looked down at the scar on his chest. He was shocked. He was shocked. He was terrified. He was even a little bit unbelievable. Bang! The next second, the city guards of the 8th level of Shanwu fell to the ground. He had no chance of survival and was killed instantly by Ye Bufan's sword. At this time, Ye Bufan's second sword had already killed another Shanwu Realm City Guard. Puff! The Shanwu Realm City Guard didn't even have a chance to react before Ye Bufan chopped off his head. At one encounter, two Shanwu Realm City Guards were killed instantly. The remaining city guards were stunned and dumbfounded, and their original offensive came to an instant halt. The leader of the 8th level of Shanwu was killed in an instant. Can we still be a match for the man in front of us? In just a moment, Ye Bufan had broken down the psychological defenses of the city guards. Run! Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled towards Canyon City. Even the remaining 3 city guards in the immortal martial realm were no exception. But they wanted to run away, but Ye Bufan refused. I will kill you while you are sick. Seeing these city guards fleeing in panic and leaving their backs to him, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and chased after them with his sword in hand. Puff! The long sword chopped down, and blood splattered. Ye Bufan killed another person. However, everything has just begun. Crushing strength. Escape in panic. These city guards were no match for Ye Bufan in the first place, and what was more, they were already so frightened that they just ran away to save their lives. In this situation, to Ye Bufan, they were like fleeing fish. Puff, puff, puff. The long sword swept past, flashing cold light. Ye Bufan followed closely behind these city guards, killing one of them with one sword. After dozens of seconds, from outside the city gate to inside the city gate, the entire road was littered with corpses of the city guards. Of the more than 100 city guards, only 23 were left. The 23 city guards were still fleeing madly towards the city. Ye Bufan did not continue chasing. It's not that I don't want to, but there's no need. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. As long as they are still in Canyon City, they will be killed by my sword sooner or later. Without paying any more attention to the city guards, Ye Bufan threw away the long sword in his hand, then turned and walked towards the red flame tiger outside the city gate. He looked calm, as if nothing had happened. However, the people watching around were completely different. They were all terrified. These are the city guards, and there are more than 100 of them. Just to be killed now. Most importantly, how long did the entire battle take from start to finish? Damn it. Just a few tens of seconds, less than a minute. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Is it necessary to be so scary? Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone present was filled with shock, fear and terror. However, Ye Bufan ignored it and didn't care about it at all. In front of the red flame tiger, he jumped up and sat directly on the back of Duofeng. Afterwards, Ye Bufan took back the rope tied to the red flame tiger's neck, pulled Wu Linfang, who looked terrified and dazed, behind him, and said, Xiao Bei, let's go into the city. Hearing this, the scarlet flame tiger took a tiger step and walked directly towards the Canyon City in front of it. Wow! Not long after Ye Bufan entered the city, the crowds watching inside and outside the city gate were already in an uproar. Fuck, this is too crazy, right? Kill more than 100 city guards just like that. Does anyone know who that boy is? Have no idea. I don't know him. Does it matter who he is? What matters is that the city lord's mansion is in trouble. Who says it's not? I don't think so. Wu Qianchuan is a Tai 6th heaven strongman anyway. How old is this boy? Can he be Wu Qianchuan's opponent? You are stupid. Wu Qianchuan's cultivation level of the 6th level of Tai is not a secret in our Canyon city. You know that the young man must know it too. Since he is here, it means that he is not afraid of Wu Qianchuan, the 6th level of Tai. That's true, but that boy wouldn't really dare to kill the city lord, right? Haha, what do you mean by, dare to kill? You should remove the word, ma. Didn't you hear what he just said? He is here to kill people today. But it's good this way. If we change the city lord, maybe our life will be a little better. How can you say that? City lord Wu Qianchuan is quite good. Pretty good. What's so good about it? He's a complete martial arts fanatic. He does nothing but practice and compete all day. It would be fine if he just handed everything over to the deputy city lord Li Yuanao, but he gave birth to a scourge like Wu Linfang. That's right. Wu Linfang, this dandy boy, has ruined so many girls in Canyon City. Wu Qianchuan doesn't care about it, so he deserves to die. Everyone, didn't you see that the young man just brought Wu Linfang with him? Of course I did. Needless to say, it must be Wu Linfang who provoked them, so they came to kill us. What a traitor. Wu Qianchuan is unlucky to have such a son. Why are you talking so much? Let's go to the city lord's mansion and take a look. Walk. In an instant, the onlookers inside and outside the city gate also rushed to the city lord's mansion. In Canyon City, the news that Ye Bufan had slaughtered nearly 100 city guards spread like wildfire. The three major families of Shen, Lu and Situ received the news at the first time. For a moment, the Tai powerhouses from the three major families were all confused and caught off guard. Everything happened too suddenly and too strangely. A young man in his 20s tied up Wu Linfeng, the young city lord, and rushed into Canyon City. Are you kidding me? Who is that boy? Where does he get the courage? Also, doesn't he know that Canyon City is Wu Qianchuan's territory? Tie up the young city lord and charge into Canyon City. This is nothing but seeking death. Although they were shocked and stunned, the Tai strongmen from the three major families also developed a strong interest in this. They really wanted to know what kind of young talent dared to be so rampant and unscrupulous. Of course, they still have a little bit of luck in their hearts. If this young man could destroy the city lord's mansion, or severely damage it, it would be absolutely beneficial to the three families. For this reason, the Tai strongmen of the three major families immediately ordered their clansmen to keep a close eye on every move between the city lord's mansion and Ye Bufan. Seeing the three major families act like this, the city lord Wu Qianchuan was confused and even angry. He never thought that before he could go and cause trouble for Ye Bufan would come to him first. MMP. Does this kid really think that his city lord's mansion is made of mud? This is simply too much. Although he was angry, Wu Qianchuan did not lose his mind. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. Since the other party dares to come and kill us, it means that he must have something to rely on. What to rely on? Wu Qianchuan didn't know. He even knew nothing about Ye Bufan. What to do? In this situation, even Wu Qianchuan, the lord of a city in the 7th level of Tai, felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Boom. At this moment, outside the city lord's mansion, a violent and ferocious aura suddenly surged in. Immediately afterwards, an angry shout echoed throughout half of Canyon City. Wu Qianchuan, come out and die. Chapter 1987 Wu Linfeng, die. Wu Qianchuan, come out and die. Ye Bufan's stern voice shocked everyone who heard him. You know, Wu Qianchuan is the lord of Canyon City and a strong man in the Tai realm. Now, someone actually dared to directly provoke him and even threatened to take Wu Qianchuan's life. How could those who heard his shout not be shocked and horrified? Although they had already heard about what happened at the city gate, most people still found it hard to believe and even thought they were hallucinating. But no matter what, Ye Bufan's angry shout still alarmed most of Canyon City, causing most people in this half of the city to rush to the city lord's mansion. Of course, they were not there to help Wu Qianchuan, nor were they there to cheer for Wu Qianchuan. They were simply out of curiosity and wanted to watch the fun. Inside the city lord's mansion, after hearing Ye Bufan's shout, Wu Qianchuan went berserk instantly. This kid, what does he think of the city lord's mansion? What does he think of himself, a powerful person in the Tai realm? Come out and die. Do you really think you are invincible like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? Hateful. At this moment, my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Snort. Wu Qianchuan immediately snorted coldly, then flicked his sleeves and said, "Let this city lord see what you are capable of doing in front of my city lord's mansion." After saying that, Wu Qianchuan walked directly out of the city lord's mansion. "Brother, no." Seeing this scene, Li Yuanhao on the side directly grabbed Wu Qianchuan. "Yuanhao, what are you doing?" Wu Qianchuan glanced at Li Yuanhao with some dissatisfaction. "Brother, the current situation is we know nothing about that guy. If we act rashly, I'm afraid you will suffer." Li Yuanhao said urgently. "What should we do then?" Wu Qianchuan shouted, "They have already come to my door. If I don't show up, wouldn't it be like telling everyone that I am afraid of this kid? If so, where will the face of my city lord's mansion be?" "Brother, I didn't say that I won't let you show up. It's just that before you know the opponent's true strength, Yuanhao hopes that you won't be impulsive." Li Yuanhao said, "Of course, we can't just let it yell and act so arrogantly all the time. We have to take action when it's time. But you don't have to worry about this, big brother. After all, this is Canyon City, big brother's territory. Brother, have you forgotten that there are still thousands of city guards in Canyon City? So, in my opinion, we can use the city guards to test his strength first. It's best to beat nature. If we can't beat him, we can take this opportunity to test his strength, right?" Wu Qianchuan frowned. "Just do as you say." After he said this, he walked directly out of the city lord's mansion. Call. Li Yuanhao breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely. Outside the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan stood proudly. In his left hand he held the rope that tied up Wu Linfeng, and his right hand was behind his back. As for the red flame tiger, after arriving at the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan let him leave on his own. At this moment, the red flame tiger has probably already left Canyon City. In front of Ye Bufan, dozens of city guards raised their swords and stared at him with alertness and nervousness. Some of the city guards even couldn't help shaking their sword-holding hands. The reason for this is that they have all heard what happened at the city gate. In just tens of seconds, one man killed nearly 100 city guards. Undoubtedly, Ye Bufan's strength is not something that just a few dozen people can deal with. In this case, how could they not be nervous and afraid? Fortunately, this is the city lord's mansion, and there are two Tai powerhouses, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanhao, in the mansion. Otherwise, these city guards would have fled long ago. Of course, in addition to the dozens of city guards who originally stayed in the city lord's mansion, other city guards in Canyon City were also rushing in. As a result, not long after Ye Bufan arrived outside the city lord's mansion, he was surrounded by hundreds of city guards, and the number of city guards continued to increase. In addition, more and more people were watching around. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He just looked quietly at the city lord's mansion in front of him. As for Wu Linfeng, although the city lord's mansion was right in front of him, he didn't dare to say a word. There was no way. After witnessing what happened at the city gate just now, the young city lord finally experienced what fear and terror were. He was worried that if he said anything nonsense again, Ye Bufan would take his life. In this case, Wu Linfeng no longer dared to continue shooting aimlessly as he did before. He just hoped that Wu Qianchuan would show up soon and save him from the dire situation. Time passes by every second. About half a minute later, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanhao walked out of the city lord's mansion. "Dad, save me." The moment he saw Wu Qianchuan, Wu Linfeng finally couldn't help but shout out. Wu Qianchuan frowned, glanced at Wu Linfeng, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean, little brother? What do you mean?" Ye Bufan sneered, "Kidnapping, can't you see? You." Wu Qianchuan was furious. Just as he was about to jump up, Li Yuanhao beside him immediately pulled his sleeve and stopped him. "Call." Wu Qianchuan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again, "Are you his father, Wu Qianchuan?" "Exactly." Although Wu Qianchuan was angry, he still responded and said, "Little brother, we don't know each other and we have no grudges against each other. Isn't it too much for you to do this? Excessive." Ye Bufan sneered, "Your son raped a woman and took her life. Why don't you say it's excessive?" Wu Qianchuan frowned. Ye Bufan continued, "That's fine. After I let him go and spared his life, he actually dared to bring people to my door again. What, it's not over yet, is it? It's just a city lord's mansion. Since you don't want to live, I will personally send you off. Brush. After saying this, Ye Bufan swept all the city guards present and said, "This is a personal grudge between me and the city lord's mansion. Although you belong to the city lord's mansion, you are not members of the city lord's mansion, nor are you a direct descendant. Now, I will give you one last chance. Leave immediately and I will spare your life. Otherwise you will die." Presumptuous. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan couldn't help but yelled angrily. Presumptuous. Ye Bufan sneered, "You are just the lord of a city, are you qualified to say that you are so presumptuous to me? Very good. Since you said it's outrageous, then I will be outrageous for you to see. Come here." After saying this, Ye Bufan fiercely pulled the rope that was tied to Wu Linfeng. In an instant, Wu Linfeng staggered and fell directly towards Ye Bufan. Call. Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand and grabbed Wu Linfeng's neck. Woo. Wu Linfeng was shocked. He struggled in fear and wanted to say something, but because Ye Bufan was pinching his neck, he could only sob. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Wu Qianchuan was also shocked and he couldn't help but shout. What do you think? Ye Bufan smiled slightly, his face full of mockery and amusement. Crack. The next second, Ye Bufan exerted a little force with his right hand and directly crushed Wu Linfeng's neck. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Vitality also disappeared in an instant. Young City Lord, Wu Linfeng die. Chapter 1988 I quit. Bang! Ye Bufan loosened his right hand, and Wu Linfeng's body fell directly to the ground. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at Wu Linfeng, who had become a corpse on the ground. They were confused and dumbfounded, with only a blank in their minds. Who is Wu Linfeng? He was the young master of Kengyan City and Wu Qianchuan's only son. Now, Ye Bufan actually killed Wu Linfeng in front of Wu Qianchuan. Crazy. In everyone's opinion, Ye Bufan was clearly trying to dig up trouble and pluck the hair from a tiger's head. No. His behavior is even 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than this. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. He was clearly forcing Wu Qianchuan to fight him to the death. This is also true. The moment Ye Bufan crushed Wu Linfeng's neck, Wu Qianchuan seemed to have lost his soul. At this moment, looking at Wu Linfeng's body, his body kept shaking and shivering. Because sad. Because it's unacceptable. But more of it was out of anger. After a brief moment, Wu Qianchuan glanced at Ye Bufan. Anger rose in his eyes and murderous intent surged. You're looking for death. After a roar, Wu Qianchuan was about to take action. But at this moment, Li Yuanao beside Wu Qianchuan directly grabbed him. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Wu Linfeng's death almost made Wu Qianchuan lose his mind, but Li Yuanao did not. The moment he grabbed Wu Qianchuan, he shouted again, "Kill him! The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light." Li Yuanao would never act rashly before figuring out Ye Bufan's true strength. Li Yuanao's loud shout instantly brought Wu Qianchuan, who had almost lost his mind, back to his senses. He glanced at Li Yuanao, didn't say much, and didn't take any direct action. Because Wu Qianchuan knew very well what Li Yuanao meant by doing this, and he also agreed with it. The most important thing is that as long as Ye Bufan is still there, he will have the opportunity to take action sooner or later. A sudden change. When Li Yuanao gave an order, all the city guards present were stunned. They looked at each other. Then, kill. Without exception, nearly 1,000 city guards all drew their swords and rushed towards Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan gave them a choice, they simply didn't know how to choose. Because they always believed that no matter how strong Ye Bufan was, he would never be a match for the city lord's mansion. In this case, they naturally have to stay on the side of the city lord's mansion. Nearly 1,000 city guards from the Shinpo and Shanwu realms came charging forward with swords drawn. They were full of vigor and murderous intent. They were like a group of ferocious beasts, trying to devour Ye Bufan completely. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned. Be it the spirit or the immortal martial arts, they are nothing to Ye Bufan. But as the old saying goes, a group of ants can kill an elephant, and a random punch can kill a master. Ye Bufan doesn't care about one or several spirits, or immortal weapons. But right now, there are nearly 1,000 warriors in the realm of spirits and immortal warriors. With so many warriors rushing forward, if I am not careful I might get seriously injured. Although it is not fatal, it is not a good thing after all. The most important thing is that to deal with so many warriors, ordinary battles are too time-consuming and too strenuous. So, in just a moment, Ye Bufan had made up his mind. Quick victory. Destroy them in one fell swoop in the simplest and most brutal way. Having made the decision, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. Bang! Facing these city guards rushing towards him, Ye Bufan took a step forward. He was running fast, with his divine power surging. Thunder. Heavenly Sword. God-killing. Ye Bufan's first move was the 3 god-killing moves. With his current level of cultivation, although the 3 god-killing moves cannot instantly kill a Tai realm warrior of the same level, it is definitely a nightmare for warriors such as Shanwu and Shenpo. Boom. When the heavenly blade came out, a terrifying and cold murderous intent instantly swept the entire place. This sudden change stunned the city guards who were originally rushing to attack. Not only the city guards, but also the other onlookers, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao were no exception. What is this? Looking at the heavenly sword that appeared out of thin air, everyone thought instinctively. Ye Bufan did not stop. The heavenly sword has appeared, so kill it. In just a moment, Ye Bufan's incarnation of heavenly sword had arrived in front of the city guards in the south. Then, the heavenly sword slashed out. Puff, puff, puff. Those city guards were like paper and were cut in half by the heavenly sword in an instant. More than a dozen city guards died. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, corpses fell to the ground in all directions, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Boom! This bloody and hideous scene shocked everyone except Ye Bufan. Many people even vomited last night's dinner. But it's just the beginning. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Ye Bufan transformed into a heavenly sword and danced wildly in the city guard camp. Wherever the blade passed, blood splattered. No city guard could block Ye Bufan's sword. Not a single city guard could survive under the blade of the heavenly sword. Be it the spirit or the immortal martial arts. Wherever the heavenly sword passes, all living things die. In just a few seconds, Ye Bufan killed hundreds of people. At this time, the remaining city guards finally came to their senses. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying heavenly sword in front of them, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, Wu Qianchuan in front of the city lord's mansion was furious. He shouted, "A bunch of trash, what are you afraid of? It's just a martial art. Nearly 1,000 of you are rushing forward. Can't you defeat him alone?" Although he said this, Wu Qianchuan actually felt a little guilty and even a little scared. If for no other reason, it was because even he felt a great threat from Ye Bufan's knife. But what can he do? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At this point, he has no way out. Besides, even if he wanted to retreat, Ye Bufan would never give up. So he could only fight hard and fight to the death with Ye Bufan. His idea was very simple, that is, to use the city guards in his hands to weaken Ye Bufan to the greatest extent. As for the life and death of the city guards, Wu Qianchuan didn't care at all, and he couldn't care less. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be punished by military law. Wu Qianchuan roared angrily. Although the city guards were afraid of Ye Bufan, facing Wu Qianchuan's scolding, they could only bite the bullet and charge out with their swords once again. But is it useful? Not at all. The heavenly sword of the Tai realm is simply not something that their spirits and immortal weapons can contend with. Countless long swords collided with Ye Bufan's heavenly sword, and the result was that the swords were destroyed and the people died. The power of the heavenly sword is unmatched. Kill, kill, kill. Every second, every breath, more than 10 people will die under the heavenly sword. Time flies by. The number of casualties among the city guards was also rising rapidly at an almost terrifying rate. 100 people, 200 people, 300 people. This was a one-sided massacre, a massacre that belonged only to Ye Bufan. Bloody scene. A hideous scene. Everyone outside the battle area felt their scalps tingle and were trembling with fear. This is the case for people outside the battlefield, let alone the city guards who were in the middle of the battle. They were scared, horrified, and trembling. For them, this was not a fight at all, but simply a search for death. Finally, within tens of seconds, after paying the price of 500 or 600 men, some of the remaining city guards lost control and collapsed. I quit. When a city guard cursed, then dropped the long sword in his hand, turned around and fled the battle, running towards the outside of Kenyan City. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. That posture seems to be saying, if I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? What city lord's mansion? What military regulations? Can't I just stop staying in Canyon City? A sudden change. By the time the people around reacted, the city guard had already disappeared. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The city lord Wu Qianchuan was furious. Disregard military law. Escape during war. This is simply seeking death. But what can he do? The person has already run away, is it possible to catch him back? Under normal circumstances, Wu Qianchuan might have done this, or even would have definitely done so. But things are different now. The current situation simply does not allow him to do so. Therefore, he could only endure it, even if he couldn't bear it anymore, he still had to endure it. However, the escape of this city guard seemed like some kind of omen. Oh my God, run! Someone shouted during the battle. In an instant, the remaining city guards threw away their weapons and armor and ran away. Son of AB*TCH. Seeing this, Wu Qianchuan became even more furious. Come back, all of you, come back to me. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted or yelled, no one paid any attention to him. The defeat was like a landslide. The defeat at hand is beyond redemption. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 200 or 300 city guards had all fled. The whole place was dead silent. All the onlookers looked stunned and confused. Puff! In front of the city lord's mansion, Wu Qianchuan couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1989, 1 verses 2. Nearly 1,000 city guards were killed by a young man and fled in panic, leaving their weapons and armor behind. How could Wu Qianchuan, the lord of the city, accept this? Wu Qianchuan is like this, and so is the deputy city lord Li Yuanao beside him. 1 against 1,000. It would have been fine if he didn't lose, but he actually killed 500 or 600 people in just a few tens of seconds. What kind of strength is this? What kind of opponent is this? You know, these nearly 1,000 people are the battle-hardened city guards in the city lord's mansion. They are spirits and immortal warriors, not powerless vegetables and rotten melons. At this moment, Li Yuanao was shocked and even a little frightened. But compared to these, he cared more about Wu Qianchuan's safety. Brother. Seeing Wu Qianchuan spit out blood, he immediately supported him. Fine. Wu Qianchuan waved his hand. At this time, in front of the city lord's mansion, the heavenly sword that Ye Bufan transformed into instantly dissipated. Ye Bufan's figure appeared in front of Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao again. It has to be said that although the 3 god-slaying techniques are powerful, their consumption of divine power is equally terrifying. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 80% of Ye Bufan's spiritual power was consumed. But it doesn't matter. Just divine power. For other warriors, exhaustion of divine power could be extremely fatal. But for Ye Bufan, this is nothing. He has a bug-like source of power called Hongmeng Tianian. As long as the luck in the Hongmeng Sky Seal is not exhausted, Ye Bufan's own divine power will be inexhaustible. Call. The Tianyuan Yushan Ju is in operation. The divine power in Ye Bufan's body immediately returned to its peak state. After his divine power was restored, Ye Bufan looked directly at Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao in front of him and said, "How about it, 2 city lords, do you want me to personally send you off, or do you want to kill yourself?" Son of AB*TCH. After hearing this, both Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao became furious. What do you mean by sending us to death, or we commit suicide ourselves? In your eyes, is there no way out for us? You are too arrogant and presumptuous. However, when they saw the hellish scene behind Ye Bufan and thought of the previous scenes, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao couldn't help feeling aggrieved. It has to be said that although Ye Bufan is arrogant and presumptuous, he does have the capital to be so. What do you want? Suddenly, Wu Qianchuan roared angrily at Ye Bufan. What do you want, young master? Ye Bufan shook his head. Now that things have come to this, isn't it clear what I want to do? I will naturally cut off the roots and destroy your city lord's mansion. Wu Qianchuan was furious. If it were someone else, he would have slapped the person to death. But Ye Bufan is different. Ultimately, it was because the strength Ye Bufan displayed was too powerful. Although Wu Qianchuan wanted to kill him, he was not even a little bit sure of doing so. At this time, Li Yuanao on the side could not help but speak up. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Today's incident was our fault. Changing the subject, Li Yuanao said, "How about this, little brother? We will give you 80 million spirit stones as compensation, and let's just leave it at that. How about that? Nothing. Ye Bufan directly refused and said, if I kill you, won't the 80 million still belong to me? Li Yuanao's face darkened. So, little brother, you must fight to the death with my city lord's mansion. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered. Stop talking nonsense, either you commit suicide or I will send you off myself. You are so arrogant. Li Yuanao shouted angrily. Seeing that there was no room for relaxation, he took a step forward and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength. Ye Bufan shouted loudly and also stepped forward. In an instant, the two men met face to face. Kill! Li Yuanao shouted angrily, divine power surged throughout his body, and then he punched out. Call! Ye Bufan met the punch with his fist. At this time, Wu Qianchuan suddenly rushed out in front of the city lord's mansion. 2 against 1. The two city lords fought with all their might. But Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. Tian Gang subduing demon's skill. With the fighting spirit protecting his body, he punched Li Yuanao as usual. In an instant, the two fists collided. Boom! A dull and heavy voice sounded. Da da da. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuanao retreated 7 steps uncontrollably. Ye Bufan didn't move at all. But he did not give up. Instead, he turned around and punched out fiercely. Bang! At this time, Wu Qianchuan's punch hit Ye Bufan's left shoulder hard. Ye Bufan's attack came belatedly. Bang! A muffled sound. Ye Bufan's iron fist landed directly on Wu Qianchuan's left chest. Da da da. Da da da. In an instant, Ye Bufan and Wu Qianchuan both retreated 6 steps at the same time. A lightning-fast confrontation. The two sides are evenly matched. Kill. After the attack, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao did not stop at all. They rushed towards Ye Bufan from the left and right like wolves and tigers. Ye Bufan dodged and stepped back. Wu Qianchuan and the other man approached them. In a flash, Wu Qianchuan attacked with a punch, and Li Yuanao also struck out with a palm. Ye Bufan was not afraid of this at all. He looked calm, and used both hands to fight 2 enemies at once. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few tens of seconds, the two sides exchanged moves no less than 100 times. Ye Bufan did not lose. Neither Wu Qianchuan nor Li Yuanao won. Suddenly, Ye Bufan sneered, is this all the city lord and deputy city lord are capable of? Wu Qianchuan and the other man frowned. Ye Bufan directly used the Hongmeng supreme power to infuse the divine power of the Tai realm into his body. His physical body instantly became stronger. The 4th level of Tai. Tai 5th heaven. In the space of a breath, Ye Bufan's body directly reached the 7th level of Tai. The breakthrough in his physical body made Ye Bufan's aura even more powerful and more ferocious. This sudden change made Wu Qianchuan and the other man change their expressions. An ominous premonition emerged in the hearts of both of them. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan gave up Wu Qianchuan and rushed straight towards Li Yuanao. Ye Bufan's abnormal behavior left Wu Qianchuan and the others confused. But at the same time, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Especially for Wu Qianchuan. As a warrior of the 7th level of Tai, Ye Bufan actually dared to ignore his attack. This is nothing but seeking death. In this case, Wu Qianchuan would naturally help Ye Bufan. Boom! In an instant, Wu Qianchuan punched out with the force of thunder. Martial arts, dragon subduing tiger fist. With one punch, there was the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls. As Wu Qianchuan did so, Li Yuanao also attacked with all his strength, also using the dragon subduing tiger fist. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan sneered. He ignored Wu Qianchuan's attack and faced Li Yuanao. At the same time, Ye Bufan struck out with a palm. The bearer of the great wilderness heavenly monument. Quadruple strength, 8 times amplification. With Ye Bufan's current physical cultivation level of the 7th level of Tai, a doubling of the level would be equivalent to the 8th level of Tai, and a quadrupling of the level would be the 9th level of Tai. Even if an 8-fold increase did not reach the Tiangong level, it would definitely be considered a half-step Tiangong level of strength. The power of the half-step Tiangong level is so violent and fierce. As soon as Ye Bufan threw this palm, Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao's faces changed immediately. They even felt frightened and wanted to step back and dodge. Especially Li Yuanao, who faced Ye Bufan directly. He felt that Ye Bufan in front of him was so powerful and so terrifying. However, the martial arts has already been activated. If it is forcibly retracted, it will inevitably backfire and cause serious injuries. What to do? I had no choice but to go ahead with it. Bang! In an instant, Ye Bufan and Li Yuanao's fists collided. Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand vs Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist. Bang! Under the impact of the powerful force, Li Yuanao's entire right arm exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain made Li Yuanao unable to hold back a scream. Ye Bufan's palm was as powerful as ever. Bang! He slapped Li Yuanao on the right side of his chest. Puff! Li Yuanao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Bang! At this moment, Wu Qianchuan punched Ye Bufan hard on the back. Under the 20% rebound of Tiangong Fumo Gong, Wu Qianchuan suffered the backlash of his own dragon-subduing tiger fist, and his body retreated 3 steps uncontrollably. How is that possible? Looking at Ye Bufan's back, Wu Qianchuan was shocked and horrified. Chapter 1990, Jump, Why Don't You Jump? The scene before him completely overturned Wu Qianchuan's entire 40 years of cognition. You know, he is a warrior at the 7th level of Tai. With his level of cultivation, the attack he could deliver after fully unleashing his martial arts skills would be extremely powerful and terrifying. But what about now? The young man in front of him took my attack head-on. Not only was he unharmed, but he also pushed me back. What the hell is this? Who attacked whom? Even though he experienced it personally, Wu Qianchuan still felt that the scene before him was so unreal. Before Wu Qianchuan could think about it, Li Yuanao in front of him had already crashed into the wall of the city lord's mansion. Bang! There was a loud bang. The wall of the city lord's mansion collapsed in an instant. Li Yuanao's body fell heavily in the front yard of the city lord's mansion. Puff! The next second, Li Yuanao spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he lost all reaction. The supreme power of Hongmeng. The bearer of the great wilderness heavenly monument. Ye Bufan's attack, which was comparable to that of a half-step Tiangong realm, instantly killed Li Yuanao, who was at the 4th level of Tai realm. Yuan Hao. Seeing this scene, Wu Qianchuan widened his eyes and couldn't help but shout. At this time, Ye Bufan turned around, looked at Wu Qianchuan and said calmly, "Don't shout, I will send you down to reunite with him soon." Wu Qianchuan was stunned. He stepped back instinctively. "Don't be complacent, kid." The next second, Wu Qianchuan shouted angrily, "Do you think you have won by killing Yuan Hao? I'm telling you, you're just daydreaming. You are very strong, but can you be stronger than a warrior in the Tiangong realm?" Originally, this city lord did not want to expose the strength of the city lord's mansion so quickly, but "You forced me to do this." After saying this, Wu Qianchuan roared angrily towards the city lord's mansion, "Wang Gongsheng, kill him for me." What? As soon as Wu Qianchuan said this, all the onlookers who were in shock or even stunned because Ye Bufan killed Li Yuanao in one blow came to their senses instantly. They looked at Wu Qianchuan with incredulous eyes, and then looked towards the city lord's mansion. What does Wu Qianchuan mean by this? Could it be that there is a king of the Tiangong realm hidden in the city lord's mansion? At this moment, even Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. But at this moment, when everyone was looking towards the city lord's mansion, Wu Qianchuan turned around and ran. That's right, just run. His cultivation in the Tai realm burst out in full force, and his body turned into a trailing shadow, heading straight for the city gate. Seeing this scene, the people watching around were all dumbfounded and stunned. What is happening? Isn't it said that there is a Tiangong realm warrior in the city lord's mansion? In that case, why are you running? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan had already noticed something strange behind him. He turned around directly. Seeing Wu Qianchuan who had already run 200 or 300 meters away, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. At this moment, he clearly understood that he had been deceived by Wu Qianchuan. What offering? What is the king of Tiangong realm? It's all fucking fake. These were all made up by Wu Qianchuan to attract his attention. He just wanted to buy himself enough time to escape. But can you run away like this? Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "You want to run? Do you think you can run away?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan chased after him. After hearing these words and seeing this scene, the people around finally reacted. It turned out that the so-called Tiangong king was fake, and the real reason Wu Qianchuan wanted to find a chance to escape was actually true. MMP. So cunning. Inside Canyon City, Wu Qianchuan was in front and Ye Bufan was behind. As the two men chased and fled, the distance of 200 or 300 meters between them was constantly shrinking. If this continues, Ye Bufan will definitely catch up with Wu Qianchuan. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't catch up. Ye Bufan possesses the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal, and his body is filled with endless divine power. But Wu Qianchuan can't do that. After all, the spiritual power in his body is limited. Now he has abundant spiritual power to maintain this speed. Once his spiritual power is exhausted, Ye Bufan can catch up with him in a breath. Wu Qianchuan was naturally very clear about this. That is why, at this moment, he felt his scalp tingling and his heart was trembling with fear. In endless panic, Wu Qianchuan couldn't help but yell, "You *****, you killed my son and destroyed the city lord's mansion. What else do you want? Do you have to kill them all? That's right, I'm going to kill them all. What? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, bite me. Son of AB****TCH. Who are you calling AB****? You. Don't be so pedantic. You can't get away, so just surrender. Do you think this city lord is stupid? You're not stupid. If you weren't stupid, why would you have done that earlier? If you had run from the beginning, you might still have a chance, but now, don't you think it's a little late?" Wu Qianchuan was confused, aggrieved, and speechless. "What have you been doing so far? If I had known you were so strong, I would have run away long ago and would not have waited until now. But how can this city lord know all this? This city lord doesn't know you, and no one has told this city lord your strength. In this case, what can this city lord do?" Wu Qianchuan complained in his heart, but did not speak anymore. He just kept running. A few minutes later, Wu Qianchuan arrived at the city gate just south of Canyon City. But when he saw the scene at the city gate, Wu Qianchuan was stunned and dumbfounded. Why? Because it was broad daylight and the city gate in front of him was actually closed. Who closed the city gate? You ****. Wu Qianchuan was angry, but he didn't stop walking. However, he couldn't help but roared angrily. City lord, yes, it was I who locked it up." Not far from the city gate, in a tea house, an old man said tremblingly. "You." Wu Qianchuan glared at the other person and said angrily, "Who the hell told you to close the city gate?" "Yes, the city guards asked me to lock it when they were leaving the city." The old man told the truth. Puff. Wu Qianchuan was so angry that he spat out blood. City guards. Which city guards? Needless to say, it must be the city guards who fled from the battlefield just now. But, you guys can run away if you want, why are you closing the city gates? Are you afraid that this guy will come out of the city to hunt you down? So that's why you had people close the city gates, hoping to buy yourself some time to escape. In fact, that's exactly what the fleeing city guards thought. But Wu Qianchuan didn't know. He only knew that the city gate was now closed, and if he wanted to leave the city he had to open the gate first. But doesn't it take time to open the city gate? In just a short while, Ye Bufan behind him might have caught up with him. What to do? Helplessly, Wu Qianchuan could only give up the city gate and run up the city wall from the left side of the gate. His idea was very simple, that is, opening the city gate would be a waste of time. In the current situation, the best way was to jump directly from the city wall. But when Wu Qianchuan climbed up the city wall and was about to jump down, he was stunned. In the Hongmeng world, in order to resist the invasion of demons, human cities were built to be extremely majestic and solid, with the height of the city walls starting at 50 meters. Take the current Canyon City for example, the height of the city gate of Canyon City is 80 meters. What does 80 meters mean? If it were in the Tianyuan small thousand world, 80 meters would be nothing to a Tai realm warrior. But this is the Hongmeng world, not the Tianyuan small world. Here, because the rules of the world are different, warriors in the Tai realm simply cannot fly or hide in the ground like they can in the Tianyuan small thousand realms. A height of 80 meters is enough to make a Tai realm warrior fall half to death. In this case, how could Wu Qianchuan jump, and how could he dare to jump? For a long time, the city lord Wu Qianchuan felt that the walls of Canyon City were not high enough and not safe enough. But now, he felt that the walls of Canyon City were too damn high. Why build such a high city wall? Just when Wu Qianchuan was dumbfounded, Ye Bufan finally caught up. Looking at Wu Qianchuan who was looking out of the city with a confused and hesitant face, and then looking at the height of the city wall, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Jump, why don't you jump?" If you jump from here, I won't chase you. Chapter 1991. Jump again. Jump, why not? If you jump from here, I won't chase you anymore. Dance your sister. Why don't you jump? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan's face immediately turned the color of liver. He glared at Ye Bufan and said, "Boy, don't go too far. Too much bullying. I am indeed too much bullying. What do you think? If you have the guts, jump." Son of AB*TCH. Wu Qianchuan yelled angrily, "Just jump, I'm not afraid of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan jumped up, as if he was really going to jump off the city wall. Ye Bufan was shocked, and he was even ready to jump off the city wall to continue chasing Wu Qianchuan. But at this moment, Wu Qianchuan's leaping body suddenly fell down, and then he stepped on the battlement of the city wall with his left foot. Then he turned his body and rushed towards Ye Bufan like a cannonball. It was obvious that Wu Qianchuan's previous words and actions were all bluffing, and his real intention was to create an opportunity for himself to launch a sneak attack on Ye Bufan. Including the previous time at the city lord's mansion, this was the second time he had successfully fooled Ye Bufan. Suddenly, Ye Bufan became furious. "You are a powerful person, the lord of a city, and you only know how to cheat, right? Where is your face?" In a rage, Ye Bufan slapped out with his palm. This palm not only poured in the power of the Hongmeng Supreme Force, but also mobilized the fourth level of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, amplifying it eightfold. In a flash, Wu Qianchuan is coming. Ye Bufan's palm strike came later but arrived first. Next second, bang, Ye Bufan took the lead and slapped Wu Qianchuan on the left cheek. Under the impact of the powerful force, Wu Qianchuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and then with a bang, his body fell heavily onto the city wall. Suddenly, the city wall shook, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground. Puff! Wu Qianchuan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his left face had swollen like a pig's head. But Wu Qianchuan didn't care about these at all. At this moment, he was shocked, confused, and even unable to accept it. He never expected that despite the sneak attack, he would still be knocked to the ground by Ye Bufan with a palm. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan hit him in the face. What is this? This is clearly a naked humiliation. "You son of AB*TCH, I'm going to fight you." In a rage, Wu Qianchuan roared, then stood up and rushed towards Ye Bufan. But at this moment, a hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly attacked Wu Qianchuan. Bang! Before Wu Qianchuan could react, Ye Bufan slapped him on the right cheek. Puff! Wu Qianchuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and 3 teeth fell out at the same time. Not only that, his body hit the ground with a bang again. Suddenly, Wu Qianchuan was confused and even desperate. After all, he is the lord of Kangyan City and a powerful man of the 7th level of Tai. But what about now? He didn't even have a chance to fight back. What kind of mood is this? What the hell is this? Is he too weak? No. Ye Bufan is just too strong. Bang! Before Wu Qianchuan could think about it, Ye Bufan stepped hard on his back. Wu Qianchuan's body sank. Ye Bufan leaned over and scolded, "Go on, sneak attack one more time for me to see." "You." Wu Qianchuan gritted his teeth. "You what?" Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "I gave you a chance to jump out of the city and save your life, but you refused and insisted on fighting to the death with me. Now you're done for, right? Look at you. You are a Tai strongman who is the lord of a city. How can you be so stupid? Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek death? Am I looking for death? It's you who won't give me a way to live." Wu Qianchuan was furious and felt aggrieved. Snort. Then, he snorted coldly and said, "The winner is a prince and the loser is a bandit. I fell into your hands because my skills are inferior to yours. I have nothing to say. I can kill you or chop you up as you please." At this moment, if it were Wu Linfeng, he would definitely cry and beg for mercy, and even use Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the current dynasty, to threaten Ye Bufan. But Wu Qianchuan won't, because he knew very well that at this point, there was no room for easing the tension between him and Ye Bufan, so even if he brought up his father, Wu Yuanying, a great god, Ye Bufan would never let him live. If that's the case, why should he do this? It would be better to say nothing, do nothing, and hide the relationship between himself and Wu Yuanying. In this way, Ye Bufan would not be on guard and would not escape directly. Once Wu Yuanying sends people here, Ye Bufan will surely be doomed to death. A life for another. This is Wu Qianchuan's plan. Of course, Ye Bufan was not aware of this. Yo. Looking at Wu Qianchuan, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, "You're quite tough." Snort. Wu Qianchuan snorted coldly. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I like tough people. Since you are so tough, I will give you another chance to live." Wu Qianchuan frowned. Ye Bufan continued, "Didn't you want to jump out of the city to escape before? How about this, if you jump again, as long as you don't die, I will spare your life. Would you be so kind?" Wu Qianchuan looked at Ye Bufan with a questioning look. "Ye Bufan, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm trying to trick you? Haha, you really are judging others by your own standards. Do you think I'm the same as you? Let me tell you, I always keep my word. If I say I'll give you a chance, I will definitely give you a chance. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked out fiercely with his right foot. Wu Qianchuan was shocked. But at this moment, he was completely powerless to resist, let alone the chance to dodge. Bang! The next second, Ye Bufan kicked Wu Qianchuan's left calf hard. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Ah! Wu Qianchuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, and a few streaks of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ye Bufan broke his calf with a kick. However, Ye Bufan did not give up. Call! One kick followed by another. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive kicks, Ye Bufan broke Wu Qianchuan's right leg and arms. All 4 limbs were broken. Wu Qianchuan's body was shaking, trembling uncontrollably. The heart-wrenching pain almost made him faint. Ye Bufan didn't care about that. He bent down, picked up Wu Qianchuan, and then walked to one of the battlements and said, "I'm going to keep my word. As long as you jump from here again and survive, I can forgive you for everything that happened before. Of course, if you were to fall and die, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wu Qianchuan endured the severe pain in his body and cursed, "Yi, I will fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. The city wall of Kangyan City is 80 meters high. With his own strength, even at his peak, he might not survive if he jumped down, not to mention that his limbs were broken by Ye Bufan now. Jump from here. No. Should I say, if I throw myself down from here, can I still survive? Stop kidding. At a height of 80 meters, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. Call. Before Wu Qianchuan could think about it, Ye Bufan had already thrown him out. In an instant, Wu Qianchuan's body fell rapidly. "My surname is Yi, I." Bang. Before Wu Qianchuan finished speaking, a dull and heavy voice sounded first. Wu Qianchuan landed. The lord of a city, a powerful person in the Tai realm, fell to death. Chapter 1992 Huang Bing's Big Sale. Kangyan City, City Lord's Mansion. From the time Ye Bufan chased Wu Qianchuan to the time he returned, it took less than 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd outside the City Lord's Mansion had not yet dispersed. They were looking at the corpses of hundreds of city guards in front of the City Lord's Mansion and talking about it. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, the crowd immediately made way for him. Or rather, when Ye Bufan passed by, everyone was frightened and retreated to both sides. There was no way. In the eyes of these people present, Ye Bufan was a fierce man who dared to kill even the city lord. They, the common people, could not afford to provoke him. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. After passing through the crowd, he went straight into the city lord's mansion. What are you doing? Naturally, he went to collect the spoils in the city lord's mansion that should have belonged to him. For Ye Bufan, these trophies are all luck and the foundation of his life. After Ye Bufan entered the city lord's mansion, the crowd watching still did not disperse. There's no way around it. Humans are social animals, and it's rare to see such a lively scene as the one we see now. About half an hour later, Ye Bufan walked out of the city guard house with a dark face. The reason for this is that Ye Bufan searched the entire city lord's mansion and even broke into the treasure house of the city lord's mansion, but in the end he only harvested more than 1,000 spirit stones. The entire property of the lord of a city is only more than 1,000 spirit stones. Who would believe this? Anyway, Ye Bufan was the first one who didn't believe it. In his opinion, the spirit stones in the city lord's mansion must have been hidden by Wu Qianchuan somewhere else, at least somewhere he would not be able to find in a short time. As for the 50 million that he had extorted before, Ye Bufan automatically ignored it. How could the lord of a city, a powerful person in the Tai realm, have only a fortune of 50 million? What Ye Bufan didn't know was that the 50 million was indeed all Wu Qianchuan had. Of course, in addition to spirit stones, Ye Bufan also gained a lot in other aspects. For example, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and weapons and equipment. There are a lot of these things in the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. But these things couldn't provide Ye Bufan with even a little bit of luck. Of course, except for elixirs. No matter what grade of spiritual medicine, Ye Bufan can still gain a corresponding amount of luck after taking it, but the amount of luck is so small that it can be ignored. In other words, Ye Bufan was busy in the City Lord's mansion for a long time, but in the end he didn't even get 100 points, or even 10 points of luck. In this case, how can he not be embarrassed? This is totally out of anger. It's a pity that the people watching outside were unaware of this. The moment they saw Ye Bufan walk out with a gloomy face, everyone couldn't help but shiver. At this time, Ye Bufan waved his hand, and after a series of ding-ling-dang sounds, a large pile of weapons and equipment appeared directly in front of him. There are at least 50 or 60 pieces of these weapons and equipment, all of which were obtained by Ye Bufan in the City Lord's mansion. The internal skills and martial arts of the Hongmeng world are divided into 7 levels: mortal level, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, god level, and saint level, as well as 4 grades: low, middle, high, and extreme. Weapons and equipment are divided into 9 levels, just like elixirs and magic pills. It's just that elixirs are divided into 9 grades, while weapons and equipment are divided into ordinary soldiers, yellow soldiers, mysterious soldiers, earthly soldiers, heavenly soldiers, divine soldiers, holy soldiers, innate spiritual weapons, and the highest grade Taoist soldiers. Compared with the Tianyuan small thousand worlds, the ordinary weapons of the Hongmeng Great World are equivalent to weapons and equipment below the holy weapons. The yellow weapons are comparable to the holy weapons, the black weapons correspond to the sub-divine weapons, the earth weapons are equivalent to the earth divine weapons, and the heavenly weapons are at the level of heavenly divine weapons. As for the divine weapons and holy weapons, they are equivalent to the Supreme King weapons and the Hongmeng Earth soldiers, and the Tianyuan small thousand world does not have the innate spiritual weapons. As for the Tao soldiers, they are the existence of the holy prison and the god slayer. What Ye Bufan took out now are Wangbing level weapons and equipment. Although it is only a yellow weapon, it is already considered a magical weapon for the warriors of Canyon City. After all, in Canyon City, even warriors in the realm of immortal martial arts, many people only use ordinary weapons. For this reason, after seeing these dozens of yellow weapons, the eyes of all the onlookers lit up, and many of them even revealed a hint of greed in their eyes. If it weren't for the fear of Ye Bufan's strength, someone would have already tried to snatch it away. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. After taking out these dozens of weapons and equipment, he looked directly at the warriors watching in front of him and said, "Products of the City Lord's mansion, yellow-level weapons and equipment, 500,000 low-grade spirit stones each, hurry up." Holy crap! When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was stunned and even shocked. They all widened their eyes and looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief. Yellow-level weapons and equipment, 500,000 each. Is it expensive? No, not too expensive, but too cheap. You know, the population of Canyon City is tens of millions, but the number of Huangbing is less than 10,000. This is equivalent to more than 1,000 people being allocated one yellow soldier. What is the concept? Scarcity makes things valuable. In Canyon City, Huangbing is absolutely in short supply. Now, Ye Bufan actually sold dozens of yellow weapons for 500,000. This is such a bargain price. Although these are stolen goods and the property of the City Lord's mansion, so what? The City Lord is already dead. As for the Star Moon Kingdom, even if the Star Moon Kingdom wants to hold them responsible, it cannot be blamed on them. Besides, it would be impossible for Tai to just buy it and leave Canyon City, so that the Xingyu Kingdom cannot find out. In short, a yellow soldier costs 500,000 yuan, and anyone who doesn't buy it is a fool. Senior, I want it. Senior, I want one too. And me. Senior, give me 3. Senior. In an instant, countless people present came over with storage bags in hand. This time, it was Ye Bufan's turn to be confused and dumbfounded. He originally thought that 500,000 was not a small amount. After all, the Chen family's net income per month was only about 300,000. But the current scene was clearly telling Ye Bufan that he had underestimated the financial resources of Canyon City. Come to think of it, Qingshan Town is just a town after all, while Canyon City is a main city. It is natural that people here are richer than those in Qingshan Town. In that case, ahem. Ye Bufan coughed lightly, then said awkwardly, well, I made a mistake. It's not 500,000, but 1 million per piece. What? Everyone was stunned, and there was a strange look in their eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan, as if to say, Senior, are you going to raise the price? But all this didn't last long, just a moment. Senior, 1 million is 1 million, give me 1. And me, Senior, I still want 3. Senior, I want 1 too. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was confused again. Is it still a loss? Otherwise, raise the price to 2 million each. Forget it, forget it. 1 million for one piece is already a lot. At this price, 50 or 60 yellow weapons are worth 50 or 60 million in total. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Don't be too greedy. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan said, line up, line up, line up, one by one. Q. What the hell? There are only 50 or 60 yellow weapons in total. If I queue up, will I still be able to buy them? Of course it's first come, first served, grab it first and then you can. Because of this, not only did no one present listen to Ye Bufan's words, but they all rushed forward and all rushed towards the group of yellow soldiers in front of Ye Bufan. Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned. When these people were less than half a meter away from him, Ye Bufan directly released the pressure of the Tai realm. Boom. In an instant, everyone present was shocked and their steps suddenly stopped. Only at this time did they remember that Ye Bufan was a fierce man who dared to kill even the city lord. Suddenly, everyone's face turned pale, their hearts trembled, and even their bodies shook uncontrollably. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, since you don't want to queue, then don't queue. After saying that, Ye Bufan ignored the people at the forefront in front of him and pointed to a middle-aged man at the back of the group of people who had gathered around him. He said, 1 million each, how many do you want? Well, the middle-aged man was stunned. He never thought that Ye Bufan would choose him directly. For a moment, he was caught off guard and even a little at a loss. Old Black, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? A yellow soldier costs 1 million, and you don't want it. At this time, someone next to the middle-aged man immediately pushed him and reminded him. The middle-aged man immediately came back to his senses, then looked at Ye Bufan and said cautiously, Senior, can I buy it with my friend? What the hell, what do you mean? It's already a great fortune to be chosen by your seniors, and you even want to bring your friends to buy it together. MMP. As a person, you should know how to be content. Don't go too far. Everyone around glared at the middle-aged man with dissatisfaction. The threat and intimidation in his eyes were self-evident. Ye Bufan ignored him and just said calmly, how many do you want? Suddenly, the middle-aged man was overjoyed, and he immediately looked at the person beside him who reminded him. 2. The man said lightly. As for the warnings from other people around them, they were completely ignored by the two of them. The next second, the middle-aged man looked at Ye Bufan again and said, 5 pieces, Senior, I want 5 pieces. Hearing this, the others present became furious again. There were only 50 or 60 yellow soldiers in total, and you two bought 5 of them. MMP. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave Canyon City after buying these 5 yellow weapons? Chapter 1993 Crazy Auction 1. Seeing the middle-aged man buying 5 yellow weapons at once, everyone present was angry, envious, and even jealous. They even wished they were the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, they are not. As for snatching it away, that is even more impossible. After all, Ye Bufan is right in front of him. Openly snatching the yellow soldiers that Ye Bufan had sold in front of him is nothing but courting death. Of course, after Ye Bufan leaves, that's another story. Soon, Ye Bufan reached a deal with the middle-aged man. 5 million spirit stones in exchange for 5 yellow weapons. Ye Bufan earned 5,000 luck. Next, the transaction continues. Every time, Ye Bufan would randomly designate someone and then trade with that person. For Ye Bufan, it doesn't matter who these yellow soldiers are sold to. But it's different for the warriors of Canyon City. Opportunity is fleeting. If they can't buy the yellow soldier, which costs 1 million yuan each, they will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. That was why they all looked at Ye Bufan eagerly, and their eager and longing eyes were very similar to those of the concubines in the palace who were waiting for the emperor's favor. 20 minutes later, all the yellow soldiers in front of Ye Bufan were sold out. There are a total of 57 yellow weapons. While Ye Bufan harvested 57 million spirit stones, he also gained 57,000 points of luck. 20 minutes, 5,700 points of luck. This speed even made Ye Bufan himself a little confused. No wonder people often say that killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt, while repairing bridges and roads will earn you death by freezing. Sure enough, robbery is the best way to get rich. Ye Bufan reaped a lot of rewards, and those warriors who bought the yellow weapons were all very happy, but it was different for those warriors who did not buy the yellow weapons. Huang Bing is as cheap as cabbage. It would be fine if they didn't encounter such a good thing as pie in the sky, but unfortunately, when they encountered it, the pie didn't fall on their heads. What a miserable and terrible feeling that was. Ahem. But at this moment, Ye Bufan coughed lightly and looked at everyone present and said, "Okay, all the yellow weapons have been sold out. Congratulations to those who bought one, and don't be discouraged if you didn't. Next, let's start the auction of martial arts techniques." Oh shit, there are martial arts techniques. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that after weapons and equipment, there would be martial arts skills. You know, compared to weapons and equipment, martial arts skills are more valuable and rarer. The most important thing is that weapons and equipment can be damaged, but martial arts skills cannot. Once they buy these skills and martial arts, they can even pass them down from generation to generation. This is a yellow level martial art and technique. Just thinking about it, everyone present couldn't help but feel excited. There was even a sense of heat and desire in their eyes. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then took out a jade slip and said, "Yellow level lower grade martial arts. 8 desolate palm, starting at 1 million spirit stones, each bid must not be less than 10,000, start bidding now." Yellow level lower grade martial arts, 8 desolate palm. Everyone was shocked, excited, thrilled, and even more eager. As for the starting price of 1 million, they simply ignored it. Yellow level martial arts, it is worth the price, at least it is worth the price in Canyon City. Immediately, everyone started bidding. 1,100,000. Fuck, this is a yellow level martial art, and you are so embarrassed to only add 10,000. I'll give you 1,100,000. A country bumpkin, 1.3 million. 1 million and a half. 1,600,000. 2 million. In the blink of an eye, the price soared from 1 million to 2 million, and continued to increase at an almost crazy speed. This hot scene once again refreshed Ye Bufan's understanding of Canyon City. This is a lower grade yellow martial art. No, this is just a low-grade yellow martial art. Do you have to be so crazy? MMP. Those weapons and equipment were sold at a loss previously. Ye Bufan secretly resented. But what can he do? The goods that have been sold are like water poured out, they cannot be taken back. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,790,000. 3,030,000. In the end, this lower-grade yellow martial art was sold to a middle-aged man for 3,300,000. A yellow-grade, lower-level martial art was actually sold at a whopping price of 3,300,000. Are these warriors in Canyon City too crazy? No. It's because my vision is too narrow. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It's so fucking embarrassing. Of course, no matter how embarrassing it is, you still have to earn every single spirit stone you deserve. A mid-level yellow level martial art, the bone-splitting hand, starts at 1.5 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. Bidding begins now. Yellow level mid-grade martial arts. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the warriors in the audience were excited again. 2 million. 2,300,000. 2.5 million. That crazy bidding method made Ye Bufan dumbfounded and confused once again. The starting price was 1.5 million, and you directly raised the price by 500,000. Didn't you hear me say that the price increase should be no less than 10,000 each time? What does it mean that you guys are raising the price by 100,000 or 200,000 each time, and even from time to time someone pops up to raise the price by 400,000 or 500,000? Is there such an auction? Or do you know that I'm new here, so you're deliberately bullying me because I've never seen the world? Or maybe you have too many spirit stones to use up, so you plan to help a poor country bumpkin like me? Well, in that case, I will accept it with reluctance. Wow ha ha ha. Shout, shout for the mission. Canyon City, Satu family. At this moment, all the core members of the Satu family gathered together in the hall. The previous patriarch of the Satu family and also the strongest person in the Satu family, Satu Boyu, who was at the 6th level of Tai, looked at the Satu family members in the center of the hall and said in shock and horror, "What did you say? Wu Qianchuan is dead." "Yes, old patriarch." A member of the Satu family responded, saying, "I saw with my own eyes that Wu Qianchuan had his limbs broken by that young man, and was thrown off the wall of Canyon City. After the young man left, I went out of the city to check Wu Qianchuan's body. He was indeed dead, and was thrown to death." Hiss. As soon as the Satu family member finished speaking, all the core members of the Satu family present, including Satu Boyu, couldn't help but gasp. How much time has passed since the young man entered Canyon City? Less than half an hour. The most important thing is, they didn't hear any sound, but Wu Qianchuan was already dead. And he was thrown off the city wall and fell to death. Damn, isn't this too ridiculous? Who is Wu Qianchuan? He was the lord of Canyon City and also the strongest person in the 7th level of Tai in Canyon City. Just die like that. Who is that boy? How strong is he? What about the young man? Suddenly, Satu Boyu frowned, looked at the Satu family member in front of him and asked a question. The Satu family member said, reporting to the clan leader, "I came back to report after Wu Qianchuan died. Now Satu Jia and the others are following the young man, so I don't know where the young man went, but he must still be in the city. Report." But at this moment, another member of the Satu family rushed in from outside. The person who came was Satu Jia. Looking at him, Satu Boyu asked directly, "Where is that young man now?" Reporting to the clan leader, the young man returned to the city lord's mansion after killing Wu Qianchuan, and is now selling the spoils he seized in front of the city lord's mansion. Satu Jia said directly with a fist clasped. What? Hearing this, Satu Boyu couldn't help but exclaimed, and the others also looked horrified. It would have been fine if he had just killed the city lord Wu Qianchuan, but now he is openly selling the stolen goods he seized in the city lord's mansion in front of the mansion. Isn't this guy too arrogant, too presumptuous, and even a little too contemptuous? Isn't he afraid of completely angering the Star Moon Kingdom and bringing disaster upon himself? Or is he confident enough to ignore the entire Star Moon Kingdom? Old patriarch, everything I said is true. Facing the shock of Satu Boyu and others, Satu Jia thought they didn't believe him, so he said something, then drew out the long sword in his hand and said, "This is the yellow soldier I just bought from that young man, and it only cost 1 million. Yellow soldier. 1 million. Are you kidding us?" The first reaction of the core members of the Satu family present was disbelief, but after seeing the long knife in Satu Jia's hand, they had to believe it. Is what you said true? It was at this time that Satu Boyu asked again. Yes. Satu Jia responded. At first the young man asked everyone to line up to buy it, but the scene was too chaotic and no one listened. In the end he just suppressed the whole scene and randomly pointed at a few people and sold it to whoever he pointed at. I was one of those people he pointed at. Unfortunately, the spiritual stones that Satu Ming and I had combined were only over 1 million, so we could only buy this one. The most among the others was the one who bought 6 yellow weapons. MMP. After hearing this, all the core members of the Satu family present regretted waiting for news here instead of going there in person to find out. 1 million for a yellow soldier. This is such a bargain. If they were there, they would definitely buy all those yellow soldiers. But unfortunately, they are not here. Now, I've missed out on such a great opportunity. That feeling is so fucked up. But they are core members of the Satu family after all. Huang Bing is just a mere soldier. Although they feel a little regretful, they are not heartbroken. After a moment, Satu Boyu spoke again. Where is the young man now? He is still at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Still there? Yes. Didn't you say that all the yellow soldiers had been sold? Then why is he still staying there? Huang Bing has sold out all his items, but he still has some yellow level skills and martial arts. He is auctioning them off now. I came back to report this matter. You. Hearing this, Satu Boyu was furious. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Satu Boyu rushed out of the hall. Then, his extremely anxious voice came from outside the hall again. Satu Longyan, take all the spiritual stones in the clan and rush to the city lord's mansion immediately, quickly. Chapter 1994 Crazy Auction 2. It's not that the Satu family doesn't have yellow-level martial arts and techniques, but even if they do, the number is not large. In fact, the entire Satu family only has 7 yellow-level martial arts and 3 yellow-level techniques. It can be said that every yellow-level martial art and technique is extremely important to the Satu family. It can not only enhance the Satu family's foundation, but also enhance the overall strength of the Satu family. What's more, these yellow-level martial arts and techniques are so cheap now. 1 million. This is such a bargain price. I believe no one will miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever misses it is an idiot. In this case, how could Satu Boyu not be anxious? As soon as Satu Boyu left, Satu Longyan was no longer idle. As the current patriarch of the Satu family and Satu Boyu's biological son, Satu Longyan naturally knew what Satu Boyu was thinking. He immediately began to mobilize all the funds that could be mobilized in the Satu family. The Satu family was like this, and the Shen family and the Lu family were no exception. The moment they heard that Ye Bufan was auctioning yellow-level martial arts and techniques, the patriarchs of the 2 major families rushed to the city lord's mansion. The 3 major families set out at the same time. They were like sharks that smelled blood. In front of the city lord's mansion. 5.3 million, first time. 5.3 million, second time. 5.3 million, deal. Congratulations, my friend. This top-grade yellow-level martial art is yours. Looking at the crazy and almost possessed warriors in Canyon City in front of him, Ye Bufan's face was full of joy, and he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. This is the 8th martial art that Ye Bufan is auctioning. Among the 8 martial arts, none of them had a transaction price lower than 3 million. And starting from the first martial arts price of 3,300,000, the transaction price of each martial art continued to increase at a crazy speed. Nowadays, the 8th martial art has already reached 5.3 million. This is 5.3 million. If it were in Qingshan town, this would be the total income of the Chen family in a year and a half. It's just a yellow-level martial art, is it really that valuable? Ye Bufan didn't know and didn't care. He only knew that these warriors in Canyon City were stupid and had a lot of money, so it would be a waste if he didn't make some money. Soon, Ye Bufan made a deal with the warrior. Yellow grade superior martial arts. 5,300,000 spirit stones. The 2 men exchanged spirit stones in one hand and martial arts in the other. The deal is done. Ye Bufan continued the next round of auction. Okay, next is the auction of the 9th martial art, which is also the 3rd to last yellow-level martial art. Mysterious Cloud Palm, top-grade yellow-level martial art. The reserve price is 1 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. Bidding begins now. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The 3rd martial art from the bottom. What are you waiting for? If you don't buy it now, you will miss the chance. In an instant, those warriors who had originally planned to wait and see, or to weaken their opponents' financial resources so that they could buy yellow-level martial arts or yellow-level skills at a lower price, no longer hesitated. What's more, a bearded warrior in the crowd directly raised the price by 4 million and said suddenly, "I'll pay 5 million. At this time, the 3 old patriarchs of the 3 major families of Shen, Lu and Satu in Canyon City, Satu Boyu, Shen Tianyi, and Lu Yuanzong, had just arrived at the city lord's mansion. After hearing the bearded warrior's bid, the 3 old clan leaders in Taiyi realm were stunned and dumbfounded for a moment. 5 million. Isn't it said that yellow-level weapons and equipment only cost 1 million each? How come when it comes to yellow-level martial arts, it increases directly to 5 million? Also, the starting price was 1 million, but the bid was directly called out to 5 million. What the hell is that? Are you fucking crazy? Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this. However, the 3 old clan leaders of Taiyi realm thought so, but the warriors present who had experienced the previous 8 rounds of auctions did not think so. This is a top-grade yellow-level martial art. This is the 3rd to last yellow-grade superior martial art. If you don't buy it now, it will be gone. In that case, what are you waiting for? Opportunity is fleeting. 5,100,000. 5.2 million. 5.4 million. 5,600,000. At the moment when the 3 old clan leaders lost consciousness, the auction price of this yellow-grade superior martial art directly exceeded 6 million, reaching 6.16 million, and the price continued to soar. In an instant, the three old clan leaders of Tai realm were shocked and confused again. 6,100,000. Are you crazy? This is just a top-grade yellow-level martial art. Although this level of martial arts is extremely rare in Canyon City, it is definitely not worth so much money. In the eyes of the three old patriarchs, this level of martial arts is worth at most 3 or 4 million. But what about now? It's already over 6 million, and there are still quite a few people bidding. This Nima. Could it be that I have fallen behind? The three old clan leaders thought so, but the bidding was still going on. 6,200,000. 6.21 million. 6,300,000. 6,400,000. In the end, the ninth martial art was sold for 6.72 million. This price also made the three old clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. 6,720,000 to buy a top-grade yellow-level martial art. This is simply a hole in the brain. However, the auction of the last two yellow-level martial arts made the three old clan leaders of the Tai realm even more confused and crazy, because the transaction prices of these last two martial arts actually exceeded 7 million. The 10th gate, 7,070,000. The 11th gate, 7.26 million. Damn it. More than 7 million. Did you pick up all these spirit stones? Faced with such an almost crazy price, the three old clan leaders even had the urge to sell all the yellow-level martial arts and skills in their clan. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. But we can't stay in this place anymore. If they continue to stay like this, the three old clan leaders are afraid that their hearts will not be able to bear it. What a pity, can they still leave? In other words, would Ye Bufan let them leave so easily? Of course not. Although the three old clan leaders were standing at the back of the crowd, Ye Bufan had already noticed them. He even noticed them when they just arrived. After all, the three old clan leaders are all warriors in the Tai realm, and their cultivation levels are the 5th and 6th levels of Tai. What does this level of cultivation mean in Canyon City? Even if Ye Bufan used his toes to guess, it would not be difficult for him to guess that the three warriors at the 5th and 6th levels of Tai Heaven were the three old patriarchs of the three major families in Canyon City. The three of them represent the three major families in Canyon City. Ye Bufan would feel sorry for himself if he didn't slaughter such fat sheep. Ahem. That is why, seeing the three old clan leaders about to leave, Ye Bufan coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said, "The auction of yellow-level martial arts and techniques ends here. The next one is the auction of black-level martial arts and techniques." Wow! As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the whole audience instantly boiled over. Zon-level martial arts and techniques. Even if they are just yellow-level martial arts and techniques, they are already like treasures to the warriors in Canyon City, let alone mysterious-level martial arts and techniques. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were filled with heat. Buzz. The three old clan leaders were also shocked. Their steps towards leaving suddenly stopped, and a look of shock and horror appeared on their faces. As the most influential figures in Canyon City after Wu Qianchuan, the three old clan leaders knew very well that there must be Zon-level martial arts and techniques in the City Lord's mansion. After all, even they each had a Zon-level martial art and a Zon-level technique, not to mention Wu Qianchuan, the lord of a city who was at the 7th level of Tai, far superior to them in both strength and cultivation. Now, Ye Bufan has killed Wu Qianchuan and looted the City Lord's mansion, so he must have obtained the mysterious martial arts and techniques that Wu Qianchuan practiced during his lifetime. But they never expected that Ye Bufan would actually put these martial arts and skills up for auction. This is a mysterious level martial arts and technique. This level of martial arts and skills are so precious and rare. If it were them, they would definitely keep these martial arts and techniques firmly in their own hands and make use of them to improve their own strength and even the strength of the entire family. But Ye Bufan is different. This guy is simply a loser. He ignored the shocked and unbelievable expressions on the faces of the three old patriarchs. Ye Bufan said directly, "I won't waste any more time talking nonsense, let's get started." The Zon-level lower-grade martial art, the dragon-subduing tiger fist, has a base price of 10 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. The bidding will begin now. Chapter 1995. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The dragon-subduing and tiger-subduing fist. This was exactly the mysterious martial art that Wu Qianchuan and Li Yuanao had displayed when they had fought Ye Bufan before. It was also the famous martial art that made Wu Qianchuan, the lord of the city, famous. Everyone in Canyon City knew about it. Therefore, when everyone heard Ye Bufan say that the first martial art to be auctioned was the dragon subduing tiger fist, they were all excited, especially Satu Boyu and the other two. The three of them are not only the old patriarchs of the three major families in Kenyan City, but also the sparring partners of Wu Qianchuan, the lord of the city. Even though it was forced, it was still sparring. That is why the three of them were not unfamiliar with the dragon subduing tiger fist, and were even very familiar with it. In their eyes, although the dragon subduing tiger fist was only a lower grade Zon level martial art, its power was comparable to a mid-grade Zon level martial art, at least a few points stronger than the martial arts that the three of them possessed. If they could obtain this martial art, their strength would definitely make a qualitative leap. In that case, why are you hesitating? Got it. Even if it means losing everything I have, I will do it. In just a moment, the three old patriarchs of the three major families had made up their minds. 11 million. Satu Boyu spoke first. Wow. As soon as the bidding price of tens of millions was announced, the whole place was boiling again. That's 11 million. Even though there were many people bidding frantically during the auction of yellow-level martial arts and techniques, there were only a few who could actually come up with 10 million spirit stones, or even none at all. This is also the reason why no one has bid for the dragon subduing tiger fist for so long. It's not that the people present don't want to, but they simply don't have the financial resources to do so. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Satu Boyu, one of the three major families in Kenyan City, the previous patriarch of the Satu family. Satu Boyu, the sixth level of Tai. The people present were not unfamiliar with Satu Boyu. That is why, when everyone saw Satu Boyu, they were stunned at first, and then relieved. After all, in Kenyan City, the only three families that could afford this price were the Shen, Lu, and Satu families. 12 million. After Satu Boyu, Shen Tianyi is the next in line. 12.1 million. Lu Yuanzong also immediately got involved. The dragon subduing and tiger subduing fist. A low-grade Zon level martial art. The three old clan leaders are determined to acquire Wu Qianchuan's martial arts. 12.1 million. Shen Tianyi sneered and said, "Brother Lu, you are so ashamed to say a mere 100,000 yuan. Can you manage it?" Lu Yuanzong said nonchalantly, "Even if it's only 100,000, it's still more than you." You. Snort. Shen Tianyi was so angry that he just snorted coldly. 13 million. At this time, Satu Boyu made another bid, and added at the end, "This dragon subduing tiger fist is for my Satu family. I hope you two will give me some face." 14 million. Shen Tianyi bid, "My Shen family is determined to get this dragon subduing tiger fist. Brother Satu, can you give me some face? Why waste so much time talking? Just speak with your strength." Lu Yuanzong said, 14.1 million. Lu Yuanzong, is this the strength of your Lu family? Shen Tianyi sneered. 1,500. Satu Boyu bid again. Shen Tianyi and Lu Yuanzong refused to give in. 16 million. 16.1 million. 17 million. 18 million. 18.1 million. The three old patriarchs competed against each other and the price soared. 10 seconds later, Lu Yuanzong has already bid up to 21.1 million. This price has surpassed the value of the Zon level martial arts itself. But none of the three old patriarchs had any intention of giving up. That's not all. 25 million. Satu Boyu shouted loudly and directly raised the price to 3.9 million. Shen Tianyi and Lu Yuanzong were both stunned. Then, Shen Tianyi frowned. The three major families in Kenyan City. The Satu family has a lower grade Zon level sword technique. The Lu family has a sword technique of the lower grade Zon level. And his Shen family has a palm technique of the lower level of Zon level. Palm techniques and boxing techniques are not much different. Therefore, for the Shen family, although this dragon subduing tiger fist is quite powerful, it is actually dispensable. What's more, its current price has far exceeded the value of this martial art itself. That's why Shen Tianyi chose to give up directly. "Old Ghost Satu, you win, this dragon subduing tiger fist is yours." "Thank you very much," Satu Boyu said, then looked at Lu Yuanzong. "Brother Lu, what about you?" Lu Yuanzong smiled and said, 25.1 million. You. Satu Boyu was furious. Lu Yuanzong's bidding method is really shameless and even annoying. But what can Satu Boyu do? He couldn't influence Lu Yuanzong. As for giving up, Situ Boyu felt somewhat unwilling. Hee. Shen Tianyi had a meaningful look on his face. 26 million. The next second, Situ Boyu spoke again. 26.1 million. Lu Yuanzong continued to pursue relentlessly. 30 million. Situ Boyu shouted, "This is the limit of our Situ family. Lu Yuanzong, if you raise the price by another 100,000, this dragon-subduing tiger fist will belong to your Lu family. Forget it. It's yours," Lu Yuanzong said with a smile. 30 million to buy a low-grade Zon-level martial art. He's not stupid. Even as early as when Situ Boyu asked for 25 million, Lu Yuanzong had already planned to give up. After all, 25 million was too high a price, and it wasn't that his Lu family was without Zon-level martial arts. The reason why he didn't give up was just to consume more financial resources of the Situ family. Snort. As soon as Lu Yuanzong finished speaking, Situ Boyu snorted coldly. He knew what Lu Yuanzong was up to, but Situ Boyu had no other options. After all, outsiders didn't know. But he knew very well that his own Zon-level lower-grade swordsmanship had flaws. If there were other Zon-level martial arts that could replace it, Situ Boyu would have given up his own Zon-level swordsmanship long ago. Unfortunately, Zon-level martial arts were too precious and too rare, and his Situ family had no chance of replacing them. Now that he has finally come across a mysterious martial art, and the powerful, dragon-subduing tiger fist, how could Situ Boyu give up easily? Not to mention 30 million, even if it was 40 million or 50 million, Situ Boyu would fight to the end. The reason why he said that 30 million was his limit was to deceive Lu Yuanzong. If Lu Yuanzong did not give up, Situ Boyu would still continue to raise the price. It's a pity that Lu Yuanzong didn't know the fact that the Situ family's Zon-level swordsmanship had flaws, and he didn't know Situ Boyu's true thoughts, so he chose to give up without hesitation. At this time, at the gate of the city lord's mansion, although Ye Bufan still had a calm and indifferent look on his face, he was actually already overjoyed in his heart, and the feeling was so great that it was beyond words. 30 million spirit stones to buy a low-grade Zon-level martial art. In Ye Bufan's opinion, these people in Canyon City are simply crazy. But that's a good thing. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Ye Bufan's favorite role is playing the role of the fisherman. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Ye Bufan made the decision, 30 million, deal. After a pause, Ye Bufan said, "Congratulations, my friend. The Zon-level lower-grade martial arts is yours. Call." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Situ Boyu finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The dust has settled. He could finally rest assured. Ye Bufan did not stop and continued the next round of auction. Next is the Zon-level middle-grade martial arts, Xuanwu Gong. The starting price is still 10 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. Xuanwu Kung Fu. Zon-level mid-grade martial arts. Everyone was stunned. This is especially true for the three old patriarchs. On age, all three of them can be considered Wu Qianchuan's elders. But what about cultivation? To be honest, the three of them are far inferior to Wu Qianchuan, the junior. Especially Wu Qianchuan's training speed. They all clearly remembered that when Wu Qianchuan first came to Canyon City, his cultivation was only at the Taiyi level. At that time, Wu Qianchuan was far inferior to them. But in just a few years, Wu Qianchuan has surpassed them. All along, they have believed that their talents are not as good as Wu Qianchuan's, but now it seems that talent is probably only one aspect, and the more important reason is the martial arts practiced by Wu Qianchuan. Although there is only one grade difference between the middle grade Zon level and the lower grade Zon level, the gap between them is unquestionable. The three of them only practiced the lower grade Zon level techniques, so how could they compare with Wu Qianchuan who practiced the middle grade Zon level techniques? 30 million. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Shen Tianyi immediately made an offer. Well, this sudden scene made everyone present stunned again, and their strange eyes fell on Shen Tianyi one after another, and that look seemed to be saying, the starting price is 10 million, and you directly bid 30 million. Are you crazy? Shen Tianyi's brain is naturally fine. He had his own reasons for doing so. The three major families in Canyon City. The old patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanzong, is at the 6th level of Tai. The old patriarch of the Situ family, Situ Boyu, is also at the 6th level of Tai. And what about him? He had just broken through to the 5th level of Tai not long ago. If you are not as talented as others, you can only rely on martial arts to make up for it. Therefore, Shen Tianyi must acquire the Xuanwu Kung Fu. Situ Boyu and Lu Yuanzong were also aware of this. However, Situ Boyu had previously spent 30 million to purchase the lower-grade Zon-level martial art, Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist. With the financial resources of the Situ family, it was obviously no longer possible to continue to compete for the Xuanwu Gong. As for Lu Yuanzong, 30.1 million, he directly raised the price by 100,000. You're a piece of shit. Shen Tianyi cursed directly and said, 35 million. 35.1 million. 36 million. 36.1 million. 37 million. 37.1 million. Lu Yuanzong, can you stop being so disgusting? Shen Tianyi couldn't help but curse. Evil man. Lu Yuanzong shook his head and said, Brother Shen, you want this Xuanwu Gong, and I want it too. Moreover, I am following the auction rules completely. Why do you think I am disgusting? Shen Tianyi was furious but helpless. According to the rules customized by Ye Bufan, there was indeed nothing wrong with Lu Yuanzong doing this. But, it's really torturous to have a home that costs hundreds of thousands every time. 40 million. Helpless, Shen Tianyi could only shout loudly. 40 million. Lu Yuanzong frowned. He really wanted the Xuanwu Gong, but the price of 40 million was obviously too high. Moreover, the auction has not ended yet, and there might be items more worthy of his attention later. For this reason, after thinking about it, Lu Yuanzong chose to give up. Call. Seeing Lu Yuanzong give up, Shen Tianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. 40 million was already his limit. If Lu Yuanzong continued to raise the price, he would definitely give up. Fortunately, Lu Yuanzong chose to give up before him. However, he would not thank Lu Yuanzong for this. He even glared at Lu Yuanzong fiercely. The meaning was self-evident. If it were not for Lu Yuanzong, he could have spent at least 10 million less. Seeing Shen Tianyi glaring at Lu Yuanzong, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He finally understood why Qian Duoduo liked to hold auctions so much. This was simply asking others to help him rob money. Of course, in terms of ability and means, Ye Bufan is definitely far inferior to Qian Duoduo. In this situation, if I had a lot of money. 40 million. Stop kidding. He was afraid that he could empty Shen Tianyi's pockets. Don't doubt it. Fatty Qian definitely has this ability. On cheating people, Fatty Qian claims to be second, and no one dares to claim to be first. Of course, this is in the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. As for the Hongmeng world, let Fatty Qian come and try it to find out. Well, it's time for my father-in-law to come to the Hongmeng world and do something big. After all, spirit stones are luck. With Fatty Qian's ability to cheat people, no, with Fatty Qian's speed in making money, facing these fat sheep in the Hongmeng world, even if he can only provide himself with 1% of the luck, it will definitely be a very terrifying number. However, this matter still needs further consideration. After all, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. With his current strength, if he directly summoned Qian Duoduo to the Hongmeng world, if he was targeted by someone, Qian Duoduo's life would be in danger. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and looked at Shen Tianyi. He said, this friend offered 40 million. Is there a higher price? Ye Bufan smiled and said, I'm sure everyone present is familiar with the origin of this long sword, right? That's right, it's the Xuanbing level sword of Wu Qianchuan, the lord of Kangyan City. This round is also the last round of this auction. The item being auctioned is this Xuanbing level long sword. The starting price is still 10 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 100,000. The bidding begins now. Swish. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Situ Boyu and Shen Tianyi looked at each other, and then looked at Lu Yuanzong on the side with ill intentions. You know, the Lu family's Zon-level martial arts is a sword technique. Chapter 1996. They are all old foxes. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If a lower-level Zon-grade sword technique is paired with a Zon-grade long sword, its power can definitely be doubled, or even tripled, it is very likely. But the Lu family only has Zon-level swordsmanship, but no Zon-level long sword. That is why the value of this Xuanbing-level long sword in front of him is absolutely immeasurable to the Lu family and Lu Yuanzong himself, and Lu Yuanzong must want it, definitely want it. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Didn't you just raise the price arbitrarily? Weren't you trying to disgust us just now? Okay. We will now return all your losses to you with interest. Revenge when revenge is needed, and complain when complaints are needed. Let's see if we can't kill you this time. Facing the malicious looks from Situ Boyu and Shen Tianyi, Lu Yuanzong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How could Lu Yuanzong not know what they were thinking? He must know. He could even figure it out with his toes. But what can he do? He is also helpless. This Xuanbing-level long sword was clearly tailor-made for him, Lu Yuanzong. If he had known this would happen, Lu Yuanzong would have chosen to keep a low profile. But now, it's too late and it's too late to regret. Fortunately, the previous two auctions had already consumed a lot of financial resources from the other two families. Otherwise, just this time, his Lu family would definitely lose all their wealth because of this Xuanbing-level long sword. Call. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanzong took a deep breath, and then ignored Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu. Instead, he looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, 20 million. This was the first time that Lu Yuanzong broke the convention of only increasing the price by 100,000 when bidding. After all, this time, Lu Yuanzong was determined to get the Xuanbing-level long sword in Ye Bufan's hand. Of course, 20 million is definitely not enough, and Lu Yuanzong did not expect to buy this Xuanbing-level long sword with only 20 million. He did this just to test the financial resources of the other two families. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuanzong didn't want to waste extra money. 20 million. As soon as Lu Yuanzong finished speaking, Shen Tianyi sneered and said, Brother Lu, you want to buy this Xuanbing-level long sword for only 20 million. I'm afraid you didn't wake up last night, right? Well, I'll pay 20.1 million. Puff. In an instant, many people present couldn't help but laugh out loud. 20.1 million. Only increase the price by 100,000. Anyone can see that Shen Tianyi is clearly taking revenge on Lu Yuanzong, or he is slapping Lu Yuanzong in the face, and the face is slapped with loud, pa pa pa, sounds. Faced with Shen Tianyi's revenge, Lu Yuanzong was furious and crazy. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and said, since it's an auction, then of course the highest bidder wins. If you want to buy it, go ahead. But I advise you to take it easy, otherwise you'll end up spending tens of millions only to have it as a decoration. What I mean is that I may not fight you to the death. If I choose to give up at that time, your money will be wasted. Ha ha. After Lu Yuanzong finished speaking, Shen Tianyi smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Brother Lu. However, my Shen family is rich and powerful, and we don't need a few tens of millions. Besides, it's not a big loss to spend tens of millions to buy a Xuanbing-level long sword. Snort. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and said, 21 million. 21.1 million. Shen Tianyi smiled and added another 100,000. But at this moment, Situ Boyu on the side suddenly said, Brother Shen, you also know that I have studied swordsmanship for many years, and I also have a Zon-level lower-grade swordsmanship, but I have never had a suitable weapon. Although this long sword is not a sharp sword, it is at least a Zon weapon. So, I want to use it to replace the long sword. How about you give this long sword to me? I will pay you 30 million. That won't do. Shen Tianyi refused directly. I just happened to practice a yellow-level lower-grade sword technique recently, and now I'm in need of a handy weapon, so Brother Situ, I'm sorry, I'll pay 30.1 million. It's okay. It's an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. Situ Boyu smiled and said, 31 million. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Situ. 31.1 million. You're welcome. 32 million. By the way, Wu Qianchuan's long sword seems to be the only mysterious weapon in our Canyon city, right? 32.1 million. That's not it, 33 million. Haha, then I won't be polite. I'll definitely buy this Xuanbing. Even if I can't use it after I buy it, I can keep it as a collection. If that doesn't work, it can also be used for chopping wood. 33.1 million, please. Chopping wood. Not a bad idea, but isn't that a waste? Give it to me, 34 million. It's okay to waste it. Anyway, my Shen family has money, 34.1 million. Brother Shen, I don't like what you said. Your Shen family is not short of money, but does my Situ family lack just a few tens of millions? 35 million. Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu chatted with each other like old friends, making the fierce competitive atmosphere during the auction disappear without a trace in an instant. But even so, no one expressed dissatisfaction. After all, whether it is Shen Tianyi or Situ Boyu, these two are both strong men in the Tai realm. They are not people who can be blamed by anyone, and even more so, they are not people who can be provoked by anyone. As for Ye Bufan naturally has the strength and qualifications to stop Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu. In fact, with just a word from Ye Bufan, these two people will immediately stop. But Ye Bufan is not a fool. How could he not see that Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu were doing this now in order to take revenge on Lu Yuanzong and make him spend more money to buy Wu Qianchuan's Xuanbing level long sword? And this mysterious weapon is Ye Bufan's trophy. The spirit stones obtained from the auction of Xuanbing also belong to Ye Bufan. If that's the case, why would Ye Bufan try to stop it? Do you think the money is too much? Stop kidding. For Ye Bufan, the higher the auction price of the Xuanbing, the better. Ye Bufan is like this. Lu Yuanzong was about to explode with anger. His expression was distorted and his face had turned the color of liver. Use the Xuanbing long sword to perform Zon-level swordsmanship. Show me how to perform one. The knife and the sword are two completely different weapons. How to perform sword skills with a long knife. That's all. Shen Tianyi actually said that he had just practiced a lower-grade yellow-level sword skill and now he just lacked a suitable weapon. And if he bought a Xuanbing-level long sword, even if it was useless, he could use it to chop wood. I'm gonna chop your sister up. Although he knew that these two people were deliberately provoking him, Lu Yuanzong still couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to get angry. It was really too fucking bullying. That's enough. Suddenly, Lu Yuanzong let out an angry roar. What's wrong? Shen Tianyi didn't understand and said, Brother Lu, are you having a manic episode again? You better be careful. This is the auction of our seniors. If you mess it up, no one will be able to save you. Mania. Fuck you. When did I become manic? Lu Yuanzong was furious. But thinking of the second half of Shen Tianyi's words, Lu Yuanzong could only endure it. There was no way. Ye Bufan was a powerful man who could even kill Wu Qianchuan, the city lord of the 7th level of Tai. If he ruined his auction, he would definitely not have a good ending. Ha. Helplessly, Lu Yuanzong could only take a few deep breaths and try to calm the anger in his heart. At this time, Situ Boyu also spoke up and said, Brother Shen is right. Brother Lu, if you have manic episodes, I advise you to go back and rest early. This will be good for everyone. I'm crazy, sister. Lu Yuanzong's anger, which had just subsided, was instantly ignited again. Situ Boyu ignored him and looked at Shen Tianyi, saying, What's the matter, Brother Shen? Are you giving up? If so, then this Xuanbing will be mine. How is that possible? How much did you just shout? 35 million. Then I'll pay 35.1 million. Brother Shen, how come you have become as petty as Brother Lu? If this continues, when will it end? Forget it, I'll pay 40 million. That can't be helped. This is an advantage. I naturally have to learn from Brother Lu and save as much as possible. 40.1 million. Etc. But at this moment, Brother Lu Yuan suddenly said something. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Shen Tianyi glanced at Lu Yuanzong and said with some dissatisfaction and impatience. Oh. Lu Yuanzong sneered. He ignored Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu and looked at Ye Bufan, saying, Young senior, if someone maliciously competes and bids for this Xuanbing but cannot come up with enough spirit stones, how should we deal with it? Fuck. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned at first, and then shocked. Especially Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu. Ye Bufan was no exception. At this moment, anyone could see that Lu Yuanzong's previous anger and dissatisfaction were all pretended. His purpose was to lure Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu to continue raising the price. Why? It's very simple, he wants to use Ye Bufan to deal with Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu. Just like now, Situ Boyu offered 40 million. Shen Tianyi bid 40.1 million. With the strength of the two families, 40 million low-grade spirit stones are indeed nothing, and they can definitely afford it. But don't forget that just now, Satu Boyu has already spent 30 million, and Shen Tianyi has spent 40 million. If we add the current 40 million, then Satu Boyu 70 million. Shen Tianyi 80 million. With the strength of the two families, could they come up with so many spirit stones at once? Stop kidding. As one of the three major families in Canyon City, even if Lu Yuanzong could not know all the financial resources of the other two families, he could make a rough guess. 60 million is their limit, and at most it would not exceed 70 million. But now, Shen Tianyi has already called out a sky-high price of 40 million. Add to that the 40 million previously spent on the auction of Xuanwu Gong, that's a total of 80 million. 80 million low-grade spirit stones. Shen Tianyi and the Shen family definitely can't afford it. Since he couldn't get it out, he had to bear Ye Bufan's wrath. And this is exactly what Lu Yuanzong hoped to see. Of course, if Lu Yuanzong had been more patient, the price called out by Shen Tianyi or Satu Boyu would definitely have been even higher. But it's no longer necessary. There is no difference between 10 or 20 million and 20 or 30 million. The most important thing is that Lu Yuanzong still wants to buy Wu Qianchuan's Xuanbing long sword at a relatively low price. If he raises the price too high at this time, and Ye Bufan sells it to him at this price, he will lose money. So, that's enough. 40 million, not more, not less, just right. Not only can he deal with one of the families between the Shen family and the Satu family, but he can also buy Wu Qianchuan's Xuanbing level long sword at a relatively low price. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. The next second, Ye Bufan glanced at Lu Yuanzong, then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said meaningfully, "Do you think there is anyone in Canyon City who owes me money? That's what I want you to say." Lu Yuanzong was delighted and said, "Of course there is no such person." As he spoke, Lu Yuanzong looked directly at Shen Tianyi and Satu Boyu. His face was full of amusement and mockery, as if to say, one of you two is going to be doomed. However, neither Shen Tianyi nor Satu Boyu had any tension or despair on their faces. In fact, they just glanced at each other and then looked at Lu Yuanzong with a smile. Well, Lu Yuanzong was stunned. He looked stunned and even more confused. What's going on? The disaster is imminent, and you can still laugh. As if to clear up Lu Yuanzong's confusion, Shen Tianyi smiled and said, "Brother Satu, you know that I spent 40 million when I just bought the Xuanwu Gong. If the money is not enough later, you have to lend me some." "No problem. Although my Satu family is not rich, and we have already spent 30 million, it is not a problem to take out another 30 million. However, if I bid for this Xuanbing later, you have to lend me some. It's a small matter. 26 million is always ready for Brother Satu. You." After listening to the conversation between Shen Tianyi and Satu Boyu, Lu Yuanzong was stunned and dumbfounded. After a brief moment of distraction, he suddenly shouted, "How could you do this?" "Why not?" Shen Tianyi asked back directly. "Yeah, why not?" Satu Boyu also responded, saying, "Or borrowed spirit stones no longer spirit stones. Besides, Senior didn't stipulate that we can't borrow money to participate in the auction." You. Lu Yuanzong was furious, but he pointed at Shen Tianyi and the other man, not knowing what to say. Puff. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father! Old patriarch! Old patriarch!" Seeing this scene, all the Lu family members around Lu Yuanzong were shocked. The other people around also looked horrified. A powerful man of the 6th level of Tai was actually angered to the point of vomiting blood. This is fucking cruel. However, Shen Tianyi and Satu Boyu, the two instigators, did not care at all and did not have the slightest sympathy. After all, their three major families were in competition with each other. In their hearts, they even wanted to make Lu Yuanzong so angry that he died. That's why Shen Tianyi spoke directly and mercilessly. "Lu Yuanzong, we have been rivals for so many years, how could we not know what kind of people you are? You want to plot against us so easily, what are you thinking?" After a pause, Shen Tianyi continued, all right, stop playing dead to get sympathy. You've heard what Satu Laogui and I said just now. I still have 26 million, and Satu Laogui still has 30 million, which adds up to 56 million. Let's make it a whole. If you pay 60 million, we won't fight with you for this Xuanbing level long sword. How do you do that? Roll. Lu Yuanzong roared angrily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Shen Tianyi and cursed. you said it yourself, your two families only have 56 million left, which means that I only need to pay 56.1 million. If that's the case, why should I spend another 3.9 million? Do you take me for an idiot? Hee. Shen Tianyi smiled and said, you are not stupid, you are just foolish. You. Lu Yuanzong was furious. Why, did I say something wrong? Shen Tianyi asked back, have you forgotten what just happened so quickly? Situ Laogui and I only have 56 million left, but can't we borrow it? Borrow? Lu Yuanzong was stunned. Why, no. Changing the subject, Shen Tianyi said with a teasing look on his face. Or, in your eyes, old ghost Lu, in this huge Canyon city, old ghost Situ and I can't even borrow a mere 4 million. Son of AB*****. Lu Yuanzong cursed in his heart, this is simply too much. Chapter 1997 Great Harvest. Although he was angry and aggrieved, Lu Yuanzong had to face the reality. Now he only had two choices. First, give up the Xuanbing. Second, spend 60 million spirit stones to buy the Xuanbing. It has to be said that the price of 60 million has actually far exceeded the value of a mysterious weapon itself. Spending 60 million to buy a mysterious weapon is definitely a big suck among big sucks. But what could Lu Yuanzong do? This is a mysterious soldier. And it is the only mysterious weapon in the entire Canyon city. The most important thing is that the Lu family has a lower level Zon grade sword technique. Once he has this Zon grade long sword, his combat effectiveness will inevitably get a qualitative leap. In that case then buy it. Isn't it just a spirit stone? Just spend and earn again. You are so cruel. Looking at Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu, Lu Yuanzong said something sternly, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, Senior, I will offer 60 million. 60 million. Ye Bufan thought these people were simply crazy. But he didn't show it. Looking at Lu Yuanzong, Ye Bufan said calmly, this friend offered 60 million, is there a higher offer, is there? Bullshit. The price has already reached 60 million. If you bid any higher, you would be a fool. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was silent. Very good. Seeing that no one answered, Ye Bufan smiled and said, in that case, then 60 million for success. After a pause, Ye Bufan looked at Lu Yuanzong again and said, congratulations, my friend. Now this Xuanbing level long sword is yours. Call. Lu Yuanzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 60 million. At this moment he felt that his heart was bleeding. Fortunately, he finally managed to obtain this Xuanbing level long sword. With this long sword, his combat power will surely leap to become the number one in Canyon City. This made him feel relieved. At least the 60 million was not wasted. Soon, Ye Bufan made a deal with the three old clan leaders. Situ Boyu, 30 million. Shen Tianyi, 40 million. Lu Yuanzong, 60 million. Just these three people directly presented Ye Bufan with 130 million spirit stones. Not only that, the moment it obtained the 130 million spirit stones, the Hongmeng Sky Seal directly absorbed a full 130,000 points of luck. This is 130,000 yuan. The luck Ye Bufan has gained since he came to the Hongmeng world is more than all the luck he has gained combined. What's more, this is not all. Before these three Zon level items, there were many Huang level items. Among them are 11 yellow level martial arts and skills, and their prices are 3.03 million, 3.2 million, 3.6 million, 4.1 million, 4.3 million, 4.67 million, 4.88 million, 5.3 million, 6.72 million, 7.07 million, and 7.26 million respectively. The total value of the 11 yellow level martial arts and skills is 54.13 million. In addition, there are 57 pieces of yellow level weapons and equipment. 57 pieces of yellow level weapons and equipment, each worth 1 million, for a total of 57 million. In other words, after Ye Bufan looted the treasury of the city lord's mansion and sold all the items, he obtained a total of 241.13 million spirit stones. Converted into luck, it is 241,130. That's not all. In addition to these financial matters, Ye Bufan had also killed quite a few people before. City Lord Wu Qianchuan, Deputy City Lord Li Yuanao. There are 500 to 600 city guards. Among them, 500 or 600 city guards provided Ye Bufan with 41,521 points of luck. The Deputy City Lord Li Yuanao provided 4,000 points of luck. And as for the city lord Wu Qianchuan, although he was only a warrior of the 7th level of Tai, he brought a full 11,000 points of luck to Ye Bufan. According to Wu Qianchuan's cultivation level, the luck that Ye Bufan could obtain from him should be around 7,000 points, but now he has gained 4,000 points of luck out of thin air. In Ye Bufan's opinion, these extra 4,000 points of luck should be closely related to Wu Qianchuan's identity as the lord of a city. As to whether it is true or not, we will know after killing a few more city lords. But that's all in the past. Now is not the time to think about these things. Wu Qianchuan has 11,000 luck. Li Yuanao has 4,000 luck. 5 or 600 city guards 41,521 luck. The sum of these three is 56,521 luck. Adding the previous 241,130 luck, the total is 297,651 luck. Nearly 300,000 points of luck. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. He is now in the 3rd level of Tai. It takes 40,000 points of luck to go from the 3rd level of Tai heaven to the 4th level of Tai heaven. It takes 50,000 points of luck to go from the 4th level of Tai heaven to the 5th level of Tai heaven. It takes 60,000 points of luck to go from the 5th level of Tai heaven to the 6th level of Tai heaven. It takes 70,000 points of luck to go from the 6th level of Tai heaven to the 7th level of Tai heaven. It takes 80,000 points of luck to go from the 7th level of Tai heaven to the 8th level of Tai heaven. It takes 90,000 points of luck to go from the 8th level of Tai heaven to the 9th level of Tai heaven. In other words, this nearly 300,000 luck can almost push Ye Bufan's cultivation to the 8th level of Tai. What is the concept of Tai 8th heaven? Wu Qianchuan, the lord of this city, is only at the 7th level of Tai. If Ye Bufan had already reached the 8th level of Tai cultivation before, then when facing Wu Qianchuan, he would not need to use the Hongmeng Supreme Power and the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand. He could completely crush Wu Qianchuan by relying on the advantage of his realm and make him doubt his life. And once he has reached the 8th level of Tai cultivation, if he can display the Hongmeng Supreme Power and the Great Wilderness Heavenly Steel Hand, Ye Bufan can even compete with warriors of the 5th and 6th levels of Tiangong. In the entire Star Moon Kingdom, Tiangong realm warriors are definitely the top ones. The 5th and 6th levels of Tiangong are the best of the best, and it is very likely that they are the most powerful fighters in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. This is equivalent to Ye Bufan coming to Canyon City and directly improving his strength to the extreme and peak in the Star Moon Kingdom. From now on, Ye Bufan can do whatever he wants in the Star Moon Kingdom. That feeling in one word, awesome. Of course, the prerequisite is that Ye Bufan must transform these energies into his own cultivation. But there is no rush. Now, Ye Bufan looked at Shen Tianyi, Lu Yuanzong, and Situ Boyu in front of him with a playful and mocking expression. The three of them were originally reveling in the auction items they had just obtained, but after feeling Ye Bufan's strange look, they were all shocked. Senior. They put away their respective auction items, and then looked at Ye Bufan with surprise and vigilance. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled, touched his chin and said, "The auction is over, is it time to settle the accounts between us?" Settlement of accounts. What's the score? Shen Tianyi and the other two looked at each other, all with expressions of surprise and confusion. Snort. Seeing this, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "During the auction, the three of you used me to plot against each other. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Buzz. Shen Tianyi and the other two were shocked. Speak. Ye Bufan shouted, "You son of AB*TCH, what do you think I am? A murderous blade for you to use at will." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's body was filled with murderous intent and rushed towards Shen Tianyi and the other two in front of him. Wow. In an instant, the others scattered like birds and beasts. Only people from the Shen, Lu and Situ families were left in front of Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan and feeling the fierce murderous intent coming from Ye Bufan, Shen Tianyi, Lu Yuanzong and Situ Boyu, all three of them were trembling in their hearts. Although they didn't know how strong Ye Bufan was, they knew very well that Ye Bufan easily killed Wu Qianchuan, the strongest man in Canyon City. In this case, if Ye Bufan wanted to take their lives, how could they resist? Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the three of them knelt down on the ground. "Senior, spare my life." Looking at Ye Bufan, they begged for mercy. No hesitation. No hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest explanation. Because they know very well that in the face of absolute strength, all of these will become pale and meaningless. If you want to live, you can only beg for mercy. As for dignity, what's the point of having dignity if you've lost your life? The sudden reaction of the three old patriarchs stunned the other members of the three major families, but they said nothing and dared not say anything. After all, in their eyes, Ye Bufan was not someone they could afford to offend. Rebellion. That would be courting death. What are you doing? But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke up and said, "When did I say I would take your lives? I just want to say that you took advantage of me, so shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Compensation. The three old clan leaders were stunned for a moment. Why, is there a problem? Ye Bufan frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. No, no problem. The three old patriarchs said in succession. Is that right? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. You have to pay for the meal. If you use me, you naturally have to pay the corresponding remuneration. So, each of you should give me 10 million. Your mother approved. Reward, 10 million per family. This is clearly blackmail. The three old clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. But what can they do? The enemy is strong and we are weak. There is no choice at all. If you want money, just tell me clearly. Is it necessary to do this? Dare we not give it? The three old clan leaders immediately offered 10 million low-grade spirit stones each. 30 million in hand. Another 30,000 points of luck were credited to my account. Ye Bufan ignored Shen Tianyi and the other two in front of him, and didn't care about the other people around him. He just left Kangyan City happily. Chapter 1998 Tai 7th Heaven, heading to the Star Moon Forest. Call. After Ye Bufan left, the three old clan leaders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other people from the three major families present were no exception. Just now they were really worried and afraid that Ye Bufan would attack them. After all, with Ye Bufan's strength that could kill Wu Qianchuan in seconds, they simply could not compete with Ye Bufan. If Ye Bufan had the intention to kill them, they would surely die. Fortunately, Ye Bufan only extorted 10 million from them. Although it is heartbreaking, it is better than losing your life. What's more, in their opinion, Ye Bufan had already shown mercy. Otherwise, if Ye Bufan asked for 20 million, 30 million, or 40 million, or even wanted to take back the martial arts, skills, and mysterious weapons they had just photographed, they would not dare to refuse. Now we have only lost 10 million, which is definitely a blessing in disguise. With this in mind, the three old clan leaders stood up. They looked at each other. Lu Yuanzong sneered, "Some people try every possible means to help others raise prices and make profits, but what's the result? In the end, others don't appreciate it at all." Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu's expression suddenly changed. How could they not hear that Lu Yuanzong's sarcastic tone was clearly mocking them? How could they bear it? The next second, Shen Tianyi smiled and said, 50 million to buy a mid-level Zon level technique is much more cost-effective than some people spending 70 million to buy a Zon weapon. Now that Brother Shen mentioned that, I spent 40 million to buy a low-grade Zon level martial art. Isn't that a big profit? Situ Boyu immediately responded with a smile. That's natural. Shen Tianyi smiled slightly. They are both Zon level items, but Brother Situ only spent 40 million, while some people spent 70 million. This is a difference of 30 million. 2. Situ Boyu smiled and said, but some people are very wealthy, and a mere 30 million small-grade spirit stones is nothing at all, don't you think, Brother Lu? Seeing Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu fighting back against him in unison, Lu Yuanzong suddenly became furious, even a little annoyed. Thinking of the expense of 70 million, he felt heartbroken. Snort. The next second, Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and said, let's go. After saying this, he turned and left. Naturally, everyone in the Lu family did not linger any longer and followed closely. Looking at Lu Yuanzong leaving, Shen Tianyi and Situ Boyu both smiled bitterly to themselves. Although the Lu family suffered heavy losses, did the other two families suffer no losses? 50 million to buy a mid-level Zon level martial arts technique. 40 million to buy a low-grade Zon level martial art. Both of these are definitely a loss. It is true that if you hurt the enemy by 1,000, you will lose 800 of your own. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. After a while, the two families left one after another. As for Wu Qianchuan's death, they never cared too much about it from beginning to end. After all, this was a problem that the Star Moon Kingdom should worry about and had nothing to do with their three major families. Canyon City, City Gate. Ye Bufan hummed a little tune and walked leisurely from Canyon City. Previously, Ye Bufan relied on the Red Flame Tiger and rushed from Qingshan Town to Canyon City in just half a day. In addition, it took him almost another half a day to kill Wu Qianchuan and collect the property from the city lord's mansion and sell it. Altogether, it takes almost 1 day. It takes about a day to ride a horse from Qingshan Town to Canyon City. Just as Ye Bufan walked out of the city gate, he met Chen Beiwang and others who were coming towards him. Master Yi. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, Chen Beiwang and the others were all stunned. Why are you here? Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. But he soon figured it out. Chen Beiwang and others were clearly coming to reinforce me. Immediately, Ye Bufan smiled knowingly. Just based on this point, his help to the Chen and Shui families was not in vain. Master Yi, are you okay? The next second, Chen Beiwang jumped off his horse, came to Ye Bufan, looked him up and down, and asked a question. Do you think I look like someone with problems? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. This. Chen Beiwang hesitated for a moment and said, did Wu Qianchuan embarrass you? Are you talking about him? Ye Bufan said this and turned to look towards the left side of the city gate. Chen Beiwang was puzzled, but still looked in the direction Ye Bufan was looking. People from the Chen and Shui families were no exception. Left side of the city gate. Next to the city wall. Wu Qianchuan's bloody body still lay quietly on the ground. Buzz. The moment they saw Wu Qianchuan's body, Chen Beiwang and the other people from the Chen and Shui families were all shocked. Then Chen Beiwang looked at Ye Bufan and said uncertainly, Young Master Yi, this can't be. Yes, he is Wu Qianchuan. Ye Bufan said lightly. Hiss. Chen Beiwang and others couldn't help but take a breath. This bloody corpse is Wu Qianchuan. Is this true or false? Master Yi, did you kill him? Looking at Ye Bufan, Chen Beiwang said in disbelief. What else? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, if you don't kill him, are you waiting for him to kill you? No, that's not what I meant. Chen Beiwang explained repeatedly. I mean, isn't Wu Qianchuan a warrior of the 6th level of Tai? Moreover, the city lord's mansion has so many city guards, how come it was him who died instead of me, right? Ye Bufan smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's just the city lord's mansion. In fact, it's nothing. When I first entered the city, I killed 500 or 600 city guards and scared away the remaining guards. As a result, only Wu Qianchuan and his deputy city lord Li Yuanao were left in the entire city lord's mansion. I killed Li Yuanao in seconds. Wu Qianchuan wanted to run, but unfortunately, when he ran to the city gate, he found that the gate was closed, so he could only run up the city wall. He wanted to jump down, but he didn't dare to jump. So, I helped him, broke his limbs, and threw him off the city wall. Then he fell to his death. Fell to death. Chen Beiwang and others were stunned and dumbfounded. Although Ye Bufan downplayed it, the risks involved can be imagined. 3,000 city guards of Canyon City. Ye Bufan killed 500 or 600 people and scared away more than 2,000. There is also the deputy city lord Li Yuanao. Then he must be a warrior at the Tai realm at the very least, right? Was he killed instantly? The most important thing is Wu Qianchuan. He is not only the city lord, but also a powerful man of the 6th level of Tai. Break limbs and drop walls. Without sufficient strength, how could one crush Wu Qianchuan so easily? At this moment, Chen Beiwang and others clearly realized that they had underestimated Ye Bufan from the beginning to the end, and his strength had long surpassed their imagination. Okay, let's go back to Qingshan Town. Before Chen Beiwang and others could think more, Ye Bufan had already spoken. Oh. Chen Beiwang and others immediately came back to their senses. Afterwards, the group began to return to Qingshan Town. But before leaving, Chen Beiwang and the others couldn't help but look back at Wu Qianchuan's bloody body lying on the edge of the city wall. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Wu Qianchuan, the lord of a city and the 6th level of Tai, died just like that, and was even thrown to death. But that's a good thing. After Wu Qianchuan died, their two families were safe. But is this really the case? Of course not. After all, Wu Qianchuan had already sent people to the royal city for help. I believe that it won't be long before the royal city will send people over, and Ye Bufan and the Chen and Shui families will inevitably have to bear the wrath of Wu Yuanying, the prime minister of the current dynasty. It's a pity that Ye Bufan, the Chen and Shui families, and even the entire Kangyan city are still kept in the dark. They know nothing about Wu Qianchuan's true identity. One day later, Ye Bufan and others returned to Qingshan town smoothly. After returning to the Chen family, Ye Bufan went straight back to his room and began to meditate. In the Battle of Kangyan City, Ye Bufan gained nearly 300,000 luck. Adding to that the gains from the 100 Taikang dragons and snakes in the past few days, Ye Bufan's luck has exceeded 300,000. He planned to transform this energy into cultivation first, and then set off for the Star Moon Forest. In a day and a half, Ye Bufan consumed 220,000 points of luck, directly raising his cultivation to the 7th level of Tai. As for the remaining 80,000 points of luck, although these lucks are enough for Ye Bufan to improve his cultivation to the 8th level of Tai, the 8th level of Tai and the 7th level of Tai are actually not much different, so Ye Bufan plans to keep these lucks in case of emergency. Chen Family Hall. After Ye Bufan came out of confinement, he went straight to Chen Beiwang. Master Yi, you are leaving now. Looking at Ye Bufan, Chen Beiwang was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Ye Bufan nodded and said, I have been in Qingshan town for too long. It is time to leave. However, before leaving, I still need to confirm with Patriarch Chen, do you really want Tianlong to leave with me? This. Chen Beiwang hesitated and looked at Chen Tianlong beside him. Father. Chen Tianlong said with a determined look. It was as if he was saying, wherever the master goes, I will go. All right. Chen Beiwang said reluctantly, since Tianlong has made his decision, let him do it. I just hope young Master Yi can help take care of him in the future. It's natural. Ye Bufan said calmly, since Tianlong has already accepted me as his master, I will naturally not treat him unfairly. Thank you very much. Chen Beiwang clasped his fists and then said, I wonder where young Master Yi is going next. Star Moon Forest. Chapter 1999 Entering the Star Moon Forest. Star Moon Forest. Chen Beiwang was shocked. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, I plan to help Tianlong awaken his Vajra indestructible body in the Star Moon Forest first, and then make other plans. In fact, this was just one of Ye Bufan's many purposes. The reason why he was in a hurry to go to the Star Moon Forest was mainly to find out the reason for the mutation of the Taikang dragon snake. Of course, Ye Bufan would not say this, and there was no need to say it. Hearing Ye Bufan say that he went to the Star Moon Forest to help his son awaken his Vajra indestructible body, Chen Beiwang was stunned, and then said from the bottom of his heart, thank you. Chen Tianlong also looked excited, thrilled, and grateful. Patriarch Chen, you are too polite. Tianlong is my disciple, so it is only natural for me to do this. Ye Bufan said, okay, it's getting late, we should set off. Chen Beiwang, I'll see you off. Ye Bufan responded but did not refuse. Qingshan Town, town entrance. Tianlong, you have to remember that once you are a teacher, you are a father for life. Since you have already accepted Master Yi as your teacher, you must listen to your master in everything in the future, understand? Looking at Chen Tianlong, Chen Beiwang solemnly instructed. Yes, Daddy, Tianlong remembers it. Chen Tianlong responded. Chen Beiwang patted his head, then looked at Ye Bufan. Young Master Yi, I'll leave it to you then. Rest assured. Ye Bufan jumped on the horse and said, Tianlong, get on the horse. Yes, Master. As Chen Tianlong spoke, he also climbed onto the horse beside him. Chen Beiwang looked reluctant. Ye Bufan suddenly said, Patriarch Chen, I left some things for your Chen family in the room as a token of my gratitude for saving your life. However, a man is innocent but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. I hope Patriarch Chen will not make it public. This. Chen Beiwang was stunned. Ye Bufan did not stop. The mountains remain green, the waters flow forever. Chief Chen, we will meet again if we are destined to. Tianlong, let's go. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rode away on his horse. Daddy, take care. Chen Tianlong said this and followed on his horse. 2 minutes later, Ye Bufan and Chen Tianlong had completely disappeared from Chen Beiwang's sight. But even so, Chen Beiwang still did not take his gaze away. As the old saying goes, a mother worries about her son even when he is 1,000 miles away. This is true for mothers and fathers alike. What's more, after Chen Tianlong left, he and his son might never see each other again. Why? Another 3 minutes later, looking at the direction where Chen Tianlong left, Chen Beiwang sighed helplessly. Let's go, let's go. It's better to go. Although the road ahead is unknown, it is better than being trapped in this small Qingshan town. Tianlong, whether you become a worm or a dragon depends on you. After saying this, Chen Beiwang did not stop and turned around and ran back to Qingshan town. That's right, just run. Because Ye Bufan said that he left some things in his room, and from what he said, these things seemed to be very unusual. Chen Beiwang really wanted to see what Ye Bufan had left behind in the Chen family. 10 minutes later, Chen's backyard, in the room where Ye Bufan was originally. Looking at the storage bag in his hand, or rather, at the items in the storage bag, Chen Beiwang was stunned, dumbfounded, and even more shocked. What did he see? He saw a storage bag full of elixirs. The vast majority of them are first and second grade spiritual medicines, but there are also some third grade spiritual medicines. Chen Beiwang even saw 2 extremely precious 4th grade spiritual medicines. This is a 4th grade elixir. In Qingshan town, 3rd grade spiritual medicine is rare, let alone 4th grade spiritual medicine. Now 2 of them have appeared at once, plus other 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade spiritual medicines. The combined value of so many spiritual medicines is probably more than the entire assets of the Chen family. This is also true. All these elixirs were collected by Ye Bufan from the city lord's mansion. The elixir was of little use to Ye Bufan, so he simply left it all to the Chen family. As for the martial arts techniques and weapons and equipment in the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan had thought about leaving some for the Chen family, but in the end he chose to give up. Why? A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. If the people in Kangyan City knew that he had left all the property of the city lord's mansion to the Chen family, it would probably bring a devastating disaster to the Chen family. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan sells his spoils so high profile. He just wanted to tell everyone that all his gains from the city lord's mansion had been sold for spirit stones. In this way, naturally no one will come to cause trouble for the Chen family anymore. Of course, the city lord's mansion could not be left to the Chen family, but his own could be, so Ye Bufan directly left the tiger and leopard thunder sound power and the vertical and horizontal sword chi to the Chen family. According to the classification of martial arts in the Hongmeng world, the grade of tiger leopard thunder sound power has reached the Zon level. It is a mid-level Zon level, or even a top-level Zon level martial art in the Destiny realm. As for the sword energy, at the very least, it is a martial art of the Zon grade, and it is possible that it has even reached the lower level of the Earth grade. The moment he saw these 2 martial arts, Chen Beiwang finally understood why Ye Bufan had deliberately reminded him before leaving, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Even at this moment, Chen Beiwang's hands holding the tiger and leopard thunder sound power, and vertical and horizontal sword chi, could not help but tremble and shiver. This is a ground-level martial art. In the Star Moon Kingdom, the value of an Earth-level martial art is absolutely beyond imagination.